On the day I transformed into the malicious cannon fodder of a novel, my husband, who thrived on my soft support, was pressuring me to relinquish the main courtyard for the sake of a concubine. Linwani, be sensible and yield the main courtyard to me. His voice, akin to a blade tempered in ice, pierced sharply through my ears. Standing before me, the gaze that once brimmed with affection was now stripped bare, revealing nothing but cold calculation and unabashed disdain. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting a distorted crimson shadow of the character for happiness on the ground, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts poised to pounce. I suppressed the metallic sweetness in my throat and raised my gaze to him, a faint smile curving my lips. Lord Sheen, how imposing you are. If memory serves me right, this residence, every brick and tile, was once a part of my Lin family's dowry. And now, this fifth-rank official attire you wear, who do you owe it to? Whose connections and wealth paved the way for you? Silence. Qin Lang's fury exploded as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, his face turning a deep shade of liver. Without the Qin family's support, you would have long been exiled with the Lin family to await your demise. Be grateful. You have two options. Either obediently retreat to that dilapidated courtyard in the west, or take your divorce papers and leave the Qin family to fend for yourself. With a violent flick of his sleeve, he turned away, as if the mere act of glancing at me was beneath him. Watching his agitated figure depart, a tumultuous wave surged in my stomach, and I felt a wave of nausea. The intense feeling of sickness could no longer be contained. It wasn't tea anger. It was morning sickness. Damn it. I had actually transmigrated. I had become the most despicable supporting character in this novel, the power and favor of a concubine. Linwani, a foolish girl exploited by a good-for-nothing man, ground down by her in-laws until her demise, and ultimately turning the knife against her own parents and siblings. The original memories flooded back like a tide. During the Lin family's prime, she was a precious, legitimate daughter, ensnared by the sweet words of Qin Lang, a penniless scholar, determined to marry only him. The Lin family, unable to refuse, set forth a condition. He must pass the imperial examination first. And he did, climbing from a lowly scholar to a fifth-rank official in the imperial city, aided by the Lin family's dowry and connections. However, just as the Lin family faced exile for the misalignment, this scoundrel was eager to discard the original owner and marry the concubine He Jiao, daughter of the Minister of Revenue, as his primary wife. The cramping pain in my abdomen intertwined with the nausea, and my vision began to darken. In that moment of fading consciousness, the world spun around me. When I opened my eyes again, the glaring fluorescent light made me squint. Beneath me was a soft mattress, and the air was infused with a delicate scent of laundry detergent. I bolted upright, my heart racing. This is the 20-square-meter apartment I had just purchased before my transmigration, still unfurnished. My air conditioner, my wardrobe, the unopened parcels piled in the corner. My space. At last, the heavens have shown me mercy. Miss, what is wrong? Please do not frighten your servant. The anxious voice of Chaya drifted to me as if through a layer of water. I silently recited my thoughts, and in an instant, I found myself back in the cold, dilapidated bedroom of the Qin family's main courtyard. Chaya, with a worried expression, was shaking my arm anxiously. Before I could explain, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Leading the charge was Zhang Pozi, flanked by several burly women and a few haughty maidservants, who rushed in like bandits. By order of the matriarch, the daughter of the condemned Lin family must vacate the main courtyard immediately. These belongings are not for your use. Zhang Pozi, with her slanted eyes, waved her hand commandingly. Move. They pounced upon the furnishings within the room like wolves on prey. A gilded enamel vase was unceremoniously shoved into a burlap sack, shattering with a sharp crack. A jade ornament was carelessly thrown onto the floor, chipping a corner. Stop, you ungrateful wretches. Which of these items is not my young lady's dowry? It was the Lin family that procured you. Chaya, like a mother lion fiercely protecting her cubs, dashed forward to shield a treasure box filled with jewelry. Bah, you wretched slave. One of the women spat vehemently, raising her hand to strike Chaya. The Lin family has fallen. Why maintain the heirs of a mistress? The matriarch decreed that these items must be cleared for the new mistress. Let me see who dares to touch her, I exclaimed, suppressing my discomfort as I rose to my feet. The presence of Lin family's legitimate daughter instantly subdued the women's movements. Just then, Wang Mama, the most trusted aide of Qin Lang's mother, sashayed in, holding a coarse, moldy garment in her hands. Oh, the lady has awakened? Wang Mama's smile was devoid of warmth, her gaze dismissive as if appraising refuse. The matriarch is benevolent and has granted you a change of clothing. As for the silks and satins adorning your person, those exquisite hairpins and jewelry, her greedy eyes swept over my waist. Hand over the key to the lady's treasury. You, a condemned slave, are not worthy of such fine possessions. As she spoke, she hurled the rough cloth garment at me, the coarse fabric reeking of damp earth. Chaya trembled with indignation, tears brimming in her eyes. This is too much. My lady, Chaya. I firmly restrained her, my voice eerily calm. I raised my hand and decisively removed the golden hairpin, the pearl earrings, and the jade bracelet, placing each item upon the nearby rosewood table with a crisp clink. Finally, I unfastened the brass key, a symbol of the 10-mile bridal dowry treasury, and gently set it beside the hairpin. The key is here. May I leave now? I inquired of Wang Mama, a hint of a smile gracing my lips. Wang Mama and Zhang Posey exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by my unexpected compliance. Wang Mama snatched the key, her face breaking into a radiant grin. You have finally shown sense. Come, I shall take you to your new courtyard. Wang Mama led us to the most dilapidated courtyard at the far west of the estate. The door was rotting, hanging askew. Within, the weeds grew rampant, towering nearly to waist height, nearly engulfing the bluestone path. The doorframe of the main house had lost its vermilion paint, revealing the dark, decayed wood beneath. A spider leisurely spun its web upon the lintel. As I pushed open the door, a pungent odor of mildew and dust assaulted my senses. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I leaned against the doorframe, retching violently while threatening to spill forth. Chia, alarmed, patted my back while her voice quivered with distress. Miss, what on earth has happened to you? I shall report to the old lady at once and summon a doctor. If you are with child, they certainly cannot. Stop. I seized her wrist with such force that it caused her pain. Lifting my gaze, my complexion pale, yet my eyes cold as a frozen lake, I commanded, you must not go. This child cannot be born. Chia stared at me in shock. Miss, why? This is your flesh and blood. Should a young master be born, the old lady and master may. I interrupted her, my voice low and resolute, imbued with the chilling foresight of a time traveler. Flesh and blood? In the books, no, I dreamed it. This child, upon birth, will be taken away, raised by that vile woman. He Jiao. He will regard me as an enemy, curse me as a sinner, wishing for my demise. Ultimately, he will cast me out, leaving me to perish in the streets. Chia, this is a cursed child, a tool devised by the Qin family to utterly destroy me. I cannot keep it. Chia, taken aback by the intensity of my hatred and despair, trembled, her lips quivering, unable to articulate a response. Observing the terror and sorrow in her eyes, I inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. This was not the time to crumble. I feigned weakness, leaning against the wall, my hands slipping into my bosom, my thoughts delving into the void. I searched and then produced a thick bundle, meticulously wrapped in oil paper. Take this. I thrust the bundle into Chia's trembling hands. Miss, what is this? Open it and see. With quivering hands, Chia unwrapped the oil paper. As she beheld the contents, she gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, her mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg within. A substantial stack, all notes of considerable denomination. At a glance, there must be at least 10,000 taels. Mississippi. So much silver. Where did you hide this? I follow you every day. How could I not know? Chia's voice quivered with astonishment as she clutched the banknotes as if they were a scalding hot potato. I gazed upon the astonished expression of Chaya, momentarily speechless. before turning my attention towards the brilliantly illuminated main courtyard. The biting wind of the desolate courtyard swirled with withered leaves, brushing against the coarse fabric of my garments. A chilling resentment burned within my chest, yet oddly bestowed upon me a serene sense of control over the unfolding circumstances. Slowly, I curled my lips into a smile, one that bore an unsettling coldness and madness beneath the dim light. Hide! My voice was soft, yet it pierced like a poisoned icicle. This is merely the beginning. Chaya, don't they revel in thievery? Seizing my courtyard, my dowry, my very life. Let them bask in their fleeting triumph for a few days. Clutch those possessions tightly and indulge in their fanciful dreams. My gaze seemed to penetrate through the layers of courtyards, honing in on the storeroom, fixating on the smug visages of Qin Lang and his mother. Before long, I shall reclaim every bit of what they have devoured from the Lin family, what they have taken from Lin Wani, down to the very last morsel. This Qin family, along with their coveted wealth and splendor, I, Lin Wani, will personally strip it bare. Chapter 3, Should We Really Abandon the Child? Lin Zi retrieved a bundle of land deeds, property titles, and the indenture contracts of all the servants of the Qin family. As the matrons entered the main courtyard, she, relying on the memories of the original owner, located these items and collected them along with some banknotes. Meanwhile, Chaya was too preoccupied with bantering with the matrons to notice. Chaya, take these items to Mama Fong. Lin Zi handed the land deeds and indentures to Chaya, whispering a few words into her ear. Chaya's eyes sparkled with understanding as she replied, I shall attend to this at once. Lin Zi then instructed, when you return, be sure to bring back some miscarriage medicine. Once this child is dealt with, I will settle accounts with these people. Chaya hesitated momentarily. Miss, do you truly wish to part with this child? Master Qin is to marry another woman, and yet he expects me to bear him a child? What a dream. Lin Zi's words startled Chaya. Just days ago, upon hearing of the Lin family's disgrace, she was in a state of distress, appearing meek and apologetic before her fiancé, worried that the family's troubles would tarnish his reputation. She even coerced the Lin patriarch into writing a severance letter, which had satisfied her. Yet, in merely 2 days, her demeanor had transformed entirely. Fearing Lin Zi might have a change of heart, Chaya cautioned, Miss, if this child is lost, it may not sit well with Master Qin. You and he. It would truly be over. Do I need to justify myself to him? When he married a primary wife and asked me to make way for her, did he offer any explanations? Enough with the hesitation. Go now. The reason Lin Zi entrusted these significant items to Chaya was due to a mention in the book that this maid was the most loyal servant to the original owner. Alonsi de Mama Fan. Mama Fong was the original owner's wet nurse, who had repeatedly cautioned her to be wary of the Qin family's intentions, suggesting they did not genuinely care for her. However, the original owner perceived Mama Fong's advice as an attempt to sow discord between her and her husband, subsequently giving her the indentures and sending her away. Mama Fong departed with great reluctance, having raised the girl since childhood, only to be abandoned as she married. She bowed 3 times before leaving, turning back thrice with tearful eyes, ultimately departing the Qin household. The original owner still held affection for Mama Fong and gifted her a courtyard in Chang'an City upon her departure, a place she had personally arranged. Thus she knew its whereabouts. Both of these loyal servants ultimately met tragic ends due to their protection of the original owner, falling victim to the Qin family's treachery. As Chaya prepared to leave, Lin Zi called out to her, Are you certain you can get out? Chaya patted her chest confidently. Rest assured, miss. I will handle this. There's a dog hole in the east wall. I have crawled through it before, and I shall not let them see me. Watching Chaya dart away, Lin Zi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She retreated to her space, lying on her mattress, waiting for Chaya's return. Perhaps due to the fragility of this body or the effects of morning sickness, after all the tumult, she unexpectedly fell asleep, until she heard Chaya calling her. She hurriedly emerged from her space. Chaya, stop calling. I am here. Chaya rushed over. Miss, why are you sitting on the ground? Lin Zi gestured towards the room, indicating that sitting on the bed was no different from sitting on the floor. Chaya set down the medicine in her hands, and assisted Lin Zi to her feet, chiding herself for forgetting that the young lady was unwell and should have helped her tidy up before moving forward, allowing her to lie down and rest first. Lin Zi looked at the medicine on the floor and inquired, "Where did you get the money?" It seemed she had forgotten to give her any when she left. Replying to the young lady, "I used my monthly allowance, which I have been saving up, hoping to send it back home to my parents someday. Now that you are in trouble, this money will come in handy." Lin Zi felt touched in her heart, grateful for such a loyal maid. "Miss, everything you entrusted to me has been taken care of. Mama Fong wants you to rest assured. She will ensure the Qin family is left homeless." Observing Lin Zi's feeble demeanor, Chaya cleaned off a worn-out chair with her sleeve and moved it into the sunlight of the courtyard. "Miss, you should sit outside in the sun for a while. I'll tidy up the room. Once everything is in order, I will prepare the medicine." Lin Zi was unaware of the discomfort she was experiencing. She felt unwell all over. "All right, then I shall trouble you." Chaya posed. It was rare for the young lady to express such concern for her efforts, and she quickly replied, "Not at all. It's no trouble." Lin Zi stepped in the courtyard. The spring sun was not scorching. Its rays carried a refreshing aroma, as if it had just awakened from the cold of winter, imbued with a hint of shyness and tenderness. Lin Zi sat in the chair, feeling languid, yet her mind was occupied with thoughts of her next steps. According to the texts, Crown Prince Li Wenqing had been demoted to a commoner and exiled to Fangzhou for using witchcraft in the Eastern Palace, inciting the emperor's wrath. The capital of this dynasty was Chang'an, and the distance from Chang'an to Fangzhou was over 1,000 miles if one followed the official roads. Lin Zi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, revealing a hint of derision. The old emperor truly had the audacity to exile his precious son across such a distance. He was fully aware that this was all a scheme orchestrated by Prince Qi, yet he still chose to cast him away. On the day the deposed crown prince returned to Chang'an, the emperor wept bitterly, claiming it was for his protection that he had been exiled. There was little difference from her previous life's foolish father. Indeed, with a stepmother came a stepfather. Meanwhile, Li Wenqing had endured substantial suffering. Even the officials who had pleaded for the crown prince's cause were imprisoned, with their clans exiled. What was the emperor's intention? To incite resentment against the crown prince's faction. The Lin family was also caught up in this turmoil. Truly, the heart of a ruler is difficult to fathom. Serving a monarch is akin to treading on the back of a tiger. Exiled to Fangzhou, Lin Zi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Fangzhou was surrounded by mountains and forests, a perilous place ideal for political isolation, where exiled princes or nobles would find it challenging to swiftly intervene in court affairs, and their former powers would struggle to infiltrate. Moreover, although Fangzhou is not affluent, its temperate climate ensures basic living conditions for exiles, thereby mitigating the risks of famine-induced upheaval. Consequently, Fangzhou is relatively safe, making it suitable for prolonged confinement. It is no wonder that the emperor chose to exile the deposed crown prince to Fangzhou. It reveals a semblance of compassion, as this locale is far superior to the miasmic regions of Lingnan and Qianzhou, or the frigid terrains of the north. Should she be exiled to Fangzhou, once she gives birth, she could indeed accompany the Lin family. Reflecting on the narrative where the Lin family, even after 5 years, returned to the capital only to face the calamity of confiscation and execution, she resolved not to allow the Lin family to become political scapegoats. Exile with the Lin family was merely a formality. She relished the prospect of travel and adventure, eager to witness firsthand the experiences of ancient exiles. However, prior to departure, she intended to take everything that was rightfully hers, including the dowry bestowed upon the original owner by the Lin family. With this determination, Lin Zi felt invigorated. Chaya worked swiftly, soon tidying the room and retrieving bedding. Although some belongings from the main courtyard could not be salvaged, the matrons in charge did provide the bedding used by the original owner. At last, Lin Zi could lie down and rest for a moment. "Chaya, please prepare the medicine." Lin Zi typically preferred to act independently, but feeling unwell, she welcomed assistance. "Miss, have you made your decision? Although you are angry with the young master, this child is still yours," Chaya remarked, clumsily attempting to counsel her. Fearing that Lin Zi might regret her choice, she felt compelled to speak. If the young lady insisted on discarding the child, she would prepare the medicine. If she had a change of heart, Chaya would gather restorative herbs to bolster her health. Chaya fixed her gaze on Lin Zi, hoping to sway her decision. Before Lin Zi could respond, a loud thud echoed as the door was kicked open, followed by hurried footsteps. Madam, at the behest of the old lady and the master. Chapter 4. To make her a concubine, Madame Wang unilaterally informed Lin Zi that the Qin family had decided to demote her to the status of a concubine, marrying the illegitimate daughter, He Jiao Jiao of the minister's family, as his legitimate wife. This was also a demand from the He family. Lin Zi chuckled softly, but her gaze quickly turned icy. What if I refuse? She had never encountered such shameless individuals. They consumed the benefits of her dowry with such brazen entitlement. To reduce her from wife to concubine, was it merely a ploy to seize her dowry? Madame Wang advised, Madam, I too hail from the Lin household, and my heart naturally leans toward you. It would be wise to acquiesce. Should the young master choose to abandon you, you would find yourself destitute on the streets. At least he has only demoted you to a concubine, not cast you out entirely. You should be thankful for that. Her words successfully incited a laugh from Lin Zi. These ingrates of the Qin family, from the masters to the servants, were all living off the bounty of the original mistress. How dare they demand gratitude? This woman distorted the truth, blurring the lines of right and wrong. She was indeed a servant molded by the old matriarch of the Qin family. Lin Zi could not restrain her retort. Madam, you are a servant purchased by my Lin family, and the monthly allowance you receive comes from her household. I have yet to see any gratitude from you. Who is unaware that the entire Qin estate is sustained by the original mistress's dowry? Madame Wang was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. Madam, you are mistaken. I now work in the Qin household and receive my salary from them. Since you are a servant of the Qin family, then it is well. Go and inform them that I do not consent, Lin Zi stated, unwilling to engage further. Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of selling these people, but now her conscience was at ease. Madame Wang's expression shifted. Madam, I advise you to contemplate this matter carefully. Whether you agree or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Once Madame Wang departed, Lin Zi looked at Chaya, questioning whether she should keep this child, allowing him to be a bastard and suffer alongside her in this household. Chaya's eyes were already filled with indignation. These people are truly outrageous. She sighed, Miss, I shall go prepare the medicine. Chaya hurried away, while Lin Zi lay on the bed, reflecting on the plot of the book, which mirrored her current predicament. Madame Wang had come to inform the original mistress that the Qin family intended to demote her to a concubine. The original mistress had caused quite a scene, threatening Qin Lang with a hairpin, declaring that if he dared to make her a concubine, she would end the child's life within her womb. The Qin family, valuing offspring above all, feared that the original mistress might indeed suffer a miscarriage due to her emotional turmoil, and thus they consented. However, this only deepened Qin Lang's disdain for the original mistress. Chaya returned with the prepared medicine, intending to persuade Lin Zi to reconsider. Before she could speak, Lin Zi lifted the bowl and drank the concoction in one go. Miss, it's still hot. Fortunately, it's not too hot now. It was already late March. Although the weather had warmed, the mornings and evenings remained quite cool, causing the medicine to cool rapidly. Having consumed the medicine, Chaya realized there was no turning back, and tears welled in her eyes. Lin Zi jested, Silly girl, why are you crying? Are you afraid of following your daughter and letting her go hungry? I merely feel pity for her. Chaya spoke, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. It's all right. It's just a lost child, nothing serious. Fortunately, the fetus is still small, and losing it 1T significantly harm her body. She'll recover in a few days. However, considering the situation, she recalled that the Lin family would be exiled in 7 days, leaving her with little time to recuperate. Moreover, during these 7 days, she must venture out to procure supplies. Otherwise, they would suffer greatly on their journey into exile. Although she is an outsider and exempt from the shackles of punishment, she still requires sustenance. Seeing Lin Zi speak so lightly about the loss, Chaya assumed she was unaware of the toll it could take on her health. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort, she noticed Lin Zi's pained expression, clutching her abdomen, sweat glistening on her brow, which startled her. Miss, please wait. I shall fetch some hot water. Perhaps due to the fetus's early stage, it soon passed. Isn't the Qin family the most concerned about offspring? At that time, she would return the Qin lineage to them. When Qin Lang marries He Jiaojiao, she would present them with a splendid wedding gift. Lin Zi instructed Chaya to place the fetus in a wooden box. Assuming it was for burial, Chaya refrained from questioning further. Chaya, put this box aside for now. I'm tired and need a rest. Chaya supported Lin Zi as she lay down, tucking her in. Miss, please rest. I will go to the large kitchen and fetch some food. The main courtyard where Lin Zi resided had a small kitchen, and Chaya, serving as the firekeeper there, was well acquainted with her habits. Normally, when she felt hungry after a while, Lin Zi would instruct the small kitchen to prepare some snacks to stave off hunger. Spending ample time in the small kitchen, Chaya had also learned to cook from the head cook. However, the small kitchen was of no use now. She would have to go to the large kitchen. Chaya sighed, fearing she would face difficulties once more. Holding the wooden box, she felt another wave of heartache. Their young lady had never endured such humiliation, forcing her to personally dispose of her own child. Indeed, as Mama Fong had said, the Qin family was far from virtuous. What would become of the young lady in the days ahead? When Lin Zi awoke, she found the sky had turned pitch black. She touched her abdomen and realized she was quite hungry. Chaya, Chaya. The room was too dark to see anything. Miss, I am here. Chaya hurried over to assist Lin Zi. Suddenly, she heard Chaya gasp sharply, and Lin Zi paused, asking what happened. In the moonlight, she discerned that Chaya bore an injury on her face and frowned, inquiring, Who did this to you? I'm fine, miss. It's just that those people are too much. They served us yesterday as leftovers, the rice spoiled, and was meant to be fed to stray dogs. But they. Chaya, possessing great strength, had fought with 5 or 6 servants, sustaining injuries while those matrons failed to gain anything. So, you engaged them in a scuffle? Chaya hung her head, yes. Silly girl, don't do that again. It's not worth it for a mere meal. However, the young lady is still hungry. Lin Zi let out a sigh, stating, It's fine. Let's light the oil lamp first. This young lady is adaptable. The wicked servants may bully their master, but they shall wait. In a few days, they will be sold off, and then they will taste the bitterness themselves. Chia hesitantly said Mississippi. Lin Zi, feeling anger rise within her, exclaimed, No oil lamp? This is utterly outrageous. She took several deep breaths to compose herself and continued, Come, let us depart from this place and enjoy a sumptuous meal. Those spoiled leftovers can be left for them. But miss, we have no money. Lin Zi lowered her voice and replied, Who says we have no money? I can certainly retrieve those land deeds, so why not collect the silver notes as well? Upon hearing this, Chia's eyes brightened instantly. That's wonderful. I knew our young lady would not easily suffer losses. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the young lady had grown wiser, unlike the usual timid Mrs. Qin, who would cower before the Qin family while being authoritative towards the servants. The current young lady exudes a newfound composure and determination. Yes, she's also quite amiable. This is how the legitimate daughter of the Lin family should be. The two arrived at the dog hole in the east wall. Chia couldn't help but ask, Miss, do you really intend to crawl out through here? Chapter 5. Is this really the young lady? The legitimate daughter of the Lin family crawling through a dog hole? One could hardly believe it. Yet, for Lin Zi in her current state, she was no longer the delicate miss of the Lin household. She was quite accustomed to scaling walls and climbing trees. The only issue was her somewhat frail constitution, which could be remedied with diligent exercise in the future. Aware that Chaya was skeptical, Lin Zi knelt before the dog hole and was the first to crawl through, gesturing for Chaya to follow. Chaya's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Lin Zi's nimbleness in the moonlight. Could this truly be their young lady? It was only upon hearing Lin Zi's voice that Chaya snapped out of her astonishment and followed suit. The two successfully emerged from the wall, tidied their garments, and after procuring some medicinal supplies, sought refuge in an inn. They casually dined before securing a moderately priced room to share. Although the original owner's dowry was ample enough for Lin Zi to live comfortably for a lifetime, her frugality prevailed, especially considering the need to support the entire Lin family once she returned to Fengzhou. It was prudent to refrain from extravagance. After a while, Chaya returned with a bowl of chicken soup for Lindsay. Lindsay cast a glance at her. Did you purchase this with your own monthly allowance? Chaya nodded. Miss, you have just suffered a miscarriage. I asked the kitchen to prepare this as soon as we checked in. It has been simmering for over an hour. Please drink it. Lindsay had never been fond of greasy concoctions. Had she desired such, she would have ordered it herself during their meal. Yet, recognizing Chaya's good intentions, she could not let them go to waste. Pinching her nose, Lindsay forced the oily soup down her throat, internally lamenting that the dishes at this inn were not nearly as delectable as those she prepared herself. Setting the bowl aside, she retrieved a pouch and tossed it to Chaya. Here, this is for you. Inside were over 30 taels of silver, including coins and ingots. And Chaya was astonished to find a 50-tael banknote tucked away as well. Miss, you need not give me so much. There are still many things to purchase. I cannot continuously spend your monthly allowance. Take it. Do you think your young lady lacks money? Chaya paused, realizing, indeed, that her mistress would never be in want. With this thought, she accepted the silver. She began to feel that perhaps her young lady's marriage was a blessing in disguise. Had she remained unmarried, Chaya feared she might already be imprisoned. The following day, Chaya woke Lindsay early, inquiring whether she would return to the Chin residence. If she did not, there was a genuine risk that the Chin family would seize upon her absence for their own advantage. Lindsay waved her hand dismissively, indicating she needed more rest. Chaya, make a trip back to the kitchen for some food. This way, they will not suspect anything. She recalled that in 6 days, the Lin family would face exile, coinciding with Qin Lang's wedding to He Jiao. With the Qin family preoccupied with wedding preparations, they would likely overlook her status as a discarded wife. Chaya's eyes lit up. Indeed, miss, you are quite astute. If she were to fetch food, the Qin family would assume that the lady was still in that cluttered courtyard, and thus would not suspect them. As Chaya ran off, Lindsay found herself unable to sleep. She first instructed the kitchen of the inn to prepare a dozen dishes, including braised pork, roasted goose, roasted duck, roasted fish, and the establishment's signature dishes. Once prepared, these were placed in a food box and delivered to her room. She could cover the expenses for the utensils and the food box. Uncertain of whether her space possessed preservation capabilities, she opted for a modest quantity initially, planning to acquire more later if feasible. Seizing the opportunity, while Chaya was away, she contemplated purchasing some staple goods like rice, flour, cooking oil, and medicinal herbs, items that have a long shelf life and do not spoil easily, rendering the preservation aspect moot. It had been some time since she last entered her space, and upon her return, she found that all the provisions she had previously acquired remained intact, with an additional spring appearing in the courtyard. Lindsay scooped a bowl of water and took a sip, surprised to discover a hint of sweetness. She was astonished. Could this be a spiritual spring? Her heart swelled with joy, feeling as if she had struck a great fortune, having lost her mother to illness at a young age. And with her father remarrying and having a son, her standing within the Lin family had become quite precarious. Not only did her stepmother harbor disdain for her, but eventually, even her father's affection waned. She was sent back to live with her grandmother in the countryside. However, her grandmother was elderly, and Lindsay had always pushed herself to be independent, handling everything on her own. After her grandmother passed away, she moved into a school. The Lin family was unwilling to support her education, so she worked part-time jobs from high school onward to support herself, diligently saving money until she could finally purchase this house in the suburbs of Kyoto after years of hard work. What she cherished most about this property was the spacious courtyard, where she could cultivate her favorite plants. Fearing that the Lin family might seize her only asset, she felt a sense of relief, knowing that all her belongings were now secured here. Unbeknownst to her, after consuming a bowl of that water, Lindsay felt an unexpected surge of energy. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. This further solidified her belief that this truly was a spiritual spring. On her journey of exile, she would no longer fear the lack of drinking water. Observing the courtyard, she noted the absence of anything besides the spiritual spring, rendering it rather barren. She recalled having purchased seeds previously, intending to plant them in the courtyard, but had not yet found the time. Upon returning indoors, she found that the seeds were indeed still there. Yet, She remembered that her purpose in entering the space was to enhance her appearance for her upcoming shopping excursion. Thus, she returned to her bedroom and sat before the mirror, staring at her reflection in astonishment. To her surprise, the original owner possessed quite an attractive visage. Her skin was delicate and fair, as flawless as jade, her nose petite and elegantly arched, and her lips were like a touch of vermilion, especially accentuated by her almond-shaped eyes, which had a slight upward tilt at the corners, exuding an inadvertent allure. Lindsay clicked her tongue, lamenting that the original owner, despite her striking looks, lacked any semblance of intellect. Indeed, the heavens are fair. Yet, one must ponder, how could such a captivating visage ever be scorned by a cad? Indeed, men are notoriously unreliable. Reflecting on it, who is Qin Lang but a destitute scholar, desperately seeking to ascend the social ladder? For him, the beauty of women is of little consequence. It is the power they embody that entices him. Moreover, Qin Lang is himself quite handsome and exceptionally gifted, naturally attracting the affections of numerous women. Lindsay chose not to dwell on this further and hastily washed her face, sitting before the mirror, manipulating her features until they bore a slight distinction from her former self. She first ventured to the embroidery shop to procure a veil to conceal her face, then made her way directly to the grain and oil store. A sudden inspiration struck her. Upon reaching the entrance of the store, she halted. Why stockpile grain when the Qin family is to host a grand wedding banquet in a few days? Based on the original owner's insights into the Qin family, it is certain they will spare no expense. All she needs to do is gather the provisions prepared by the Qin kitchen the night before, and everything will be hers. Additionally, from the original owner's memories, she recalled a custom of the Qin dynasty. The bride's family would circle the city with the dowry 2 days prior to the wedding to avoid disrupting the auspicious timing of the ceremony. A sly smile crept upon her lips. Let it not be said that Lindsay lacks courtesy when the time comes. With this thought in mind, she visited the apothecary to acquire various medicinal herbs required for her journey before returning to the inn. Inquiring with the attendant about the meal preparations, the attendant failed to recognize her at first. Upon revealing her room number, the attendant exclaimed, "It is ready. I shall bring it to your room right away." "Thank you, kind sir," she replied. After Lindsay returned to her room, the attendant soon arrived with her meal, closing the door behind him as he departed. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lindsay began to stow the meal away in her space, a low, persistent knock echoed through the door. Chapter 6. A ransom for that scoundrel. As Lindsay opened the door, she found herself face to face with the housekeeper, Mama Fong. Upon seeing Lindsay, Mama Fong's eyes brimmed with tears. "My dear, you have suffered so much," she lamented. Lindsay quickly pulled her into the room, not wishing for her to cry outside and attract unwanted attention. "Nanny, what brings you here?" Wiping her tears, Mama Fong explained, "Just now, Delin happened to encounter Chai on the street." Delin was Mama Fong's son. Shortly after giving birth to him, her husband fell ill and passed away. The Fong family fell into dire poverty, and seeing her family on the brink of starvation, Mama Fong had no choice but to leave Delin with her elderly in-laws and sell herself into servitude at the Lin household, becoming Lindsay's wet nurse. Lin's mother, Song Rulin, did not prevent Mama Fong from caring for her young son and elderly in-laws despite her circumstances. They were all pitiable souls in their own right. Through further inquiry, Lindsay learned that Mama Fong's son, Delin, had recognized Chai hurrying towards the Qin residence. Noticing the injuries on her face, he stopped her to inquire, only to discover that Lindsay had just suffered a miscarriage and was currently at the inn. Mama Fong's body tensed with anger. How could they treat the young lady so cruelly? "I shall confront them." The previous day, Chai had sought out Mama Fong, handing her a bundle of land deeds, claiming they were for the young lady, instructing her to sell them. Before Mama Fong could ask for clarification, Chai had hurried away. Mama Fong had already surmised the situation. She thought perhaps the young lady had finally wised up and realized the need to guard against the Qin family. Who could have imagined that the Qin family would seek to demote her to a concubine? Lindsay quickly restrained Mama Fong, saying, "Wait." She recalled that in the original story, the protagonist had initially refused to acknowledge Mama Fong. It was only years later, upon the return of her brother to the capital, when he denied her existence, that she learned of her abandonment by the Qin family. Infuriated, Mama Fong had gone to confront the Qin household, only to be met with accusations of trespassing and attempts to harm, resulting in a brutal beating that led to her untimely death. Consequently, Mama Fong's son could no longer tolerate the protagonist, leaving her to wander the streets. Indeed, Mama Fong was a loyal protector of her charge. "Nanny, do not fret. I have my own plans," Lin Zi reassured her. "Please proceed to sell those lands and properties. As for the servants of the Qin family, act swiftly. If they refuse to buy, offer them a reasonable price." Lin Zi was resolute. She would not endure indignities at the hands of the Qin family. Even if she could not obtain a divorce decree, a letter of separation would suffice. Her dowry would not be squandered on them. Mama Fong nodded in agreement. After shedding tears for a while longer, she suggested that Lin Zi return to her small courtyard, but Lin Zi declined. The courtyard was too small for too many people, and she preferred the inn for its convenience in managing her affairs. Days passed, and Lin Zi's health had nearly recovered. She ventured out several times, gathering supplies. It was time for her to return to the Qin family. Indeed, as the Qin family eagerly sought to align themselves with the He family, they hastily arranged the marriage, entirely neglecting Lin Zi, who remained confined within the courtyard. On that day, a servant informed Lin Zi that they intended to welcome He Jiaojiao as a legitimate wife, merely notifying her without regard for her consent. Meanwhile, Chaya returned to the Qin residence daily, and although Lin Zi was trapped within her quarters, she remained well aware of the happenings in the Qin household. That night, Lin Zi and Chaya stealthily entered the Qin estate through a small dog hole. In the stillness of the night, Lin Zi retrieved the sedative powder she had previously asked Mama Fong to prepare and made her way to the main courtyard. Gazing at the red silk draped over the main gate, she felt a wave of irony wash over her. "Oh, original owner," she mused. "How could you have fallen for such a despicable man?" Pushing open the gate, she navigated her way to the private treasury, guided by the memories of the former owner. Finding the treasury locked, Lin Zi skillfully employed a wire she had fashioned, inserting it into the lock. Within moments, the lock clicked open. How could such a simple task pose any challenge to her? She had a childhood friend who was a locksmith, and given her frequent forgetfulness with keys, he had taught her this skill out of exasperation. The locks of this era seemed even easier to manipulate. Upon entering the treasury, she took out a flashlight from her spatial dimension and beheld the trove of treasures within. Silks, gold, silver, jewels, antiques, calligraphy, precious ink stones, spices, medicinal herbs, and exquisite teas and wines, among others. These items constituted the dowry provided by the Lin family, and it was indeed substantial. Additionally, Lin Zi's own jewelry and garments appear to have been neatly organized within the treasury, likely at the behest of the Qin matriarch. Without hesitation, she gathered all of them into her spatial dimension, leaving behind the chests. Next, Lin Zi ventured to the outer courtyard, where she spied an array of redwood chests, clearly belonging to He Jiaojiao's dowry. Two supervising matrons appear to be asleep. She tiptoed closer, intending to open a chest, when one of the matrons stirred suddenly, prompting her to retreat into her spatial dimension. The matron, upon awakening, surveyed her surroundings and then resumed her slumber. After a considerable time had passed, Lin Zi reemerged. She did not rush to collect the remaining items, but instead ignited the sedative powder, which she had previously instructed Mama Fong to procure. She held it beneath the noses of the matrons for a while, and upon seeing them sink deeper into slumber, she extinguished the powder and continued to gather items into her spatial dimension. This dowry would serve as He Jiaojiao's ransom from that scoundrel. Dozens of chests filled with dowry were all stowed away, while the chests themselves remained in their original place, intended to confound the Qin family. Once her task was complete, Lin Zi returned to her quarters to rest, unbeknownst to the Qin family. The following day, she awoke well past noon. Observing the spoiled food that Chaya had left on the table, she squinted her eyes. It seemed she would soon have to confront the Qin family. Lin Zi made her way to the courtyard where the matriarch resided, finding the Qin family gathered there, including Qin Lang, his elder brother, sister-in-law, and younger siblings. Qin Mu was engaged in discussions regarding the marriage arrangements for the following day when she noticed Lin Zi entering the room. Unable to suppress her frown, she inquired, "What brings you here?" In the past, the original owner would have greeted her with utmost respect, a fact that greatly pleased Qin Mu. What did it matter if one were a noble lady of the royal city? They would still show her the proper deference. All of this honor was bestowed upon her by her son, Qin Lang. Therefore, a good marriage could never surpass a good birth. However, at this moment, Lin Zi exhibited no intention of bowing. Instead, she directed her gaze straight at Qin Lang, stating, "Upon hearing that my husband intends to take a new wife, it is only proper for me to be present to uphold the customary formalities." The word take was pronounced with particular emphasis. There exists a world of difference between to marry and to take. Only a wife is married, whereas a concubine is taken. Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if the servants had failed to communicate the matter clearly to her. How could Jiao Jiao, the daughter of a noble family, be made a concubine? A hint of scorn played at the corners of Lin Zi's lips as she continued, "Oh, is my husband contemplating the idea of dismissing his wife to marry anew? What if I refuse?" She added with a fierce determination, "If you dare, I shall sue you for seeking to dismiss your wife." Qin Lang's expression darkened further. He despised the way Lin Zi looked at him with such defiance. Before he could respond, Qin Mu interjected, "If you are unwilling, the Qin family shall divorce." How could such an exceptional son be bound to the daughter of a traitor as his legitimate wife? "Your daughter-in-law is foolish. May I ask, mother, which of the 7 transgressions has she committed?" Lin Zi felt a surge of confidence here, for the original owner had been like a mouse in the presence of the Qin family. How could she possibly have committed any of the 7 transgressions? According to the laws of Deqian, a woman without children could only be divorced after 3 to 5 years. They had only been married for 2 years. Even if she bore no children, she did not fall under the 7 transgressions. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's expression instantly grew colder. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Lin Zi, you are bold." Chapter 7. The delivery of the divorce papers. Qin Lang was utterly taken aback by Lin Zi's audacity in daring to confront her mother. The gentle and understanding demeanor she had previously displayed was clearly a fade. "Lin, how dare you defy your mother? Today, I shall finalize our divorce." The mocking expression on Lin Zi's face deepened. "Oh, what a grand display of authority, Lord Qin. The Dali Temple requires evidence for its actions. Yet your family forbids any form of defense. Has the world truly turned into a domain of the Qin clan?" Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Anger began to color his features. Lin Zi, uninterested in further banter, declared, "Let us part ways." Upon her words, the members of the Qin family turned their gazes towards her, their faces etched with disbelief. The once infatuated Lin Zi, who had been utterly devoted to Qin Lang, was now proposing a separation? Surely, they must have misheard. Qin Lang reiterated, "What did you say?" "You heard me correctly. Let us part ways. I shall not hinder your pursuit of another wife. Should you refuse, I will submit a petition to the authorities tomorrow, and you can be known as Lord Qin, who divorces his wife to remarry." Qin Lang was incensed. Just as he was about to command his servants to confine Lin Zi to the courtyard, she interjected, "Qin Lang, I advise you to consider carefully. Although my father has been imprisoned, the Lin family still has other members. If anything were to happen to me, you must understand the repercussions." Lin Zi scoffed. In the memories of the original owner, after her father Lin Fu fell from grace, those relatives distanced themselves as if they could escape the shame, nearly expelling her father's branch from the Lin clan. Yet, it was undeniable that this was information unknown to Qin Lang, allowing Lin Zi to leverage her family's influence once more. However, it was not that the original owner withheld this from Qin Lang. She simply had no opportunity to discuss it with him. Since the Lin family's downfall, Qin Lang had kept a considerable distance from her, with their only encounter being when he came to inform her about his intention to wed He Jiao Jiao, coincidentally crossing paths with Lin Zi. This encounter had indeed unsettled Qin Lang. Words he wished to express were swallowed back, replaced by a visible impulse to strike. Lin Zi was startled. Could this man from humble beginnings truly harbor tendencies for domestic violence? Before Qin Lang could respond, his mother interjected, "Divorce is out of the question. It must be a dismissal. If we were to separate, the woman must return with her dowry. A dismissal, however, requires none. Very well. I kindly ask Lord Qin to deliver the divorce papers to my chamber later, with the official seal affixed. At this moment, Lin Zi felt as if she were facing 10 adversaries and feared being at a disadvantage. She turned on her heel and strode towards the exit, leaving the Qin family in a state of bewilderment. When had Lin Zi become so accommodating? Did she not comprehend the implications of a dismissal? She would not be allowed to take even a single piece of her dowry. Qin Lang's sister, Qin Yulian, was elated at the turn of events. Brother, this is splendid. If that is the case, does it mean my dowry is now secured? Qin Yulian was of age and ready for marriage. Despite her disdain for Lin Zi, she could not deny that the entire Qin household thrived on the financial support of her second sister-in-law, whose funds had been used to procure all their garments and jewelry. If she wished for a lavish wedding like that of her sister-in-law, it would be an impossibility. Now, it is settled. Lin Zi is to be divorced, and all her dowry belongs entirely to the Qin family. In her time, her dowry was the envy of many noble ladies in the capital. The matriarch of the Qin family scoffed, remarking that with so many sons in the Qin household, there was no place for Qin Yuetian. She nudged her husband, indicating he should speak, for he was the eldest son of the Qin family. However, Qin Dala was a mere farmer, and had it not been for Qin Lang's success, he would still be a simple countryman. Initially, he was rather simple-minded, but after marrying the Qin matriarch, he became entirely devoted to their small family. My dear sister, he said, those items have already entered the Qin residence. Thus, they belong to the Qin family. We have always passed down inheritance through the male line, and I suggest you relinquish any hopes. Indeed, he insisted she should abandon such thoughts. Qin Laoda's words were met with strong agreement from Qin Laosan, asserting that such possessions were certainly the property of the Qin family and could not be appropriated by outsiders. Furthermore, he had yet to marry. Surely a portion should be reserved for his bride's dowry. Qin Yuetian retorted, Brother, your reasoning is flawed. When Lin Zi wed my second brother, she stripped the Lin family of everything. Not only did she take her mother's dowry, but she also seized the dowries of my two sisters-in-law to create her ostentatious bridal procession. Why then am I not permitted to utilize my sister-in-law's dowry? Had Lin Zi been present, she would surely have been mortified, for prior to their marriage, Qin Lang had playfully suggested she procure half of Zhuke Street as a dowry. Remarkably, she did just that. Her parents and two brothers indulged her whims, and she managed to coax her mother and two sisters-in-law's dowries to enhance her grand bridal display, promising to return them later. Ultimately, she adamantly denied any intention of repayment, claiming these were gifts from her family and not to be reclaimed. The Lin family would not have feared mockery from others. This behavior incited deep resentment from her two sisters-in-law. Moreover, the original protagonist frequently returned to the Lin household to collect more valuables, rendering her sisters-in-law powerless to voice their anger. Meanwhile, Qin Lang wore a smug expression, believing himself a fortunate deity, having charmed Lin Zi to such an extent that she was utterly disoriented. In the span of just 2 years, he had amassed a considerable fortune, and he felt truly blessed by fortune. Had it not been for marrying Lin Zi, such wealth would have remained a distant dream, perhaps even in the next life. Qin Mu, too, beamed with pride, believing her son to be exceptionally capable. Clearly, the sacrifices made by the Qin family to ensure his education and literacy had proven worthwhile. Enough, all of you will have your share. We shall distribute it once Jiao Jiao enters the family, declared Qin Mu, silencing the room. This command brought her immense joy, as her children were dutiful and, regardless of their internal discontent, none dared to voice any objections. Thus, Qin Mu held absolute authority within the Qin household. At that moment, Lin Zi was in the courtyard, completely unaware that the Qin family had begun to divide the spoils. Had she known, she would have laughed heartily at the absurdity of it all. Did these people truly believe they were deserving of her belongings? Perhaps her words had indeed made an impression, for the Qin family soon delivered the divorce papers to her. Lin Zi cast a glance at the document. The words divorce stood out prominently, and indeed bore the official seal of the government, signed by Qin Lang. As for the other text, Lin Zi did not scrutinize it closely. It sufficed that it was a divorce decree. She had no intentions of remarrying in the future. She merely wished to sever all ties with the Qin family. Just as she tossed the divorce papers into her space, 5 or 6 servants rushed in, led by the fierce Zhang Pozi, who declared with malice, "Lin, since you have been dismissed, please leave the Qin family." Lin Zi glanced at Zhang Pozi, recalling that she had repeatedly instigated such mistreatment. Very well, Lin Zi would remember her. This score would be settled another day. "Chia, let us depart." Although Chia felt reluctant, she had no choice but to follow her mistress's command. Suddenly, the old woman extended her hand to block Chia's path, stating, "Chia cannot leave. She is a servant of the Qin family." Chapter 8. Ransacked, gazing into the malicious eyes of the old woman, Chia was suddenly filled with trepidation. "Miss, I cannot remain here." Lin Zi's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Go and inquire with Qin Lang whether I may take Chia with me. Should he dare to obstruct me, I shall lodge a complaint with the authorities, accusing him of unjustly dismissing his wife." The old woman hesitated, realizing she could not afford to delay. Casting a glare at Lin Zi, she hastily departed. Perhaps the Qin family, preoccupied with preparations for a joyous occasion, preferred to avoid further complications. Or perhaps they reveled in having usurped Lin Zi's dowry, allowing her to take Chia with her without resistance. It was not until Lin Zi had exited the gates of the Qin residence that the family realized the gravity of the situation. The land deeds and the contracts for their servants all remained firmly in Lin Zi's possession. Qin Lang could hardly believe that Lin Zi had left so easily. He turned to the old woman, demanding, "Are you saying she departed without taking anything at all?" Reporting to the master, the lady, "No, Lin, left with empty hands." The old woman replied. Instantly, the Qin family erupted in laughter. This meant that Lin Zi's dowry now belonged to the Qin household. Qin Yulian, seated beside the matriarch, pouted charmingly. "Mother, tomorrow marks the auspicious day when second brother weds second sister-in-law. I have heard that Lin Zi's dowry contains numerous exquisite garments and jewelry. Might you allow me to borrow a few pieces for the occasion?" At the wedding feast, she was determined to adorn herself in the most opulent jewelry and wear the latest fashions from the capital, thus shedding the label of a mere country girl. Who knows? Perhaps she might even catch the eye of a noble young gentleman. Qin mother shot her an irritated glance. "Did I not just provide you with several fine garments a few days ago, on the day when the key to Lin Zi's private treasury was taken by Wang Mama?" Qin mother had already opened the treasury to inspect Lin Zi's dowry. The sheer wealth that suddenly fell upon her nearly overwhelmed her senses. For over 20 years, she had endured a life of rough linen clothing and coarse meals, barely scraping by. The sole source of her pride was having sent Qin Lang to study. To her astonishment, her second son had excelled, not only passing the imperial examinations, but also securing an official position in the capital. Having lived under oppression at the lower rungs of society, the sudden elevation of her son to an official status allowed Qin mother to revel in her newfound authority, revealing her bitter nature with unrestrained vigor. Knowing that the original bride had wept and pleaded to marry her son, she internally believed that her son was worthy, while Lin Zi, had she not been born into the Lin family, was unfit to wed him. From the moment the original bride entered the Qin household, Qin mother had not deemed her worthy of a glance, despite the fact that everything she possessed was a result of the original bride's efforts. Upon receiving the key, she hastily retrieved many garments, fabrics, jewelry, and ornaments, all intended to ensure that the Qin family maintained a respectable appearance on Qin Lang's wedding day. As for the remaining items, Qin mother had no immediate plans to distribute them among the family. With the possessions in her grasp, she felt a sense of security. "Enough. The garments and jewelry I have given you are already quite valuable. After tomorrow, I shall procure a few more for you." Qin mother eagerly anticipated her children adorning themselves with all the gold and precious gems, names she could hardly recall, to prevent any scorn from the He family. That He Jiao Jiao was certainly not as easily placated as Lin Zi. Qin Yulian merely used this pretense to obtain more possessions. Upon hearing Qin mother's words, she refrained from pressing her further. She understood that although her mother favored her, excessive demands could lead to adverse effects. Qin Dasong, having opened her mouth to say something, fell silent upon witnessing her sister-in-law's failure to acquire anything. At that moment, Lin Ji was at the inn, where Mama Fong reported to her that everything had been arranged. The properties and estates had been sold a couple of days prior at prices slightly below market value. Although these were intended as Lin Ji's dowry, they had always been managed by the Lin family as servants. The Qin family never anticipated the sudden downfall of the Lin family. Meanwhile, Qin mother, being a village woman, was preoccupied with preparations for Qin Lang's wedding and had yet to grasp the situation. Lin Ji had already disposed of the properties and estates. As for the residents and servants of the Qin family, many of the agents were unwilling to engage in such troubles and thus refused to accept them. Eventually, Mama Fong approached the largest agency in Chang'an City, Chunji Agency, rumored to be backed by a powerful figure, which the Qin family could not afford to provoke. They ultimately concluded the deal at 20% below market value. Lin Ji nodded slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. The grand performance was about to commence. Nightfall arrived. Just after the hour of Su, the long street suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the stray dogs retreated to the alley's end. Lin Ji stealthily infiltrated the Qin residence, entering through the same dog hole as before. She first made her way to the large kitchen, where it was brimming with rice, vegetables, oil, meat, and other provisions prepared for the wedding banquet the following day, including dozens of tables set for the feast and hundreds of steamed buns. Lin Ji collected everything into her space. Opening the kitchen cabinets, she discovered various grains, oils, and seasonings, which she also stored away along with the cabinets. Even the 5 sheep and 30 chickens that had yet to be slaughtered were taken into her space. More than sufficient for the Lin family during their journey into exile. Previously, Lin Ji had ordered several dishes at the tavern, which she stored in her space. When she checked the next day, the food remained warm. 3 days later, upon inspection, the dishes were still warm, confirming that her space possessed preservation capabilities, ensuring the food would not spoil. After thoroughly looting all the pots, pans, and utensils from the kitchen, she exited the large kitchen and proceeded to the main courtyard-esque bridal chamber. The interior was splendidly arranged, with many furnishings being the original owner's dowry. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Ji's eyes as she collected everything into her space. Fortunately, the house she had purchased prior to her transmigration had 5 main rooms, 3 auxiliary rooms, and a large courtyard. Initially, she intended to cultivate fruits and vegetables in the courtyard, but it was now filled with her collected items. She then ventured into Qin mother's room, igniting a sleeping incense to ensure everyone remained in slumber before entering her bedroom. Noticing the garments hanging on the bedpost and the jewelry displayed on the table, likely intended for the wedding banquet, Lin Ji showed no mercy and gathered everything into her space, subsequently plundering the room entirely. Within Qin Mother's chamber, she discovered many valuable items, all part of her dowry. Unable to contain herself, she delivered 2 resounding slaps to Qin Mother's face. She only ceased when she had thoroughly bruised his face. Once again, she entered Qin Lang's room, continuing her relentless collecting. Before departing, she unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, specifically targeting his eyes. Tomorrow, on the day of the betrothal, he would undoubtedly emerge with a prominent black eye. Feeling further vexed, she thought such a scoundrel deserved to be rendered impotent, to prevent him from causing harm to other women. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Lin Ji retrieved a razor from her space and turned it upon Qin Lang's hair, swiftly shaving it all off. In a matter of moments, Qin Lang had transformed into a bald figure. Lin Ji gazed at her handiwork, unable to stifle a laugh. In ancient times, one's hair was held in the highest regard. Cutting it was akin to beheading. When he awoke to find himself bald, one could only imagine the expression on his face, especially on such a momentous day. Lin Ji then proceeded to visit the residence of Qin Lang's elder brother, the room of his sister, Qin Yuetian, and the quarters of his third brother, as well as the Qin family storeroom and servant quarters, systematically gathering all valuable items into her space. By the end of her endeavor, the estate was left with naught but a few worthless tables and chairs. It was not for lack of desire on Lin Ji's part, but rather, her space could accommodate no more. Having completed her tasks, Lin Ji prepared to leave, crawling back through the hole she had come from. However, as she emerged, she was startled to find a pair of male feet before her. Chapter 9. The thief Lin Zi raised her head and was relieved to see it was De Lin, the son of Aunt Fong. Without waiting for him to speak, she hurriedly got up. "Miss, please get on the carriage," De Lin urged. The carriage moved slowly through the desolate streets and soon arrived at Aunt Fong's residence. "Miss, do you truly wish to accompany the master and mistress to Fangzhou?" Aunt Fong could not help but wipe away her tears. Their young lady had never endured such hardships. Since the Lin family fell into misfortune, the Qin family, with their cold-heartedness, not only cast off the young lady, but also sought to seize her dowry. After all, she had watched her grow up, and thinking of it caused her great sorrow. "My mind is made up. Nurse, you must take care of yourself in the future. Even though the Lin family has fallen, with the love of my parents and 2 elder brothers for the original owner, it is far better than remaining in the capital. Moreover, I shall not suffer any grievances. The dowry is sufficient for me and the Lin family to live comfortably for a lifetime." Aunt Fong felt a deep sense of reluctance for Lin Zi. "Miss, Fangzhou is not as prosperous as Chang'an. I fear you may find it difficult to adapt." Lin Zi sensed that Aunt Fong genuinely cared for the original owner. "Nurse, I am no longer that noble young lady. Now that the Lin family has faced calamity, as their daughter, how can I remain indifferent?" Aunt Fong was quite astonished to hear this. When the Lin family had just fallen into disgrace, she had gone to the Qin family to find Lin Zi, but was unable to even enter their door before being driven away. The doorman had claimed it was Lin Zi's orders. "Miss, the journey into exile is fraught with hardship. It would be better for Lin to drive the carriage and take you directly to Fangzhou, where you can wait for the master and mistress. To travel to Fangzhou by carriage?" Lin Zi did entertain the thought, but remembering that the original owner's parents had perished on the road to exile, she felt a pang of reluctance. "No need, nurse. I can endure this little hardship." Though Aunt Fong felt sorrowful, she recognized Lin Zi's determination, so she refrained from further persuasion and made a decision to sell her house and accompany Lin Zi to Fangzhou. The following morning, when the Qin family awoke, they found the world had changed. Since old Madame Qin arrived in the capital, she had befriended several noble ladies and learned from them how to establish rules for her daughter-in-law. Thus, she had grown accustomed to rising early. It was only after Lin Zi was cast out to the humble courtyard that she instructed Wang Mama to notify Lin Zi that she need not conduct her morning and evening rituals anymore, to avoid seeing Lin Zi, which she found irksome. As soon as old Madame Qin opened her eyes, she instinctively reached for her wrist. Upon touching it, her expression changed drastically, and she cried out, "Ah, where are my gold bracelets?" Her favorite possessions were the 2 large gold bracelets Lin Zi had given her. Ever since she put them on, she had never taken them off. In Qin family village, only the village chief's wife was entitled to wear such adornments, leaving others to envy her. The village chief's wife's bracelet was not even half as heavy as hers. Since her son had successfully passed the imperial examinations, and she had come to the capital to discuss his marriage, she returned to the village with 2 exquisite large gold bracelets adorning her wrist. After returning, she paraded around the village, her demeanor radiating pride. Now, the entire Qin family village knew that Qin Lang had achieved the rank of a scholar and had allied with the influential Lin family in the capital. Now, her golden bracelet has vanished, and this truly feels like a death sentence for her. She cried out, "Mama Wang." Upon entering, Mama Wang was taken aback at the sight of elder Madame Qin. "Your face." The word she intended to express caught in her throat. The reason being, she observed the room was utterly barren, save for the elder's bed. There were no wardrobes or trunks to be found. Elder Madame Qin had evidently not yet realized this fact. "Where's my golden bracelet?" the elder inquired. "Isn't it adorning your wrist?" Mama Wang squinted for a closer look, only to find the elder's wrist bare, devoid of any bracelet. This was alarming. Since being assigned to serve the elder by Lin Zi, she had never seen the elder without it. Each night, she would glance at it before drifting off to sleep. "I do not know, elder madam," Mama Wang replied. "And what about the injury on your face? It must have been you who stole it. You're the only one permitted to come and go in this room." Elder Madame Qin's words held merit. Ever since Qin Lang married Lin Zi, he had gifted her many fine items. Having lived in poverty, she had never encountered such wealth. unsettled by the presence of servants. She had instructed that only Mama Wang could enter her quarters. Mama Wang hastily knelt. "Elder Madam, rest assured, I would not dare." Elder Madam Qin shot a glare at Mama Wang. "Is it truly not you?" Before Mama Wang could respond, a piercing scream echoed from outside, resembling the voice of her daughter, Qin Yulian. "What has happened to Yulian?" "Mama Wang, assist me in changing." Since moving into this residence, the elder had grown accustomed to being attended to by servants, even shunning the act of dressing herself. Noticing Mama Wang had not moved, she was about to chastise her when she realized the room was already stripped bare, her garments missing as well. She could no longer afford to don an outer robe and attempted to slip on her shoes to investigate outside, only to discover that even her shoes had disappeared. "Who dares to steal from the Qin residence? If I catch them, I shall flay their skin." She shot a glance at Mama Wang. "Give me your shoes." Elder Madam Qin donned Mama Wang's shoes and rushed outside. Seeing Qin Yulian sitting in the corridor clad only in a bodice and shorts, panic surged within her. "Yulian, what has transpired?" Qin Yulian wiped her tears. "Mother, all my clothes and jewelry have vanished." "Have we been robbed?" Raised on coarse hemp garments and foraging for wild vegetables. Qin Yulian had always regarded her clothing and ornaments as her lifeblood. No, more precious than life itself. She had endured tremendous hardship. The Qin family had economized relentlessly, tightening their belts merely to support her brother Qin Lang's education. It was only after much struggle that she had acquired these fine garments and jewels, and their sudden disappearance felt like a death knell. Elder Madam Qin felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that the Qin family had indeed been robbed? Looking further afield, she saw her eldest son and daughter-in-law hastening towards her, both attired in their undergarments. "Mother, we have been robbed." And then the third son, his old troubles resurfacing, rushed in. "Mother, everything in my room has vanished." Was it these wretched servants who did this? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Qin Lang opened his eyes. Today was a momentous occasion for him, as he was to marry Jiao Jiao, a day filled with joy. He needed to rise early to prepare for the arrival of his bride. Noticing that dawn had just begun to break, he lamented the noise created by his mother and family. As he searched for his outer garments by the bedside, annoyance washed over him when he could not find them, and he called out twice, but no servant came to his aid. He donned his shoes and stepped outside, making his way to the inner courtyard where he found his family gathered. Frowning, he inquired, "What are you all doing here?" Upon hearing Qin Lang's voice, everyone turned to look at him, their faces quickly morphing into expressions of disbelief. Granny Qin gasped, exclaiming, "Erlang, where's your hair?" Chapter 10. The elder Qin faints. It was only then that Qin Lang realized the chill atop his head, and unable to restrain himself, he reached up to touch it, only to find his scalp. A wave of softness washed over him, and he could no longer think of his mother or family. He rushed back to his room, eager to gaze into the bronze mirror. To his dismay, he found a room utterly bare. Not a single mirror remained, nor even a writing desk. The room contained nothing but a bed, and in the corner that chamber pot. He summoned a servant to fetch a basin of water. The servant had already witnessed Qin Lang's appearance and dared not utter a word, hastily departing to fetch the water. Upon its arrival, they discovered the room was too dim to reflect anything. "Light the lamp," he ordered. The young servant hesitated. "Master, there is no lamp in the room." Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Qin Lang overturned the basin, exclaiming in fury, "Who is responsible for this? Today is supposed to be my day of joy, yet I find myself in this state, unable to even step outside." He commanded the servant to assist him in donning an outer robe, prioritizing functionality over appearance. Anything was better than nothing. Yet, what was he to do about his baldness? At that moment, the servant spoke up. "Master, might I suggest you wear this soft cap I have on?" The soft cap, worn by the lower servants, was made from coarse material. Even before his examinations, Qin Lang had never donned such a humble garment. He deemed it fit only for the lowest of servants and common folk, far beneath his station. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Once adorned with the soft cap, Qin Lang ventured into the inner courtyard. "Mother, what has happened to your face?" Upon seeing the visage of Elder Qin, a shadow fell over Qin Lang's countenance, his eyes blazing with intense anger. Elder Qin had felt a throbbing pain on her face earlier. Yet, preoccupied with the loss of her golden bracelet, she had neglected to notice her injuries. Prompted by Qin Lang, she touched her face and winced in pain, finally realizing the extent of her wounds. Everyone soon observed Qin Lang's injuries as well. Qin Lao San remarked, "Second brother, what has happened to your eyes?" "What about my eyes?" he retorted. "I've been beaten." Qin San Lang could not stifle a laugh at his brother's appearance. Qin Lang, feeling the sting of pain, suddenly understood he too bore the marks of a scuffle. Clenching his fists, he was momentarily at a loss for breath, then lashed out with a kick at the snickering Qin San Lang. Qin San Lang quickly dodged. "Second brother, I didn't strike you. Why are you attacking me?" "Ah, you look so. Ah." Noticing the fire in Qin Lang's eyes and his fearsome expression, Qin San Lang abruptly silenced himself. Qin Lang suddenly pondered the possibility that if thieves had invaded the Qin residence, not even his belongings had been spared. What are the treasures in the private vault and Zhao Zhao's dowry? He dared not contemplate it further and hastened to the main courtyard. Heading to Lin Zi's private vault, he attempted to kick the door open, but the pain from his foot made him wince, hopping about in discomfort. He instructed a servant to fetch the key from the old matriarch. The key to the private treasury was always carried by the venerable Lady Qin, and Lin Zi had not taken it. Upon hearing that her son sought the key, Lady Qin's instincts kicked in. She momentarily disregarded the pain on her face and rushed over. As the treasury was opened, they discovered that the large chests remained untouched, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They were still there. Lady Qin hurriedly approached and lifted the lid of one chest, exclaiming, "How could this be? Where are my belongings? My dowry?" Unwilling to accept defeat, she opened one after another until she had examined 7 or 8 chests, all of which were empty, causing her to panic. Ultimately realizing that all were devoid of their contents, Lady Qin collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "Gone, all gone." With a roll of her eyes, she fainted. The Qin family soon arrived, and, upon seeing Lady Qin unconscious, rushed to her side, calling out, "Mother, mother, what has happened?" Qin Lang closed his eyes, recalling Zhao Zhao's dowry. Forgetting about Lady Qin, he sprinted towards the outer courtyard. Zhao Zhao's dowry was displayed prominently in the main hall of the outer courtyard. Yet, he hesitated, fearing what he might find. Could it also be empty chests? He quickly dismissed the thought, for the dowry was guarded. The He family, not trusting the situation, had dispatched 6 maids to watch over it, ensuring they would not stray even a step away. Even at night, there were vigilant eyes on it, ensuring its safety. Just as he intended to approach and open the chests, a maid intercepted him, exclaiming, "Halt!" Recognizing Qin Lang, she was momentarily startled by his presence. However, this was not her concern. Her duty was to safeguard the dowry. "Young master, you cannot open the chests. It is against the rules. Not only now, but even after marriage, without the mistress's consent, a husband cannot open his wife's dowry." Qin Lang clasped his hands respectfully. "I merely wish to ascertain that the dowry remains intact." The maid replied, "What a strange thing to say. We have been steadfast in our vigil here. How could the dowry simply vanish in a thin air? Even during the night, we take turns keeping watch so that no one else can approach. You misunderstand. The estate has been robbed, and many valuables have been lost. I fear that Zhao Zhao's dowry may be implicated." The maid, showing a degree of deference to Qin Lang, though she looked down upon the country folk, recognized him as the betrothed of the He family's daughter. "Since you say so, we shall take a look." Upon opening the chests, they were met with empty interiors. How could this be? How could this happen? The maids were thrown into a state of panic. "The dowry must have been stolen by your Qin family. It is undoubtedly your kin who have taken it. Indeed, it was your Qin family who committed the theft. I had suspected that I happened to fall asleep that night, only to realize it was your impoverished clan's scheme to pilfer our He family daughter's dowry. Come, let us report this to the young lady." Seeing the maids preparing to leave, Qin Lang hurriedly stepped forward to block their path. Once they exited the gates of the Qin household, clarifications would be futile. "Mother, our Qin family has also suffered losses. I implore you to explain this to Zhao Zhao. At dawn, we shall report to the authorities." The maid scoffed, roughly pushing Qin Lang aside as they departed from the Qin residence. Qin Lang was filled with fury, contemplating rushing to explain the situation to Jiao Jiao, yet his disheveled appearance rendered him unfit for company. He stamped his foot and sighed, reflecting that Jiao Jiao would surely not act irrationally and would trust her. At that moment, old Madame Qin was carried into the room by her servants. Qin Dalong pinched her philtrum with force, and at last, old Madame Qin opened her eyes. Upon seeing her stare blankly at him, he urgently called out, "Mother, mother, please wake up." Suddenly, old Madame Qin let out a wail, crying, my dowry. Who? The scoundrel has stolen my dowry. Lin Zi, yes. It must be Lin Zi. Mother, Jiao Jiao's dowry is also gone. Old Madame Qin turned her head and, spotting Qin Lang entering the room, nearly gasped in disbelief. What? Jiao Jiao's dowry is missing? Go capture Lin Zi. She must be the thief. Unable to bear being abandoned, she has taken the dowry. Qin Lang had his suspicions about Lin Zi. Although the Lin family had fallen, the clan itself remained intact. Could it be that the Lin family sought to avenge Lin Zi by stealing the dowry? Yet, Lin Zi's whereabouts were unknown. Where could he find her? Mother, I shall send someone to report to the authorities. We will surely bring her to justice. Qin Dasa exclaimed. Indeed, she has transgressed her duties as a wife, daring to pilfer the wealth of her husband's family. Capture her and let her face the consequences. Chapter 11. Arresting people at the mansion. Sister Qin was seething with anger. She believed that she had a rightful share of those belongings. If the family were to separate, the dowry of Lin Zi would be divided among the three brothers, with their branch receiving a significant portion, sufficient for a lifetime of extravagance. Yet now, Lin Zi had stolen what rightfully belonged to her. How could she not be infuriated? She pinched her husband, urging him, why aren't you reporting this to the authorities? Why are you just sitting there foolishly? At once, Qin Dalong came to his senses. Yes, I must report it. By this time, daylight had fully arrived. Jiao Jiao had already risen to bathe, soaking in a tub filled with petals. She envisioned the day when she would wed her beloved. Although Jiao Jiao was a concubine's daughter, her mother was favored, and she enjoyed a status comparable to that of the legitimate daughters in the He household. However, she had inherited her father's looks, lacking the beauty of her mother. Her forehead was not sufficiently full, barely able to support a common floral ornament. Her eyes were passably shaped, yet were diminished by her faint brows and lashes. Her lips, devoid of rouge, appeared overly pale. The greatest source of her distress was her dark complexion. Every time she ventured out, she had to coat her face with a thick layer of powder. Her father, Minister He, often praised her beauty, yet she understood that her plain appearance made it difficult to attract the attention of the city's aristocratic young men. Indeed, upon reaching marriageable age, numerous suitors were arranged for her, yet none found her appealing. Some suitors she also dismissed, solely because they were even more ordinary in appearance than herself. Thus, when she encountered the handsome and eloquent Qin Lang, adorned in official robes, she instantly fell in love. However, upon learning that he had married a daughter of the Lin family, she relinquished that notion. She could not become a concubine. Yet, at this critical juncture, the Lin family fell from grace, and her hope was rekindled. When Qin Lang proposed to take her as his lawful wife, she accepted. Upon returning to the He household to discuss this with her father and stepmother, Minister He disapproved vehemently upon hearing Qin Lang's name, deeming him an impoverished country boy. If it were not for the Lin family, how would he have achieved his current status? He argued, a lawful wife sounds noble, but let us be honest, it's akin to being a concubine. How can my daughter be reduced to a mere concubine for this rural lad? Such news would be the laughingstock of our family. He recalled the lavish dowry of the Lin daughters when they married, which had been the envy of many in the capital. At that time, he lamented that if only his son could marry such a noble woman, even half of Lin Zi's dowry would suffice. Now, the opportunity had arisen. If Jiao Jiao were to be the legitimate wife, she would command the entire Qin household, and they could seize the Lin family's dowry. With the Lin family now in ruins, a woman without support could easily take what was rightfully hers. It must be said, experience is invaluable. Minister He asserted that Jiao Jiao could only be married to Qin Lang as his rightful wife. Thus began the subsequent events where Qin Lang pressured Lin Zi to become a concubine. At that moment, He Jiao Jiao imagined her wedding night with Qin Lang, her lips curving into a smile as she covered her mouth in delight. The maids anxiously awaited outside the door, eager to report on the dowry. Yet after a considerable time, there was still no sign of He Jiao Jiao. Why hasn't he, the third young lady, emerged yet? Please inquire, they urged. In the He family, He Jiao Jiao was known as the third young lady. Be patient. Can't you see the young lady is bathing? Retorted her personal maid, who had always regarded these matrons with disdain. The matrons, upon hearing this, were drenched in sweat from anxiety. Suddenly, the maid realized that the matrons had not gone to the Qin family to oversee the young lady's dowry. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What is the matter? Why aren't you at the Qin family?" The matrons fell silent, unwilling to take the lead in this situation. Observing their demeanor, the maid sensed that something had gone awry with the young lady's dowry. Filled with both anger and anxiety, she demanded, "Speak. What has happened to the young lady's dowry?" One matron, steeling herself, replied, "The young lady's dowry is missing, and we need to see her." "What? The dowry is missing?" The maid could no longer hesitate and rushed inside. Before long, He Jiao Jiao emerged, hastily wrapped in her garments. "What did you say? The dowry is missing? How can that be? Those items were painstakingly prepared by my mother." Without a moment's thought for decorum, she commanded her servants to prepare a carriage to the Qin family. Meanwhile, Qin Lang awaited at the yamen, for it was still too early and the doors had yet to open. Before he could report to the authorities, a group led by the steward, Tong, had already entered the Qin residence, instructing his men to apprehend all the servants therein. The leading matron, Zhang, protested. "By what authority do you seize us? This is the Qin family." Tong scoffed, producing the indenture contract to display. "Do you see this? Your master has sold you all, and thus I am here to take you back. Just so happens that the Eastern employer-s property, the copper mine in Xianzhou, is in need of laborers." With a commanding tone, he ordered, "Bind these people and take them away." At his command, his thugs sprang into action, overpowering the struggling servants and binding them regardless of their resistance. Those who fought back were met with a flurry of punches and kicks. Throughout his life, Tong had dealt with such lowly individuals, and he harbored a deep-seated hatred for treacherous slaves. When the matron sold these servants, she had also lamented to Tong about how her young lady was tormented by these vile slaves. Consequently, Tong held a particularly unfavorable view of these servants. The group led by Zhang was now gripped by fear. Working in the copper mine was no ordinary task. It was grueling and perilous, with daily fatalities reported. Disobedient individuals faced severe punishment. They preferred the ease and pay of their current roles at the Qin household over the horrors of mining. "Spare us. Our master is Lord Qin. He has not sold us." They pleaded. "Lord Qin, as far as I know, you are servants bought by the Lin family to serve as dowry attendants for their daughter. Your indenture contracts are in the hands of Madame Lin. How could your master possibly be Lord Qin?" Master Tong's words serve as a poignant reminder to the servants led by Granny Zhang that it was Lin Zi who had betrayed them. In the back courtyard, hearing the commotion, Qin Lang dispatched Mama Wang to investigate. To her astonishment, upon her arrival, she beheld Master Tong commanding his men to seize the servants of the Qin household. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried back to report to Qin Lang. "My lord, it is dire news. Someone has come to our residence to apprehend individuals." Chapter 12. Petition to the Yamen. Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the matron. "Are you here to arrest someone?" "Indeed, my lord. They have already bound everyone in the front courtyard." "You must go and take a look," she replied. Qin Lang felt astonished. In broad daylight, beneath the emperor's feet, who would dare to come to the Qin family and commit such a brazen act? Could it be Lin Zi? "Mother, I shall go and investigate," he declared as he took 2 young servants with him to the outer courtyard. "Stop right there. Who are you?" Manager Tong turned around and, upon seeing Qin Lang, casually clasped his hands together, displaying the deed of sale and the contract in his possession. "Qin Laoi, you have arrived just in time. I am Manager Tong from Qinjiyaxiang. This residence, along with all the servants within, has been sold to us by Madame Lin. I hope you and your household can vacate promptly." Qin Lang paused, fearing he had misheard, and sought confirmation from Manager Tong. "What? Sold?" "Indeed, Qin Laoi. It has all been sanctioned by the government," he affirmed. Only then did Qin Lang focus his gaze on the documents in Manager Tong's hands, and he indeed saw the official seal of the government. His expression darkened in an instant. "Well done, Lin Ziyi. You chose to act in such a devious manner. It seems I should not have divorced her. I ought to have confined her in the back courtyard and tormented her daily." A strong premonition gripped him that perhaps the dowry had also been stolen by Lin Ziyi. Nevertheless, in front of Manager Tong from Qinji Yaxiang, he had to maintain a semblance of respect, for the benefactor behind Qinji was not someone he could afford to offend. He clasped his hands together and said, "Manager Tong, you may not be aware, but that woman has been repudiated by me, and this residence, along with these servants, belongs to the Qin family." Her words carry no weight. Manager Tong's lips curled into a smirk, his expression laced with mockery. "At Qinji, we abide only by contracts, and that contract bears Madame Lin's seal, duly sanctioned by the government. If you claim this residence belongs to you, then please provide the evidence." Qin Lang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that this was Lin Ziyi's dowry, which he had clandestinely appropriated. If he did so, he would surely be ridiculed by others. "Since you cannot provide evidence, I must insist that you vacate at once. Qinji Yaxiang is not unreasonable. We can grant you 1 day's grace to make proper arrangements." Before Qin Lang could respond, he heard the fierce voice of old Madame Qin. "You shall not. My son has passed the imperial examination and become a high official. How dare you demand that the Qin family vacate?" Old Madame Qin's words failed to intimidate the men from Yaxiang. Instead, they merely revealed their derision. In Chang'an, Qin Lang's official position was hardly unique. Moreover, had it not been for the Lin family, would he have attained his current status? "And where is Lin Ziyi?" Qin Lang's mother inquired anxiously. "If we capture her, surely she will face a severe reckoning for her actions." As Manager Tong ordered the servants from the inner courtyard to be bound as well, Qin Lang grew increasingly anxious. The servants he had dispatched to find Lin Ziyi had yet to return, and his elder brother, who had gone to report to the authorities, was also nowhere to be seen. At this very moment, Lin Ziyi had also arrived at the judicial office of Jingzhou, ready to accuse Qin Lang of unjustly divorcing her and misappropriating her dowry. She was accompanied by a throng of women, numbering between 40 and 50. These women had been gathered by Mother Fong from the streets, skilled in both eloquence and brawling. Each was promised 500 won, with the prospect of earning 1 or even 2 taels of silver for exemplary performance, and the most fortunate could receive as much as 10 taels. Such a sum was staggering. Their family's annual income did not even reach that amount, which stirred considerable temptation among the women. To demonstrate sincerity, prior to their service for Lin Ziyi, Mother Fong had already bestowed upon each 100 won as a token deposit. They had long spread the tale of how Qin Lang had taken a second wife, usurped the dowry of the first, and forced her into losing her child. And the rumors flew far and wide. When Qin Dalong saw Lin Ziyi daring to show herself, he could not contain his rage and shouted, "Speak! Where have you hidden the possessions of the Qin family?" His face turned a shade of iron, glaring fiercely at Lin Ziyi. She merely cast him a fleeting glance before disregarding him entirely. Qin Dalong, incensed by her lack of regard, felt a surge of fury and clenched his fists as he approached, determined to teach her a lesson for the sake of his brother. Lin Ziyi, now the daughter of a trader, held an even lower status than he, a mere villager. Before he could reach Lin Ziyi, he was intercepted and surrounded by the women. Chia glared at Qin Dalong and commanded, "Beat him." In a display of solidarity, the women, eager to impress, exerted their strength with each strike. Some who were unable to join the fray felt a twinge of regret. In no time, Qin Dalong's initial bravado was reduced to cries of pain. At that moment, the gates of the magistrate's office swung open, and a constable bellowed, "Who dares to cause a ruckus before the magistrate?" The women ceased their assault upon seeing the constable emerge. Qin Dalong's condition was dire. His face was grotesquely swollen, bruises spreading from his cheekbones to his temples, and deep lacerations marred his skin, the result of vicious scratching. The injuries around his eyes were more severe than those of his brother, Qin Lang. Seeing the constable, Qin Dalong regained some bravado and pointed at Lin Ziyi, exclaiming, "Sir, arrest this woman. She is the one who instigated the violence right here at the magistrate's door." Before he could finish his accusation, Lin Zi stepped forward, grasped the drumstick tightly, and struck the dusty grievance drum with fervor. Boom! The sound of the drum was neither rushed nor hurried, yet it resonated clearly. After 3 firm strikes, Lin Zi knelt and proclaimed, "I, Lin, a humble woman, accuse the Qin family of oppressing me, forcing me out of my home, and seizing my dowry. I beseech the honorable magistrate to deliver justice." The constable immediately understood that it was Lin Zi who had been beating the drum. Her plight had already become the talk of the town, and even if the magistrate's staff had wished to remain uninformed, the news had undoubtedly reached their ears. Earlier, there had been speculation that the daughter of the Lin family had been bewitched, as so many noble suitors had sought her hand in marriage, only for her to choose a powerless country lad. On the day of her wedding, her dowry had caused a stir throughout Chang'an, rivaling that of a princess's marriage. Later, the Lin family suddenly fell into misfortune, believing that the Qin family would express gratitude and treat this esteemed daughter of the Lin family with kindness. However, news spread that Qin Lang intended to marry the daughter of Minister He. The public was left in suspense, pondering what would become of Lin Zi if Qin Lang were to wed He Jiao. Then, it was reported yesterday that Lin Zi had been cast aside, leaving the Qin family empty-handed, stripped of all her adornments. The actions of the Qin family were exceedingly heartless. Qin Dalong, in a fit of desperation, pointed at Lin Zi and shouted, "Lin, do not utter nonsense here. It was you who requested to be dismissed, which has nothing to do with my brother." As he spoke, he attempted to advance towards her, but was halted by Chaya. "Sir officer," she interjected, "you have witnessed this man attempting to harm our young lady. Had it not been for the kind-hearted women who intervened, it is likely that our young lady would have been injured on the ground by now." Seeing the officer glare at him, Qin Dalong fumed and exclaimed, "Sir officer, it was not I, but her." The officer scoffed, "She is but a frail woman, merely here to seek justice. What wrong has she committed? Bring him in first, and I shall report the truth to the authorities shortly." Chapter 13. The arrival of officials. Qin Lang awaited the arrival of the officials at the Qin residence, but instead, it was He Jiao who arrived first. He could no longer concern himself with the matter of the innkeeper's abduction. He had to muster his courage and face her despite the injuries adorning his visage. Fortunately, before stepping out to greet her, he had borrowed a set of clothing from a servant. Although it was somewhat ill-fitting, it was certainly better than being bare. He Jiao ignored Qin Lang, proceeding directly with the old woman to the area where the dowry was kept. She opened each dowry chest, and upon discovering them to be empty, she furiously inquired, "Where's my dowry?" Does Qin Lang have no explanation? Raising her gaze to Qin Lang, she was taken aback by his appearance, exclaiming, "What has happened to you?" Qin Lang was naturally handsome, with a visage akin to jade, and his features were strikingly picturesque. His peach blossom eyes, always gleaming with a hint of mirth and a touch of tenderness, complemented his high nose and thin, pale lips that turned slightly upwards when he smiled, exuding a charming roguishness. Yet, despite the warmth in his gaze, a closer inspection revealed a lack of the steadfastness typical of a scholar, instead hinting at a shrewd, calculative nature. However, a sheltered woman like He Jiao was unlikely to perceive such subtleties. In the past, He Jiao had been enamored with Qin Lang's handsome face. Seeing him so battered was akin to witnessing a precious jade marred by a rough blow, evoking a profound sense of pity. Although a flicker of disdain lingered in her eyes, it was overshadowed by compassion. His attire, too, lacked dignity, and upon closer inspection, she noticed that he had seemingly lost some of his hair, even if he had attempted to conceal it. Qin Lang, sensing her concern, lamented, "This morning, I awoke to find that our residence had been robbed. Not only is your dowry missing, but nearly everything has been taken, and the thief left me in this state. Jiao, my elder brother has already reported this to the authorities, but rest assured, I will provide an explanation." Seeing Qin Lang's genuine distress, He Jiao's suspicions began to dissipate. Yet, given his current state, it seemed unlikely that the wedding banquet would proceed as planned. "Then I shall return to the He residence and wait, trusting that Qin Lang will provide an account to my family." Not wishing to pressure Qin Lang, as he was the one she cherished, she resolved to leave the Qin household for the time being. Once at home, She would consult her father and stepmother about the situation. As she turned to leave, a flicker of anger crossed Qin Lang's eyes. Had it been Lin Ji, she would have rushed to comfort him, assuring him that it was not his fault and vowing to help him find the thief. Yet he Jiao, upon seeing his wounds, offered no words of concern and hastily departed, leaving him with the impression that he had detected a hint of disdain in her gaze. Clenching his fists in frustration, he watched her retreating figure. As he Jiao reached the doorway, she suddenly noticed the innkeeper, Tong, binding all the servants of the Qin residence. What is the meaning of this, innkeeper Tong? She questioned, aware of Tong's reputation. Having previously purchased servants from Chunji Yahang, she was taken aback. With a bow, Tong replied, Miss He, these servants and this estate have been sold to our Chunji Yahang by Madame Lin. I have come to collect them, but these rascals are quite unruly, necessitating their binding. There were a total of 17 servants in the Qin household, apart from Chaya. Master Tong has abducted a total of 15 individuals, with 2 still unaccounted for. He has already dispatched someone to search for them. He Jiao furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring whether this residence had also been sold to him. Master Tong, visibly displeased, affirmed this. Could he possibly deceive her? Very well, I'm now aware of this matter. Thank you for your notification, Master Tong. With that, he Jiao departed from the Qin residence. Once outside, she turned to the maid beside her and asked, aside from my dowry, what else has been lost from the Qin estate? The maid responded, Miss, apart from your dowry. It seems they mentioned the dowry of the Lin family and some valuable items from the manor. Upon hearing this, he Jiao exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, then let us return home. At this moment, she yearned to relay the news to her father, Minister He. If Lin Ji's dowry were truly lost, the entire Qin household would have to rely on her for sustenance. She was not the foolish Lin Ji. Her father would undoubtedly possess a means to recover Lin Ji's dowry. Just as he Jiao departed, a representative from Chunji came to summon Qin Lang. As Master Tong had matters to discuss with him, Qin Lang had no choice but to set aside his thoughts and meet with Master Tong. Master Qin, my Chunji has purchased 17 servants, yet we currently see only 15. I hope Master Qin can assist in locating the remaining 2. Qin Lang cast his gaze downward. The servants were all bound, their mouths gagged, piled on the ground like cattle. Among them were Mama Wang, who cared for his mother, maids serving his elder brother and sister-in-law, and attendants for his younger siblings, all huddled together. Noticing their pleading eyes directed at him, Qin Lang turned away. At present, he could barely safeguard his own well-being, let alone that of these servants. Master Tong, 2 of the servants have gone out to search for the missing individuals. They should return shortly. However, you cannot take these servants just yet. Once I locate the daughter of that Lin family scoundrel, I will ensure she refunds you. Master Tong scoffed, if I wish to reclaim what my Chunji has purchased, the price would certainly differ. We at Chunji engage in the business of buying and selling. After all this effort, how could I possibly refund without a sale? Qin Lang, seeing that Master Tong showed him no respect, grew somewhat sullen, yet he knew he could not confront him. Sir, we have found Lin Ji. She is at the yamen. Would you like to go there? The 2 dispatched servants rushed into the Qin residence and reported upon seeing Qin Lang. The yamen? Which yamen? Qin Lang felt a surge of joy. He was surprised at how swiftly the yamen acted. His elder brother had only just reported the case, and they had already apprehended Lin Ji. At the Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen, I shall prepare a carriage to take you there. The estate had 2 carriages, the only possessions that had not been stolen. Master Qin may go. You 2 remain here. Bring them to be bound. The 2 servants, preoccupied with reporting to Qin Lang, suddenly noticed something amiss in the manor. Who are you? Why are you binding us? Upon seeing Master Tong, they quickly understood. Sir, have we done anything wrong? Why must you sell us? Though Qin Lang was filled with indignation, he felt even more helpless. It was not he who sold them, but the Lin family. It was the Lin family that wished to part with them. The 2 servants were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that their contracts of servitude remained firmly in the hands of their mistress. Their betrayal must have incited her profound hatred towards them. As this thought crossed their minds, panic enveloped their faces. Everything was over, utterly over. They pleaded for their master to save them, to help them. only to have their mouths swiftly silenced. Qin Lang, however, could not afford to concern himself with these servants any longer. With no one to assist him, he resolved to prepare the carriage himself. Just as he stepped beyond the threshold, he was met with the sight of a procession of officials from the Jingzhou prefecture entering in succession. He quickly donned a bright smile, hastening to greet them with a respectful bow, saying, "Esteemed sirs, I appreciate your efforts. I was just on my way to the Jingzhou government office, and I regret that you had to make this trip." Chapter 14. The dowry of 2/10. The official was indeed summoned to escort Qin Lang to the magistrate's office for questioning. Noticing Qin Lang's compliance, he remarked, "Very well. Let us proceed, Master Qin." Upon entering the Jingzhou prefecture, Qin Lang immediately beheld Lin Zi kneeling on the ground, while the presiding judge was none other than Lord Feng, the magistrate of Jingzhou. Qin Lang bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Feng, for retrieving the thief on my behalf." He then turned his gaze towards Lin Zi, fury surging within him as he demanded, "Lin Zi, speak. Where have you hidden the belongings from the Qin residence?" At this, all eyes turned towards him. After all, he was the defendant accused of usurping Miss Lin's possessions. How could he dare to behave so brazenly in court? Lin Zi shot him a cold glare, her lips curling into a derisive smile. "Pray tell, Master Qin, what exactly did I take from the Qin family?" "Ah, I see. You must be referring to the 2 tattered garments you brought with you when you arrived in the capital for the examination, correct?" Qin Lang faltered, intending to mention the dowry but found the words stuck in his throat. "Surely you are aware that your mother's gold bracelet is missing, and the valuable items from your elder brother and sister-in-law's chambers have also disappeared. If you did not take them, then who else could have?" "Huh, Master Qin, it is not merely the loudest voice that possesses reason. May I inquire who gifted those precious items to their rooms? If you assert that I am the thief, where is your evidence? Without it, your claims amount to slander. Moreover, even if I had taken them, it would merely be the restoration of property to its rightful owner." Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. When did Lin Zi become so articulate and logically astute? Previously, she would often become muddled by her own words. Otherwise, how could he have persuaded her to claim her mother's and her 2 sisters-in-law as dowries? Furthermore, his own career had been advanced through her appeals to her father for assistance. In everyday life, she was dutiful to her mother-in-law and obedient to the Qin family, all under his guidance. Over time, Lin Zi had cultivated a habit of being docile not only before him, but also compliant with his family's wishes. Now, however, she seemed unperturbed by his presence, her mind remarkably clear. "Who are you really? You are not Lin Zi." Lin Zi regarded him as though he were a fool, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Oh, and who does Master Qin believe I am? Would you like me to recount all the deeds you have committed before the assembly?" Qin Lang felt a pang of insecurity. He was unsure of how much Lin Zi knew about his misdeeds. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, convinced she was merely attempting to deceive him. After all, he had never divulged anything to her, so how could she possibly know? Every nuance of his expression was captured by Lin Zi's keen eyes. She was simply playing a game with him, and he realized in an instant that he had vulnerabilities. However, it was not the right time for her to confront him. She would allow him a few more years of freedom before returning to settle the score with the Qin family after 5 years. At that moment, Lord Feng struck the judge's block and commanded sternly, "Is the individual standing below the accused Qin Lang?" Qin Lang bowed again, replying, "Indeed, it is I, your humble servant. In that case, I shall, in consideration of your position as an official of the court, return the Lin family's dowry in full. Should this not be the case, I shall have no choice but to report the matter to His Majesty." The Jingzhou prefecture directly administers the court and is responsible for the royal city and over 20 surrounding counties. As a third-rank official, Lord Feng, unlike the impoverished scholar Qin Lang, hails from a family of officials. Although he is a scion of a prominent family, he has not relied on his lineage, but has instead achieved his current status through diligent study. He harbors a profound disdain for opportunists like Qin Lang, who eschew genuine effort in favor of deceitful means. Lord Feng has a daughter nearing the age of marriage and is particularly apprehensive about her encountering someone like Qin Lang. Qin Lang presumed that, as a fellow court official, he would be treated with some courtesy by Lord Feng, especially since, had events unfolded differently, he would have already wed He Jiao Jiao. Moreover, his father-in-law, Lord He, also holds a third-rank position, comparable to Lord Feng's. He was taken aback by the utter lack of favor shown by Lord Feng. Unbeknownst to Lord Feng, Lin Zi had already been abandoned by her husband for defying her mother-in-law. Thus she had no reason to take her dowry with her. This is also stipulated in the laws of the Great Qian. The rites emphasize filial piety, requiring absolute respect from daughters-in-law towards their mothers-in-law. Should there be any disrespectful words or actions, the husband may use this as grounds for divorce. Lin Zi argued, "My lord, I beseech you to see clearly. I have diligently served my mother-in-law with unwavering dedication from dawn till dusk, and have shown utmost care for my husband. How can there be any claim of disrespect?" It was, in fact, Qin Lang who sought to demote his wife to a concubine, and when Lin Zi refused, he proposed a divorce, insisting that she must return her dowry thereafter. Lord Feng found Lin Zi's account credible, having heard rumors of Qin Lang's intention to marry the daughter of the He family. "Lin family, do you have any witnesses?" asked Lord Feng. Chai stepped forward. "My lord, I am a maidservant of the Qin household, and I can testify." Qin Lang retorted, "She is merely a servant close to Lin Zi and will certainly speak in her favor." Lord Feng furrowed his brow and instructed the constables to fetch other witnesses from the Qin household. Lin Zi sighed softly. What use were additional witnesses when they had all aligned themselves with the Qin family? Soon, the constables returned with other members of the Qin family and some servants. Unsurprisingly, the elder Mrs. Qin and the others staunchly maintained that Lin Zi had been cast off by Qin Lang due to her disrespect towards her mother-in-law. The servants, filled with animosity towards Lin Zi for having sold them into hard labor at the Chun family's establishment, echoed the Qin family's narrative. They clung to a sliver of hope that if they could be deemed part of the Qin household, they might escape the hardships of the copper mines in Xianzhou. Faced with such circumstances, Lord Feng found himself at a loss. According to the laws of the Great Qian, the property acquired by the wife's family is not subject to division. However, due to the grounds of divorce, the husband's family may retain a portion of the dowry on moral grounds. He looked upon Lin Zi with a measure of sympathy, struck the gavel, and rendered his judgment. According to the household marriage law, Lin Zi would receive 2/10 of her dowry, with the remainder reverting to the Qin family. "Do you accept this verdict?" "Yes, I accept," replied Lin Zi. With a heavy heart, she lamented the need for reform in the ancient laws. Despite her frustration, she realized that the Lin family was to be exiled from the capital today, and she ought not to prolong the proceedings any further. Moreover, continuing to negotiate, she may not be able to reclaim everything. The dowries had long been stored away, and further disputes held no significance. The servants of the Qin family suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they would not be sold after all. Yet, their smiles quickly faded as they heard Lin Zi proclaim, "My lord, I only wish to retain the residence that accompanied my dowry and these servants. All else may revert to the Qin family." The verdict was clear. It was evident to any discerning observer that Lin Zi had been coerced into relinquishing her position. Yet, such was the nature of the Qian law, and due to insufficient evidence on Lin Zi's part, the magistrate could only rule as he did. He had previously dispatched individuals to inventory Lin Zi's dowry, and according to her stipulations, the request for the residents and servants did not exceed 20% of the dowry, which was reasonable. Upon hearing this, old Madame Qin immediately expressed her discontent, for Lin Zi's dowry was long depleted. Would they not receive anything at all? "I refuse to accept this. Last night, our home was robbed and Lin Zi stole the dowry. How can the residence be awarded to her? Should she not be imprisoned and sentenced to death?" The magistrate, Feng, slammed his gavel and glared at old Madame Qin. "Otherwise, would you like to take on the role of this magistrate?" Old Madame Qin was taken aback and promptly fell silent. As Lin Zi prepared to leave the courtroom, old Madame Qin hurriedly tugged at the sleeve of Qin Lang. Realizing the implications, Qin Lang responded, "My lord, yesterday, the Qin residence was besieged by bandits, and the dowry you ruled on was entirely stolen. We implore you to investigate the thieves and recover our property. Furthermore, the dowry of my fiancée, He was also pilfered, and I suspect it was orchestrated by her." He pointed an accusing finger at Lin Zi. Chapter 15. Lack of conditions for committing the crime. Qin Lang. Do not slander unjustly. Do you consider the imperial city guards mere decorations? In recent days, Lin Zi had already gathered a general understanding of the era through Chai Ye and Mama Fong. After dusk, the city gates and alley gates would be closed. At night, the common people were prohibited from wandering without cause. The Jinwu guards led the imperial army and patrolled the streets, with violators facing penalties. Moreover, with such a vast dowry, could I possibly carry it all alone? If I were to use a carriage to transport it, how could there be no commotion whatsoever? Kneeling, Lin Zi pleaded for the esteemed official to restore her innocence. After further questioning, Minister Feng released Lin Zi, reasoning that she had no opportunity to abscond with her dowry. He suspected the Qin family of stealing from themselves while accusing others. Although the Qin family was resentful, they were powerless to act. Qin Lang, unable to contain his anger, mockingly retorted to Lin Zi, "I, Qin Lang, have no need for a discarded woman. I hope you take care of yourself in the future." Lin Zi coldly scoffed. "Minister Qin, you should focus on your own affairs. After all, you must hold your position secure, given that it was earned through the favors of women." Her remark elicited a roar of laughter from within the magistrate's office, all eyes mockingly fixed on Qin Lang. Embarrassed, Qin Lang wished he could sink into the ground. In the book, Qin Lang had only this one son born to the original host, and he Jiao Jiao had not borne any children after entering the family. Lin Zi suspected that Qin Lang was merely a decorative pillow. The original host had only become pregnant after 2 years of marriage. Otherwise, old Madame Qin would not have cherished the original host's son so dearly. Lin Zi nodded subtly at Chai Ye, who promptly understood and handed a wooden box to Qin Lang. "Master Qin, this is a wedding gift from our young lady to you and Miss He." Qin Lang furrowed his brow slightly. Why would Lin Zi give him a gift? He instantly felt a surge of pride, believing Lin Zi still held affections for him and wished to reconcile. "Lin Shi, do not waste your efforts. I shall not accept it." Lin Zi retorted coldly, "Minister Qin, do you not wish to open it and see for yourself?" With a glance of derision at Lin Zi, Qin Lang opened the box, only to be horrified by the sight of bloodied contents, nearly dropping the box in shock. "Minister Qin, you must take care of your son," Chai Ye declared, and they turned to leave. It wasn't until Lin Zi had exited the magistrate's office that the Qin family finally reacted. Old Madame Qin stared wide-eyed at the bloody piece of flesh within the box, exclaiming, "What? Is this my grandson? Lin Zi has lost her child?" The women who had accompanied Lin Zi were curious about what gift she would bestow upon Qin Lang after being cast aside and did not follow her out. They were naturally gossip mongers and eager to stir up trouble. Furthermore, their nimble legs meant they could easily catch up with Lin Zi. If they failed, they could still go to Mama Fong's house to collect their reward. "Bah, spare us your pretenses. Miss Lin was forced into losing her child by you all, wasn't she? Yes, your family is heartless. Without the Lin family, how would the Qin family have reached this day? You shall face divine retribution, and your lineage shall be severed." At the entrance of the yamen, women exchanged harsh words, their voices rising in a cacophony until the constables emerged, causing the women to scatter like leaves in the wind. Elder Qin, already heartbroken over the lost dowry, was further devastated by the cruel remarks about her lineage. Overwhelmed by such an emotional blow, she fainted once more. Lord Feng instructed Qin Lang to return home with his people, assuring him that he would dispatch someone to investigate who possessed the audacity to steal such a substantial fortune. With Lord Feng's words echoing in his ears, Qin Lang dared not linger at the yamen and promptly led the Qin family out. However, as soon as they exited, the servants of the Qin family were seized by the Chun family as henchmen. They pleaded for assistance, but the Qin family remained unmoved, for they lacked the means to ransom these individuals. As Lin Zi prepared to board the carriage, the servants broke free from their captors and called out to her, "Madam, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please spare us this once. Indeed, we truly regret our actions and should not have served such ungrateful masters." Outside the yamen, their wails echoed like the cries of lost souls. Lin Zi, seemingly impervious to their pleas, ascended the carriage. Each individual must bear the consequences of their own actions. As the carriage receded into the distance, regret filled their hearts. When they turned to look at the Chin family, a flicker of resentment appeared in their eyes. The Chin family, however, feigned ignorance. Upon returning to their residence, they discovered not only was the house locked, but the few belongings inside had been discarded. Among the most conspicuous items were the dowry chests, which could still fetch a decent price. The two carriages left behind at the Chin estate had already been driven away by Delin while the family was at the yamen. Outside the residence, a throng of onlookers gathered, murmuring and pointing. Chin Dalarang attempted to disperse the crowd, but ended up suffering a beating instead. Although they held no affection for Lin Zi, they recognized that Lin Fu had done much for the common folk, and thus could not condone the Chin family's ingratitude. While Chin Lang held an official position that rendered them unable to act against him, they showed no mercy towards Chin Dalarang. These individuals were, in fact, instigated by Madame Fong, who fanned the flames of public opinion with her words. At that moment, Elder Chin regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a barrage of venomous remarks hurled at the Chin family, and upon learning that her eldest had been injured, she rolled her eyes and fainted yet again. Chin Lang, being a scholar and mindful of his reputation, spotted a colleague in the crowd and quickly covered his face, urging the Chin family to depart from the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Zi was en route to the city gate in her carriage. At the 10-mile-long pavilion outside the gate, those condemned to exile awaited the final farewells from their loved ones. The Lin family also gathered there. Lady Song, gazing at the scattered farewells exchanged by others, wiped her tears while peering into the distance. The Lin family was acutely aware that Song Ruolin was waiting for someone. During these past few days in prison, Lady Song's eyes had swollen from weeping. She was perplexed. How could her daughter, whom she had nurtured with such dedication, cling to her like a spoiled child after just a few days apart, yet still possess the heart to compel her husband to draft a severance letter? Lin Jiyi's elder brother, Lin Xiuran, gazed at their mother with palpable concern. Over the past few days, she had grown increasingly haggard. Her deepest sorrow did not stem from the Lin family's disgrace and exile, but rather from her younger sister's decision to sever ties. She had been unable to eat or sleep properly, consumed with worry that her sister was enduring hardships at the Chin household, which had forced her to make such a drastic choice. As she seemed on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, Lin Xiuran hurriedly stepped forward to support her, reassuring, "Mother, my sister is merely momentarily confused in her decision to distance herself from the Lin family. I am confident that one day she will come to her senses." Their mother nodded with reddened eyes. At that moment, a derisive laugh echoed from a distance. Momentarily confused? I believe she is resolutely determined to cut ties with the Lin family. Chapter 16. Even if they throw knives, we shall endure. Lin Xiuran raised his gaze towards the source of the voice, where his second aunt, Madame Zhou, was casting a scornful glance in their direction. His expression shifted slightly. "Second aunt, as an elder, I beseech you to choose your words with care." The second son of the main branch, Lin Jiyi's elder brother, Lin Xiuyan, also snorted coldly. "Second aunt, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own affairs. Their younger sister is still quite young and merely confused. When she matures, she will surely comprehend who truly cares for her." Seeing the two of them still defending Lin, Madame Zhou scoffed. "Oh, you still protect her? Back then, you indulged Lin Ji, depleting the Lin family's resources to furnish her extravagant bridal procession. Now that the Lin family is in distress, she is the first to sever ties with us. You profess to care for her, yet during your confinement, has she ever sent you any sustenance?" Madame Zhou recalled her own daughter Lin Jingshu's marriage, when she sought financial support from the main branch for her daughter's dowry, but her sister-in-law, Song Ruolan, vehemently refused, insisting that her own daughter's dowry must be allocated to Lin Ji. This thought filled Madame Zhou with resentment. The main branch truly deserved their fate. Had her sister-in-law provided a modest dowry for Jingshu back then, they would not find themselves deprived of food during their imprisonment. Third Aunt Madame Zhou chimed in, "Indeed. Not only did she fail to send you provisions, but on the day we were paraded through the streets, I even witnessed Lin Ji leading the charge and throwing rotten vegetable scraps at us. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's countenance grew cold. His sister had her reasons. It was true that their younger sister arrived at the prison empty-handed and without a single word of concern, directly pressuring their father to sign the severance of ties, and left joyfully with the document in hand. However, she was their beloved younger sister. Lin Xiaoran could only convince himself that she was still young and had been misled by Qin Lang. Lin Xiaoyan, however, boldly retorted, "As long as our little sister is happy, we shall endure even if knives are thrown at us. Moreover, this is not her fault, if blame is to be assigned. It lies with us as her elder brothers for inadvertently causing her suffering." As the second and third aunts contemplated what further words to utter, they were met with Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoyan's fierce glares, prompting them to reluctantly fall silent. It was evident that the main branch was beyond saving. Lin's mother seemed to weep even more sorrowfully, leaning against her eldest son. "Ranner, Yenner, my heart feels restless. I cannot help but worry whether your sister is facing hardships at the Qin household due to our troubles." Lin Xiaoran reassured her mother, "There is no need for concern. Our sister is now equipped with her dowry and lacks neither food nor clothing. This is far better than suffering alongside us in exile." Yet despite his words, his apprehension regarding Qin Lang was profound. He had sensed early on that Qin Lang was not a man of good character, but could not deter his sister's infatuation with him, nor her determination to marry him. At that time, with the Lin family backing her, even if Qin Lang harbored ill intentions, he had to conceal them. Now that the Lin family faced calamity, with their sister devoid of support, it was likely that Qin Lang's true nature would soon be revealed. Upon hearing her eldest son's words, Song Ruo Lan felt a measure of relief. Indeed, having a dowry was far better than suffering in exile with them. She felt grateful for having provided her daughter with a dowry. Otherwise, with the Lin family's assets confiscated and their wealth seized by the state, they would have gained not a single penny. Lin Xiaoyan also advised mother, "My elder brother speaks the truth. If that Qin Lang dares to harbor ill intentions towards our younger sister, once we return to the imperial city, I shall flay his skin and pick his bones to brew a soup." Song Rulan nodded, feeling quite gratified. It seemed that her two sons, as older brothers, held no grudges against Gigi. Gigi was her youngest child, and she had always taught her sons to protect their sister, which they had indeed done. This indulgence had spoiled Gigi, leading her to develop a capricious and muddled temperament. Lin Xiaoran's wife, Gu Wanyun, exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaoyan's wife, Fong Luo, and sighed. Even now, their in-laws and husbands refused to utter a word of reproach towards their sister-in-law. They harbored too much dissatisfaction, yet at this moment, they felt powerless to argue further. Lin Zi arrived at the city gate and spotted Mama Fong waiting from afar. In light of the recent conflict with the Qin family, and considering that Mama Fong and her son would continue to live in the imperial city, Lin Zi had refrained from allowing them to appear before the Qin family, lest they provoke retaliation. After all, Qin Lang still held an official position, while Mama Fong was merely a commoner. As for settling the score with the Qin family, that could wait 5 years until she returned to the imperial city with the Lin family. It would not be too late then. For now, she would let them prance around for a few days. Upon seeing Lin Zi disembark from the carriage, Mama Fong hurried forward. "Miss, the cart you requested is ready, and I have also prepared some provisions for the journey. But do not worry, once we sell the house, Delin and I will come and find you, and we will prepare further supplies then." Mama Fong understood well why Lin Zi opted for a cart instead of carriage. It was due to the old matriarch of the Lin family being excessively partial. If she were to learn that Lin Zi was riding in a carriage, not only would she be denied a seat, but it could also be seized from her. "Nurse, please move the rice and oil provisions onto the carriage. I only require the cart and the bedding on it. As for your suggestion of selling the house to move to Fangzhou, there is no need for you to endure such hardships with us. Miss, I will discuss this matter with Delin." Mama Fong felt quite pleased after these few days spent together. Since Lin Zi had come to know Qin Lang, it seemed as though she had transformed into a different person. Now, it was as if the original girl had returned, and they had grown closer once more. "Miss, you must take care of yourself," Mama Fong said, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. With her in-laws gone, she was left with only her son, Delin, relying on one another. Living in the capital or elsewhere made little difference to her. She thought to herself that upon returning, she would discuss with Delin about selling the house to move to Fangzhou. Lin Zi retrieved 100 taels of silver notes and pressed them into Mama Fang's hands. Nurse, you must also take care of yourself. Use this money to replenish your health, and it is time to discuss marriage for Delin. Mama Fang was momentarily taken aback, feeling increasingly moved that despite her current misfortunes, Lin Zi still thought of her. Resolute now in her decision to sell the house and move to Fangzhou, she was determined to proceed even if Delin disagreed. Miss, please keep this for your own use. The mountains are high and the roads long in Fangzhou. You will need ample resources to establish your home and career. Mama Fang insisted, attempting to return the money to Lin Zi. Nurse, take this. You know I have sold the house and have much left in hand. Lin Zi did not respond. Mother Fang's hand fell empty, and she could only collect the silver. She thought that she would pursue the young lady later, and at that time, she would take the silver to Fangzhou for the young lady's use. Delin moved everything from the cart onto the horse-drawn carriage. Well, nurse, I shall be departing with Chaya now. You and brother Delin may return. Chaya, let us go. Lin Zi instructed Chaya to pull the cart and wave goodbye to Mother Fang. With reddened eyes, Mother Fang waved back, reminding the young lady to take care of herself. It was only after the figure of Lin Zi vanished from sight that she turned back. Delin inquired, Mother, have you truly decided to go to Fangzhou? Chapter 17. The Lin family's burden. Delin felt something was amiss with Lin Ji. He had expelled 2 carriages from the Qin family, yet she still insisted on having her mother prepare a cart, choosing to travel by it rather than by horse-drawn carriage. After all, she was a young lady raised in the Lin family, presumably unaware of the implications of walking 1,000 miles. What do you understand? The young lady has her reasons for acting this way. She is quite clever, Mama Fang remarked as she boarded the carriage. By the way, you must have heard our previous conversation. What are your thoughts? Delin scratched his head. I listened to my mother. Initially, Delin did not hold a favorable impression of Lin Ji. The reason was that during their childhood, Lin Ji had been quite dismissive of him. On one occasion, when she saw Delin standing beside Mama Fang at the Lin residence, she shoved him to the ground. Mama Fang hurriedly apologized to Lin Ji and sent Delin home. From that moment on, they never dared to bring Delin back to the Lin residence. Even when Delin yearned for his mother and cried for his grandmother to take him to see her, his grandmother could only embrace him, weeping, and did not dare return to the Lin household. At that time, Delin could not comprehend why he could not see his mother, the one who should have been by his side as he grew up. Only upon maturing did he realize that his mother was a servant in the Lin household, bound by circumstances beyond her control. Despite Mama Fang's constant praise of the Lin family and Lin Ji, the memories of his childhood lingered, preventing Delin from growing fond of Lin Ji. However, after these past few days of interaction, he found that this young lady from the Lin family seemed rather agreeable. As they traveled, the pair, one master and one servant, continued their journey. Are you tired? Shall I pull for a while? Lin Zi invited Gnanjing a Chaya. Chaya was taken aback. How could I allow my lady to do such a task? If you are weary, you may rest on the cart, and I shall pull you. Lin Ji knew that Chaya possessed great strength and could manage even if she were aboard the cart. However, she could not allow it. This girl was both clever and loyal, having spent her own monthly wages to buy medicine for Lin Ji during her misfortunes. Thus, she could not treat her as a mere servant. In the future, Chaya would be considered family. Not tired yet. When I grow weary, then you may pull me. Lin Zi replied. Chaya responded, very well. Are you afraid of going to Fangzhou? I'm not afraid, but what? I'm most afraid of going hungry. Chaya came from a poor family, and her appetite was considerable. She recalled that since she could remember, she had never had a full meal, which was why her family had sold her. Fear not, good girl. I shall ensure you never go hungry. Lin Zi resuscitated. The two continued for approximately half a mile before finally reaching the 10-mile-long pavilion. From a distance, Lin Ji observed that there were 200 to 300 people, all clad in ochre garments, their bodies shackled. Perhaps they had not committed serious crimes, but were merely implicated by the deposed crown prince and were sent to Fangzhou for hard labor, as none bore neck shackles. It seemed that, aside from those in ochre, there were others dressed in ordinary attire, wrapped tightly, likely wishing to accompany their loved ones on their journey while fearing the gaze of the Chi-Wang. Linji searched her original memories for her mother, Song Ruolan, her father, Lin Fu, and her two brothers, to avoid any potential misrecognition later on. Upon seeing the woman at the intersection, eagerly awaiting, she instantly recognized her as the mother of the original owner. Song Ruolan, still in disbelief, rubbed her eyes and, upon confirming it was indeed her daughter, took a few hurried steps forward, calling out, "Gigi, it's you." However, she was halted by the officials escorting her, who brandished their blades, commanding her to stand still. Lin Xiran, upon hearing his mother-esque cry, lifted his gaze and indeed saw his younger sister approaching. He rushed forward to grasp his mother's arm, explaining to the guards, "My lord, my mother harbors no intention of escape. She was merely overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing a family member." The guards, recognizing the approaching woman, sheathed their weapons. The other Lin family members, initially skeptical of Madame Song's sighting, were about to mock her when Lin Jiyi's figure drew closer. It was only when Lin Ji stood before Song Ruolan that the latter collapsed into tears, exclaiming, "It truly is Ji. Am I dreaming? Mother, it is I." Lin Ji replied, frozen in place. Although she possessed the memories of the original owner, Madame Song remained a stranger to her. Having lost her mother at a tender age, she had never experienced a maternal embrace, thus failing to comprehend the depth of maternal affection. For her, mother was merely a rigid term, devoid of sorrow or joy. Yet, witnessing Madame Song's heart-wrenching tears, her appearance significantly more haggard and frail than in the original memories, stirred a sense of compassion within her. "Mother, that day I acted wrongly, forcing father to write the severance letter in a moment of confusion. It is entirely my fault for being so foolish." Madame Song ceased her weeping, wiping her tears with her sleeve. "You mustn't blame yourself. It is the Lin family that has brought you this misfortune." Lin Xiran and Lin Shuyan stepped forward as well. "Little sister, has the Qin family caused you any distress over this matter?" Lin Ji, seeing her two brothers, noticed their eyes filled with concern. Yet they refrained from mentioning the incident regarding the severance letter or the time the original owner had hurled rotten vegetables at them, deriding them as ineffectual brothers. She felt a swell of emotion within her heart. Noticing the worry in Madame Song's eyes, Lin Ji instinctively replied, "No, he wouldn't dare." Just as her words left her lips, another voice chimed in. "Is this the Lin young lady? Ah, I spotted you from afar. You truly are a pitiable child. The Lin family has fallen into misfortune, and that heartless family of the Qin dare to seize your dowry and cast you aside. They shall eventually meet their comeuppance." The words of the woman left the Lin family in stunned silence. The two brothers turned pale. "What?" Gigi, quickly explain what has transpired. Meanwhile, second-hand Zhou, visibly gleeful, seized the woman's arm, asking, "What did you say? Has Lin Ji been cast off? Is it true?" Zhou's expression was one of malicious delight. The woman, believing Zhou, as Lin Ji's aunt, was concerned for her, replied, "It is true. It has even reached the authorities at Jingzhou Prefecture. Alas, you should inquire of her directly." With a subtle sigh, the woman added, "I had predicted that this match for Lin young lady was ill-fated, mismatched in every aspect." Having delivered her message, the woman, who had intended to bring money and provisions for relatives, concluded her visit and departed. Upon learning of her daughter's distress, Madame Song was momentarily overwhelmed, nearly fainting, and was steadied by Lin Zi. After a significant pause, Madame Song finally regained her composure and began to weep uncontrollably in Lin Zi's embrace. Meanwhile, her elder brother, Lin Shuyan, clenched his fists in fury, exclaiming, "That wretch! I shall seek him out to settle the score." Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, he was intercepted by the constables wielding swords. Infuriated, he violently shook off his shackles, declaring, "I warned you before that he was unreliable, and indeed it is true." He cast a worried glance at Lin Zi, troubled by the thought of how his sister would fare in the future. At that moment, Lin Fu, resting at a distance, heard the commotion and limped over, saying, "Gigi, it is all my fault for dragging you into this. Lin Zi turned to see her father's face marked by guilt and concern, and she chastised the original owner of her body for having such a family and for being heartless enough to inflict harm upon them. Do not blame father. Blame the daughter for her poor judgment in choosing whom to trust. Lin Fu sighed deeply and spoke softly. Lord Chan from the Ministry of Revenue has been kind to me. Gigi, why not seek refuge with him? I trust he will extend his generosity out of respect for our relationship and provide for you. Chapter 18. Bribery. Father, I wish to accompany you to Fangzhou. Absolutely not. Lin Fu retorted immediately. The journey to Fangzhou is arduous, and how could a frail woman endure such hardship? Father, my mind is made up. The second and third households observed Lin Zi with a tattered bundle on her back, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Lin Xiran proposed, Father, since my sister wishes to join, let her come along. It is better that she is under our watchful eyes, which brings us greater peace of mind. Lin Xiran echoed, If my sister cannot make it to Fangzhou, I shall carry her myself. I assure you, she shall not suffer. A warm feeling surged within Lin Zi. From the memories of her predecessor, she recalled how her two elder brothers had always showered her with affection, often proclaiming, Little sister, if you desire the stars in the sky, I shall construct a platform for you to reach them. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Fu acquiesced. Song Ruolin also consented, taking Lin Zi's hand and assuring her, Do not worry, my child. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall not go hungry. Yet, despite her reassurances, worry creased her brow. Since the Lin family's misfortunes, those who had previously allied with them kept their distance, fearful of being implicated. To this day, no one had come to visit, leaving them without a single coin to their name. Gigi would undoubtedly face hardships alongside them. However, the presence of her daughter offered a glimmer of comfort, for she could see her upon waking. Lin Fu spoke these few words before losing strength, supported by Lin Xiran as he sought a place to rest. These individuals were mere supporting characters in the narrative, and Lin Zi was aware that Lin Fu had been punished with 50 strikes by the cruel emperor for advocating on behalf of the deposed crown prince. Being a civilian, he lacked the robust constitution of a military man, making such a punishment exceedingly severe. Furthermore, having not fully recovered from his injuries, he embarked on the journey only to perish along the way. Noticing the deep concern etched on Madame Song's face, Lin Zi comforted her, Do not fret, mother. I have prepared medicine and a cart. Shortly, I shall negotiate with the escort officers to allow father to travel in the cart, minimizing his discomfort during the journey. Traveling while concocting medicine can be troublesome. Thus, Lin Zi had specifically prepared pills and ointments for Lin Fu. Moreover, her frequent travels had equipped her with ample supplies, including medications for external injuries, such as iodine swabs, alcohol pads, and hydrogen peroxide. She possessed sterile gauze for dressing wounds, elastic bandages, adhesive bandages, and hemostatic powder, among others. Additionally, she had various internal medications for allergies and insect repellent. With her presence, Lin Fu would not perish on the road. Madame Song regarded her daughter with appreciation, realizing that she had indeed matured and learned to care for her parents. Meanwhile, Chaya parked the cart aside and approached, assuring Madame Song, Rest assured, my lady, I possess ample strength to pull the master and shall ensure he reaches Fangzhou safely. Madame Song lifted her gaze to see Chaya and smiled warmly. Good child. She remembered Chaya, as she had been brought to the Lin residence by her family to sell herself. The housekeeper had initially refused to accept the girl. Upon seeing Madame Song leave the estate, Chaya had knelt before her, pleading for her to take her in, promising that as long as she could satisfy her hunger, she would forego any wages. At that time, Chaya had just turned 10. Upon learning more, Madame Song realized that the child was inadequately fed and clothed at home, which prompted her to consider selling herself. Madame Song took her in and asked where she wished to work, to which Chaya replied without hesitation, expressing a desire to work in the kitchen, as it would ensure she had enough to eat. Madame Song smiled inwardly, thinking how honest the child was. At that moment, noticing that her daughter was accompanied only by Chaya, she understood everything. It seemed none of the other servants were trustworthy, leaving only Chaya. Lin Zi suggested that Madame Song speak with Chaya while she attended to the escort officers. due to the special status of these individuals. Among the prisoners was the deposed crown Prince Li Wenqing, and the court had dispatched a eunuch to supervise the execution. Additionally, 5 officials from the censorate were present to oversee documentation and procedural matters, accompanied by dozens of guards from the Imperial Guard, armed and tasked with ensuring safe transport. The remainder consisted of ordinary escort officers. Lin Zi sought out the supervising eunuch, Wang Dequan. She had already discerned his preferences over the past few days. She presented him with a pouch of gold beans wrapped in red silk, saying, "Esteemed eunuch, this is a humble token from a common girl. I hope you will graciously accept it." Observing Wang Dequan, she noted he appeared to be around 50, with a round, slightly plump face. Though he wore a friendly smile, his gaze was sharp. Wang Dequan did not take the offering, but instead fixed his eyes on Lin Zi, asking, "Speak, what is it you want? Please accept this first. I assure you I will not make unreasonable demands. My father has sustained severe injuries, and I humbly ask for your leniency in allowing him to ride on the cart. I am willing to escort him to Fangzhou." This earned Lin Zi an approving glance from Wang Dequan, recognizing her as a filial child. Although Lin's injuries were indeed grave, he reminded her, the court has its regulations. Lin Zi silently cursed Wang Dequan for being a crafty and duplicitous man. She then produced another pouch, saying, "This is also for you, esteemed eunuch. Rest assured, this matter will remain between us. No third party will ever know." Wang Dequan immediately smiled, saying, "Oh, how could I accept this?" He weighed the 2 heavy pouches, and with a renewed smile, he replied, "Miss Lin, rest assured, you may indeed have Lord Lin ride on the cart. It's really not a significant issue." As the supervising officer, he had the authority to grant such a request. "Thank you, esteemed eunuch." Lin Zi turned, calculating in her mind that the journey ahead was long, and she would eventually reclaim everything she had given away. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes were observing her intently, those of the protagonist, Mu Yunzhao. Upon seeing Lin Zi arrive at the exiled convoy, she was quite astonished. She recalled that in her previous life, Lin Zi had not come to bid farewell. Why was it different this time? At that moment, Lin Zi approached Madame Song, assuring her, "Do not worry, esteemed eunuch has consented. Perhaps it is due to my father's previous good deeds for the court that he is willing to show this courtesy." Madame Song, without suspicion, finally breathed a sigh of relief and instructed her 2 sons to assist their father onto the cart. Lin Fu waved his hand, saying, "It is unnecessary. Since His Majesty has decreed that he journey to Fangzhou, it is unreasonable for him to travel by cart." Lin Xiran implored, "Father, please do not let us worry. My injury is inconsequential." Lin Xiaoyan added, "Father, if you remain this fearful, you may never reach Fangzhou." "Who says so?" Lin Fu was once heartbroken due to his daughter's insistence on severing ties with him. Now, witnessing her willingness to acknowledge him, with the entire family gathered together, he found the prospect of traveling to Fangzhou no longer daunting. The 2 elder brothers, realizing their father could not be persuaded, turned their gaze to Lin Zi. In an instant, Lin Zi understood their intent, recalling how the original owner would often feign anger with a pouted lip. She turned away in a manner reminiscent of that memory, thinking that if her father squandered her goodwill, she would no longer regard him. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, prompting Lin Fu to concede, "Very well, I shall ride in the cart. Once I have recovered, I will walk on my own." With the support of Lin Zi and her 2 elder brothers, Lin Fu climbed onto the cart, which was lined with thick bedding to cushion the jarring journey and alleviate his injuries. Just as Lin Zi was about to inquire about her father's condition, she heard the voice of her sister-in-law, Gu Wanyun, declaring, "You may as well give up. I shall not agree to a divorce." Chapter 19. Concerned for her dowry, Lin Zi turned her gaze simultaneously with her 2 elder brothers. Upon seeing the Gu family approaching again, it became evident that they intended to separate Gu Wanyun from Lin Xiran. Standing beside her sister-in-law Gu Wanyun were 2 children. The taller one was her 7-year-old nephew Lin Zheng, while the other was her little niece Lin Lu. Lin Lu, with reddened eyes, tugged at Gu Wanyun's clothing, pleading, "I don't want mother to leave. I don't want mother to leave." The 4-year-old child, having grasped the conversation between her mother and uncle, was terrified at the prospect of her mother being taken away, and she burst into tears. Unceremoniously, Uncle Gu shoved Lin Lu away, exclaiming, "Get lost, you little brat." In response, Lin Zheng bit down hard on Uncle Gu's arm, causing him to swing his other arm in an attempt to strike the child. "You wildling! Let go of me!" The flattering demeanor he had previously exhibited in front of the Lin family had vanished, replaced by scornful insults. Gu Wanyan, having been raised in an esteemed family, found herself momentarily stunned at the sight of her son being struck. Once she regained her composure, she forcefully pushed her elder brother aside and shielded the two children behind her. "Elder brother, as Zhenger's uncle, how can you speak to him in such a manner?" Uncle Gu nearly stumbled, retreating several steps to regain his balance, evidently taken aback by Gu Wanyun's strength. He could hardly believe that all his actions were for her benefit, and yet she remained so ungrateful. Raising his hand, he feigned an intention to strike Gu Wanyan. "Strike me? On what grounds?" She was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family and the mother of two young children. How could she abandon them in their time of difficulty? Lin Zi hastily pushed her elder brother, urging, "Elder brother, hurry. Your wife is being attacked. Why are you just standing there like a fool?" Oh, Lin Xiran finally reacted, rushing forward. Lin Zi sighed, lamenting the fact that her two elder brothers were solely focused on their sister. If only they devoted half as much attention to their wives and children. The misfortunes they faced during their exile could have been avoided. "Second brother, you should also assist elder brother," she suggested. Lin Shuyan promptly acknowledged, "Yes, I will go now." Lin Zi chose not to intervene, remaining unaware of the conversation that transpired between her brothers and the Gu family's uncle. Eventually, the Gu family departed, leaving behind a remark from Uncle Gu. "Your own sister Lin Zi has severed ties with your Lin family. On what basis do you harm my daughter?" Uncle Gu left with a scowl, empty-handed both upon arrival and departure, having not left a single item for Gu Wanyun, stating instead, since she does not wish to divorce, let her fend for herself. Gu Wanyun, overwhelmed with anger, wept continuously, while her second sister-in-law, Fong Luo, offered consolation. "Sister-in-law, please do not be so sorrowful. Look at me. Ever since the Lin family fell into misfortune, the Fong family hasn't spared me a glance, treating me as though I were dead. At least here, elder brother Gu wishes for you to return home, considering you family." Lin Zi refrained from approaching. She was acutely aware that her sisters-in-law held no affection for her. Therefore, she chose to avoid becoming an eyesore to them. When Lin Xiuyan returned, Lin Zi pulled him aside and inquired, "Second brother, has father's injury been attended to?" Lin Xiuyan nodded, reassuring her sister that everything had been taken care of. A doctor had been summoned for their father while he remained imprisoned. That is good. Since Lin Fu's wounds had already been treated, and given her status as a woman, she chose not to pry further. Just as Lin Ji turned away, she noticed several imposing figures striding towards her. Recognizing them as members of the second and third branches of the family, Lin Ji instinctively felt they had come to confront her. Leading the group was the matriarch of the Lin family, Madame Wang. At 58 years of age, her hair remained as dark as ink, with only a few strands of silver visible at her temples. Her well-maintained face bore sharp, elongated phoenix eyes that glinted with a cold light. The purple sandalwood dragon head cane she typically wielded had been replaced with an ordinary wooden staff. Yet even with the light shackles, she walked with an air of authority, appearing more robust than both Lin Fu and Madame Song. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Ji and inquired, "I have heard you were dismissed by the Qin family?" Madame Wang was not Lin Fu's biological mother, but rather his maternal aunt, the second wife of the late patriarch. After Lin Fu's mother passed away when he was still a child, the Wang family proposed sending their illegitimate daughter to the Lin household to marry the old patriarch. Concerned for his young son's well-being, the patriarch agreed, believing that his aunt would treat the child kindly. However, it turned out that Madame Wang harbored a certain detachment towards her nephew, nearly leading to his downfall. Subsequently, the old patriarch entrusted Lin Fu to his grandmother, where he flourished and brought honor to the Lin family. Before her passing, Lin Fu's grandmother bequeathed all her life's savings to him, which incited jealousy in Madame Wang. Lin Ji replied coolly, "And what of it?" It was precisely this knowledge gleaned from the original owner's memories that led her to conceal her wealth. Should they discover her dowry, Given that the Lin family had not yet divided their assets, Madame Wang would undoubtedly covet it. Madame Zhou, the second aunt, seized the opportunity to slander Mother. Ji has been dismissed by the Qin family. She surely lacks virtue. In her despondency, Lin Ji could not allow this chance for mockery to pass. She raised her eyes and recognized the speaker as Madame Zhou, the second aunt. With Lin Shu lacking any notable achievements and possessing an ordinary appearance, he had married a woman from a prominent family, yet of lesser status. The original owner's independent nature had often led her to disdain the second branch, which thrived solely on the support of Lin Fu. Consequently, she had offended Madame Zhou on numerous occasions. What nonsense is this? Lin Ziyi Yuditorthet. If being dismissed equates to lacking virtue, does that not apply equally to Jing Shu? My cousin, should she face a similar fate? Lin Jingshu was the eldest daughter of Madame Zhou. After the Lin family fell on hard times, she frequently visited the prison to provide sustenance for her parents and grandmother, ensuring that both the second and third branches shared in the provisions, while the first and fourth branches went without. The fourth branch, headed by Lin Shu, was born of the patriarch's concubine. Furious at Lin Ji's insinuation regarding her daughter's potential dismissal, Madame Zhou's face flushed with anger. Lin Ji, you are truly malevolent. Just because you have been dismissed, you wish the same fate upon Jing Shu. Alas, Jing Shu, as the matriarch of her husband's family, could never be likened to someone as ill-fated as you. It appears she has found an outlet for her grievances, eager to vent the injustices she has endured in recent days. Mother-in-law, ever since Lin Ji was married off, she has taken away so many possessions from the Lin family as her dowry, leading to the family's downfall. Surely, she is the one who has brought this calamity upon us. Aunt San, Madame Zhou, echoed her sentiments, affirming that indeed, the Lin family has been cursed by this ill-omened one. Old Lady Wang struck the ground forcefully with her cane, declaring, "Where's the dowry? Hand over the dowry, and I shall consent to let you accompany me to Fangzhou." Lin Ji's lips curled into a slight smirk as she replied, "There is no need for your concern. My dear old lady, the dowry has already been adjudicated to the Qin family by the authorities. Even if it had not been, it is of no consequence to you. Furthermore, even if I were to go to Fangzhou, it seems you would be powerless to prevent me. Huh, you covet her dowry, but it is nothing more than a pipe dream." Old Lady Wang struck her cane down once more, exclaiming, "Since you have been cast aside, why not take your own life? The Lin family cannot bear such disgrace." Chapter 20. Observe her handling of the situation. Madame Wang's murky, yet piercing gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Zi. Noticing that she remained steadfastly on her feet, her expression grew even colder. Lin Zi lifted her eyes to behold the aged visage of Madame Wang, which, normally benevolent, appeared rather harsh at this moment. A smile threatened to break upon her lips. Once, her father had supported the entire household, compelling Madame Wang to maintain a fade of dignity. But now, witnessing the fall of the eldest branch, she no longer felt the need to pretend. The second and third branches fared somewhat better, receiving provisions from relatives and friends, whilst the eldest branch remained utterly forsaken. Madame Wang was evidently fearful that the lack of division would tarnish the reputation of the second and third branches due to the eldest's misfortunes. Lin Zi understood fully that Madame Wang had always harbored disdain for her, and she felt no compulsion to maintain any pretense. The granddaughter failed to comprehend why she, abandoned unjustly by the Qin family, should bear the brunt of blame. "Preposterous!" Madame Wang exclaimed, striking her cane upon the ground. "Being cast aside by one's husband is the gravest sin. How do you question why? Our Lin family's daughters must either live with dignity or die with honor. We cannot be forsaken, allowing the entire city to revel in our disgrace." Upon concluding her tirade, she cast a significant glance at her two sons, Uncle Lin and Uncle Lin San. They promptly advanced, intending to use their light shackles to strangle Lin Zi. They harbored resentment for years of being overshadowed by the eldest branch, and now they felt they were finally able to vent their pent-up frustration. This recent sentence of exile had also entangled them in the eldest branch's misfortunes, deepening their animosity. The onlookers regarded this scene with cold indifference. They were all scions of nobility who had plummeted from grace, enduring immense suffering in confinement, rendering their hearts numb. Their apathy towards Madame Wang's desire to harm her granddaughter was palpable. Yet, some felt that her actions were excessive. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaoyan immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Zi, declaring, "I challenge anyone to try. Uncle San, remember, Zi is your niece." As Lin Er and Lin San closed in, they insisted, "Yin, your grandmother speaks the truth. Our Lin family's daughters must possess fortitude to avoid becoming a laughingstock." Lin Zi, as if hearing the most ludicrous jest, smirked and retorted, "A laughingstock? If I remember correctly, Uncle, a few years ago, you accrued gambling debts at the gaming house, amounting to 5,000 taels, which I believe my father settled for you. And Uncle San, while your escapades in the brothels are one matter, how could you seduce respectable women, entangling yourself with married ladies to the extent of drawing their husbands to our doorstep, only to have my father intervene once more?" Publicly exposed, the faces of Lin Er and Lin San turned a deep shade of crimson, while Madame Wang's countenance darkened further. That is an entirely different matter. A woman being cast aside is an unforgivable sin. They protested, attempting to shove Lin Xiaoyan aside, but to no avail. "Yin, step aside. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences as well." Just as they endeavored to wrench Lin Xiaoyan away, Lin Xiao rushed to their side, positioning himself on either side of Lin Zi, resembling two guardian deities. "Today, let anyone dare to lay a finger on my sister. They shall not find us merciful." Madame Wang trembled with rage. "This is insurrection, utter insurrection. Are you intent on driving me to my grave?" She pointed at Lin Zi, exclaiming, "This girl has been cast aside and returned home. How can our Lin family daughters ever find husbands if this gets out? Instead of considering the family's reputation, you protect this disgraceful creature." Lin Zi scoffed inwardly. Having been banished, they still worried about how Lin family's daughters could marry. Perhaps they should be more concerned about whether there would be food on the journey. At that moment, Madame Song rushed forward, kneeling before the old matriarch Wang, bowing her head 3 times with heavy thuds. "Mother, Zi is flesh of my flesh. If you wish for her demise, you might as well take my life first." "Mother." Lin Zi attempted to help her mother rise, but Madame Song pushed her away. Seeing this, the old matriarch Wang's expression darkened further. "What is the meaning of this? Are you threatening me? Mother, what wrong has Zi committed? If there is any fault, it lies in her inability to discern people's true nature." The old matriarch Wang sneered. Very well. You, the first branch, have truly gone too far. Do you think I am merely a decoration?" She commanded the members of the second and third branches to separate Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoyan. Lin Zi fixed her gaze on the old matriarch, stating, "According to the Lin family rules, if one is cast aside, one must hang oneself. But let me ask you, what if your own granddaughter were cast aside? Would you allow her to hang herself?" She emphasized the words, "own granddaughter," causing a subtle change in the old matriarch's countenance. Lin Zi was reminding her that she was not merely a stranger. She was just as significant. With a cold smile, she added, "Well then, if my cousin Jingzhu arrives and has also been cast aside, I hope you will remember your words." She gestured towards the distance. The crowd turned to look down the official road, and indeed, they spotted Lin Jingzhu's figure. Upon hearing Lin Zi's statement, Madame Zhou's expression faltered. "Jingzhu is merely here to bid us farewell. How could she be like you?" Lin Zi replied, "Farewell? Has Jingzhu's family fallen so low that they cannot even afford a carriage? And it seems she has no attendants with her. Is she not afraid of being abducted on the way?" Madame Zhou hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be that Jingzhu had also been cast aside? No, that couldn't be. Her Jingzhu was so exceptional. How could her family bear to cast her aside? "Aunt, if you do not believe it, wait for cousin Jingzhu to arrive and ask her directly," Lin Zi asserted. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Jingzhu to come, if she too had been cast aside. They were eager to see if the old matriarch would also condemn her own granddaughter to death. Just then, Chaya happened to approach Lin Zi. Upon witnessing the scene, she hurriedly retreated. No, she must report to the master. The old matriarch was far too vicious. The young lady had already suffered enough. To force her towards death was utterly cruel. Lin Jingzhu soon appeared before them. Madame Zhou noted that she carried only a single bundle, and her eyes were swollen, evidently having cried. The ominous feeling intensified. Jingzhu, why did you come on foot? Where's the carriage? Did you leave it far away? Madame Zhou thought, fearing that she was trying to avoid being associated too closely with the Lin family. At that moment, Lin Jingzhu, seeing her mother and grandmother, broke down in tears and knelt, saying, "Mother, grandmother, I've been discarded by my husband as family." Madame Zhou was taken aback. What? On what grounds could he cast you aside? Tears streaming down her face, Lin Jingzhu replied, "They say that my daughter has repeatedly visited you in prison to bring you meals, fearing that her actions would bring shame upon her husband as family. Thus, they presented her with a divorce decree, expelling her from their home." The crowd turned their gaze towards the old matriarch, particularly the first branch of the family, all eager to see how she would address Lin Jingzhu's plight. Lin Jingzhu was her most beloved granddaughter, having grown up under her care. After marrying into the Yang family in the capital, she had once been a source of pride for the old matriarch, who would boast about her to anyone who would listen. Lin Zi spoke up, "Cousin Jingzhu, grandmother has declared that the daughters of the Lin family must either live resplendently or die with honor. If cast aside, the only option left is to end one's own life." Chapter 21. The harshness of the world, a thunderous realization, struck Lin Jingzhu's mind as she gazed incredulously at her grandmother, who had always shown her affection. With tears brimming in her eyes, she implored the old matriarch, "Grandmother, do you truly wish to force your granddaughter to death?" The old lady opened her mouth, intending to provide an explanation, but upon noticing the multitude of eyes upon her, including those of her family, she momentarily swallowed her words. To deny Jingzhu would be to undermine her own authority as the venerable matriarch of the Lin family. With a frigid demeanor, she uttered, "Indeed." The last glimmer of hope faded from Lin Jingzhu's eyes. She shut them briefly and declared, "Very well, then I shall take my leave." With that, she hurled herself against a pillar in the pavilion. Madame Zhou cried out, "Jingzhu! Ouch, that hurt terribly." Lin Zi, standing beside the pillar, was caught off guard and was unexpectedly collided into by Lin Jingzhu. "Dear cousin, if you wish to die, do so elsewhere. Why must you crash into me?" Yet Lin Jingzhu's force was so great that it left Lin Zi reeling in pain. Lin Jingzhu herself fell to the ground. Madame Zhou approached, casting a fierce glare at Lin Zi, knowing that this turmoil had originated from her actions and that the reckoning for this transgression would come later. Lin Zi glared back, feeling unjustly accused despite having indirectly saved Lin Jingzhu. Today was indeed a stroke of bad luck for her. If such a situation arose again, she vowed to react more swiftly and step aside to let her cousin collide elsewhere. On the ground, Lin Jingzhu wept as she covered her face. Lin Zi was pulled aside by Madame Song, who began to check her for injuries, asking where hurt. "Mother, I'm fine," she replied. Her second brother, Lin Xiuyan, also advised, "Silly girl, if you encounter such a situation again, remember to stay far away, lest you become a cushion for someone else's folly. If someone wishes to end their life, let them do so swiftly." "Understood, second brother." Not far off, Chai Niu assisted Lin Fu in approaching. "Enough. Let Zi and Jingzhu remain," commanded the old matriarch, casting a glance at Lin Fu. In her heart, she harbored resentment toward him. Had he not interceded on behalf of the deposed prince in the court, the Lin family would not have faced such dire straits. They would still be enjoying their fortunes in the imperial city. Indeed, it was Lin Fu, her beloved son, who had brought misfortune upon the Lin family. Since the family was burdened by his actions, he should be responsible for the sustenance and needs of everyone on this journey. Before Lin Fu could respond, he was interrupted by Lin Xiran. "Grandmother, for these past years, father has supported the entire Lin family. Now that we are in distress, having enjoyed the benefits of the Lin family, shouldn't everyone share in our plight? Shouldn't second uncle and third uncle also bear the burdens alongside us?" Before the assembled relatives, Lin's second and third uncles found themselves unable to retort, Of course. At that moment, someone quietly announced, "Look, the deposed prince is coming." In the distance, a young eunuch, clad in the attire of the palace, pulled a cart, escorted by soldiers. Everyone focused their attention, recognizing it to be the Chamberlain Zhu Sheng from the deposed prince's court. Additionally, two young women followed behind the cart, easily identified as the prince's favored consorts. They lingered at the 10-mile-long pavilion solely to await the exiled Prince Li Wenqing. Otherwise, they would have departed long ago. Li Wenqing was not confined with the condemned minister. Instead, he had merely received a severe beating from the emperor and was imprisoned alone in the crown prince's palace. A collective sigh escaped the onlookers. For even as the emperor's biological son, his fate was exile, reduced to being pulled on a cart, deprived of even a horse-drawn carriage. Behind him, there was not a single person to bid farewell, a true reflection of the world's indifference. As they approached, Lindsay noticed Li Wenqing sprawled across the cart, face down, utterly motionless. It was uncertain whether he was unable to face the world after plummeting from grace or if he was too injured, fearing the pain of movement. The last time she saw someone of his stature was on television, prompting Lindsay to steal a few extra glances. He was tall and still donned splendid garments. Unlike his father and others who had donned drab robes, it seemed that being the son of the emperor afforded him certain privileges. The text described Li Wenqing as a figure as radiant as the moon, and Lindsay felt an irresistible urge to turn his face to behold his true appearance. Just as she stepped forward, however, her elder brother Lin Xiuyin grasped her sleeve, admonishing, "Sister." Realizing her folly, Lindsay understood that even in his misfortune, they must not overstep their bounds. The emperor's son could only be tormented by himself. Should others inflict harm upon him, it would undoubtedly provoke the emperor's ire. Li Wenqing had been accused of masterminding the witchcraft case, a scheme aimed directly at the emperor himself. The emperor questioned him, "Are you so impatient? Can you not endure a few more years? Do you long for your father's death, that you might ascend to the dragon throne sooner?" Li Wenqing retorted defiantly, "Has not my father already made his decision? Why then inquire of his son?" He knew that any explanation would be futile, so he chose silence instead. This very statement incensed the emperor, leading to a severe punishment, compounded by the machinations of the Qi Wang's mother, Consort One, resulting in a sentence of exile. The emperor remained in a furious state, and Li Wenqing had become his sore spot. Anyone who dared plead for him would meet a fate similar to that of the Lin, Mu, and Shui families, facing confiscation of property. Even the king of Kong, a close relative, suffered demotion while seeking leniency for the deposed prince. Thus, who among the court would dare touch upon such a cursed matter? Now, the deposed prince stood as an isolated island, and all were eager to keep their distance, resulting in no one to see him off. Lindsay recalled the narratives. Li Wenqing, raised within the palace, was well versed in the intricacies of power, yet despised hypocrisy. Though he appeared despondent and numb, he was, in truth, sharp-witted and astute. Nevertheless, he had not bested Consort One, the mother of Qi Wang. Even his own mother, the Empress of Deqian, met her demise in a great fire during his childhood. Devoid of maternal protection, his arduous journey was evident. Their backgrounds bore striking similarities. She too struggled under the hand of the stepmother. Just as rumors of his impending deposition surfaced, his fiancée, Chongsun, swiftly delivered a notice of broken engagement to the crown prince's palace, arriving even before the emperor's edict. During the period of exile, it was the reborn Mu Yinzhao who remained by his side, knowing that 5 years later he would return to the capital of Chang'an as the emperor of Deqian, ultimately winning the heart of Li Wenqing and becoming the empress of Deqian. However, Li Wenqing reigned as emperor for only a few years before falling gravely ill and eventually succumbing to his illness. Mu Yinzhao then supported her son to ascend the throne, exercising power behind the curtain. This led to the subsequent events, where Mu Yinzhao exploited the original owner to frame the Lin family for treason, resulting in their annihilation. Reflecting on this, Lindsay felt a surge of indignation in her chest. She harbored a singular thought: to sabotage the heroine's approach to the hero during the journey of exile. If she could not become the Empress of Deqian, then the Lin family would not meet such a tragic demise, and her brothers would not suffer such horrific fates, regardless of the heroine's status. Since Lindsay had crossed over, she would claim the role of the heroine for herself. "Sister, it is time to set off." It was only when her second brother, Lin Xiuyin, gently tapped her shoulder that she realized the main party was ready to depart. Chapter 22. How is it different from the previous life? Lin Fu was assisted onto the cart by his children, which was generously cushioned with thick bedding to spare him from the discomfort of jolting. The journey was managed by his two elder brothers, Lin Xiao Ran and Lin Xiao Yin, who, along with Chaya, took turns pulling the cart, ensuring it was not overly burdensome. Just as Lin Ji intended to follow the procession, a soldier of the Golden Guard pressed a blade to her neck, urging her to depart swiftly. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Ji caught sight of the razor-sharp edge and dared not move, hastily explaining, "Sir, I have spoken with Lord Wang, who granted me permission to accompany the exiled convoy to care for my injured father in Fangzhou." The prisoners were listed, and at this moment, the farewell crowd had been dispersed by the officers, leaving only Lin Ji, Chaya, and Lin Jingshu behind. "You may inquire with Lord Wang if you wish. Wait here." The soldier departed, only to return shortly, casting a glance at them. "You may proceed." Lin Ji exhaled in relief. The procession moved at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow. The group of exiles appeared quite substantial, numbering 200 to 300 individuals. Among them, only a small fraction were officials and their families implicated by the deposed crown prince. The majority were banished for various other offenses. Most of these individuals hailed from families of officials who had fallen from grace, despite all being subjected to the same fate of hard labor. The severity of their crimes dictated the nature of their punishments. According to the laws of the Qian, exiles were required to cover 50 li each day. However, given the prince's condition and the weather, a few extra days were granted for their arrival in Fangzhou. Even so, they were obliged to reach their destination within a month. Yet, the women, accustomed to lives of luxury and ease, were ill-prepared for such hardship. Used to carriages and palanquins, they found the journey intolerable after merely a few steps. Lamenting incessantly, some of the more delicate among them began to weep outright. The men accompanying them reacted in varied ways. Some attempted to console, while others expressed their irritation with curses, causing a commotion within the procession. As the march continued, some individuals simply sat down, refusing to rise regardless of the circumstances. An officer struck the ground with a whip, issuing a fierce reprimand. Instead of being intimidated, the exiles sought to wrest the whip from the officer's hands, with one man brazenly declaring, "You dare strike me, you dogged servant?" The officer scoffed, "It appears you are still oblivious to your true station." With a swift crack of the whip, he struck the man, who howled in pain. Witnessing the officer's readiness to inflict pain, the sobbing women finally ceased their cries. They rose from the ground and continued their arduous journey, even as their legs felt as though laden with lead, enduring the agony to press forward. Among the throng, only Lord Wang reclined comfortably in a cart, sipping tea leisurely. He was dispatched by the emperor to escort the prince to Fangzhou, even though Li Wenqing had been deposed. He remained his son. Yet, Lord Wang understood that this escort was more of a surveillance mission, as the emperor's suspicions extended even to his own flesh and blood. Lin Ji noticed that Madame Song could no longer continue and sought out Lord Wang once more. He regarded her with keen scrutiny, and she instantly comprehended that he was once again seeking monetary compensation from her. She had no choice but to take out another ingot of silver and place it in the hand of the eunuch Wang, as a token of respect from a humble girl to her elder. Only one female companion was permitted to have her shackles removed. "What? So expensive?" Lin Zi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at eunuch Wang, inwardly cursing the greedy eunuch. What could he possibly need such a sum for? Once dead, he could hardly spend it in the afterlife. Unwilling? Then never mind. Willing. Lin Zi reluctantly retrieved 2 more ingots from her bundle, which she had actually taken from her spatial storage. "I have more here. Please help me free my elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law as well." Only then did eunuch Wang don a smile. All right. And what about my father and 2 brothers? The man refused. Lin Zi had to relent. It was acceptable to only free the female companions. After all, they were frail, and even if they wore light shackles, the journey to Fangzhou could cost them dearly. Upon witnessing the shackles of the Lin family women being removed, some in the group grew discontented, questioning why they could be freed while others could not. The officer in charge retorted, "If you offer a little something, we can remove yours too." Watching as the others scrambled to pay for their freedom, Lin Zi silently condemned their heartlessness. If they were escorting ordinary criminals, officers would gain nothing. Such arduous tasks typically fell to the common bailiffs. However, with these nobles, there was ample opportunity for profit, which made this task highly coveted. Soon after, many female companions had their light shackles removed, and Eunuch Wang along with the officers consented. This was because Eunuch Wang considered these women merely frail and unfortunate, entangled in circumstances beyond their control. If he refused, it would take not merely a month, but potentially two to reach Fangzhou, making it difficult for him to account for the delay. He was eager to deliver them swiftly so that he could return to his life of leisure. The men, however, remained shackled in light restraints, knowing that they would not dare to flee. Should they be captured by the authorities, execution would be swift. Indeed, once some of the women had their light shackles removed, the procession moved a little quicker. Fang Luo approached Gu Wanyan and remarked, "Sister-in-law, when did our little aunt become so benevolent?" Gu Wanyan scoffed. No amount of good deeds can atone for her past actions. Not only had she seized her dowry, but the funds Gu Wanyan had saved for hiring a renowned tutor for Zheng Er were also taken. When her daughter fell gravely ill, the money for her treatment was mercilessly appropriated by this little aunt. As for the fine possessions in her room, whenever she set her eyes on something, her husband would dutifully present it to his sister, completely disregarding the welfare of his wife and child. Fang Luo nodded in agreement. The procession continued at a steady pace. "Sister, as long as we have our father, we are sufficient. You and mother must take care of yourselves," the two brothers said. Lin Zi acknowledged with her lips, but when the path became difficult, she could not help but lend a hand. Even with the light shackles removed, it wasn't long before she could still hear the sound of muffled sobs. Meanwhile, Mu Yinzhao kept a close watch on Lin Zi, intentionally lagging a few steps behind to approach her. "Sister Lin, is it really you? Weren't you married? Why must one accompany the Lin family to Fangzhou?" Lin Zi suddenly realized that the original owner not only knew the protagonist in the book, but was also a close friend. At this moment, Mu Yinzhao was likely just reborn and had encountered the misfortunes of the Mu family. Being a daughter of the Mu family, she had concealed her meager savings, which had enabled her to persevere to Fangzhou and even assist the deposed crown prince. Lin Zi's eyes flickered. "I was cast aside by the Qin family." "What? Cast aside?" Mu Yinzhao was astonished. How was this different from her previous life? In her past existence, Lin Zi not only was not cast aside, but also bore a son. Chapter 23. The attempt to seize the cart. Indeed, I misjudged the character of others and fell victim to Qin Lang's deceit. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunzhao advised Sister Lin, "Do not allow sorrow to overtake you. Such individuals will ultimately face retribution." Lin Zi nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Mu Yunzhao, who appeared to be a genuinely kind-hearted soul. No wonder she managed to win Li Wenqing's favor later on. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, and to outsiders, they seemed like the best of friends. Yet only Lin Zi was aware that Mu Yunzhao was subtly fishing for information. However, Lin Zi was no longer the original person, and sensing that she could glean nothing further from Lin Zi, Mu Yunzhao soon lost interest. It was only when the Mu family called for her that she remarked, "Sister Lin, we shall continue this discussion later." Hastily, Mu Yunzhao caught up with her family. Fang Luo sighed upon witnessing this. Ever since she married into the Lin family, her sister-in-law had treated her with disdain merely because she hailed from a humble official family. Moreover, her sister-in-law favored the second wife, Miss Mu, while her husband was fond of her. Thus she had endured considerable torment from this sister-in-law. She mused. Could it be that her sister-in-law still harbored hopes of having Miss Mu as her second wife? "Mother, I am exhausted. I can no longer walk," Lin Lu, with tear-filled eyes, said to her elder sister, Gu Wanyan. Being only 4 years old, she had barely walked for a short while before losing her strength. 7-year-old Lin Zheng knelt down, saying, "Come, little sister, climb on my back." "No, you will tire as well," she replied. Gu Wanyan, feeling a pang of sympathy for the two children, insisted that their mother carry Lu Er, though her own legs felt as heavy as lead. She could not allow her 7-year-old son to bear the burden of another child. Her husband, Lin Xiran, had approached Lin Zi, inquiring, "Sister, are you weary?" Allow me to carry you." This made her eyes brim with tears. She wondered when her husband would truly see her and recognize their two children. Upon hearing Lin Zi respond, "Elder brother, I am not tired. You need not concern yourself with me. Go check on Luer and Zheng. They are still young and cannot manage the journey to Fangzhou." Gu Wanyan was taken aback. She could hardly believe that her sister-in-law would display such kindness. As Lin Xiaoran walked toward her, he said, "Wanyan, I shall carry Luer." He attempted to lift Lin Lu from Gu Wanyan's back. However, she evaded him, retorting, "Go and carry your sister." Although she had not heeded her elder brother's advice to separate from Lin Xiaoran, it was because she could not bear to part with their two children, and it had nothing to do with him. Since marrying Lin Xiaoran, he had always referred to her as sister, sister. How utterly frustrating. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran grew irritated, thinking it was a self-inflicted hardship. With that, he turned to Mrs. Song, seeking to carry her instead. Gu Wanyan's eyes were filled with scorn. This was the man she had wed, who showed not a shred of patience toward her and their children. Yet Mrs. Song did not allow Lin Xiaoran to carry her either. The journey ahead was long. She could not permit her son to bear the weight indefinitely. Lin Zi observed this scene and remarked, "Elder brother, it is not that sister-in-law has said you need not concern yourself. Why then do you truly neglect it? Luer is your daughter. Luer is under the care of her mother, so there is no need for me to worry. My sister need not concern herself with them." Observing Lin Xiaoran assisting with the cart once more, Lin Zi chose to remain silent. She walked directly in front of her sister-in-law and took Luer into her arms. Luer nearly burst into tears, for her aunt had always treated her with a stern demeanor, often scolding her. With reddened eyes, she sought rescue from her mother. Gu Wanyan frowned, a flash of indignation crossing her gaze. "What do you intend to do? Where are you taking Luer?" Lin Zi offered no response. Instead, she took a few steps forward and placed Luer onto the cart. "Luer, would you like to sit on the cart with your grandfather?" Lin Lu's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Lin Zi. Today, her aunt seemed different, speaking to Luer with unexpected gentleness, compelled by an inexplicable force. Lin Lu nodded. Lin Zi patted her head. "Good girl. This way, your mother can take a rest." She then turned to Gu Wanyan and said, "Sister-in-law, let Luer sit on the cart." Gu Wanyan's expression softened considerably as she replied with a simple, "All right," though she was currently at odds with Lin Xiaoran. The thought of carrying the child all the way to Fangzhou was beyond her capabilities. Throughout the journey, both brothers had offered to carry Lin Zi multiple times, but she had consistently declined. The fact that Lin Zi, without uttering a word of fatigue, astonished her two sisters-in-law. In the past, she would have complained about being tired, and even if she didn't request her brothers to carry her, she would have likely insisted on riding the cart. Now, however, Lin Zi seemed to possess boundless energy, moving even faster than they could walk. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zi was internally lamenting her predicament, as the original owner of this body was exceedingly weak, and she was already nearing her physical limits, merely enduring the strain. She retrieved a water pouch from her bundle, which she had actually taken from her space. Drinking it down in one go brought her immense relief and a hint of vigor. Indeed, this spring water possessed restorative properties. Approaching Madame Song, she offered, "Mother, have some water." Madame Song, feeling parched, accepted and took a few sips. "Oh, this water is truly sweet. After drinking it, I feel revitalized." With that thought, she took a few more sips and intended to hand it to Lin Zi. However, Lin Zi declined, producing several more water pouches from her bundle. "Mother, please take this pouch for yourself. I will distribute these among everyone." Lin Zheng, seemingly thirsty as well, gazed eagerly at Lin Zi. He understood that even if he voiced his desire for a water pouch, his aunt would likely refuse him, as she had never favored him. Yet, witnessing Lin Zi stride toward him, he felt a flicker of hope. "Zheng, here you go, for you and your mother." Lin Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately accepted it. Gu Wanyan stepped forward, snatching the water pouch from Lin Zheng's hands and feigning to throw it away. Lin Zi quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law, I am aware of your grievances toward me, but please do not take it out on the water. Do you wish for Zheng to suffer from thirst on the road?" Gu Wanyan halted her actions. Indeed, while the Gu family had provided her with nothing, She could forego Lin Zi's provisions, but should her child go without water, the consequences would be dire. Lin Zi chose not to elaborate further, instead directly distributing the water pouch to her second brother, instructing him to deliver it to her sister-in-law, Fong Luo. As for her younger sister, she need not concern herself. If she were thirsty, she could easily fetch the water pouch herself. Second brother, if I ask you to go, then you should go. If you refuse, my sister will ignore you, she asserted. Fong Luo harbored deep resentment towards her, primarily because the original owner had seized her scarce dowry and had consistently targeted her with malice. Lin Zi understood that her delivery to Fong Luo would likely be met with rejection. With a sigh, she acknowledged that the debts incurred by the original owner must now be settled by her. This tactic proved effective, as Lin Shuyan promptly took the water pouch and strode towards Fong Luo. Lin Zi ensured that everyone would have their fill of water before continuing their journey. At that moment, Uncle Lin approached, stating, "Your grandmother can no longer walk. Let her ride on the cart, and let this girl pull it." I refuse to pull it. Uncle Lin, enraged, threatened, "If you don't pull it today, I will beat you to death." With that, he made a move as if to strike Chaya. Chapter 24. Indeed, a fool cease at once, Lin Zi uttered coldly. She had long regarded Chaya, this loyal maid, as her own sister, and her second uncle's immediate commands filled her with disdain. Second uncle, Chaya's bond has already been returned to her. She is now of good standing. What are your intentions? One must approach requests with humility. Furthermore, this cart accommodates but one person. If second uncle wishes to place grandmother upon it, where does that leave father? Your father is still young. I am certain he would willingly relinquish the cart for your grandmother. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Second uncle turned to Lin Fu for affirmation. Just as Lin Fu was about to respond, Lin Zi interjected, "The cart is mine, and I do not consent." Second uncle frowned. "She is your grandmother. How can you display such ingratitude?" His thunderous outburst drew the attention of many, who turned to observe the unfolding scene. Lin Zi scoffed inwardly. Using filial piety as a weapon against her, she would not be swayed. As for those who covet my dowry and seek to suffocate me, second uncle dares claim she is my grandmother? In what manner does she resemble one? Her words mercilessly stripped away the facade of respectability from the old matriarch, whose frail form quivered even more with indignation. Lying on the cart, Li Wenqing stirred at the sound. "Zhu Sheng, who speaks?" Li Wenqing had resolutely rejected the notion of being transported in a prison cart, refusing to be a spectacle for others. He would rather traverse to Fangzhou, exhausting his legs, than sit in a cart like a monkey for public ridicule. Eventually, the court acquiesced, granting him a cart. Besides Li Wenqing and Lin Fu, another gravely injured individual was also accommodated, clearly prearranged. "Return to your master. She is the daughter of Lord Lin Fu." His daughter? Though he had not met her, he had heard some whispers. Li Wenqing's impression of Lin Zi was far from favorable. During those troubled days, Lin Fu had been perpetually troubled, and upon inquiring, Li Wenqing learned that Lin Zi was in despair over marrying a penniless scholar of the Qin family, to the point of desperation. At that moment, he pondered how such a distinguished man could father a foolish daughter. Had she not already been married? How then was she among the exiled? It was said that due to the Lin family's transgressions, the Qin family had seized her dowry and cast her out with a letter of divorce. Li Wenqing Musha, indeed a fool. Yet, her recent unorthodox remarks bore a certain wisdom, suggesting perhaps she was not so foolish after all. As Zhu Sheng walked, the cart suddenly sank, and he felt an unexpected weight that hindered movement, prompting him to halt. He then witnessed the two favored concubines clambering onto the cart. Get down, Zhu Sheng urged. The two concubines sobbed, "Your Highness, we are weary. After all, we are burdened by your actions. How can you turn a blind eye to us?" Zhu Sheng retorted brusquely, "Who compelled you to accompany? Your master has already granted you a letter of divorce. You have been forsaken by your family. How can you blame your master? Do not forget how you entered the prince's residence." The two concubines had indeed been forcibly ushered into the prince's court. Li Wenqing was acutely aware that both women were under the influence of Consort One, tasked with surveilling him. Yet, armed with the emperor's decree, Li Wenqing had no choice but to accept their presence. He had not yet laid a hand on them, and one could hardly consider them as women. Regardless of their disposition, he felt no sympathy for them. Their families treated them as mere pawns, and their suffering was of no concern to him. However, what truly pained Li Wenqing was Chang's son Yi. They had promised to share both hardship and joy, vowing that once he ascended the throne, she would be made empress. Yet, when calamity struck, Chang's son Yi unhesitatingly severed their engagement. Did she truly lack faith in him? Did she doubt that he would one day return? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he bellowed, "Get out!" The two consorts were startled, promptly leaping down from the cart. Lin Zi glanced over, observing the weeping beauty beside Li Wenqing, and thought to herself that he was a man devoid of tenderness. "Uncle, you should abandon such thoughts. This cart belongs to me. My father's word is final. If I were to neglect my injured father and hand the cart over to you, that would be the utmost disrespect. Step aside and do not obstruct the way, lest I call for the authorities." Upon seeing the fierce bailiff approaching with a whip, Lin Ershu quickly made way. After traveling a few more miles, Lin Zi witnessed her second and third uncles embroiled in a quarrel, arguing over who had carried the elderly matriarch, each claiming superiority in their efforts. Ultimately, they decided that none would carry her further, insisting that she walk on her own. The old matriarch lamented, vociferously cursing her two ungrateful sons. Meanwhile, Zhu Sheng struggled to push the cart up a small incline. Lin Zi initially had no intention of intervening, but upon seeing Mu Yunzhao approaching to assist Zhu Sheng, she felt compelled to join. Zhu Sheng praised her, remarking on Miss Mu's kind-heartedness. Lin Zi hurried over, exclaiming, "I shall help too." Zhu Sheng offered a token smile to Lin Zi, expressing gratitude. Mu Yunzhao cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Zi, her mind racing with suspicion. Could it be that she too had been reborn? She could not allow Lin Zi to thwart her plans. Lin Zi, donning a false smile, declared, "No need for formality. My father instructed me to watch over Master Li during our journey." As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Li Wenqing, who sat motionless on the cart like a corpse, thinking it was at least polite for him to utter a word of thanks. Mu Yunzhao then suppressed her doubts and remarked to Lin Zi, "You are truly commendable, a loyal servant." Alas, such fidelity ultimately leads to demise on the road to exile. Due to their late departure, they had only traveled 20 miles when darkness enveloped them, rendering further travel impractical, and the caravan came to a halt. Though it was merely 20 miles, it had exhausted the group to the point of despair, with some even collapsing to the ground in tears. The second and third branches of the Lin family were equally vocal in their grievances, harboring deep resentment toward Lin Fu. In contrast, the first branch of the Lin family appeared fatigued, yet seemed less affected than the others. Lin Zi surveyed the surrounding area, noting the absence of nearby villages or inns, realizing they would likely have to camp here for the night. Seeing everyone exhausted and collapsed on the ground, they paid no heed to the dirt beneath them. Some sat while others lay flat, taking a considerable time to recuperate. "Mother, you rest here. I shall gather some firewood," Lin Zi remarked. The temperature in spring fluctuates greatly, and the nights remain quite chilly. Without a fire, enduring the night would be exceedingly difficult. Madame Song hurriedly grasped her daughter's hand, insisting, "Let your two elder brothers go. You should sit and rest." Moreover, in the wilderness, how could she feel at ease allowing her daughter to collect firewood alone? Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiuyin quickly concurred, "Yes. Sister, you rest while we go. Eldest brother and second brother are weary from pulling the cart. It is better if I go." Lin Zi assured them, "Do not worry. I shall not wander far. I will remain close by, and if anything seems amiss, I shall call for you." She then rose to leave, and upon seeing this, Chia promptly followed suit. With Chia accompanying her, Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiuyin felt a sense of relief. Lin Xiuyin remarked, "Why do I feel that sister has changed?" Lin Xiaoran echoed, "Indeed, she has become more considerate and understands our hardships." Lin Xiuyin countered, "Sister has always been sensible, you know." Lin Xiaoran chuckled, "Yes, indeed." Given their wilderness surroundings, where trees were abundant, Lin Zi and Chia soon gathered a substantial amount of dry branches. The two returned, each carrying a bundle of firewood. Upon seeing this, Madame Zhou immediately had an idea and rushed forward to stop Lin Zi, saying, Gigi, the Lin family has yet to be divided. So the firewood you gather also belongs to the second and third branches. Chapter 25. Everything is a pretense. Lin Zi glanced towards the second and third households, observing them seated on the ground, savoring white flatbreads. In stark contrast, the main household was gnawing on the hard, black steam buns provided by the officials, so tough they could chip a tooth. Since the families had not yet split, the provisions from the second and third households should rightfully include the main household's share. Aunt, go fetch some. Come in exchange for firewood, she stated. You must be dreaming. Lin Zi replied, her face a mask of disdain as she gazed silently at her. Madame Zhou explained, those were purchased with silver sent by our relatives from the second household. They are not from our original stock, thus they cannot be equated. If Aunt were to claim thus, I too would not be among the wrongdoers. Though I have been cast aside, I am still a married woman and cannot be considered part of the Lin family. The items I gather are not from the main household original supplies and will not be shared with you. Lin Zi turned to leave. Madame Zhou intercepted the firewood girl. You were originally a maid of the Lin family. The things you collect. I am now merely the maid of a young lady, and your affairs are of no concern to me. I implore you, second madam, step aside lest you injure your face. The firewood girl clutched the wood and strode forward, forcing Madame Zhou to yield out of fear of being hurt. You insolent girl, she cursed, as she returned to the second household's resting place. Madame Zhou felt a surge of anger. This wretched weather was turning cold at night. Without a fire, how would they manage to sleep? They might freeze to death in this wilderness. Yet, upon seeing the second and third households utterly exhausted on the ground, none wished to gather firewood. She was reluctant to send her own son. Unable to restrain herself, she shot Lin Jingzhu a glare. Traveling the same path, she noticed Lin Zi showed no sign of fatigue, while Lin Jingzhu had been complaining about exhaustion throughout the journey. She too felt weary, but what could be done? If blame were to be cast, it would fall upon herself for being so ineffectual as to be abandoned by her husband's family. Jingzhu, go collect firewood. Lin Jingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Mother, I am tired. Tired of what? As a daughter, how is it that Lin Zi does not complain of fatigue? Originally, this food was not meant for you. If you're unwilling to do some work, then you must figure out your own means for sustenance along the way. Lin Jingzhu stood frozen, her mind racing. She had some private savings she had not yet had the chance to give to her mother. But now her mother treated her this way. Feeling a twinge of resentment towards Lin Zi for her interference in gathering firewood, she thought it made Lin Zi seem capable. Since childhood, she had been the one praised by elders for her understanding and intelligence, while Lin Zi was often scorned by the family's elders, save for the affection of her uncle and aunt. Indeed, as they grew older, she had surpassed Lin Zi, marrying into a better situation. Could Lin Zi gather firewood? Anyone could do that, but mere collection of firewood was of little use. The true skill lay in ensuring the family had food to eat on the journey. With this thought, she produced 10 taels of silver and handed them to Madame Zhou. Mother, this is for you. Beyond these 10 taels, Lin Jingzhu possessed 200 taels in silver notes, yet she refrained from revealing them all. If she were to give everything at once, they would only express gratitude once. Once spent, they would forget her kindness. If given in portions, the Lin family would always remember her generosity. Madame Zhou, upon seeing the silver, eagerly accepted it and affectionately embraced Lin Jingzhu. My dear daughter, sit down and enjoy your meal. Soon, your father and brother will go gather firewood, so you can rest. Lin Jingzhu felt a cold disdain within as she observed her mother's sudden shift in demeanor. Her mother had always claimed to care for her the most, yet it seemed to be nothing more than a facade. The kindness her mother had shown in the past was merely an act. Hearing the commotion, the elderly matriarch, Lady Wang, inquired silver. Madame Zhou froze, fearing that her mother-in-law might attempt to seize it from her. Indeed, Lady Wang reached out her hand to take it. Mother, this is Jingzhu's money. It does not belong to the household. You cannot take it. Why does it not belong to the household? I helped gather Jingzhu's dowry, and if that is the case, she need not marry at all. Uncle Lin snatched the silver from Madame Zhou's hand and handed it to Lady Wang. Mother, this is for you. Madame Zhou, flustered, exclaimed, You? Uncle Lin responded, The Lin family has not been divided. It is still under your authority, and it should be submitted. Attempting to reclaim the silver, Madame Zhou was met with a fierce glare from Uncle Lin and dared not utter another word. With Lin Jingzhu surrendering the silver, she received a white flour bun as a reward, while the main household dined on the coarse black buns distributed by the officials. When Lin Zi returned, he noticed the forlorn expressions of those holding the black buns. He and Chaya set down their firewood, and Madame Song handed Lin Zi 2 black buns. The officials gave me 2. I do not wish to eat them, so you may have them. Lin Zi accepted one and passed the other to Chaya. Meanwhile, Lin Xiran promptly offered his black bun to Madame Song, who waved her hand dismissively, clearly unable to stomach it. Lin Zi, feeling genuine hunger, took a bite of the hard black bun, finding it nearly inedible and choking her. "Mother, I also want a white bun." She turned and saw Lu Er pleading with her sister-in-law Gu Wanyun for a white bun. Upon noticing the white buns at the second and third households, her black bun suddenly lost its appeal. With a downcast gaze, Lin Zi looked at the black bun again, realizing it was unpalatable even for herself, let alone for the young Lin Zheng and Lin Lu. Considering that Chaya had a hearty appetite, she handed her the dry ration. "You eat this for now. I will get you something delicious later." Chaya's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the black bun. "Yes, Mississippi." In the kitchen of the Qin residence, Lin Zi had stored various vegetables, meats, grains, and oils, including buns and steamed bread, as well as a lavish feast for dozens of guests. However, she was reluctant to reveal her provisions at this moment. Additionally, there were 30 live wild chickens in cages and 20 already slaughtered ones. The wild chickens were likely purchased by the Qin family for Qin Lang's wedding feast. Yet, she could not bring out the slaughtered chickens. The live ones could still be presented as if they were hunted from the forest. She was quite skilled at butchering, having learned it in her youth when her grandmother's health declined, necessitating her to prepare festive meals. During her high school years, grandmother was afflicted with an incurable illness. In order to ensure that her grandmother enjoyed her final days with better meals, she took it upon herself to work as an apprentice at a grand restaurant. "You all eat first. I'll step aside for a moment," she said. Mrs. Song, sensing her concern, insisted that Chaya accompany her. Lin Zi waved her hand dismissively, urging, "Just enjoy your meal. I won't be long and won't wander far." Chaya, being particularly obedient to Lin Zi, chose not to follow her. After meandering nearby for a while, Lin Zi returned, clutching 2 lively chickens that clucked in her grasp. However, before she could reach the front of the line, she was met with the sound of Lin Lu's sobbing. Rushing forward, she found Lin Lu nestled in Gu Wanyun's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, I promise I won't be greedy anymore. I can eat the black steamed buns, just please don't let them hit you again." Lin Zi hurriedly approached Lin Xiran, asking, "Elder brother, what has happened?" Chapter 26. Borrowing a pot from the abandoned crown, Prince Lin Xiran cast a piercing glance at Gu Wanyun. "Your elder sister-in-law went to grandmother's for food and was struck with a cane," he remarked. "Isn't this just inviting trouble? Knowing that food would be unattainable, why provoke them?" Lin Lu felt terribly wronged but still defended her mother, her voice choked with emotion. "It's not my mother's fault. It was I who insisted on wanting to eat white flour pancakes." Suddenly, they heard a constable calling out, "Those who wish to buy white flour pancakes, come forward." 5 for 1 tael of silver. Lin Zi nearly exclaimed in disbelief. "What? 5 for 1 tael? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Who would be foolish enough to?" Yet, seeing many people exchanging silver for pancakes, Lin Zi realized that perhaps this was indeed a lucrative trade. "Well, it seems there truly are foolish people." Gu Wanyun tightened her embrace around Lin Lu. How could she possibly produce silver to buy pancakes? Lin Zi crouched down in front of Lin Lu, asking, "Dear Luer, would you prefer meat or white flour pancakes?" Feeling a bit shy, Lin Lu hesitated to admit that her desire for pancakes had led her mother to unjust punishment, and that her father was also upset with her mother. But the pangs of hunger were undeniable, and she whispered, "Auntie, Luer would be fine with. Luer can eat dark flour buns." As she spoke, she took a bite of the bun in her hand. Lin Zi affectionately patted her head. "What a good child. Do you see what Annie has in her hands?" 2 chickens began to cluck in perfect unison. Lin Lu's eyes widened in excitement. "Chickens. Luer wants to eat eggs." "No eggs today. These are wild chickens that Annie caught in the woods. How about I stew some meat for you shortly?" Lin Lu's face lit up with joy. Casting aside her earlier discontent, she called out, "Mother, mother, look quickly, any caught wild chickens. Luer will have meat to eat." Gu Wanyin had already noticed. She and T anticipated that this little ant possessed such remarkable skills, managing to catch 2 chickens in such a brief time. Aware that this little ant had never been particularly fond of her, she thought that as long as she could provide the children with a few pieces of chicken to satisfy their cravings, she could overlook past grievances. As the fire had yet to be lit, Lin's father, mother, and 2 older brothers, upon hearing Lin Lu's voice, realized that Lin Zi truly had captured 2 chickens. "Where did you catch these?" they inquired. "There are no villages nearby, nor any shops. These surely are not domesticated birds." But observing the appearance of the chickens, they indeed resembled wild ones. Lin Zi explained, "I found them in the woods. They must be wild chickens." Her 2 brothers praised, "Our sister is amazing. She has caught chickens so quickly. It seems we shall have a feast tonight." Lin Zi, seeking an excuse, added, "It must be that the wild chickens lost their footing on a tree and fell, landing right at my feet." At her words, everyone's interest was piqued. If there were chickens in the woods, they too wanted to catch some. Immediately, small groups set out to search for wild chickens. Meanwhile, the children from the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Lin family clamored for meat, prompting Lin Ershu and Lin Sanshu to rise and join the hunt for chickens. Lin Zi, noticing that the fire had not yet been lit, asked, "Why has the fire not been started yet?" Chaya scratched her head and replied, "Miss, we have no fire starters." Lin Shiran and Lin Shuyan were once privileged young masters from a wealthy family, yet they found themselves incapable of igniting a fire. Gu Wanyun and Fong Luo were equally inept. Lin Zi surveyed the group and realized that none could kindle a flame, though they had gathered kindling. The act of lighting a fire proved to be a challenge. "Allow me," Lin Zi said, handing over the 2 chickens in her grasp to Chaya. After a brief flurry of activity beside the firewood, she managed to ignite the pile, casting a warm glow around them. Upon witnessing the fire spring to life at the Lin family's side, the others hastened over with their own kindling to join in. In no time, several fires were ablaze. The 2nd and 3rd branches of the Lin family approached to share the warmth, but Lin Zi merely glanced at them in silence. Lady Song, filled with concern, grasped Lin Zi's hand. "My dear, how did you learn to start fire?" The thought that her daughter must have endured hardships in the Qin household, where she had to fend for herself, filled her with sorrow. Her precious daughter, raised in luxury and attended by 4 maids, had never once lifted a finger to dress herself, and now she had learned such a practical skill. Lady Song felt a pang of guilt, believing that the generous dowry she provided would ensure her daughter's well-being in the Qin family, only to be met with disillusionment. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pondered these matters. "Mother, there is truly no need for concern. It is a good thing for me to learn this skill. Is it not?" "I simply pressed the lighter," Lin Zi reassured her. Lady Song nodded, acknowledging it was indeed a positive development. Yet, despite her words, she yearned to know the true nature of her daughter's life in the Qin household. Ever since Lin Zi's marriage, every visit to the Lin family had been filled with her praise for her husband's family, yet she had ultimately been cast aside. It seemed necessary for Lady Song to discreetly inquire with Chaya about the hardships Lin Zi had faced. "Mother, there is no need for worry. I am well. I shall go borrow a pot, and you can await your meal," Lin Zi declared. Lady Song responded with an affirmative hum. Recalling that she had seen 2 iron pots on Li Wenqing's cart while assisting Zhu Sheng, Lin Zi thought it prudent to borrow one from him. Upon her arrival, she found Li Wenqing lying down, consuming food. His injury was on his posterior, preventing him from sitting. Thus, he had to lie flat. This was Lin Zi's first encounter with Li Wenqing's appearance. He was handsome, albeit somewhat pallid, with elongated, slightly upturned phoenix eyes and a gaze as deep as ink. The literature described his smile as warm as jade, yet when unamused, he bore an icy demeanor. Lin Zi found the descriptions to be remarkably accurate. Even in his current state of misfortune, he radiated an undeniable presence that compelled others to unconsciously look up to him. Nonetheless, he was undeniably attractive. As someone who appreciated beauty, Lin Zi felt her throat tighten upon seeing such an exquisite figure from the past so close to her. Such a captivating individual was typically a sight reserved for television. Have you had your fill of staring? Li Wenqing's sudden voice startled Lin Zi. Have you had enough? I see that Master Li is dining. She responded with a forced smile, desperately seeking a change in conversation, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Internally, she scolded him for not even lifting his gaze, yet somehow knowing she was watching him. Lin Zi felt disheartened by Li Wenqing's indifference towards him and began conversing with Zhu Sheng. Young master, may I borrow your pot and bowl? I assure you, I shall not use them without recompense. I can offer you a bowl of chicken to savor later. Regarding Lin Zi's capture of a wild chicken, Zhu Sheng had overheard the discussions among the crowd, leaving him quite astonished. Miss Lin managed to catch a wild chicken? Lin Zi responded. It was merely a stroke of luck. A wild chicken fortuitously fell from the tree and landed right before me. Li Wenqing, unlike other prisoners, distributed soft white buns. Yet he was notoriously finicky, always yearning for something more flavorful. Lin Daren was his ally, and his daughter posed no threat to him. He nonchalantly commanded, "Lend it to her." Zhu Sheng promptly acquiesced. Miss Lin, do not forget your chicken. Rest assured. As Zhu Sheng accompanied Lin Zi to retrieve the pot and bowl from the cart, they fortuitously encountered Mu Yunzhao, who was holding some white flatbreads. Your Highness, I purchased these from the constable. These two are for you. Li Wenqing still did not lift his gaze, retorting, Get lost. Mu Yunzhao was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Sheng quickly turned to clarify, recalling how Miss Mu had previously assisted him with the cart. My lord, Miss Mu is the daughter of Lord Mu, and today she helped me push the cart. She is merely acting with goodwill. Before he could finish, Li Wenqing interjected, You two, get lost. Zhu Sheng immediately recognized his blunder. As the servant of his master, he should not speak in favor of others. He turned to Mu Yunzhao. Miss Mu, my master has asked you to leave. Did you not hear? Offering unsolicited favors often concealed ulterior motives. Chapter 27. Bring the bowl. Let the blood flow. Mu Yunzhao had no choice but to give up. As she departed, she shot a glare at Lin Zi, who found the look perplexing. Why was she being glared at? It was not as if she had driven her away. Meanwhile, Li Wenqing's two concubines kept their distance from his cart, evidently wary of his foul temper. He seemed inclined to drive away anyone who approached him. Lin Zi decided it was best to leave promptly to avoid further provoking this spoiled heir. As she departed, she also took the water bucket from the discarded prince's cart. Zhu Sheng did not intervene. After all, what use was the bucket in this wilderness where no water could be fetched? Lin Zi, however, had her own space and was not concerned about the lack of water. Upon returning to the group, she carried a pot in her left hand and a bucket of water in her right. Madame Song was astonished, inquiring where the water had come from. From Li Wenqing. Lin Zi replied. Madame Song was taken aback and quickly covered Lin Zi's mouth, whispering, Gigi, do not call him by name. He has been stripped of his title and is now a commoner, destined for labor in Fangzhou like your grandfather. If we do not call him by his name, what else shall we call him? Suddenly, Madame Song realized the truth. Indeed, the crown prince was no longer the exalted figure he once was. She glanced toward the distance, where she observed Li Wenqing's two concubines lamenting their plight, pleading for food. They could not stomach the steamed buns and were entreating Li Wenqing for meat. The former prince's situation was even more dire than theirs. At least they had each other, while the two concubines accompanying the deposed prince appeared to provide no care and perhaps even a burden to him. Although Lin Zi had brought water, it only added to the group's concerns. Who would be willing to slaughter a chicken and pluck its feathers? They exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Lin Zi rolled up her sleeves, declaring, You all take a breather. I will go with Chia to boil water and kill the chickens. Her declaration was met with astonished looks. Disbelief was etched on their faces. Ignoring their stares, Lin Zi gathered some stones to form a cooking platform and set the water to boil. She then took a bowl and, accompanied by Chia, walked a short distance away. There, Lin Zi produced a blade and deftly sliced the neck of a chicken, which immediately succumbed and ceased its flapping. Chia's eyes widened in shock. How could the young lady slaughter a chicken without even blinking? Chia, bring the bowl. Let the blood flow. After draining the blood from both chickens, Lin Zi inquired, Chia, can you pluck chicken feathers? I will reward you with a generous bowl of chicken meat and steamed buns. Really? Indeed, I do not deceive you. The maid replied, I believe you, miss. I will go pluck the feathers. That is my specialty. When she first arrived at the Lin household, she worked in the grand kitchen, tending the fire and performing various tasks, so this was no challenge for her. Approaching the cooking platform, she noted that the hot water was ready, though not boiling. Chia promptly tossed both chickens into the iron pot. Once the chickens were scalded, Lin Zi and Chia each took a chicken and began to pluck the feathers, leaving the Lin family and others utterly astonished at the sight. This prompted Zhu Sheng to completely alter his perception of Lin Zi. He exclaimed, Master, do take a look. Initially, I thought Miss Lin was merely instructing her maid to prepare the stewed wild chicken, yet here she is, personally plucking the feathers. Li Wenqing, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. He could not help but lift his gaze towards the direction Zhu Sheng indicated. Witnessing Lin Zi rolling up her sleeves and expertly removing the feathers with remarkable speed and precision. Could it be that she's willing to engage in such laborious tasks? This certainly elevated Li Wenqing's regard for her. Some onlookers, catching the scent of the freshly slaughtered chicken, instinctively covered their mouths and noses, disdainful of Lin Zi's actions. How could she stoop to such a crude and foul task? Madame Song, upon seeing her daughter truly take part in killing the chicken, couldn't help but shed tears. Mother, why are you crying again? Lin Xiran inquired. Madame Song hastily wiped her tears away, lamenting, Your sister has even learned to slaughter chickens. This reveals the kind of life she must endure at the Qin residence. How did I not notice this before? The more she contemplated, the sadder she became. Lin Xiran, understanding her mother's distress, gently reassured her, Mother, is this not a good thing? We are heading to Fangzhou, where one must learn to fend for oneself. I initially worried that sister might struggle with such hardships, yet now it appears she adapts even more swiftly than us. Moreover, do you not perceive that she seems quite happy? Madame Song was so preoccupied with concern for her daughter that it took Lin Xiran's words to redirect her attention. She then observed Lin Zi laughing and chatting with Chaya, entirely devoid of any sign of suffering. A sense of relief washed over Madame Song. Indeed, her son was right. Zi did not seem to harbor grievances about her abandonment. On the contrary, when she spoke of the Qin family, it was as if she were recounting the affairs of others. She no longer held any extravagant expectations. Her only wish was for her children to find joy. With this thought, she dried her tears and said, Wanner, I am fine now. You and Yinner should assist your sister rather than merely wait to eat. Lin Xiran complied. However, when he and Lin Xiu met Lin Zi, it appeared they had little to offer in terms of assistance. Lin Zi urged them to rest and await their meal. She relished cooking and found great pleasure in the process, particularly when her dishes garnered praise for their deliciousness. The two worked efficiently, and in no time, they had plucked the feathers and cleaned the chicken. Yet Lin Zi soon faced a new dilemma. Lacking a cutting board and a knife, she could not possibly reveal the contents of her spatial storage in front of others. Doing so would expose her secret, considering the avarice of the second and third households, as well as old Madame Wang. She had placed all her belongings into her space to convey that she had returned from the Qin family with nothing. If the first household became a burden, the second and third would be more inclined to sever ties and partition themselves. Approaching Li Wenqing's cart, she inquired, Did you bring a cutting board? Zhu Sheng scratched his head in dismay, realizing, Oh no, I forgot to bring a cutting board when I left. Miss Lin, do you intend to cut the chicken into pieces? He asked. Yes, she replied. Since the young master does not have one, I shall inquire elsewhere. Lin Zi then asked around, but no one had brought a cutting board, not even old Master Wang. Upon turning her gaze to the dagger at the waist of the Imperial Guard not far away, Lin Zi was suddenly struck with an idea. As she approached the guard, she was promptly dismissed. Away with you, go over there. Feeling somewhat vexed, she thought to herself, After all, I am not a criminal. Must these guards be so discourteous? She muttered quietly, Alas, though I wish to wield the officer's blade, I would not do so without reciprocity. Once the chicken is stewed, I shall offer them a bowl of meat. It appears that today, the chicken feast shall not materialize. Despite her hushed tone, her words reached the ears of the guards. What? Our mighty blade is meant for slaying men, not for chopping chicken. Begone, do not cause a ruckus here. among the throng of imperial guards. Not all were fierce, some were amiable. One stepped forward and said, "Sister, where is the chicken? I can assist you." Chapter 28. Is this meat really edible? Thank you, brother. Rest assured, I won't let your kindness go unrewarded. Once the meat is stewed, you must come and sample my culinary skills. Lin Zi inquired further and learned that the man was named Zhao Zhan. The name suited his appearance, as he exuded an air of sternness that made others hesitant to approach him even in silence. However, unexpectedly, he was the most amiable among the Jinwu guards. Upon reaching the cooking station, Zhao Zhan observed 2 plucked white chickens in the large iron pot and asked, "Where is the cutting board?" Lin Zi hesitated to answer. "To be honest, Brother Zhao, we have no cutting board. Do you think you could use your large knife to dab one and chop them directly?" Zhao Zhan contemplated for a moment before responding. "Very well, I shall give it a try." Lin Zi tied a chicken to a rope and handed it to Zhao Zhan. He took it and suspended the chicken from a tree branch, drawing out his large knife, ready to begin the butchering. "Wait!" Lin Zi called out. Zhao Zhan turned, a look of confusion on his face as he gazed at her. "Brother Zhao, your knife has been used for killing. Perhaps it would be prudent to wash it first." Zhao Zhan glanced down and conceded. He handed the knife to Lin Zi. With no river nearby, Lin Zi returned to the bucket, instructing Chia to hold the knife while she filled the bucket with water for rinsing. After several washes, as the water in the bucket dwindled, Lin Zi discreetly added more water when Chia wasn't paying attention. Once the knife was clean, she returned it to Zhao Zhan. "I appreciate your patience, Brother Zhao." Zhao Zhan waved his hand dismissively and began to debone the chicken, while Chia stood by with the pot. Zhao Zhan's knife was remarkably sharp, and before long, the chicken was neatly chopped into pieces. Chia washed the chicken pieces twice more before placing them on the cooking station. Seeing Lin Zi bustling about at the makeshift cooking area, Zhu Sheng couldn't help but murmur softly, "Miss Lin is truly preparing the meat herself. But I wonder, can she actually cook? After all, she was a noble lady raised in the back courtyard." Even he, as a servant to the master, would struggle with the mere plucking of a live chicken. Li Wenqing, resting on a cart, perked up his ears. To his surprise, Lin Fu's daughter was adapting quite well to her new circumstances. While other noble ladies wallowed in self-pity after a sudden fall from grace, crying and lamenting their plight, she bore no trace of sorrow on her face. How intriguing! Unable to resist, Li Wenqing propped himself up to glance from a distance. Indeed, spotting Lin Zi busily moving about the cooking station, seemingly extracting something from her bundle to add to the pot, presumably seasonings. Given that they were free-range chickens, they required a longer cooking time. Lin Lu, being a child, was growing increasingly restless with hunger, watching Lin Zi with eager eyes. She still held a certain trepidation towards her aunt. Lin Zi sat on a nearby large stone and waved at her. "Lulu, are you hungry? Come here to your aunt." Seeing Lin Zi smiling gently, no longer as fierce as before, the child felt a flicker of warmth. Thus, she broke free from her mother and dashed over to Lin Zi, stopping 2 steps away and blinking her large eyes at her aunt. Lin Zi understood that the child, even if she wished to draw closer, was too timid to do so, a shadow cast by the original owner upon Lin Lu. Lin Zi gently bent down and grasped Luer's small hand. "Come, Luer, are you hungry?" Only then did Lin Lu take a couple of steps forward, nodding and then shaking her head. "Tell your aunt, do you wish to eat meat?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Lu nodded affirmatively. Lin Zi's hand delved into her bundle, and when it emerged, it held 6 pieces of beef jerky, which she placed into Luer's hand, whispering, "You can have this first, 3 for you and 3 for your brother. But this is a secret between you and aunt. You mustn't tell anyone else. If outsiders learn of it, they might come to snatch our food. Do you understand?" Luder gazed at the jerky in her hand, her eyes sparkling. "Don't worry, aunt. I won't tell anyone." With that, she scampered away. Lin Zi returned her hand to the bundle and retrieved 3 more pieces of beef jerky, which she handed to Chaya, who was eagerly swallowing. This jerky was from before she transmigrated. She often indulged in snacks while engrossed in stories or dramas. Seeing that she too had a share, Chaya felt reassured that the young lady had kept her promise not to let her go hungry. "Miss, let us eat together." "No, you eat first. I will look around to see if there are any wild vegetables nearby." Chai Yekimlaith. Luer, clutching the beef jerky, waddled over to Lin Zheng. Brother, this is for you. Lin Zheng, surprised, exclaimed, Where did you get the meat? Aunt gave it to me. Lin Zheng was astonished. She would give you jerky? It had been several days since he had tasted meat, and being still young, he did not ponder too deeply, but began to eat along with Lin Lu. Madame Song and her two daughters-in-law were already exhausted, seated upon a stone, utterly oblivious to the children savoring the jerky. Lin Zheng had initially intended to share some with his mother and grandmother, but Lin Lu stopped him, brother, and said we mustn't let anyone else know. Reluctantly, Lin Zheng acquiesced. Lin Zi pretended to wander nearby, returning with her garments filled with various mushrooms. In her other hand, she held a bundle of phoenix tree leaves. Though her space was abundant with vegetables, it was not convenient to extract them, so she had to resort to this method. Chai was quite astonished, miss. You are remarkable. How is it that I found nothing while gathering firewood just now? She glanced at the mushrooms, noting they were edible and non-toxic. Miss, what do you intend to do with these phoenix leaves? To use as bowls. Having borrowed only 2 bowls from Li Wenqing, it was insufficient for the number of people present, so they would have to make do. Chaya quickly realized the cleverness of the young lady. Give them to me. Miss, I shall wash them. As the wild chicken had simmered for nearly an hour, Lin Zi added all the mushrooms into the pot. When she lifted the lid, the air was instantly filled with a savory aroma that made everyone nearby swallow in anticipation. All eyes turned eagerly toward her. Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyan also gathered around. Sister, it smells wonderful. While Lin Xiuran remained composed, Lin Xiuyan could hardly contain himself, itching to reach out and grab a piece to taste immediately. He can no longer wait. Since the moment he was imprisoned, he has not tasted meat for over 10 days. Lin Ji took out several pairs of chopsticks from her bundle, handing them to Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyan, and then placed 2 pieces of phoenix tree leaves in their hands. Eldest brother, second brother, you may have a taste first. Lin Ji served each of her brothers a piece of meat. They had not held much hope, but at the moment the morsel touched their lips, their eyes lit up. How can this be so delicious? Perhaps it was the pangs of hunger, but the chicken her sister had stewed was simply divine. At that moment, those who had gone to catch wild chickens began to return one after another, all empty-handed, including Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San. They all cast envious glances towards the Lin family. Upon rejoining the group, Uncle Lin Air could not help but curse. Where on earth did that wretched girl find the chicken? We searched high and low and found nothing. I'm exhausted. Uncle Lin San chimed in with complaints, right? That wretched girl didn't even think to share one with us. Little Rue Air, the grandson of Uncle Lin Air, was clamoring for chicken, while in the third household, Lin Xiuqi, Uncle Lin San's 12-year-old son, was pestering his grandmother for meat. Old Lady Wang, irritated by the commotion, still refused to go look for it. Meanwhile, in the main household, Lin Ji took a piece for herself and bit into it. The meat was tender, and indeed, the stew cooked over the fire was delectable without being tough. Thinking of Lin Fu, who was still severely injured, she first filled a bowl with a generous portion of meat, then added a small half-bowl of chicken soup, instructing her eldest brother to take it to their father first. Lin Ji served another bowl, intending to personally deliver it to Li Wenqing. By the time she arrived, Li Wenqing was nearly asleep from waiting. Upon seeing Lin Ji approach with a bowl of chicken, he could hardly believe it. Can this meat really be eaten? Lin Ji immediately understood his meaning and shot him a glare. Why not taste it first before you pass judgment? Li Wenqing indeed picked up a pair of chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and bit into it. His eyes flickered slightly amidst passable. What? Passable? Your Highness, perhaps it would be better if you didn't settle for less. Lin Ji swiftly lifted the bowl away. Chapter 29. The attempt to take everything away. Lin Zi was seething with anger. Had she not tasted the dish herself, she might have believed the disparaging remarks. After all, she had labored for quite some time to prepare this meal with great care. To hear someone dismiss it as merely passable was infuriating. She was not boasting. Many of the spices in her possession were not even available in this era, and the meat, simmered in spiritual spring water, was far superior to that prepared by the chefs of the inn where she had previously stayed. Determined, Lin Zi picked up her bowl and made to leave. Li Wenqing exchanged a glance with Zhu Sheng, who immediately understood the unspoken cue and swiftly blocked Lin Zi's path. "Miss Lin, we had a clear agreement. You borrowed our pot, and in return, you promised to share a bowl of your stew with us. Why the sudden change of heart now that the pot has been used?" "Thank you for lending me your pot," Lin Zi replied coolly. "However, your master has stated that my cooking is not to his liking. I wouldn't want to impose too much upon him." Li Wenqing was taken aback, perplexed. "When did I ever say it wasn't good? I merely have a habit of expressing my thoughts." "Well, I suppose I can take the blame for that." With some reluctance, Li Wenqing amended his statement. "Miss Lin's dish is indeed quite delectable." Lin Zi set down the bowl, feeling somewhat appeased. "Now, that's more like it. Young Master Li has tasted it. Surely you find my cooking satisfactory?" Li Wenqing gestured for her to continue. "You are two individuals. Surely this single bowl of chicken is insufficient. If you provide me with 10 steamed buns, I shall offer you an additional bowl of meat. What do you say?" Zhu Sheng glanced at Li Wenqing, who decisively replied, "Give it to her." "But, master," Zhu Sheng protested, somewhat reluctant. This provision was intended for their journey. While the officials were also given rations, which were indeed steamed buns, he dared not let his master partake in them. It was always wise to exercise caution. Li Wenqing shot Zhu Sheng a glance, which silenced any further objections. Reluctantly, Zhu Sheng unwrapped the bundle and retrieved 2 packages of oil paper-wrapped steamed buns. Lin Zi's heart soared with joy as she hastily accepted the buns. "Thank you. I currently lack extra bowls. Once you finish your meal, you may come and take another serving." These 10 steamed buns would suffice for their entire family. The buns paired with the chicken and mushroom stew, although delayed, promised a hearty meal. After Lin Zi departed, Li Wenqing eagerly began to savor the meat. Zhu Sheng was taken aback. When had his master become so spineless? He had never backed down, even in the presence of the emperor. Was it truly for a bowl of meat that he had changed? Li Wenqing offered no explanation, simply stating, "You should try some too." As Lin Zi passed by the Golden Guard formation, she called out, "Brother Zhao, come over for a meal. The meat is ready." Zhao Zhan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It was merely a small effort on my part." Though Zhao Zhan said this, he had caught the alluring aroma wafting from Lin Zi's pot earlier, and his stomach had already begun to grumble in anticipation. He would not mind a bowl, even if it were just a couple of pieces. After some enthusiastic persuasion from Lin Zi, Zhao Zhan finally acquiesced. The other Golden Guards could only watch on with envious eyes. The officials were accustomed to transporting prisoners. This was not their first experience, and they had long since become desensitized to the hardships encountered along the way. However, for the Golden Guards, this was their first time escorting a prisoner. Were it not for the presence of the Crown Prince within their ranks, this task would hardly have fallen to them. Their responsibility on this journey was to ensure the safe passage of the deposed Prince de Fang'o. Only upon the successful completion of this mission would they find solace. They did not feel fatigued, yet the entire day spent on the road, subsisting solely on a few steamed buns, left them feeling quite constrained. The tantalizing aroma of the meals wafting from the Lin household only intensified their yearning, leading them to regret not assisting Lin Zi in preparing some meat, which would have granted them a share. With a sigh, they resolved that should another opportunity arise, they would lend a helping hand. As Lin Zi approached the kitchen, the sounds of an argument reached her ears, seemingly a dispute involving Uncle Lin Heir and her 2 elder brothers. From a distance, she observed her uncle attempting to seize the iron pot, prompting her to quicken her pace. Upon arriving, she overheard Uncle Lin Heir's shameless remarks. "Your grandmother desires meat. Do you dare show disrespect to her?" Lin Xiaoyan's face turned ashen with anger. "Uncle, how can you still have the audacity to utter such words? Grandmother and your branches of the family have ample funds and provisions. Have you ever considered the plight of our main branch? What difference does it make? Your grandmother is an elder, and we must prioritize honoring her with our food," came the retort. Lin Zi stepped forward, asserting it is utterly unreasonable for the old matriarch, who is so self-indulgent, to expect her juniors to act as dutiful descendants. When your branches feast on white flour buns, we are left to nibble on the black buns distributed by the officials. When Luer cries for a morsel, as elders, what harm is there in sharing a bite with her? How can you justify resorting to violence? The original owner of this body had loathed the greed of the second and third branches, always feeling the need to avoid losing face before their elders. At this moment, Uncle Lin Air did not suspect her motives. Rather, he noted the clarity of her arguments, which contrasted with her previous demeanor. He glared at her, insisting that, as an elder, she should show respect. Lin Zi replied, that is blind filial piety. She has dismantled the walls of hierarchy, yet demands that the younger generation continue to bow to the ruins. It is unacceptable. Lin Xiaoyan could not help but applaud. The constraints imposed by their upbringing had instilled a sense of obligation, compelling them to act against their will. However, her sister's words serve as a reminder that they should not engage in foolish reverence. Then Uncle Lin Air proclaimed, "This is your grandmother's command. I must take the meat away." Not a chance. Lin Zi, Lin Xiao Ran, and Lin Xiao Yin nearly spoke in unison. The chicken was caught by me, and the vegetables were prepared by me. If that old woman wishes to devour my stew, she cannot expect to seize the entire pot without fear of choking. Chapter 30. They rightfully deserve their share. Uncle Lin pointed at Lin Zi, and with a glance at the pot of chicken simmering enticingly. He couldn't resist swallowing hard at the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. Realizing it was futile to try and take the meat today, he shifted his gaze and softened his tone slightly. After all, we have yet to separate our households. The provisions of the main branch should rightfully be shared with the second and third branches. Let us divide the meat in the pot into 3 portions, keeping 1 for your main branch, while the remaining 2 can be taken by the second and third branches. Upon hearing such shameless words from his uncle, Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but smirk. It was a timely reminder. Today, his younger sister managed to catch a chicken, but who could say what tomorrow would bring? If the main branch found itself without food tomorrow, should the second and third branches also share their silver and provisions with them? Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle Lin exclaimed, "You must be dreaming." Lin Zi retorted, "Indeed, uncle, you are the one dreaming. Chia, see him off." At Lin Zi's command, Chia picked up a stick from the firewood pile and swung it toward Uncle Lin. Startled, Uncle Lin stumbled backward, proclaiming, "You have truly gone too far. If I get hit, it's not just my clothes that will be burned. I could suffer serious injury." After Uncle Lin fled, Chia attempted to pursue him, but was halted by Lin Zi's call. "Chia, no need to bother." Chia then halted, tossing the stick directly at Uncle Lin, who scurried away, making a ruckus. At this moment, the entire Lin family gathered around the stove, including Lin Lu, leaving only Lin Zheng, his sister-in-law Gu Wanyan, and the second sister-in-law Fong Luo. Lin Zi first distributed a steamed bun to everyone. To her mother, Madame Song, her elder brother Lin Xiran, her second brother Lin Xiaoyan, Chia, and Zhao Zhan, totaling 5 buns. "Please eat first. I will go call the elder and second sisters-in-law for dinner." Lin Zi then approached Lin Fu's cart. "Father, here is a bun for you." She handed him a bun. Lin Fu paused momentarily, taken aback before accepting it, his eyes glistening with emotion. He never expected that during their arduous journey, it would be his most cherished daughter who would provide sustenance. "Where did this bun come from?" "Rest assured, father, it was neither stolen nor taken by force. I exchanged it for chicken." That is good, that is good. You should eat quickly as well." Lin Zi complied. She walked over to her 2 sisters-in-law. The women from the back courtyard appeared rather delicate, likely exhausted from their labors. Lin Zi took Lin Zheng by the hand. "Come, let us go have a meal with your aunt." Lin Zheng furrowed his brow. His aunt had indeed changed. In the past, she would often greet his mother with disdain. Today, however, she was remarkably gentle. Men and women must sit separately at the age of 7. "Please do not tug at Zhenger's sleeve, aunt." This remark amused Lin Zi, as she had yet to observe Lin Zheng closely since her arrival. She scrutinized him carefully and observed Lin Zheng's round yet angular face, the baby fat still present but taut, with brows resembling ink strokes and eyes like dots of paint. His long, thick eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his lowered gaze. His nose was straight, and his pale lips, when pressed into a line, appeared particularly stern. Lin Zi could not help but exclaim, "Oh, what a little stickler!" However, upon closer inspection, she noted that her dear nephew bore some resemblance to her, possessing an unexpectedly charming appearance. She was tempted to pinch his cheeks, but seeing his taut expression, she refrained. Elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, You should go eat as well. You both had a tiring day. Gu Wanyun and Fong Luo exchanged surprised glances. They had assumed she had come to call Lin Zheng for dinner. After all, Zheng Er was her own nephew, and it was normal for her to be concerned for the child. Why then was she inviting them too? If it had been in the past, even if they had begged her for a morsel, this little ant would likely not have shown any mercy. Gu Wanyun replied, "You all go ahead. I'm not hungry yet." "How can you not be hungry? Elder sister-in-law, if you don't eat well today, how will you continue your journey tomorrow? And second sister-in-law, do you expect your younger sister to carry you?" Gu Wanyun and Fong Luo exchanged incredulous looks. Fong Luo remarked, "No need, we can go eat ourselves." "All right." Seeing their agreement, Lin Zi opened the old paper bag and handed Lin Zheng 3 buns. "Zheng Er, 1 for your mother and 1 for second aunt." Looking at the last bun remaining in her hand, Lin Zi sighed, lamenting how swiftly 10 buns had been divided. "Considering Chaya ya ese hearty appetite." She wrapped it up again, planning to save it for Chaya. She had plenty of delicious food in her space. She would not go hungry. Holding the bun and gazing at her aunt's retreating figure, Gu Wanyun appeared contemplative. Fong Luo commented, "Elder sister-in-law, our dowry has all been monopolized by our little aunt. This meal ought to be savored." With that, she stood up and chased after Lin Zi. Lin Zheng also encouraged, "Mother, Annie is actually quite nice. Just now, she even gave me and my sister some jerky." "Really?" "Indeed, mother. She was worried we might starve and let me and Luer eat a little first." Gu Wanyun furrowed her brow. Could it be that this little ant had truly changed for the better? "Let us go, Zheng." Once Gu Wanyun and Lin Zheng arrived, everyone gathered around the pot and began to eat. The Lin family had fallen into such decline that they disregarded the customary separation of genders at the table. Filling their bellies was all that mattered. Yet, among them was only Zhao Zhan, an outsider who felt somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Lin Zi engaged him in various conversations, and before long, he appeared much more at ease. Meanwhile, the Mu family, like the others, could only watch the Lin family with wide eyes, swallowing hard. Mu Yinzhao could not fathom why this life was so different, wondering why Lin Zi had also been exiled. Furthermore, she sensed that Lin Zi seemed somewhat different, no longer as foolish as before. Today, it appeared that Li Wenqing had even cast a few extra glances in her direction, according to her memories from her previous life. Li Wenqing eventually became the emperor. No, she absolutely could not allow Lin Zi to get close to Li Wenqing again. The elder sister-in-law of the Mu family, Tong, cast a glance at Mu Yinzhao, who sat nearby, tightly clutching her bundle. "Sister, I noticed you went to find the constable just now. Were you purchasing white flour pancakes?" Startled by the inquiry, Mu Yinzhao hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, you must have mistaken me. I possess no silver. I suspect you have secretly hoarded some silver to secretly purchase pancakes for your own indulgence. Would you dare to let me inspect your bundle?" Though Mu Yunzhao's bundle contained no hidden silver, it did hold 3 white flour pancakes, which she had bought for a mere 2 taels of silver. Having consumed 2 herself, she intended to save the remaining ones for her journey the next day. If they were taken from her, she would likely be left with only coarse bread to eat. Her funds were limited, and she needed to conserve them. Otherwise, she would exhaust her resources before reaching Fangzhou. With this thought, she clutched her bundle even tighter. Mu Mother quickly intervened. "Tong, how could Zhao have any silver? Please do not make things difficult for her." With her mother's words, Tong reluctantly ceased her probing. Casting a scornful glance at Mu Yunzhao, "Mother, you certainly favor her." Mu Yunzhao harbored resentment. Since childhood, her aunt had abandoned her, and while the lady of the house treated her with some kindness, the children of the Mu family consistently ostracized her. In her previous life, unable to endure the hardships of exile and labor, she had carelessly submitted to becoming a concubine to a county official, a choice that marked the beginning of her tragic fate. In this new life, she vowed not to tread the same path and was determined to become a figure whom others would look up to with admiration. Chapter 31. Reluctant to feed the great-grandmother at the Lin family residence, the atmosphere was one of joyous indulgence in their meal. "Aunt, could you spare some food?" Lin Ji turned at the sound, recognizing a girl of 13 or 14, whose appearance, though disheveled, belied a resilient spirit in her eyes. It dawned on her that this girl was her cousin, Lin Shui, the daughter of her father's 4th uncle. The Lin family's main household, to which Lin Ji belonged, included her father and his 3 children. The eldest son Lin Xiuran, the second son Lin Xiuyin, and daughter Lin Ji. The second household had 3 daughters, the eldest Lin Jingshu, a son Lin Xiuzhe, and the youngest daughter Lin Jingwei. The third household was comprised of a daughter Lin Jingchu and a son Lin Xiuqi. The fourth household, which was of illegitimate lineage, included a daughter Lin Shui and a son Lin Xiuhui, born of the old master's concubine. This household had always been somewhat inconspicuous, and with the passing of Lin Sishu 2 years prior, only Lady Lu and her 2 children remained, further diminishing their presence within the family. Had they not appeared, Lin Ji would scarcely have recalled them from the original owner's memories. They had lingered at the periphery, almost invisible, trailing behind the group in exile. Upon spotting them, Lady Song hesitated momentarily. "Ah, it's Shui air," she mused, yet they lacked bowls for their food. Noticing Lady Song's discomfort, Lin Shui misinterpreted her hesitation as reluctance, her eyes dimming with disappointment. Indeed, on this road of exile, who can truly care for another? She thought, "It's all right, Aunt. I understand that my cousin has little to offer. You all eat first, and I shall seek sustenance elsewhere." Having seen her cousin catch a chicken, Lin Shui roamed nearby, but found no prey. With her mother in poor health and her younger brother still a child, she felt compelled to approach the main household for a morsel. She was aware that her cousin typically held disdain for their fourth household, viewing them as lesser due to their illegitimacy. Even in the face of futility, she dared to try. As she watched Lin Shui's figure recede, Lady Song's heart softened. She turned to Lin Ji and said, "Ji, look, this chicken was caught by my daughter, and the meat was prepared by her, so it is only right that she decides." Originally, there were only 2 chickens to share among so many. She could not unilaterally decide for her daughter. "Mother, there are no extra bowls. Once father has finished, we can use the bowl to send to Aunt and her children," Lin Ji suggested. While the main household enjoyed their meal in harmony, the second and third households were in disarray. The 4-year-old grandson from the second household, Rue Air, wailed for meat, rolling on the ground in protest. Meanwhile, 12-year-old Lin Xiuqi from the third household clung to Lady Zhou, pleading for meat as well. These children were the apple of the old matriarch's eye, and she turned to Lin Er Shu, asking, "Where is the meat?" Lin Er Shu, appearing disheveled and irritated, glanced at the holes burned into his clothes by firewood. Frustration simmered within him. "What? No meat?" The old matriarch sprang to her feet. "This is outrageous. The main household feasts on meat and dares not pay respects to their elder." From a distance, she spotted Chaya approaching with a bowl of meat towards them, prompting her to declare, "I knew the eldest wouldn't dare neglect his duty to honor me." She secretly reveled in her power, knowing she had her sons and daughters-in-law firmly under her control. Even in their destitution, they would rather starve themselves than deny her a morsel of sustenance. Her gaze remained fixed on the bowl in Chaya's hands, yet Chaya simply bypassed them, heading towards the fourth household without a word. The old matriarch, Lady Wang, felt the surge of anger. With her wooden cane in hand, she hastened towards the main house, her countenance darkened. The members of the second and third households followed closely behind. As she approached, Lady Wang observed everyone enjoying their meal, yet the pot contained scant meat. Enraged, she commanded, "Silence." Little Luer was still too young, only aware that she desired a steamed bun. Not only did her great-grandmother refuse to grant her this wish, but she had also struck Luer's mother, prompting Luer to withhold her own food from the old matriarch. She tugged at Lin Zi's sleeve, voicing her grievances. "Aunt, I do not wish to give anything to great-grandmother." She hit mother and even struck Luer. Lin Zi placed another piece of meat onto the sycamore leaf in Luer's hand, assuring her, "All right, Aunt will heed Luer's wishes." Upon hearing this, Lady Wang's fury escalated. She swiftly approached Luer, snatching the meat from her hands, taking a bite, and ordering second, third, take the pot away. Finally having meat to savor, Lady Wang felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as Lin Ershu and Lin Sanshu were about to seize the pot, Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyin intervened, sparking a dispute between the 2 factions. The second and third households outnumbered them, leaving only Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyin to stand against their uncles. Lin Xioza from the second household stepped forward and directly lifted the pot. Luer, frightened, cried out, clinging tightly to Lin Zi's leg, "And I'm scared." Lin Zi shielded Luer behind her, stating, "Grandmother, I reiterate, you may take the pot if you wish, but should we find ourselves without food tomorrow, the provisions of the second and third households should likewise include our share." Lin Xioza scoffed, "Dream on." The second household had concealed savings, not only receiving generous contributions from his father-in-law as family, but also being informed by his elder sister, Lin Jingzhu, that she too possessed funds sufficient to sustain them de Fangzhou. Conversely, the first household had merely experienced a stroke of luck today. Having caught a chicken was no guarantee for tomorrow. "You shall not take it. Put it down." Lin Zi seized a burning stick and struck fiercely at Lin Xioza, who winced in pain and hastily placed the pot back on the stove. However, the pot was not steadied properly, spilling some chicken broth. Enraged, Lin Zi pursued Lin Xioza, brandishing the stick. Caught off guard by her ferocity, he fled while shouting, "Lin Zi, I am your brother." "Lin Xioza, spare me your repugnance. We merely share the surname Lin. My brothers are only Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyan." Before long, Lin Zi caught up with him, showing no mercy as she struck him multiple times, causing Lin Xioza to yelp in pain. "No wonder you were dismissed. If I were your brother-in-law, I too would cast you aside. Indeed, it would be wise for my boorish cousin to avoid provoking me, lest he face dire consequences." Lin Zi had initially intended to relent, but upon hearing Lin Xioza's taunts, she seized her stick and struck him several more times. It was only when Madame Zhou arrived, appearing ready to engage her fiercely, that Lin Zi finally ceased her assault. "What is it? Does second aunt wish to experience the sting of this firewood stick as well?" Chapter 32. Do not hinder my daughter, Madame. Zhou initially intended to reprimand Lin Zi from her position as an elder, but to her astonishment, Lin Zi dared to strike her, causing her to hurriedly evade. Indeed, the eldest daughter-in-law's offspring remained as fierce as ever. It was no wonder that no one in the imperial city was willing to marry her. She ultimately, what a poor scholar, brought a substantial dowry, and still ended up divorced. She deserved it. She pulled Lin Xioza, who was on the ground, and chided, "Why did you provoke her? Would you perish from not having a bite to eat?" Lin Xioza felt utterly wronged. He had merely followed his grandmother's instructions to fetch the pot. Now, after being struck, his mother was blaming him for what had transpired. Upon Lin Zi's return, she noticed that the members of the second and third households had already departed, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Had they truly left just like that? Hearing Madame Song explain, thanks to Lord Zhao, Lin Zi finally understood that Zhao Zhan had driven away Wang Laofu and the members of the second and third households. "Thank you, Brother Zhao," she expressed gratefully. Zhao Zhan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. I must express my gratitude for your hospitality today, which allowed me to enjoy such a delightful meal. I have already dined. Please continue." As she observed Zhao Zhan's retreating figure, Lin Zi found him to be a person of integrity. If she could forge a friendship with him, the Lin family's journey into exile would be considerably safer. On this first day of travel, the Lin family had dined heartily. However, Madame Song's brow furrowed once more. "Are we to sleep in the wilderness tonight?" Others shared her concern, frowning. Although the weather had warmed, the temperature difference between day and night remained significant. While it might be comfortable during the day, nighttime in the wilderness would surely be frigid. "Do not worry, Mother. I will ensure you do not feel the cold," Lin Zi reassured her. Noticing Chia about to add more wood to the fire, Lin Zi swiftly stopped her, saying, "Chia, do not add any more firewood." Chia, puzzled, complied nonetheless. Lin Zi then proceeded to rekindle the fire, while the previous flames quickly extinguished. She encouraged everyone to help clear the ashes, revealing the warm ground beneath. "Sister, are you suggesting we sleep here tonight?" Lin Xiuran inquired. "Yes, the ground is already warmed. If we spread grass mats to sleep on, it should not be cold. But where shall we find grass mats?" "Rest assured, I have prepared them all," she replied. However, the fire pit only had sufficient space for the two sisters-in-law and the children to sleep, so she advised, "You all must find another place to rest." Lin Xiuran promptly responded, "As honorable men, even if the heavens serve as our blanket and the earth as our mat, we shall not fear. Our concern is for mother and our sister's comfort. Lin Zi reminded him, do not forget the two sisters-in-law and the children. Lin Xiaoran corrected himself, right? And also Luer and Zheng'er. It was understandable that Lin Xiaoran momentarily overlooked his wife and children, since Gu Wanxuan and Fong Luo had married into the Lin family. The original owner had continuously sabotaged the relationships between the brothers and their wives, even suggesting to the two brothers that only their sibling bond was genuine, while their wives, who bore different surnames, would always be estranged. The two brothers had absurdly believed Lin Zi's words to be true. Their parents had repeatedly instructed them to look after Lin Zi closely. Over time, Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoan came to realize that their younger sister was the most significant person in their lives, surpassing even their parents. This notion had taken root deeply within them. Upon recalling the actions of her predecessor, Lin Zi couldn't help but shake her head and advised, elder brother, you must understand that sister-in-law, Zheng'er, and Luer are your closest kin. Lin Xiaoran furrowed his brow. Though he did not argue, he remained unconvinced. Their sister had previously stated that they were a family, that their parents and sister were singular, and that a wife could be replaced if lost. Why had her sentiments shifted today? Lin Zi continued, though I did not bring many provisions, I prepared this blanket and straw mat, which are laid out in the cart. Since we cannot reach the inn tonight, we will have to make do with sleeping on the ground. Fortunately, the weather is warm, so we can manage. Father and mother can rest on the cart, while sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and the two children can share a larger mat and blanket. I will share one with Chia, and you can sleep with second brother. Does this arrangement suit everyone? Upon hearing this, the others moved to inspect the cart, discovering the thick layers of straw mats and blankets Lin Zi had prepared for them. Gu Wanyan gazed at her sister-in-law with newfound gratitude in her eyes. She could endure any hardship, but as a mother, she dreaded the thought of her children's suffering. Her two young ones were pitifully accompanying them into exile, and she feared they would not endure the journey to Fangzhou. Now, not only had her sister-in-law ensured they had meat to eat on their way, but also that they would not suffer from the cold while sleeping. Furthermore, the word she had just exchanged with her husband, that she and the children were his closest relatives, moved her deeply. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that her sister-in-law had transformed overnight. She was organized and had clearly arranged everything for everyone. When had she acquired such skills? Everyone had no objections to Lin Zi's arrangements. Though it was a bit cramped, it was certainly better than freezing. Only Lin Zheng spoke up and, I have grown up and should not sleep with the girls. Lin Zi patted him. Then how about you sleep with your father and a second uncle? Seeing Lin Zheng nod, she couldn't resist pinching his cheek. You little rascal, you certainly understand quite a bit. Lin Zheng quickly recoiled, wondering why his aunt was pinching him again. The Lin family spread out their straw mats and blankets on the ground, inciting envy among the others. Apart from the Lin family, some others had brought blankets as well. Even those without straw mats followed the Lin family's example, clearing the fire pit and gathering dry grass and leaves to lay down, ensuring they wouldn't be too cold. Those without blankets wrapped themselves in their outer garments to survive the night. With the mats and blankets prepared, the Lin family yearned to lie down and rest, but were halted by Lin Zi's voice. You cannot sleep yet. Lin Xiaoan inquired, Sister, we will heed your instructions. Get up and practice with me. Lin Zi suddenly remembered that after walking 20 miles, if they did not perform muscle-stretching exercises, they would surely be sore and unable to stand the next day. Although it was somewhat late, it was better than doing nothing. Starting tomorrow, she would lead everyone in stretching exercises to ensure they could reach Fangzhou. Although everyone was unaware of Lin Zi's intentions, they obediently rose to their feet. Even Fong Luo, despite her inner reluctance, stood up. Lady Song inquired, Gigi, should I join as well? Mother should come too. Everyone should stand behind me and practice together. Upon hearing this, Lin Fu also clambered off the cart, limping his way to stand behind Lin Zi, next to Lady Song. Lady Song urged, My dear husband, you are still injured. You should rest. What is this minor injury to me? He replied, Since Gigi has requested it, I cannot let my daughter down. Chapter 33. Lin Zi went missing as Lin Fu approached from behind Lin Zi. She remained unaware of his presence. Upon overhearing their conversation, she turned her head and finally caught sight of him. A wave of emotion washed over her. Her father had always trusted her unconditionally. How different he was from her biological father before she entered the story. "Father, please return and rest. You need not accompany us in practice," she urged. Lin Fu straightened his posture, insisting, "Zi, do not concern yourself with my injury. I am capable. Father, I wish to lead everyone in some stretching exercises. We must prepare for tomorrow's journey to avoid sore legs and feet. You will be riding in the cart, so stretching is unnecessary. You should return to your seat to prevent straining your wound. There will be no doctor to tend to you on the road." It was only then that everyone realized Lin Zi had called them up for their benefit. Lin Fu nodded in agreement. "I will heed Zi's words and return to rest." Lin Zi commenced her stretching routine. However, her attire was somewhat impractical, prompting her to lift her skirt, revealing the trousers beneath. Though the Lin family members were puzzled by her strange actions, they nonetheless followed her lead. Onlookers speculated about the Lin family's peculiar behavior. "Look, what are the Lin family doing? Surely they're not practicing some form of martial arts? Impossible. The Lin family are civil officials. I've never heard of them engaging in combat training. It seems to have been initiated by the Lin girl. She appears rather eccentric. Perhaps she has been affected by her recent circumstances? Indeed, it does seem that way." Unfazed by the murmurs surrounding them, the Lin family continued to follow Lin Zi's movements. "Let's begin with our legs. Right foot forward, left foot back, a deep lunge. The left foot should be on its toes, with the heel raised. Place your hands on your hips. Good. Breathe in, exhale. 3, 2, 1, excellent." Concerned that they might struggle to follow along, Lin Zi explained the movements as she demonstrated. "Everyone is doing wonderfully." Zhu Sheng, observing the Lin family clad in ochre garments performing various odd motions, was perplexed. He could not help but mutter quietly, "This Lin girl is truly strange." Other noble daughters would be utterly exhausted after such a journey, unable to accomplish anything. She has caught wild chickens, prepared meals for everyone, and now. What is she doing? Isn't she tired? Even he, who had been weary and sore from the journey, felt too fatigued to rise. Li Wenqing could not resist admonishing, "Zhu Sheng, it's time for bed. We must travel again tomorrow. Master, you should take a look at what the Lin family is practicing. Why does Lord Lin allow his children to behave so frivolously?" Even Madame Song is among the group. Upon hearing the mention of martial arts, Li Wenqing instinctively lifted his gaze. Indeed, he observed the Lin family engaged in what appeared to be the so-called martial arts. He furrowed his brow. At the forefront was Lin Zi, presumably leading the activity. It seemed imperative to investigate this young woman further. Suddenly, Li Wenqing felt a chill envelop him. Instinctively, he kicked out, only to hear a feminine exclamation. It turned out to be Su Yangdi, who had lifted his blanket to burrow in beside him. Zhu Sheng could not help but exclaim, "Su Yangdi, our master is still injured. At the prince's residence, you climbed into his bed, and now you wish to ascend his cart as well. Do you not have any shame left?" Su Yangdi, weeping, replied, "Your Highness, I am cold. Might I seek warmth upon the cart?" She believed that once she entered the prince's residence, she would ascend to greatness, and when the prince ascended to the throne, she would enjoy boundless fortune. Little did she know that the prince had no intention of even acknowledging them. What made Su Jin'er less worthy? She possessed beauty and grace. Why did he not desire her? However, she soon discovered that even if the prince did not touch her, the necessities of life were not lacking within the prince's residence. Ultimately, the prince was deposed, and they too fell into the depths of despair. Even when they received their divorce papers, their families treated them as discarded pawns. Where could they go now? They could only muster the courage to follow Li Wenqing. Yet he showed them no compassion, denying them even a morsel of food. They were cold and hungry, and their vitality was swiftly fading. Zhu Sheng warned Su Yangdi, "Wang Liangdi, the master has already granted you the divorce. You need not accompany us to Fangzhou to suffer. You, who are beauties, can hardly endure the toil of peasant life in Fangzhou. Besides, it is said that most do not survive the journey to exile, dying along the way. Do you not wish to live? It would be better to seek a good family to remarry early. Perhaps it would not waste your exquisite beauty." Su Yangdi and Wang Liangdi continued to weep on the ground. Li Wenqing, frustrated by their lamentations, threw the blanket covering him at the two, sternly commanding, "Go, take your crying elsewhere." Startled by his ferocity, They hastily picked up the blanket and fled. They had witnessed the deposed prince take a life. They dared not provoke this harbinger of doom. As night deepened, nearly all had succumbed to slumber, including the Lin family, who had long entered the realm of dreams. Though they were in the wilderness, the proximity to the imperial city ensured no wild beasts roamed nearby. Exhausted from the day, they slept soundly without a watch. At that moment, Li Wenqing opened his eyes. He sat up, leaped from the cart, and ascended a tree, employing his agility to leap to another tree, vanishing in an instant. He finally paused upon reaching a nearby clearing. "Come forth," he beckoned. A group of cloaked figures appeared, kneeling on one knee. "Master, have they made any moves?" he inquired. The leader of the cloaked figures glanced around, lowering his voice, "As you predicted. Prince Shi has summoned the Minister of War and the Deputy Minister of Revenue consecutively and secretly entertained messengers from the northern borders last night. Li Wenqing skufakuldli." As expected, just a few days after his deposition, Li Wen was already eager to set his plans in motion. "Is there any news from Prince Jing?" Li Wenqing asked again. "None for now. However," the leader hesitated, "Prince Shi has been frequently sending envoys to the northern borders, which may pose a threat to His Highness, Prince Jing." Li Wenqing's eyes widened in alarm. Prince Jing, Li Wenyu, his fourth brother, currently held a strong military presence at the northern borders. If Prince Shi truly intended to eradicate all opposition, Prince Jing would undoubtedly be the next target. In light of this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Convey a message to Prince Jing, urging him to remain vigilant. Li Wenqing's lips curled slightly. Furthermore, create a bit of trouble for them as well. Understood. Additionally, investigate the whereabouts of Lin Fu's daughter. After the cloaked figure departed, Li Wenqing returned to the cart. Before lying down, he cast a glance toward Lin Zi's direction, only to find her absent. He observed the maid beside Lin Zi shifting, her arm draping over the other side of the blanket. Bathed in the moonlight, he could clearly see that the bedding was indeed vacant. A slight furrow formed on Li Wenqing's brow. Had Lin Fu's daughter truly gone missing? After all, Lin Fu was one of his closest associates. Her disappearance warranted a timely warning. Just as he prepared to rise, Lin Zi unexpectedly appeared beside her maid, both sharing a single blanket. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misperceived the scene, but Lin Zi was undeniably present. This was truly perplexing. Could she genuinely possess some form of mystical ability? Unbeknownst to her, she had already attracted someone's attention. Earlier, she had merely sought a moment of privacy, stepping into her own space to relieve herself. Little did she know that Li Wenqing had been watching her. Lin Zi soon drifted into slumber, while Li Wenqing found himself unable to sleep. The following day, Zhu Sheng was startled to see Li Wenqing sporting a pronounced dark circle under his eyes, mistakenly believing it was due to sorrow over his demotion to commoner status. He advised, "My lord, although His Majesty was compelled to demote you to a commoner in Fangzhou, he still holds you in his heart. I am confident that one day, His Majesty will summon you back to Chang'an." Chapter 34. Favoritism. Li Wenqing cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Sheng, who promptly fell silent, refraining from further remarks. It was time to prepare for the journey ahead. A loud call from the constable stirred the wakeful from their slumber, while those still drowsy reluctantly opened their eyes. Upon rising, they discovered their bodies felt as though they had been dismantled. The men fared better, but the noble ladies, raised in luxury within the confines of the rear courtyard, were wholly unaccustomed to such hardships, and their hearts brimmed with complaints. The Lin family had also awakened, well-fed from the previous night and revitalized for the day ahead. Unbeknownst to them, this vitality stemmed from the spring water contained in their water pouch. Lin Zi began to tidy up the bedding, but Chaya interjected, "Miss, allow me to assist." Very well. Lin Zi pondered what they might have for breakfast before their departure. There were buns and snacks in their space, yet she hesitated to produce them. Never mind. A missed meal will not be detrimental. Perhaps we shall encounter a household or a market along the way where I might procure some sustenance. Meanwhile, the second and third households had yet to separate, and if they continued to frolic about as they had the previous day, it would indeed become quite irksome. In the second and third households, old Madame Wang awoke complaining of aches and pains, while Lin Ershu and Lin Sanshu could only suffer in silence. They had borne their mother throughout the journey, yet she lamented her fatigue. Little did they know that after a night's rest, their bodies felt as though they had been disassembled. Mother, Rue is hungry, Lin Xiaojia's son said, clinging to Madame Jiang. Be patient, dear. Mother will prepare something for you. Observing old Madame Wang indulging herself, Madame Jiang approached and inquired, Grandmother, might you spare a bun for your granddaughter-in-law? Old Madame Wang was about to retort, but stopped upon hearing it was for Rue. She tore off half of her bun, which was one of the two remaining from the previous day's purchase. Though she had intended to save it for the journey, her heart softened for her great-grandson. Once Rue had taken the lead, Lin Sanchu's son, Lin Xiaoqi, received his share, followed by the granddaughters, who all clamored for food. None left empty-handed. Lin Ziyi, witnessing this scene, turned to Lin Zheng and said, Zheng, go and ask her for food. As great-grandsons, they should not be treated unequally. Lin Zheng, ever perceptive, immediately grasped her intention. Understood. He approached old Madame Wang and bowed respectfully. Great-grandmother, Zheng, comes to request a morsel to eat. Old Madame Wang gazed at the solitary bun in her hand, instinctively shielding it with her sleeve. How dare you come to beg for food from your grandmother when you have nothing to offer me? Do you wish to starve me? Lin Zheng bowed once more, saying, Great-great-grandmother, I've taken note. If you have food, you'll surely share with Rue, and cousin Xiaoqi. Yet, Zheng, is met with your scorn. However, rest assured, Zheng, does not hold you accountable for your favoritism. When I grow up and earn money, I shall still honor you, great-great-grandmother. His voice rang out loudly, drawing murmurs from the crowd, with comments ranging from sympathetic to scathing. Most of the large family members are not biologically related. Old Lady Wang. She was about to grasp her cane when Lin Zheng turned and walked away. Back in the group, Lin Ji gave her a thumbs up. The children, hungry and in their growing phase, were stealthily given a few pieces of beef jerky by Lin Ji, allowing them to share with Zheng. Lin Zheng took 3 pieces of jerky and asked, Is this from Annie too? Yes, brother. Annie is truly kind to us. Little Lu, being young and quick to forget, only remembered her days in prison when she could only eat spoiled food, and with Annie's arrival, she was able to enjoy meat. Lin Zheng couldn't help but glance at Lin Ji again, thinking, indeed, this aunt is quite wonderful. Yet, the sudden change was hard for him to believe. Was this truly the same aunt who used to look down on him disdainfully? He recalled a year when he was merely 4 years old. He accidentally bumped into her while walking, and she had kicked him far away, resulting in him colliding with a wall and sustaining a bleeding head injury. He cried out in pain, while this so-called good aunt pointed at him, complaining that he had soiled her newly bought garment. Her bullying of his mother was even more deeply etched in his memory. He couldn't fathom why his aunt had transformed so drastically, but he dared not grow too close to Lin Ji, fearing she might revert to her former cruel self. As the Lin family loaded the grass mats and bedding onto the cart, Lin Ji began her pre-departure stretching exercises. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but inquire, Sister, is this also to alleviate leg pain during the journey? Indeed, elder brother. Upon hearing this, the Lin family members followed suit without further ado. Last night, the darkness obscured their view, and now, as they prepared to set off, the Lin family resumed their peculiar movements, drawing everyone's attention and sparking whispers. Simultaneously, Zhu Sheng awakened the drowsy Li Wenqing. Master, look, the Lin family has begun again. Li Wenqing frowned, unable to resist glancing over. His curiosity about Lin Ji deepened. What was she doing? Had she truly mastered some arcane skill? He had clearly witnessed her disappearance and sudden reappearance yesterday. Given her decent appearance, could she be a celestial being? No, if that were the case, she wouldn't have been so badly deceived by the Qin family. Perhaps she had transformed into some sort of monster? He quickly dismissed that notion. If she were a monster, she would have surely skinned those from the Qin family alive. The only plausible explanation was that she had indeed learned a certain skill. Observing the Lin family's vigor while other prisoners appeared weary, he became increasingly convinced that Lin Ji must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to refine her abilities. Zhu Sheng, keep a close watch on Miss Lin during the journey. Should she exhibit any unusual behavior, report back to me immediately. Zhu Sheng was taken aback. When had the master ever meddled in such matters. Could it be that he had taken an interest in Lin Ji? No, no. She was a twice-married woman. Zhu Xing opened his mouth as if to ask something, but seeing his master's focused gaze on the Lin family, he closed his mouth instead. Forget it. When the master faced adversity, the Changsun family came to withdraw their engagement, which left him sorrowful for several days, neglecting both food and drink, causing him great distress. Only in recent days has he begun to recover, but now his spirits are dampened once more. Meanwhile, Mu Yunzhao has been observing the Lin family, increasingly perplexed by Lin Zi's inscrutable demeanor. Suddenly, her exile is one thing, but what is she attempting to orchestrate with the Lin family? As she turned her head, she noticed Li Wenqing also gazing at Lin Zi, and her brow furrowed deeply. Her eyes narrowed. Lin Zi would not be permitted to thwart her plans. Li Wenqing was hers alone. Just then, the crack of a whip resounded, followed by the voice of an officer. It is time to set forth. Only then did the Lin family cease their actions. Chapter 35. Proposing separation, the prisoners rose sluggishly, moving at a leisurely pace, in stark contrast to the Lin family, who appeared as spirited as ever. On this day, they traversed a distance of 40 miles. During lunch, the main branch of the Lin family had yet another quarrel with old Madame Wang, arising from the lack of food on their side. They found it difficult to consume the coarse buns provided by the officials, while old Madame Wang, along with the second and third branches, possessed ample silver. Lin Shiran and Lin Shuyin, unwilling to lose face as scholars, were compelled by Lin Zi to seize food from the second and third branches. Madame Zhou and Madame Zhou from the second branch had their own hidden reserves. When family members came to bid farewell, they were discreetly gifted food and silver. During lunch, upon noticing the officials selling dried meat, they took out their coins to procure some. 4-year-old Rui'er had yet to taste any food when Lin Zi snatched it away, declaring, "Do not eat it, give it to me." Remarkably, Lin Zi indeed began to consume it. This infuriated Lin Xiaoza, who felt compelled to retaliate, while Madame Zhou was seething with rage, wishing to strike Lin Zi. "Lin Zi, do you not have any shame? As an aunt, how can you snatch food from your nephew?" she exclaimed. "Yesterday, my cousin cooked for us, and today, the second branch's food. What is wrong with us taking some? Did my cousin not say that we have not yet separated, and thus these provisions should rightfully belong to the public? Why can I not partake?" Lin Xiaoza was left speechless. Madame Zhou erupted in fury. "Your main branch had stewed meat yesterday and did not share with us. On what grounds do you come to seize from the second branch today?" Lin Zi retorted shamelessly, "I do not care. In the future, if our main branch has no food, we shall take from yours. Since neither I nor Sister Jingshu are truly separated from the Lin family, we deserve equal treatment." As Lin Zi finished her meal and attempted to claim food from the third branch, she thoroughly vexed both Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San. "You are outrageous," they exclaimed, reaching out to confront her. Lin Xiuran and Lin Shuyin quickly grasped their hands, urging, "Uncles, why not consider a separation?" Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San exchanged glances. "Separation? Is this your intention or your father's?" they inquired. "This is the stance of our main branch. If you're willing to separate now, we can draft a separation document, and our branch will not claim anything of yours. If you refuse, then the possessions of the second and third branches shall rightfully include a share for our main branch." This was a proposition that Lin Zi and her brothers had discussed on their journey. Only through separation could their main branch find peace. Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San began to contemplate. "What about your grandmother? Who will oversee her?" "Separation is feasible. The Lin family's assets have already been confiscated by the court, leaving only an old matron," came the reply. The uncles considered the idea of assigning old Madame Wang to the main branch for care. Being their biological mother, it was only fitting that they honor her. Lin Zi concurred. However, Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San expressed their disapproval. "Then let the old matron choose for herself. Should she side with our main branch, the silver she possesses will belong to us." It dawned on Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San that their mother harbored a considerable sum of silver and gold leaf. "We cannot let the main branch take advantage of her," they realized. "If we could coax the silver coins from our mother and allocate her to the eldest branch for care, it would be an ideal solution." Let us deliberate on this matter. In order to facilitate the separation of the second and third branches, the eldest branch had no choice but to subsist on coarse, steamed buns at noon. Lin Zi rummaged through her bundle and extracted a packet of pickles, distributing 2 slices of salted cucumber to each person, which made the dry buns somewhat palatable. Meanwhile, she occasionally offered small treats to Luer and Zheng'er. Having journeyed all day, were not particularly hungry. By nightfall, the exiled convoy reached a dilapidated temple, where Lord Wang decided they would spend the night. The previous day, Lin Zi had simmered chicken, enticing the guards with its aroma, stirring their appetites for a day. The officers had planned to reach the next town and procure some meat for a hearty stew, but alas, after covering only 40 miles that day, they had not even arrived at the next town. They could only make do with plain buns and pancakes accompanied by pickles, while the prisoners continued to receive their coarse buns. These rough men, accustomed to years of being guards, were well versed in such fare, though they had still received some dried meat at noon. Unlike the Jinwu guards who served in the capital, these men were assigned this particular duty due to the unique nature of the exiles. Once the convoy settled, a few remained on watch while the others ventured nearby. Hoping that fortune might favor them with a hunt, they intended to beseech Miss Lin for a stew in return, willingly offering half to her family. Zhao Zhan had been craving their dishes all day, extolling the flavors of Miss Lin's cooking, which surpassed the desiccated dried meat by far. During the midday meal, a guard had set aside some dried meat for profit, merely allowing them a taste, which left them wanting more. The second and third branches of the Lin family attempted to produce some food, only to find the eldest branch watching them with predatory eyes. Luer recalled her aunt's words from the journey and exclaimed, "Mother, I want dried meat too." Upon hearing this, Rui'er immediately concealed the last piece of dried meat she held, declaring, "I only have one left." This was from the provisions that old Lady Wang had instructed Lin Xiozha to purchase, and Rui'er had received 2 pieces, having consumed one and saving the other. "Your father has said that without a separation, what is yours is mine. Hand it over," Luer insisted, snatching the dried meat from Rui'er's hands. Though they were both 4 years old, Luer appeared considerably taller and more mature than Rui'er, unable to match Luer's strength. Rui'er sank to the ground in tears. "Luer, what are you doing? How can you push your cousin? That is most unbecoming." Jiang Shi, feeling sympathy for her son, attempted to push Luer back, but was pulled behind by Lin Zi. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lin Zi inquired. Jiang Shi, exasperated, retorted, "Did you not see her snatch Rui'er's dried meat?" Luer was not mistaken. It was indeed spoken by our cousin. "We have not divided our family. The elder branch belongs to the younger, and vice versa. What wrong is there in Luer taking some to eat?" Lin Zi explained with unhurried composure. "You truly are grasping at straws. It is merely as the cousin stated." Jiang was aggrieved. Her tear-streaked face turned toward Lin Xiozha, who was utterly distressed by her plight. "Husband, could you speak to grandmother about our separation?" Lin Xiozha lifted his gaze and observed the elder branch, resembling ravenous wolves, fixated on the food in their hands. And he began to think that a division might indeed be beneficial. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall speak to grandmother at once." On this day, old Lady Wang had scarcely traveled half a mile before she began to complain of fatigue, prompting her 2 sons to take turns carrying her. This left Uncle Lin Er and Uncle Lin San utterly exhausted, gasping for breath on the side. "Grandmother, I wish to divide the family." Upon hearing Lin Xiozha's declaration, Uncle Lin Er and Uncle Lin San, momentarily forgetting their weariness, exclaimed in disbelief, "What? A division? I do not consent." Chapter 36. What will you offer in return? "Father, Uncle San and Uncle Da's family have no money. If you do not separate households, how can we endure their daily scrutiny over our provisions?" Just now, Rui'er's jerky was snatched away. Lin Xiozha was filled with righteous indignation. What? Rui'er's jerky was taken by the main household? Uncle Er and Uncle San, worn out from supporting their mother, were resting nearby and had not noticed the incident. A division of households can be considered, but who will care for our grandmother? Lin Xiozha's gaze shifted thoughtfully. How about this? Let us see if we can charm some silver from grandmother and then entrust her to Uncle Da for her care. As the eldest son, he is duty-bound to look after their mother. Though Lin Xiaojia was well aware that grandmother favored him the most among her grandchildren, he had no desire to take on the responsibility. The reason was simple. Grandmother was a constant source of trouble, and he did not wish for his wife to suffer because of it. Uncle's heir and San nodded in agreement. Lady Wang, oblivious to the unfolding situation, believed her sons and grandson were discussing how best to honor her. She smiled at them, thinking they were in agreement over her care. This moment of innocence stirred a fleeting pang of guilt in Lin Xiaojia, but he quickly dismissed it. Approaching Lady Wang, he began to massage her shoulders. "Grandmother, you must be tired. Allow your grandson to give you a proper rub." Lady Wang smiled benevolently. "Ah, my dear grandson has truly grown up, showing such filial piety. All my efforts in raising him have not been in vain." Lin Xiaojia patiently continued to knead Lady Wang's shoulders. "Grandmother, you must be exhausted from the journey." Lady Wang chuckled. "If anyone is tired, it is your father and your Uncle San. Indeed, perhaps tomorrow, your grandson can carry you." The wrinkles on Lady Wang's face relaxed. Her eyes filled with warmth. "No need for that. Let your Uncle Heir and Uncle San carry me instead. I cannot bear the thought of exhausting my precious grandson." Relieved, Lin Xiaojia exhaled. "Grandmother, I overheard some officials discussing that this dilapidated temple is often plagued by bandits. To prevent anyone from stealing your silver, why not entrust it to your grandson for safekeeping? I assure you, no one will take it from me. Once we leave this forsaken place, I will return it to you." Having lived to such an age, Lady Wang was astute. She could discern her grandchildren's intentions with a mere glance. A chill ran through her as she realized Lin Xiaojia was not genuinely concerned for her well-being, but rather coveting her silver. "Very well, I retract my previous words. It seems you're more interested in my money than my health. No matter. They cannot take it from me unless they take my life instead." Seeing that grandmother was not easily swayed, Lin Xiaojia swiftly shifted his approach, engaging her in light banter. Yet, Lady Wang remained cautious, smiling but non-committal. No matter what he said. Eventually, Lin Xiaojia lost his patience. Shaking out his sore arms from massaging, he got straight to the point. "Grandmother, the main household wishes to separate. Will you stay with us or go with Uncle Da?" Madame Wang's heart grew colder upon hearing this revelation. So it is. It seems that both her sons had conspired together, coveting her wealth while harboring no intention of caring for her. Not a chance. I shall not consent to a division of the family. Your grandfather made it abundantly clear on his deathbed, repeatedly admonishing against any division. Indeed, the late Lord Lin had expressed his concerns before passing, particularly about the reliability of Lin Zi's second, third, and fourth uncles. He summoned Lin Fu to his bedside, urging him to support his three younger brothers. If Lin Fu were to refuse, he claimed he could not find peace in death. Faced with such biased paternal demands, Lin Fu had no choice but to acquiesce. Madame Wang was fully aware of the late patriarch's intentions. After Lin Fu fell into disgrace, she was filled with regret, wishing they had severed ties before the division, thereby shielding themselves from his misfortunes. Now, however, it was too late. "Grandmother, my elder brother's family has stated that if you do not agree to the division, then the wealth of the second and third branches, as well as your own, should rightfully belong to the first branch," Lin Xiaojia added, pausing before continuing. "They lack money and food, and they seek to seize from us. Today, the first branch came to take what little we have, as you have witnessed. They have barely endured a day of hunger, and they are like ravenous wolves. If this continues for a few more days, they may very well succumb to madness from starvation. It seems my granddaughter had a stroke of luck yesterday, finding a wild chicken. However, that fortune may not last. Division would be beneficial. Free from the burdens of the first branch, we could freely utilize our own resources. Yet, I cannot simply allow the first branch to gain from this. If Lin Fu, my esteemed son, neglects his own mother, it is only fitting that he provide for me financially. Very well, I agree to the division. But the first branch must present 1,000 taels as a token of filial piety." Lin Xiaojia's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. I shall inform my elder cousin at once." The first branch was also pleased to hear the division, especially Madame Song, who, due to the late patriarch's dying wishes, had been unable to propose such a division herself. The master had supported the entire household for many years. Even now, with the second branch having a grandson and the second brother stepping into the role of grandfather, they still relied on the first branch for sustenance. Upon hearing Madame Wang's demand for 1,000 taels, Lin Xiuyan grew anxious, exclaiming, "Why doesn't she just seize it herself?" Knowing full well that the family assets have been confiscated by the court, she continues to make things difficult for us. She is certainly not a true grandmother. Perhaps it is best if we do not divide it all. After all, the first branch has nothing and would benefit from the second and third branches. Do not be so assured. We in the second branch do not have much either. Perhaps you should persuade grandmother further. We shall wait for you here. Lin Xiuzhi ran off, and it was uncertain how he convinced Madame Wang, but she actually agreed. Lin Xiuran's expression darkened. "Cousin, speak to grandmother, since we are dividing. The first branch should receive less of the funds. How will so many of us in the first branch manage otherwise? Cousin, how can you go back on your word? You clearly stated that we would receive no funds." Lin Xiuzhi's face flushed with anger. "Since grandmother shows no concern for our well-being, let's sever ties from now on. Even if they starve or fall ill, we shall have no further connection. Perhaps the court will absolve you of your shared responsibility," Lin Xiuyan suggested. "Can the court truly absolve us of our sins?" Lin Xiuyan's face broke into a smile. "There is indeed a possibility." Lin Xiuzhi was instantly intrigued and hurried to report to the old matriarch Wang. The old matriarch, being a mere concubine, was unfamiliar with the intricacies of court affairs and promptly decided, "Then it shall be so." Fearing they might have a change of heart, Lin Zi sought to borrow writing materials. However, after inquiring around, she found no one possessed any. Lin Zi then focused her attention on Li Wenqing, thinking perhaps the deposed crown prince might have some. Approaching Li Wenqing's cart, she discovered he had just awakened. "I do have writing materials here, but what do you offer in return?" Lin Zi exclaimed. "What? You demand a favor for a mere pen? Li Wenqing, how can you be so miserly?" Upon hearing the name Lin Zi utter, his eyes narrowed as he regarded her. Well, this is the first time someone has addressed me so directly. Even after being reduced to commoner status, others would still refer to him as masterly. Yet this woman spoke his name with such ease. Lin Zi continued to press. "At least my father suffered because of you, and we have all been affected by your actions. Do you not feel even a shred of remorse?" Chapter 37. Encounter with a venomous serpent. Miss Lin, please refrain from speaking further. Zhu Sheng, standing nearby, nervously wiped his brow for Lin Ji. She seemed unaware of the true nature of their master, despite his outwardly amiable demeanor and gentle laughter when provoked. He could take a life without a flicker of his eyelid. As Li Wenqing's expression grew increasingly grim, a sudden urge to flee overcame Lin Ji. The text had portrayed Li Wenqing's character well, superficially carefree and unrestrained, yet possessing a meticulous mind hidden beneath a fade. He excelled at masquerading, feigning weakness to lull his adversaries into complacency, all while silently orchestrating his plans. Calm and rational, he seldom revealed his true emotions. Even when exiled and stripped of his title, he remained unflappable. Deep down, he harbored a sense of pride, yet he was adaptable, willing to endure misinterpretation by others to achieve his aims. He was ruthless toward his enemies, but fiercely protective of those loyal to him. Lin Ji felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. After all, this was the future emperor, if he bore a grudge from today's events. What would become of the Lin family? Just as she contemplated turning to flee, she heard Li Wenqing say, "Zhu Sheng, give it to her." A sigh of relief escaped Lin Ji, mirrored by Zhu Sheng's own. Upon receiving the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, Lin Ji took off running. Li Wenqing was taken aback. Why was she fleeing? Zhu Sheng dared not speak. It seemed their master had frightened Miss Lin. Perhaps it was the urgency of severing ties. Zhu Sheng relayed the events of the Lin family to Li Wenqing, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. She is quite astute. The Lin family swiftly signed the documents to terminate their engagement, with the matriarch and the second and third branches affixing their seals, signifying their disassociation. This development astonished the first branch. Did the matriarch truly acquiesce to the severance so easily? Following the split, the second and third branches shamelessly indulged in food, casting smug glances toward the first branch, who pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, Lin Ji was preoccupied with what dish to prepare, a dilemma that vexed her. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She recalled a passage in the book where Mu Yunjiao saved Li Wenqing from a venomous snake in a dilapidated temple. Surely, this was the very place. The protagonist in the narrative was indeed fortunate. The serpent had emerged from the ruins unexpectedly, rather than being a premeditated trap by Mu Yunjiao. As the serpent lunged to bite Li Wenqing, Mu Yunjiao had intervened, feigning injury from the snake's venom to gain his favor. In truth, Mu Yunjiao had saved Li Wenqing, yet even without her intervention, he would have remained unscathed. The black mamba, often mistaken for a venomous serpent, was entirely harmless and of a gentle disposition. With a glint in her eye, Lin Ji resolved what to prepare for dinner, a snake soup. Yet, it would not be a simple concoction. She envisioned it simmered alongside chicken, creating a dish that danced with flavor. Unfazed by snakes, she had spent her childhood capturing them with friends on the mountainside. She instructed Chaya to keep a vigilant eye on Mu Yunjiao, summoning her at the slightest disturbance. However, snake soup alone would not suffice. She needed a staple to accompany it. Scanning her surroundings, Lin Ji spotted a sturdy elm tree in the temple courtyard, its branches adorned with elm seeds. Inspiration struck once more. Lin Ji approached the elm tree, rolled up her sleeves, and arranged her skirt around her waist before ascending the tree. Climbing trees was a trivial matter for her, having grown up in the countryside. She was quite spirited as a child. With her grandmother being too old to supervise her, she often climbed trees with her village friends to gather bird eggs. In no time, Lin Ji had reached the branches, astonishing the onlookers. Upon hearing the murmurs around them, the Lin family realized that she was perched high up in the tree. Lady Song looked up and indeed saw Lin Ji in the branches. Horrified, she called out, "Gigi, what are you doing up there? It's too dangerous. Come down quickly, you might fall." "Mother, don't worry. I'm up here to pick elm seeds. Soon we can steam them for a meal," Lin Ji reassured her. Lady Song felt a surge of affection, realizing her daughter climbed the tree to prevent them from going hungry. Seeing Lin Ji diligently gathering the seeds, she cautioned, "Just be careful, dear." "I will, mother." Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyin also wished to climb the tree, but Lin Ji interjected, "Eldest brother, second brother, you needn't come up. One of me is enough. I will gather more branches for you to collect below." The two brothers were reluctant, as men of the family. They could not allow their sister to forage alone while they remained idle below. However, despite their efforts, they were unsuccessful in their attempts to climb and ultimately felt disheartened. Their sisters-in-law, Gu Wanyun and Feng Luo, were equally astonished, admiring Lin Zi's bravery. Even their husbands could not ascend, yet their sister-in-law, as a woman, managed to scale the tree effortlessly. Li Wenqing watched with great interest as Lin Ji commenced her climb. He observed her sitting calmly on a branch, seemingly unperturbed, as she busily picked elm seeds while humming a tune. He was surprised to discover such a bold side of Lin Fu's daughter. She was unlike any woman he had encountered before. "Zhu Sheng, when Miss Lin comes to borrow a pot, you shall agree," he instructed. Zhu Sheng assented, his admiration for Lin Ji growing. She appeared capable of procuring food wherever she went. Mu Yunjiao watched the scene, furrowing her brow. It seemed she could no longer afford to wait. As she pondered how to attract the attention of the deposed prince, she suddenly spotted a snake slithering slowly towards the cart not far away. A glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. This was indeed an opportunity. If the snake reached Li Wenqing's cart, she could fortuitously save the deposed prince and perhaps gain his favor. Just then, Lin Ji had gathered enough elm seeds and was descending from the tree. As Mu Yunjiao saw the snake inching closer to Li Wenqing, she rushed over, only to be intercepted by Zhu Sheng. "Miss, is there something you need?" "A snake. A venomous snake is crawling onto the prince." Mu Yunjiao's shout immediately drew the attention of those nearby, who then noticed the serpent. "Look, it's a venomous snake. What should we do? It's almost on the deposed prince." The majority of people reveled in the misfortune, attributing their current suffering solely to the fallen prince. They silently wished for his demise, hoping he would be bitten or poisoned to death. At that moment, The serpent had coiled itself around Li Wenjing, who felt its presence and dared not move, fearing that any motion would provoke the venomous creature to strike. Zhu Sheng stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear. Just as the snake lunged towards Li Wenjing, Mu Yinzhao forcefully pushed Zhu Sheng aside, exclaiming, "Your Highness, be careful." Just as she intended to save Li Wenjing, an unexpected figure rushed in and swiftly seized the serpent, declaring, "This one belongs to me." Chapter 38. Cooking snake soup. Lin Zi swiftly and accurately grasped the rear of the snake's head, pinching the sides with her thumb and index finger to prevent it from turning and biting. The snake's tail writhed back and forth. With a flick of the snake's tail, Mu Yinzhao let out a startled cry and hurriedly stepped back. Madame Song was equally alarmed and quickly intervened, saying, "Gigi, throw the snake away. It's poisonous." "No need to worry. This snake is not venomous," Lin Zi reassured, though Madame Song trembled at the sight of the snake's menacing posture. Both of her elder brothers urged Lin Zi to dispose of the snake, fearing it might bite someone. The surrounding ladies were also quite frightened. Only Li Wenqing and a few members of the Jinwu Guard watched Lin Zi with great interest, silently admiring her bravery. Lin Zi turned to Zhao Zhan and asked, "Brother Zhao, could you assist me by skinning this snake? I intend to make snake soup shortly." Upon hearing that Lin Zi was preparing a delicious dish and had remembered to invite him, Zhao Zhan felt a surge of joy, although he maintained a stoic expression. "All right, leave it to me." From the cart, Li Wenqing noticed the familiarity between the two and couldn't help but squint at Zhao Zhan. Outside the dilapidated temple, Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyan had gone to fetch water. Meanwhile, Lin Zi approached Zhu Sheng to borrow a pot and some bowls. Remembering his master's instructions, Zhu Sheng promptly obliged. He thought to himself that if Lin Zi had the intention, she would surely bring a bowl of food for her master once it was ready. Once the water was fetched, Lin Zi instructed everyone to work together, soaking and rinsing the freshly picked elm seeds before draining them. She placed the cleaned seeds into a basin, added a pinch of salt, and mixed them gently. Then, she retrieved a bag of flour from her bundle, gradually incorporating it while delicately tossing until each elm seed was evenly coated in flour, distinct and non-sticky. After steaming the elm seed rice, Zhao Zhan returned with the skinned snake. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Zhao Zhan smiled at Lin Zi, saying, "No need for thanks." He had heard of Lin Zi's character over the past few days and found it perplexing that such a wonderful young woman, raised in a prestigious family, exhibited no trace of arrogance. With a kind disposition and remarkable culinary skills, he thought to himself that if he had such a wife, he could never bear to part with her. It must be that her family had deceived her out of her wealth, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. At that moment, the Jinwu guards returned one after another from hunting and had indeed caught wild chickens. 4 of them, to be exact. "Miss Lin, would you be able to help us cook these chickens? Rest assured, we won't impose on you without compensation. We only require 2, and the remaining 2 shall belong to you. However, we would like a taste of that snake meat." Lin Zi felt her interest piqued. This was a lucrative arrangement. She glanced at the Jinwu guards, considering that forming a good relationship with them would be most advantageous. In times of danger, their protection would be invaluable. Seeing Lin Zi in contemplation, the Jinwu guards assumed she was hesitant to agree. Indeed, it is somewhat unreasonable to impose such burdens on Miss Lin, who was once the esteemed daughter of the household. Expecting her to prepare meals for so many would surely tire her to the point of exhaustion. In truth, if she were to prepare a few pieces of meat for us to savor, it would be a delightful gesture. Lin Zi smiled at the gentleman, remarking that since they had caught the game, it would not be excessive for them to share 2 birds amongst themselves. The members of the Jinwu Guard were momentarily taken aback. Miss Lin's smile was captivating. She delegated the menial tasks of plucking feathers, chopping meat, fetching water, and gathering firewood to them, assuring them that she would handle the cooking. Lin Zi graciously accepted their assistance, expressing her gratitude. Recalling that Li Wenqing had brought along 2 pots on his cart, she borrowed an additional pot. With 2 pots, she could stew the chickens perfectly, 1 for each. The elm seed rice was also ready, and Lin Zi placed it in a basin, using chopsticks to fluff it before preparing the dipping sauce. Onlookers were curious as they observed her repeatedly retrieving items from her package, wondering just how many delightful treasures lay within. Tonight's meal promised to be quite sumptuous. The Lin family, timid by nature, were hesitant to consume snake meat. So Lin Zi had no choice but to stew the entire snake in the pot intended for the Jinwu guard. Once the meal was prepared, Lin Zi first served Li Wenqing and Zhu Sheng, mindful of the favor she might seek from Li Wenqing in the future. The day prior, when she had brought chicken, Zhu Sheng had initially been dismissive, but upon tasting it, he recognized its exquisite flavor and understood why his master had agreed to trade steamed buns with Miss Lin. He too found himself unable to forget the delicious dishes she prepared. He couldn't help but praise her. Miss Lin is beautiful and kind-hearted, and her cooking is simply delightful. The Qin family truly lacks humanity. How could they bear to mistreat someone like her? Li Wenqing's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. Mu Yinzhao had just begun to recover after being startled by the snake that had landed on her. Coming to her senses, she saw that Lin Zi had already stewed the snake and was even serving it to Li Wenqing. A surge of anger welled up within her. Lin Zi was once again undermining her efforts. However, she reassured herself that time was on her side. Over the course of the month ahead, she would surely win the favor of the deposed prince. "Miss Lin, may we sample the elm seed rice?" they inquired. "Certainly, but there is not much. If you enjoy it, I can prepare more tomorrow morning," she replied. The gentlemen of the Jinwu guard eagerly agreed. One of them took a bite, and once they tasted it, they found it impossible to stop, though they felt too shy to take a second helping. "It's delicious," they exclaimed. They had eaten elm seed rice in previous years, but compared to what Miss Lin had prepared, it paled in comparison. They silently acknowledged that it was indeed Miss Lin's talent. Ordinary ingredients transformed into such delectable dishes under her skillful hands. "Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare more so that you gentlemen can indulge further," she promised. Meanwhile, in the fourth household, Madame Chung gazed at the meal in her bowl, touched by the gesture. The first household had meat to share today, and they in the fourth household felt too embarrassed to ask for more. The second and third households had their own provisions and were unlikely to concern themselves with their welfare. Yet, unexpectedly, the first household had prepared a feast and had brought a bowl of meat directly to them. Suad, Hugad, remember the kindness of the first household in the days to come. Lin Shui glanced towards Lin Ji. It was surprising to see her cousin, who had always held disdain for the fourth branch, suddenly expressing concern for them during their exile. She couldn't shake the feeling that her cousin had undergone a transformation. "Please eat," she urged. "Mother's health is poor. She should eat first." Despite their mouths watering with anticipation, both of them insisted that Madame Chung eat before them. Madame Chung smiled at the two children. "Very well," just as she picked up her chopsticks to select some meat. They were forcefully knocked from her hands by the imposing matriarch, old Madame Wang. Following her were members of the second and third branches, intent on seizing the meal meant for Madame Chung and her children. "Zaire, take it away," Lin Shui hurriedly exclaimed, attempting to snatch the bowl back. "This is for my cousin for our fourth branch. On what grounds do you think you can take it?" Old Madame Wang struck Lin Shui across the face, declaring, "You little wretch, I am your grandmother. How dare you eat without offering me, your grandmother, any? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, she raised her cane, aiming to strike Lin Shui. Chapter 39. Regarding the young lady, Lin Shui did not retreat. She understood that if she chose to hide, the meal would undoubtedly be seized by the old woman, leaving her mother and younger brother without anything to eat. "Strike me if you will. Even if it leads to my demise, you shall not wrest the food from my grasp. You claim to be a grandmother. Yet when have you ever cared for the livelihoods of our branch? We, from the fourth household, sought a mere morsel from you, and you responded with curses, wishing us dead. Now, that cousin Gigi has shown kindness by providing us with food. You wish to take it away? Is there truly a grandmother like you in this world?" Lin Shui's indignation instantly attracted the attention of many. Some murmured that the old lady's actions were excessive, while others criticized Lin Shui for her lack of respect towards her elders. The main branch of the Lin family also took notice. Lady Song sighed, feeling a desire to intervene but recognizing her limitations. Lin Ji glanced over, surprised by Lin Shui's fierce temperament. Despite the absence of a father, she stood valiantly to protect her mother and younger brother. As Lin Xiu Zhe moved to snatch the bowl, Lin Ji quickly stepped forward. Cousin, if you were to break the only bowl that young Master Li possesses, you know the consequences. Lin Xiaozhe scoffed. Am I to fear him? He fancies himself a prince. He is nothing more than a useless former prince, inferior to even a dog. Father has mentioned that Prince Qi is deliberately targeting the discarded Prince Li Wenqing. It is uncertain whether he will even survive the journey to Fangzhou. He should be more concerned about his own life. Li Wenqing's sharp gaze shifted towards them. He was taken aback that Lin Ji would involve him in a quarrel. How ungrateful! Although Lin Xiaozhe's words were brash, he could not help but shrink slightly under Li Wenqing's piercing stare. Indeed, his cousin was formidable, disregarding even young Master Li. However, this chicken was caught by several of the Jin Wu Wei brothers, and I prepared the meat. If you wish to partake, have you consulted with the Jin Wu Wei brothers? The Jin Wu Wei, gathered around the pot, immediately turned their attention to Lin Xiaozhe upon hearing his words. It is said that one who partakes of another's meal must tread lightly. They could not help but admire Lin Shui's cleverness, leveraging the authority of the Jin Wu Wei. Lin Ji's strategy proved effective. While Lin Xiaozhe was unafraid of Li Wenqing, he held a genuine fear of the Jin Wu Wei and the officials. Even a slow pace on the road would invite lashes from the officials, and the Jin Wu Wei appeared far more intimidating. Gazing at the bowl in his hand, he swallowed hard and slowly set it down. Grandmother, we shall not eat this meat. The old lady glanced towards the Jin Wu Wei, who were fixated upon them with eyes as cold as ice, and she immediately relented. Very well, we shall not eat. Since Lu's health is poor, let her have it. Once the old lady departed, the members of the second and third households followed suit, leaving only the fourth household in the far corner of the dilapidated temple. Lin Shui stepped forward, expressing her gratitude to her cousin. Thank you, cousin. Lin Ji replied. No need for thanks. We are all family. However, I must advise you, dear cousin Shui, that this cannot continue. You must stand firm and find a way to separate from them. Only then will your lives hold promise. Watching Lin Ji's retreating figure, Lin Shui pondered thoughtfully. Separation, perhaps? The notion stirred something within her. Several Jin Wu Wei sat gathered around the pot. Miss Lin possesses a truly benevolent heart. Any man fortunate enough to wed her would undoubtedly be blessed. Indeed, were I to marry a woman of such caliber as Miss Lin, I would cherish her beyond measure. Though she has been married before, the fault does not lie with her. She was ensnared by the machinations of others. Zhao Zhan struck the edge of the pot and admonished a few individuals to cease their disparagement of her reputation. How could a lady of her stature even consider those coarse individuals? The group turned their gaze to Zhao Zhan, jesting. Could it be that you have taken a liking to Miss Lin? It certainly appeared so, for since he savored the meal prepared by her yesterday, he has been singing her praises. When have we ever heard him extol any other woman? Zhao Zhan's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Are you all still hungry? If not, I shall take this away. Upon seeing Zhao Zhan's intention to remove the pot, they quickly intervened, urging him to put it down and promising not to mention Miss Lin again. The culinary delights she prepared surpassed even those of the finest chefs in the capital, and they could not bear to let Zhao Zhan take it away. The second and third branches of the Lin family caught a whiff of the savory meat and suddenly found their own bread unappetizing. They felt as if they had been deceived by the main branch. If they had not severed ties, they could have stirred up a commotion at the main household. Now, with the ties broken, they found no grounds for grievance. Old Lady Wang shot an exasperated glance at Lin Jingzhu, rebuking her as a married woman. She is capable of preparing meals for the main household, while you merely sit idle and wait to be served. No wonder your husband has dismissed you. Lin Jingzhu felt utterly aggrieved. How could she possibly engage in such toil? Were these menial tasks not meant for the servants? She inwardly resented Lin Ziyi, whom she deemed a source of trouble, always meddling where she did not belong. The main branch of the Lin family, having dined well, slept soundly until dawn. A good night's rest provided them with the energy to continue their journey. Lin Ziyi awoke somewhat earlier, for she had promised the golden guards that she would prepare a dish of elm seeds. Upon exiting the temple, she noticed a pile of thoroughly washed and draining elm seeds in the courtyard. Zhao Zhan approached, asking, "Why hasn't Miss Lin slept a while longer?" "Brother Zhao, did you pick these?" she inquired. Zhao Zhan smiled and nodded. "Do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can gather more from the trees. This is more than enough, Lin Zi replied, returning his smile. She thought to herself, Zhao Zhan is quite a good fellow. Despite his intimidating appearance among the Golden Guards, he is remarkably warm-hearted. Feeling somewhat bashful under Lin Zi's gaze, Zhao Zhan scratched his head. I'll go start the fire. Very well, she replied. As the Lin family awakened, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of elm seed porridge. Luo bounced with joy, exclaiming, Mother, Anne is truly amazing. She can provide us with a hearty meal again. Gu Wanyin rarely displayed a smile, but responded, Indeed, your little aunt is far more capable than I. Lin Zheng added, Mother, Anne is not the same as she once was. She has brought food with her, but refrains from eating it herself, fearing that my sister and I might go hungry, and thus shares it with us. Gu Wanyin was taken aback. Is that so? Luo Air, it is indeed true, Mother. Anne has given us numerous delicious treats, including dried meat. She feared that others might snatch them from us, so she secretly tucked them away from my brother and me. Gu Wanyin cast a glance at Lin Zi. Her prejudice against her was gradually diminishing. When her little aunt acted foolishly, she was still young. She chose to regard it as a lack of understanding. Let bygones be bygones. With so many mouths to feed in the Lin family, the burden should not rest solely on her little aunt. From today onward, she too would learn to cook. Rising to her feet, she ventured into the courtyard. Sister, is there any task you require my assistance with? Lin Zi hesitated for a moment. No, but Luo Air and Zheng Air must be hungry. The mulberry leaf rice is ready for steaming. Gu Wanyin smiled at her. These past few days have been taxing for you, dear sister. Lin Zi also smiled back. In the past, it was I who lacked understanding, so I hope my sister-in-law can forgive me. Let us leave the past behind. After all, who has not acted foolishly at some point? I shall leave breakfast preparations to you, and I will go fetch Zheng Air and Luo Air. Lin Zi sighed, acknowledging that it was not easy for her sister-in-law to forgive her. At that moment, Madame Song emerged with red-rimmed eyes. Stop your fussing right now. Are you disregarding your health? You foolish girl, why did you not inform Mother about your miscarriage? Do you wish to cause me further pain? Chapter 40. Lin Fu falls ill upon awakening. Madame Song couldn't help but pull Chaya aside to inquire about Lin Jiyi's circumstances at her husband's home. Chaya, being a straightforward girl, recounted everything to Song Rulin. Upon learning of her daughter's suffering at the Qin household, Madame Song was immediately overcome with sorrow and tears. She regretted allowing her daughter to marry that ungrateful wretch, Qin Lang. Mother, I am fine. My health has already improved, so there is no need for concern. Lin Zi resuscitated. What do you mean you are fine? If I had not asked Chaya, how much longer would you have concealed this from us? Do you not realize that recovering from a miscarriage requires a month's rest? You are jeopardizing your health by neglecting it, Madame Song scolded gently. From now on, you must refrain from work, your two sisters-in-law, and I will handle everything. Madame Song's heart was filled with compassion. Gu Wanyin, standing nearby, understood the conversation between her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. It turned out that her sister-in-law had suffered a miscarriage, yet she had quietly tended to everyone without uttering a word about her own plight. It was evident that her sister-in-law had indeed changed in the past. She would have made a fuss over such matters. Gu Wanyin sighed, realizing that her sister-in-law's unfortunate experiences had imparted valuable lessons. Ultimately, she was a soft-hearted person, unwilling to hold past grievances against her. Sister, please heed Mother's advice and take good care of yourself. We will manage everything, Gu Wanyin urged. Lin Ziyi nodded. Thank you, elder sister. With Madame Song and Gu Wanyin insisting that Lin Ziyi refrain from labor, she was relieved to merely communicate, aided by Chaya. In the space, there were some items that Lin Ziyi felt uncomfortable retrieving in front of everyone, so she only had a simple breakfast of elm seed porridge. Li Wenqing waited eagerly for Lin Ziyi to deliver his share of the porridge, but, seeing no sign of her, urged Zhu Sheng to fetch it himself. Lin Ziyi rolled her eyes. Li Wenqing truly had the audacity to expect a free meal. Ultimately, she decided it was wise to maintain goodwill with him for future needs, and thus relented. Preparations were underway. It was time to depart. As the officials called for haste, everyone began to scramble to gather their belongings. Upon hearing Madame Qi mention Lin Ziyi's miscarriage, Lin Xiu ran, and Lin Xiu interrupted in curses, Qin Lang. You rascal, just wait. When we return to the capital, we shall settle this score. Their hearts ached for Lin Ji. Sister, you must ride on the cart. Let your brothers pull you. Eldest brother, second brother, I truly am fine. Father and Lu Er are on the cart, so I will walk, Lin Ji insisted. However, her brothers would not hear of it. Quickly get on the cart, we can manage it. Despite her resistance, Lin Ji ultimately found herself seated on the cart, with her two brothers shackled lightly, pulling it, one in front and one behind. As they sweated profusely from exertion, Lin Ji remained unmoved, which drew sympathy from the onlookers for the two brothers while simultaneously inciting quiet criticism of Lin Ji's apparent laziness. Madame Wang was infuriated. How can my two grandsons allow their grandmother to walk while letting Lin Ji ride? Lin Jingshu, equally aggrieved, felt resentful. As a married daughter of the Lin family, who had also been sent back by her in-laws, she found it unjust that Lin Ji could ride while she was forced to walk. How fortunate Lin Zi is. At midday, they finally arrived at the town. Lin Zi began to contemplate the purchase of a horse-drawn carriage. She already possessed rice, flour, grains, oil, vegetables, and meat within her space, which she could easily retrieve and place in the carriage. Having severed ties with the Wang matriarch and the second and third branches of the Lin family, she need not worry about them seizing her belongings. Furthermore, the messenger needed to procure some items, so he escorted the exiled prisoners to the inn. Along the way, many bystanders paused to observe and comment, but they were soon frightened off by the reprimands of the Jinwu guards. The messenger ushered all the exiled prisoners into a room at the inn, where 30 or 40 individuals were gathered. Li Wenqing happened to be seated among the Lin family. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Sheng, who immediately understood, just as he was about to inquire whether Lin Zi needed to borrow a pot for their meal. Lin Zi spoke up. Father, Mother, I'm going out for a while to buy some rice, flour, and oil so that we can eat on the road. Lady Song hesitated, but we have no money. Lin Fu remained silent, his expression somewhat troubled. Noticing her father's discomfort, Lin Zi asked, Father, do you feel unwell? Lin Fu waved his hand dismissively, yet he lacked the strength to respond. He had been carried into the inn by Lin Xiran. Lady Song quickly placed her hand on his forehead, exclaiming, It's so hot. What should we do? Lin Zi approached and felt his forehead, confirming the fever. Without regard for modesty, she reached into her bundle and retrieved a thermometer. Mother, please help Father place this under his arm. Lady Song took it, curiosity piqued, but refraining from asking further questions, and followed Lin Zi's instructions. Eldest brother, second brother, please check Father's wound and see if anything seems amiss. Lin Xiran surveyed the crowded room, feeling somewhat awkward. With so many people present, and their father being a man of stature, it was inappropriate to examine him here. They decided to have Chaya fetch bedding to provide some cover, allowing them to inspect Lin Fu's injury. Upon examination, they discovered that the wound was somewhat festering and inflamed. How could this happen? We have been changing the dressing daily, Lin Xiran murmured, unable to contain his dismay. Lin Zi furrowed her brow, suspecting that the medicine might be at fault. Eldest brother, who was the physician that was summoned? Lin Xiran fell into contemplation, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he realized that the medicine was indeed problematic. Lin Zi urged him to retrieve the thermometer, and upon inspection, she noted a concerning fever of 39 degrees Celsius. Panic surged within her. This was serious. It appeared that, as described in the book, Lin Fu's demise on the road had been orchestrated by someone. Lin Xiran had already deduced the identity of that person. Eldest brother, there is no need to panic. I will fetch a physician at once. Since Lin Zi was not on the list of exiled prisoners, she could come and go freely. Though she had ample medicine for minor injuries in her space, it was evident that Lin Fu's wound was serious and required a doctor's attention. Lady Song expressed concern, but we have no money. Lin Zi whispered reassuringly, Mother, there is no need to worry. I have money. I sold the house we were staying at in the Qin family. Very well. Take Chaya with you and be cautious on the way, Lady Song instructed. Lin Zi nodded in agreement. Brother, please administer this to Father. Lin Zi handed Lin Xiran a single ibuprofen and 2 capsules of amoxicillin. She often traveled and explored with friends, keeping a stock of basic medications, both oral and topical, in her space. Were these? Lin Zi explained. I chanced upon a miraculous doctor and purchased these from him. They are effective in reducing fever, as I have personally tested. Lin Xiaoran furrowed his brow at the sight of the 3 peculiar pills. Lin Xiaoyan remarked, "These medications look quite unusual. Could it be that my sister has fallen victim to a charlatan?" Chapter 41. A transaction, brothers. This is not a trickery of the underworld. If I had not personally tested it, how could I dare to let father consume it? Lin Zi hastily clarified. Madame Song remarked, "If you say it is a miraculous medicine to reduce fever, then it must indeed be so." Lin Xiaoran agreed. Indeed, how could they doubt our little sister? Anyone else might wish harm upon father, but she would never. Lin Zi felt a swell of emotion. Her mother was truly wonderful, always extending unconditional trust towards her. After witnessing Lin Fu take the medicine, Lin Zi and Chaya exited the post station. Zhao Zhan approached them, spotting Lin Zi hurriedly making her way out. "Miss Lin, where are you off to in such haste?" Without hesitation, Lin Zi replied, "Brother Zhao, my father is ill with a high fever. I must fetch a doctor. There's no need to rush. Allow me to escort you, Miss Lin. I shall procure a horse." Zhao Zhan offered as he strode towards the interior of the station. Lin Zi contemplated calling out to him to inform that she could not ride, but the words died on her lips as he moved away too swiftly. Given her father's grave condition, having Zhao Zhan ride with her would undoubtedly expedite the process of finding a physician. Moments later, Zhao Zhan emerged leading a horse. "Miss Lin, can you ride?" Shaking her head, she confessed, "Though I cannot, I am willing to learn." She attempted to mount the horse, but struggled, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Before she could voice her concerns, Zhao Zhan said apologetically, "Pardon me." He lifted her onto the horse with ease and then mounted himself, urging the horse into a gallop. Lin Zi clung tightly to the horse, terrified of falling. Zhao Zhan, mindful of her safety, did his utmost to shield her from any mishaps. He felt honored to assist her, especially since he had enjoyed the meal she had prepared. Though he was naturally swift, he noticed Lin Zi appeared unperturbed. "Miss Lin, have you ridden before?" "No, this is my first time." Zhao Zhan silently praised her, recognizing that she was indeed different from the other noble ladies. Meanwhile, Madame Song, noticing Chaya entering alone, inquired, "Where is Zi? Why have you returned without her?" It had not been long, and they surely had not yet reached the clinic. "Madam, upon leaving the post station, we fortuitously encountered Zhao Jinwu. He is riding with a young lady. As she mentioned, it would expedite the doctoress' arrival." Madame Song sighed in relief. "I'm truly grateful to Lord Zhao. In unfamiliar territory, I was quite anxious about my daughter venturing out alone. Not far away." Li Wenqing furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "Zhuxing, go find out what has happened to Lord Lin." Zhuxing complied and soon returned with news that Lin Fu's injury had worsened. He narrowed his eyes, knowing without a doubt that this was the work of Prince Qi. Internally, he resolved, "Very well, Li Wenqing, I shall keep a meticulous account of all this." As for Lin Zi, she had the audacity to ride alongside man. Did she not possess any sense of shame? After a brief interval, Lin Zi returned with the physician, followed closely by Zhao Zhan. Li Wenqing cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Zhan. Upon entering, the doctor realized the patient was a wanted criminal and promptly turned to leave, unwilling to treat him. Dr. Zhang, a renowned physician in the town, had only come to attend to the patient due to Zhao Zhan's influence. Zhao Zhan reassured him, "Rest assured, Dr. Zhang, the consultation fee will not be insufficient. I shall bear all the responsibilities." With Zhao Zhan's words, the doctor proceeded to examine the patient. Lin Zi looked at Zhao Zhan, her eyes filled with gratitude. She vowed to remember this kindness and to repay it when the Lin family returned to the capital. After examining the patient, the old doctor remarked, "There is an issue with this medicine. It contains realgar." Lin Xiaoyan clenched his fists, confirming his suspicions. "Doctor, Zhang first treated Lin Fu's wounds and then prescribed medicine. Come with me to fetch the medicine. If the fever subsides tonight, the patient's life will be spared. If not, I fear." Dr. Zhang sighed, packed his medical kit, and headed outside. "I will accompany Dr. Zhang to fetch the medicine," Lin Zi said, hurrying to follow him. Zhao Zhan followed suit, as he had brought Dr. Zhang's carriage and needed to ensure the doctor's safe return, while also escorting Lin Zi back. Li Wenqing observed their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing. Nearby, Zhu Xing noticed his master's displeasure and dared not utter a word, bewildered by the cause of his master's distress, especially since no one had provoked him. Upon Lin Zi's return, she carried not only the medicine but also a bamboo basket filled with lunch, meat buns, and roasted chicken. Eldest brother, second brother, take this medicine and treat father first. I will prepare the medicine shortly. By the way, please eat these buns and chicken. Madame Song interjected. Gigi, let me handle it. You should rest. I may not be able to go out to fetch the doctor, but I can manage the medicine here at the inn. Gu Wanyan said, Mother, allow me to assist. Second sister-in-law, Fong Luo chimed in, I will help my elder sister. Let me handle it, Chaya offered, reaching for the medicine to leave. Wait a moment. Lin Zi called out to her. Chaya turned, puzzled. Is there anything else, miss? Lin Zi handed her a bundle of meat buns and a piece of roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper, saying, Take these. Do not neglect your own nourishment while preparing the medicine. Zhao Ge is off to buy a medicine pot. Be sure to eat your fill first. Chaya beamed with joy, eagerly accepting the food. Yes, Mississippi. The large bundle contained at least 10 buns. The young lady is truly kind to me. Lin Zi distributed the buns among everyone. Madame Song shook her head, her worry for Lin Fu rendering her unable to eat. Mother, you must eat something as well. Father is already ill. If you fall sick too, what shall we do? With a sigh, Madame Song finally accepted a bun. Gigi is right. I cannot afford to fall ill. I must not burden the children. As Li Wenqing observed the Lin family enjoying their buns, he waited in vain for Lin Zi to bring him some, feeling a pang of irritation. Just as he was biting into a steamed bun, Lin Zi leisurely approached with 2 packages in hand, saying, This is for you. Li Wenqing did not accept it, instead fixing his gaze upon her. Lin Zi lowered her eyes and asked, Aren't you hungry? If so, I shall take it back. Li Wenqing swiftly grasped her arm, questioning why. Lin Zi, taken aback for a moment, then lowered her voice to explain, Li Wenqing, rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Rather, let us strike a bargain. During our journey into exile, I shall attend to your sustenance, but I have a condition. Should you one day return to the imperial city and ascend to that esteemed position, grant the Lin family a decree of immunity from death. Additionally, issue a sacred edict stating that if the Lin family were to err, in light of my father's unwavering loyalty to you, they should be spared. Li Wenqing's gaze sharpened as it pierced through Lin Zi. Return to the imperial city? Do you truly believe I can attain that position? Chapter 42. Trusting him, Lin Zi nodded without hesitation. I believe you. His Highness will surely return and reclaim all that belongs to you. This declaration astonished Li Wenqing, for even he could not guarantee that he would one day return to the capital and reclaim his former position. Yet this woman had faith in him. Thank you. Though these were merely 2 simple words, they resonated with immense strength within Li Wenqing's heart. Gazing at Lin Zi's figure, his eyes reflected a myriad of emotions. She was the only person who had spoken such words to him after his downfall. He unwrapped the oiled paper, discovering 1 packet contained 5 buns, while the other held half of a roasted chicken. The buns were acceptable, but the half chicken, which included the less savory rear portion, was far from appealing. Zhu Sheng gasped, Master, I shall take care of this immediately. You detest such unclean things. The chicken's rear was a grave insult to their master. Had they still been at the prince's residence, the mere presence of such a dish at the dining table would have been incomprehensible. It matters not. I have fallen to such depths that there is little left to critique. Li Wenqing remarked, twisting off the offending portion and taking a bite. Surprisingly, it was flavorful. This revelation left Zhu Sheng wide-eyed in astonishment. Was this truly their master? The remaining chicken was given to the Lin family's 4th branch. Before they could finish their meal, Zhao Zhan entered with a medicinal pot and jars. Miss Lin, I have brought the items you requested. Lin Zi quickly rose and stepped forward to receive them. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Your assistance today has been invaluable. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought extra buns. Why not help us consume some? Lin Zi proposed, leading Zhao Zhan to reluctantly accept her invitation. She handed him 2 oiled paper packets, one containing 10 buns and the other holding 2 roasted chickens. Zhao Zhan waved his hands in protest. Miss Lin, This is far too much. I could never consume such a quantity. Besides, I have only run a small errand for you. Moreover, given the Lin family's misfortunes, she likely had little silver to spare. If you cannot finish them, please share with your comrades, he suggested, fully aware that she referred to the other Imperial guards. Faced with her generosity, he conceded, very well. Inwardly, he marveled at Lin Zi's kindness. Having merely assisted her with a trifling task, she rewarded him so abundantly. By virtue of her character, he resolved to protect her throughout their journey to Fangzhou. Zhao Zhan accepted the 2 packets of food and departed, leaving Li Wenqing to feel that the roasted chicken in his hand had lost its appeal. In a fit of irritation, he tossed the chicken leg back into the oiled paper, his expression darkening. How infuriating was that Lin Zi chose to give Zhao Zhan 2 roasted chickens while leaving him with the unsavory portion. Zhu Sheng remained silent, quietly munching on his bun. Though he was unaware of the reason for his master's sudden change in demeanor, he understood it must pertain to Miss Lin. Despite his vexation, Li Wenqing instructed Zhu Sheng to seek out Eunuch Wang, declaring that he felt unwell and would remain at the post for the half-day. Zhu Sheng instantly comprehended that his master was likely concerned for Lin Fu. Meanwhile, the Lin family spread out mats and bedding on the ground. Lin Fu had taken his medicine and had already fallen asleep, yet he continued to suffer from a persistent high fever. The Lin family was deeply concerned. Although they had a cart, the jostling along the road would be detrimental to his wounds, and with his fever still unrelenting, they feared that should they encounter any difficulties on the way, finding a doctor would become an arduous task. Unexpectedly, however, the officials arrived to inform them that they would not be leaving in the afternoon and would rest at the inn for half a day. Moreover, many of the individuals in their room had been taken away by the officials, leaving only the head of the Lin family and the deposed Prince Li Wenqing. Lin Shuyan remarked, "This is indeed fortunate. These officials seem to possess a degree of compassion, recognizing my father's illness and refraining from hastening their journey." Lin Shuyan, however, held a different view, suspecting that the situation was not so straightforward. There were many prisoners who had perished during exile on the road. Why would they delay their journey for their father? The only plausible explanation was the presence of the deposed prince. Although he had been exiled to Fangzhou for hard labor, the emperor had not severed ties with him. He remained the son of the emperor. Should any mishap befall them on the road, the officials would surely not survive. As anticipated, not long after, Grand Eunuch Wang entered with a physician to attend to Li Wenqing's ailment. At that moment, Zhu Sheng had already prepared a space for Li Wenqing in the room, laying out mats and bedding, where Li Wenqing lay, his complexion pale and unwell. The Lin family quickly realized that it was indeed Li Wenqing's presence that had delayed their departure. The physician approached to take Li Wenqing's pulse, declaring that the young master did not appear to have any serious issues, but requested permission to examine his wounds. Zhu Sheng immediately retorted, "How dare you? Is your gaze permitted upon our master's person? I inspect his wounds daily, and they are fine." The physician's face displayed a hint of indignation. As a doctor, he regarded every patient merely as a collection of flesh before him. There was nothing he could not examine. Grand Eunuch Wang hastily intervened, suggesting that if the wounds were indeed healing, then the issue must lie elsewhere. The physician nodded in agreement, concluding that the young master was merely fatigued from travel. Once the physician and Grand Eunuch Li departed, Lin Zi turned her attention to Li Wenqing. Initially, she had presumed him to be of unworthy character, but her perspective had shifted. Despite his lack of concern for her father's condition, he had silently observed from the sidelines. Clearly, the meals provided over the past few days had not been in vain. Lin Zi smiled at him in gratitude, to which Li Wenqing cast her a sidelong glance. Secretly pleased, in the afternoon, with his mother and 2 elder brothers attending to Lin Fu, Lin Zi set out to procure a cart. Lacking knowledge about horses, she enlisted Zhao Zhan to accompany her to the livestock market, where she spent over 80 taels to purchase a cart. As she was unfamiliar with driving, she requested Zhao Zhan to teach her. He readily agreed. They found an open space where he patiently instructed her for a considerable time, and at last, Lin Zi grasped the fundamentals of driving the cart, albeit still lacking proficiency. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. Practice would yield improvement. On the road of exile, they would primarily travel along the official roads, which were broad and did not demand much skill. Brother Zhao, I truly appreciate your assistance. Perhaps you should return now, while we continue to browse and procure some food and supplies, she suggested. Zhao Zhan, perceptive and understanding, infer that they likely wish to obtain some items of a more feminine nature, and, finding it inconvenient to remain, acquiesced to her request. Yet, a sense of unease lingered regarding the carriage. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, we shall lead it through areas bustling with people. Can Miss Lin navigate our path? Indeed, Lin Zi replied, producing a map. I have this. During her time in the capital of Chang'an, she had meticulously prepared maps of various locales, successfully identifying their current township. That is reassuring, Zhao Zhan remarked as he turned away. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Zi possessed an extensive knowledge, perhaps even surpassing his own, despite his frequent excursions for official duties. In the wild, even he, as a man, could not guarantee finding sustenance. Yet Miss Lin seemed immune to hunger. His admiration for Lin Zi deepened. As Zhao Zhan departed, Lin Zi fell into contemplation. Horses are creatures of sensitivity. If she could establish a bond with this horse, it would be easier to manage. Yes, perhaps she could try using spring water. Chapter 43. Have you embraced enough? Yet, Chaya was right beside her, and she could not expose herself. Lin Zi instructed Chaya to board the carriage first. Although the horse was somewhat unruly, it nonetheless ambled along the road at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving in the bustling marketplace, Lin Zi remarked, Chaya, there are numerous items we need to procure. Let us split our efforts. You may purchase some pastries that my mother and sister-in-law enjoy, while I shall take care of the other necessities. We shall reconvene here shortly. Chaya. After sending Chaya on her way, Lin Zi led the carriage into a secluded alley. Retrieving a basin of water from her spatial realm, water imbued with spiritual essence. The horse seemed to sense the ethereal energy and knelt down to drink eagerly. After finishing one basin, it still appeared thirsty and nudged Lin Zi gently. Understanding its desire, Lin Zi presented another basin for the horse to drink. Ultimately, the horse consumed 3 basins before it ceased, affectionately licking Lin Zi's hand. Realizing this was the horse's way of showing affection, Lin Zi reached out to stroke its head, and the horse patiently awaited her touch. She felt a surge of joy. When she had initially attempted to purchase this horse, it had been fierce and unapproachable, kicking at anyone who drew near. However, Zhao Zhan had assured her of its quality, and she had ultimately chosen this spirited steed. It seemed that a mere infusion of spiritual spring water had tamed the horse, truly a creature easy to nurture. Once back in the carriage, Lin Zi found the horse much more manageable. After a brief tour of the city, she realized there was little of worth to purchase. She had all the essentials within her spatial realm. Thus, she entered the carriage and placed her gathered items inside, filling half the carriage with provisions. This bounty would surely sustain the Lin family for 7 or 8 days. However, she noted that meat would require prior salting to extend its preservation. Upon arriving at their prearranged meeting place, Lin Zi discovered Chaya already waiting. Chaya, pleasantly surprised by the horse's newfound obedience, exclaimed, Miss, how has the horse become so compliant in such a short time? Perhaps it is fate that binds us. Lin Zi offered a simple excuse. As Chaya climbed into the carriage, laden with pastries, she was astonished to see the abundance of food and supplies within. Miss, you truly work swiftly. In such a brief span, you have acquired so many items. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Zi instructed Chaya to begin salting the meat while she entered the room. Lin Fu remained afflicted with a high fever. Due to Lin Fu's illness, the family lacked the appetite for a proper meal, and dinner was a mere cursory affair. Lin Zi retrieved a dose of ibuprofen, asking her elder brother to mix it with water to administer to their father. Noticing Madame Song discreetly shedding tears nearby, Lin Zi comforted her mother. There is no need for concern. Father will surely recover. Madame Song wiped her tears, insisting, you all should rest. I will stay here to watch over your father. Lin Zi countered, no, you should rest. Chaya and I are capable. We can manage the carriage journey. But you must rely on your own 2 legs to reach Fangzhou. It is best that I remain here with Chaya to keep watch over father. Madame Song refused to relent, as did her 2 elder brothers. Lin Zheng and Lin Lu stepped forward, declaring, "I, too, wish to watch over grandfather." After much persuasion from Lin Zi, they finally agreed to retire for the night. Lin Zi and Chaya had agreed that she would keep watch during the first half of the night, while Chaya would take over for the latter half. They were acutely aware that their vigilance would bear little fruit, yet to assuage Madame Song's worries, Lin Zi dutifully stationed herself before Lin Fu's bedding. The station lacked proper beds, and all the prisoners lay upon the cold ground. To the officials, the exiled convicts were scarcely regarded as human. However, among this batch sent to Fangzhou was a deposed prince, instilling a sense of caution in their conduct. As midnight approached, Lin Zi felt the weight of drowsiness descend upon her, and before she realized it, she had succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a gentle nibbling at her hand, jolting her awake. To her horror, she discovered it was a rat, prompting a startled scream as she scrambled away. Yet, the rat seemed to have taken a liking to her, pursuing her in a frantic chase. In her panic, she ignored the possibility of waking the others and cried out, "Ah, mother, elder brother, second brother, there is a rat." A rat. Feeling a presence before her, without a second thought, she leaped into the arms of the person standing there. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that since they were family, it was no matter. The Lin family, roused by her cries, inquired, "What? A rat?" Lin Xiaoza and Lin Xuan sat up, asking, "Sister, where's the rat?" Lin Zi pointed to the ground, exclaiming it was right here, but the rat had vanished without a trace. "Mother, elder brother, second brother, there truly was a rat in this station. It was gnawing at my hand, terrifying me," she continued, only to realize that the person she had embraced was not her brother's, but rather Li Wenqing, who wore a teasing expression. "Have you had your fill of hugging?" he quipped. Flustered, Lin Zi quickly released him, stammering, "I was merely frightened. It was not my intention to offend you." "No offense taken," he replied. Yet Lin Zi noticed the corners of his lips curve upwards, causing her heart to skip a beat. Surely, he would not think she had intentionally sought his embrace. "There really was a rat," she insisted. "Is that so?" Li Wenqing replied with an indifferent expression. "You do not believe me?" "I do," he said. Yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. As their playful banter ensued, Lin Xuan approached Lin Zi, admonishing, "Sister, do not speak disrespectfully to His Highness." It dawned on her then that he was to be the future emperor of Deqian, and the fate of the Lin family would rest in his hands. She decided it best to concede. After all, she had been in the wrong. Lin Xuan bowed to Li Wenqing, saying, "Your Highness, Zi did not mean to offend. She has always been timid, especially when it comes to rats. I hope your injury is not severe." Li Wenqing replied coolly, "No harm done." Madame Song, having been awakened by the commotion, pulled Lin Zi aside, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I am here." "Yes, I'm fine, mother," Lin Zi responded. Awakened and unable to return to sleep, Madame Song checked on Lin Fu and found that his fever had subsided. "Zi, Xiaoan, come see. Your father's fever has broken." The three hurried to his side, and upon touching him, confirmed that he was indeed no longer hot. Lin Fu sensed someone calling him and attempted to open his eyes, only to find them heavy as lead, refusing to cooperate. "Father, please rest," Lin Zi urged. "You can speak with us when you wake." With a gentle sigh, Lin Fu closed his eyes once more. He understood that he must take care of his health and not burden his children any longer. His two elder brothers urged Lin Zi to rest first while they kept watch. Lin Zi, however, did not acquiesce. "Allow me to take charge, my dear," Chaya interjected. Ultimately, it was Madame Song who spoke, suggesting that everyone should retire for the night, as their father had already cooled down and his condition was not critical. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall seek out Dr. Zhang to examine father," Lin Zi responded. Within the room, all lay down to rest, and in the darkness, only the rise and fall of chests and the rhythm of steady breaths remained. Li Wenqing gazed at Lin Zi, who had already succumbed to slumber not far away, and could not help but ponder what kind of woman she truly was. Though she appeared timid, when that venomous snake slithered upon him, even he was paralyzed with fear. Yet she seized the creature and saved him. Her audacity was further evident as she climbed the tree to gather elm seeds. Yet today, she had been startled into a frenzy by a mere mouse. Chapter 44. The eggs delivered by Mu Yunjiao that night at the inn. Everyone rested well. In the early morning, Chaya utilized the inn's kitchen to prepare porridge, accompanied by 2 eggs for each person and some side dishes prepared by Lin Zi. Naturally, Li Wenqing and his servant also joined in the meal. Lin Fu had awakened. Having taken the correct medicine, he appeared much more spirited and even consumed a bowl of porridge. Li Wenqing approached, bowing respectfully. "Rest assured, Lord Lin, I shall provide you with an explanation in due course." "You mustn't." Lin Fu attempted to rise to assist the deposed prince, but felt dizzy, nearly collapsing, only to be caught by Lin Zi. She shot a glare at Li Wenqing, thinking him meddlesome. Li Wenqing chose to ignore her, pretending not to notice. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zi signaled to Chaya to follow her to the kitchen to wash the dishes when they noticed a woman emerging from the opposite room. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Liangdi, the young wife of the deposed prince, Li Wenqing. Lin Zi pondered how she had come from that room, recalling her inquiry to Zhao Zhan yesterday, who had mentioned that the occupants of that space were all officials. She overheard an official reassuring Wang Liangdi, "Rest assured, my dear, since you are with me, I shall not allow you to suffer." Shortly thereafter, the official exited the room, embracing Wang Liangdi and nipping at her neck several times. Initially, Lin Zi assumed Wang Liangdi was coerced, but she observed a reluctant affection in the young woman's demeanor towards the official. Lin Zi exchanged a knowing glance with Chaya, signaling her to return to the house. Madame Song, noticing the two with their bowls and chopsticks returning inside, inquired with curiosity, "Why are you back again?" "It's nothing." Lin Zi cast a silent glance at Li Wenqing, her eyes filled with sympathy. The son of the Grand Dacian Emperor, handsome and tall, who would have thought he would be so dishonored? This was a matter she would not disclose to Li Wenqing. Such trivialities were not her concern. It wasn't until the commotion outside subsided that Lin Zi ventured out once more. The exile group was preparing to depart again. The Lin family had seemingly adopted the habit of stretching, and this time, Li Wenqing could no longer restrain his curiosity, asking, "May I inquire, Miss Lin, what practice are you engaged in?" "This is something I dreamt of, taught to me by celestial beings." Performing these exercises before setting off ensures that even lengthy walks will not leave one with aching legs, Lin Zi replied mysteriously. "Oh, is that so?" Li Wenqing inquirat intriga. Lin Zi nodded gravely. He found her words convincing. After 3 days of travel, the Lin family indeed appeared more vigorous than the others. While the rest lamented and cried out in exhaustion, they at least did not struggle to rise. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Sheng, who immediately understood his master's intent and asked, "Miss Lin, may I join your practice?" "Of course," Lin Zi replied cheerfully, pleased to share her secret technique with others. It was not until they heard the officials call that everyone halted, ready to set off again. Lin Zi hurriedly sought out Gong Wang, presenting him with a pouch of gold beans, requesting his assistance in allowing Lin Fu to ride in a carriage. The reason being that the cart was too jarring, while a carriage would be somewhat more comfortable. Accepting the pouch with a satisfied smile, Gong Wang remarked, "It appears this journey to Fanzhou is indeed fortuitous. Lord Lin is indeed a unique case. Please grant him this favor." "Thank you, Master Wang." Lin Zi smiled on the surface. Yet internally, she had already cursed his ancestors for generations. Her gold was precious to her. The group of prisoners was escorted out of the post station by the officials. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Zi assisted Lin Fu onto the carriage. Some were immediately displeased. After all, they were all prisoners. Why should he be allowed to ride in a carriage? "Indeed, we can hardly walk anymore. We too wish to ride in the carriage." The sound of the official's whip cracked through the air, silencing them instantly. Just as Lin Zi was about to urge the horses forward, she noticed Zhu Sheng supporting Li Wenqing as he approached. "Miss Lin, our master's condition has worsened. May he also ride in the carriage?" Lin Zi frowned and glanced at Li Wenqing. Last night, due to the presence of a mouse, which terrified her, she had not meant to offend Li Wenqing. She distinctly remembered him catching her as she leaped onto him, showing no signs of weakness. Yet, upon seeing him this morning, he had reverted to his frail appearance. Who is he trying to fool? He cannot ride. Lin Zi firmly refused. She had purchased this carriage not solely for the Lin family. but also for her own respite when weary. If Li Wenqing were present, she would hardly have a moment to rest. Lin Fu lifted the curtain of the carriage, saying, "Gigi, let the prince board." Li Wenqing looked at Lin Zi with an air of triumph. "Father." Lin Zi pouted in frustration. At that moment, Mu Yunzhao approached, holding 2 eggs in her hand. "Your Highness, please have one." Li Wenqing fronat. This woman had persistently sought to draw near him, offering kindness without reason, either a schemer or a thief. Noticing that Li Wenqing did not take the egg, Mu Yunzhao bit her lip, feigning distress. Lin Zi quickly interjected, "Your Highness, since you're also quite ill, please do board the carriage." Li Wenqing nodded and was about to step forward when he suddenly realized, did she just insult him? Observing Li Wenqing's discomfort, Lin Zi donned a triumphant expression. "How delightful! I shall have my revenge." As Li Wenqing boarded the carriage, Mu Yunzhao's heart simmered with anger. She had secretly purchased those 2 eggs from the officials, having refrained from consuming them herself, and yet he didn't even glance at them. However, she maintained her facade of feigned sorrow. Zhu Sheng remarked, "Miss, you might as well keep the eggs for yourself. Our master has already eaten." Mu Yunzhao paused momentarily, realizing that Lin Zi, able to afford a carriage, must have brought some silver with her after being dismissed. She smiled and stepped forward. "Sister Lin, please take this egg." Lin Zi responded with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Mu, but I have already had my fill." Mu Yunzhao bit her lip, her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. "Sister Lin, why do you treat me so distantly? We are good sisters, after all." Lin Zi smirked. "Precisely because we are good sisters. I cannot accept your egg. Such delicacies are indeed rare on the road of exile. It would be more appropriate for Sister Mu to share them with your father and mother." Although Mu Yunzhao was a concubine's daughter of the Mu family, she was raised under the care of Madame Yang, her mother. However, the Mu family was dominated by her sister-in-law, the Tong family, who harbored a deep disdain for the illegitimate children within the household. Despite her mother's intentions to protect her, Mu Yunzhao often endured hardships. She wished to say more, but upon remembering that Li Wenqing was seated inside the carriage, she refrained, opting instead to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Lin, for your reminder. I shall take this to my father and mother at once." As Mu Yunzhao departed, 2 women approached the front of Lin Zi's carriage, and she immediately recognized them as the 2 minor wives of the deposed crown prince, Li Wenqing. "Young Master Li, there are people looking for you," Lin Zi informed him. Li Wenqing lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing Su Liangdi and Wang Liangdi. The 2 women appeared tearful, pleading, "Young master, may we come aboard the carriage?" "Leave," Li Wenqing curtly replied, lowering the curtain once more. Lin Zi clicked her tongue in disapproval, noting Li Wenqing's utter lack of compassion. The 2 women, feeling deeply aggrieved, turned to Lin Zi and implored, "Miss Lin, we beseech you to show us mercy and allow us to join you in the carriage." Chapter 45. Choked by the egg, Su Liangdi and Wang Liangdi expressed their apologies, stating that the carriage was already full. Lin Zi was not one to be swayed by pity. If she were, then everyone in the exiled group would be pleading with her, and her carriage would surely burst at the seams. However, since our husbands were aboard, it was only fitting that we too should join them in the carriage. The 2 women felt deeply wronged, as if Lin Zi were bullying them. Lin Zi lifted the carriage curtain and called out, "Li Wenqing, dismount." Li Wenqing frowned and summoned Zhu Sheng. Zhu Sheng immediately came over and pulled the 2 women aside, stating, "You have been given a divorce decree. You are free to remarry. Why must you insist on following your master into hardship?" Wang Liangdi wept, her tears cascading like rain. "No, I do not want the divorce. I wish to stay with the young master." Lin Zi glanced over, uncertain of what Zhu Sheng had said to the 2 women, but after a while, they finally quieted down. She turned back to Li Wenqing, her eyes holding a profound meaning. Li Wenqing met her gaze and replied calmly, "They were sent to my household by concubine one. I have never laid a hand on them." Lin Zi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Li Wenqing felt no obligation to explain himself. "Settle in. I must drive the carriage now." Li Wenqing was once again surprised. Miss Lin can drive a carriage? Initially, he had presumed it was her maid who would handle the driving, but now he understood that it was Lin Zi herself. Learn on the spot. "Your Highness, if you are afraid, you may dismount now." It was a proposition she had long desired. Li Wenqing smirked slightly. No matter. To traverse mountains of knives and seas of flames, with Lin Darren accompanying me. It is worth it. You. Lindsay shot him a glare and let the carriage curtain fall. Observing her flustered demeanor, Li Wenqing couldn't help but chuckle. He had not realized how amusing Lin Ziyu was. Mu Yunzhao returned to the group, only to be reprimanded by her sister-in-law, Tong. Why are you wandering about? Holding an egg tightly in her hand, Mu Yunzhao replied, Sister-in-law, I merely saw that mother was unwell, and since Miss Lin had just purchased a carriage, I thought that if Uncle Lin could ride, perhaps mother could as well. I asked Miss Lin, but she did not agree. Mu father expressed his delight. It is commendable that Yunzhao shows such filial piety. Father, it is my fault for being useless, Mu Yunzhao replied obediently. No, it is not your fault. You have done well. The regulations of exile mandate that one must walk to Fanzhou, and even if Miss Lin had consented, the officer would not allow it. Uncle Lin's ability to ride must be due to his severe illness, for the Lin family surely spent a considerable sum to secure it. Yes, daughter understands. Mu Yuntao whispered. Tong huffed softly, but did not speak further. Walking at the rear of the Mu family, Mu Yunzhao waited until no one was watching before she peeled the egg and began to eat it in secret. Lin Zi, who was driving the carriage, noticed everything clearly. However, she chose not to meddle in others' affairs. Her sole intention was to safeguard the lives of the Lin family, ensuring they endured minimal suffering on their journey into exile. Suddenly, Mu Yunzhao, walking ahead, touched her neck and began to cough violently. Hearing the commotion, the Mu family swiftly turned around. Mother Mu stepped forward and inquired, Zhao, what troubles you? Mu Yunzhao, panting heavily, replied, Mother, I'm fine. I merely wish to drink some water. Mother Mu gently patted Mu Yunzhao's back and instructed, quickly, fetch a water pouch for Zhao to sip. After a series of gulps, Mu Yunzhao felt considerably better. A woman trailing behind approached and remarked, Madame Yang is truly kind to her illegitimate daughter. However, there is no need for concern. Miss Mu merely choked on an egg, and a few sips of water will remedy it. Lady Tong's expression shifted dramatically. What? Mu Yunzhao hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, I did not. Just then, she erupted into another fit of coughing, expelling even the egg yolk. Lin Ji, who was driving the cart behind, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Reflecting on the narrative, after the heroine, Mu Yunzhao, saved Li Wenqing from a venomous snake, he regarded her as a savior. Consequently, he gradually accepted her goodwill. Yet, with her interference, Mu Yunzhao's scheme faltered, and just moments ago, Li Wenqing had not even glanced at her. Did this imply that he would no longer consider marrying Mu Yunzhao? Lady Tong, the eldest sister-in-law of the Mu family, shot a glare at Mu Yunzhao. What a heartless and ungrateful, illegitimate daughter she was. Instead of showing filial piety to her father and stepmother, she selfishly indulged herself. Mother Mu attempted to mediate, stating, Zhao is still young. She was simply too hungry. Even Mother Mu's son, Mu Qin, expressed his discontent, saying, Mother, she is already 17. You must stop shielding her. With a heavy sigh, Mother Mu reflected on the unfortunate circumstances of this child, whose mother had abandoned her at birth and had been raised under her care. A pitiable soul. Regrettably, her health was frail, leaving her unable to provide proper care for Zhao Zhao. As the officials noted the caravan's halt, they cracked their whips, and the Mu family dared not utter a word as they continued on their journey. Meanwhile, on the side of the Lin family's second and third branches, Uncle Lin, exhausted, carried the elderly matriarch, panting heavily. Upon setting her down, he turned to Uncle Lin San. Third brother, it is your turn to carry her now. Uncle Lin San grumbled. Second brother, you have barely carried her for a short while. Why must I take over? Third brother, you are younger than I am and possess ample strength. You ought to carry her longer, insisted Uncle Lin. Isn't Zaire even younger than I? Wouldn't it be more fitting for him to carry her? Uncle Lin San retorted, displeased. Lin Xiaozhe, sensing the blame shifting towards him, grew agitated. He was already fatigued from walking, and occasionally, Rayer required him to carry her. The thought of carrying his grandmother was unbearable. I say, third uncle, honoring one's mother should be the duty of the sons. Why involve me? Uncle Lin also chimed in. Indeed, honoring our mother is our responsibility, not the children's. If Zaire is to carry her, then Chi'er must do so as well. Lin Xiuqi, being only 12, was far too young to bear the weight of the elderly matriarch. Uncle Lin San erupted with anger. Second brother, have you lost your mind? I blame you all in the second branch for instigating a rift with the elder brother. Now look, he has taken a seat on the cart. Uncle Lin cast a resentful glance towards the eldest branch of the Lin family, suspecting they had schemed against them. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoran pulling a cart with only Luer seated upon it, a thought struck him. Since the main household possessed a horse-drawn carriage, might the cart be repurposed for his mother? He instructed, Zaire, please inquire with your uncle. Since he has no use for the cart, it would be perfect for your grandmother. The regulations state that exiled prisoners are prohibited from riding in horse-drawn carriages. However, there is no such stipulation regarding the cart. Lin Xiaozhe felt a bit apprehensive. Father, I fear that the main household will not consent. Even if my uncle agrees, his children would surely oppose it. Chapter 46. Request for the cart. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lin furiously kicked Lin Xiaozhe. Are you trying to exhaust your father? Go and fetch the cart. If you fail to bring the cart, then you may carry your grandmother instead. Lin Xiaozhe, still intimidated by his father's wrath, could only muster the courage to approach Lin Xiaoran. With a forced smile, he greeted cousin. Lin Xiaoran raised his gaze, stating, You have mistaken your man. I have not erred. I am indeed here to seek you. Lin Xiaozhe insisted, maintaining his bravado. What is it, young Master Lin? Surely, you no longer require this cart? Might you grant it to me? Lin Xiaoran narrowed his eyes at Lin Xiaozhe. I apologize, but I am currently using this cart. To be frank, I am here for my grandmother. She is of advanced age, and since your father has no need for this cart. Before Lin Xiaozhe could finish, Lin Xiaoyan interrupted. Lin Xiaozhe, are you not finished yet? Do you wish for me to recite the severance document personally? Lin Xiaozhe fell silent, his expression darkening. If you desire the cart, then bring forth the silver to purchase it. Just as Lin Xiaozhe was about to retort, Lin Xiaoyan bellowed, Officer, there is trouble here. His shout attracted the attention of two officers, prompting Lin Xiaozhe to flee in disgrace. Uncle Lin, witnessing Lin Xiaozhe's failure to procure the cart, seethed, useless. Do you wish to tire your father to death? He then turned to his daughter, Lin Jingzhu. Jingzhu, go speak with Lin Ziyi and see if she might part with that cart, especially since you share a close sisterly bond. Reluctant, Lin Jingzhu replied, Father, I fear my efforts would be in vain. She doubted Lin Ziyi would be accommodating. Uncle Lin, irate, retorted, If she refuses, you must find a way. Other families' daughters can lend their fathers a cart, yet you lot, all ungrateful, wish to wear me down. What use is it for me to raise you? If the cart cannot be secured, then do not follow me any longer. Though Lin Jingzhu felt discontent, she had no choice but to comply with her father's directive and seek out Lin Zi. Lin Zi's cart moved slowly, positioned at the rear of the convoy. Lin Jingzhu lagged behind a few steps, awaiting Lin Zi's approach. Cousin, Lin Zi offered a distant smile. What brings you to me? Ji, I would like to apologize for the actions of Zaire earlier. If there is something to discuss, please do so directly, Lin Zi urged. A hint of embarrassment crossed Lin Jingzhu's face as she said, Zi, now that you possess a cart, surely you have no need for that old cart anymore? On the contrary, we do need it, Lin Zi replied succinctly. Lin Jingzhu's ears flushed with heat, her discomfort evident. Cousin, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Not at all. And the cart? My elder brother is utilizing it. Ruru and Zheng'er are still young and travel slowly. With this cart, my brother can transport both children. Seeing Lin Zi's unwillingness to negotiate, Lin Jingzhu realized further discussion was futile. She called out towards the cart, Uncle. Lin Fu poked his head out. Jingzhu, what is it? Uncle, my grandmother has grown frail with age, and it has become exceedingly burdensome for my father and third uncle to carry her on foot. We wish to borrow your cart for a while. Lin Fu glanced at Lin Ji, suggesting, You may ask Ji about this. After speaking, he lowered the curtain of the cart, effectively isolating Lin Ji and Lin Jing Shu from the conversation. Dear cousin, it would be futile for you to exert yourself. I have heard that while you were imprisoned, you delivered food to the second household. When Luer, feeling famished, called out to you as her aunt, asking for a morsel. What did you say? Have you forgotten so soon? A hint of derision crept onto Lin Ji's face. You scorned her, labeling her a jinx, and declared that our family was composed of nothing but jinxes, unworthy even of sustenance. Luer was but 4 years old. How could you utter such words? She still calls you aunt. Do you truly deserve that title? Moreover, our families have long severed ties. I implore you to cease any further entanglements with us. Lin Jingshu's cheeks flushed crimson as she fled in disgrace. Indeed, she had uttered those words, momentarily indulging in her spite. Yet she never anticipated the backlash it would invite. She returned to the second household's ranks in a disheveled state. Lin Shu, observing her failure to procure the cart, while still bearing the brunt of his irate mother, could no longer contain his frustration. He kicked Lin Jingshu, cursing her ineptitude incessantly. Lin Jingshu's eyes brimmed with vengeance. Dear sister, since you are devoid of compassion, do not blame me for lacking loyalty. Lin Ji watched the scene unfold, merely smiling in silence. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, midday approached. The exiled group paused for a brief respite, fearing the oppressive heat that would follow. They intended to cover more ground while the weather remained temperate. The officials continued to distribute black steamed buns to the prisoners for lunch. Lin Ji retrieved meat pies from the cart, sharing them with her family and Li Wenqing's household. She also poured a basin of water from the cart for the horses grazing by the roadside before climbing aboard herself to partake in the meat pie. This pie is quite unpalatable, Lin Ji muttered. She had purchased it on the way, intending it merely as a makeshift lunch, but had not anticipated its poor taste. She glanced at her family. Luer took but a single bite before losing her appetite, looking up at Lin Ji with longing, as if to ask, Aunt, can we have something delicious? Luer, please eat the meat pie for now. Tonight, I shall prepare braised pork for you. Upon hearing this, Luer's expression brightened, exclaiming, how delightful! We shall have braised pork tonight. The others turned their gazes toward Lin Ji, their interest piqued. They too yearned for the braised pork. Recalling how delicious the chicken she had previously stewed was, even garnering praise from the Jinwu guard. A lady stepped forward, unable to restrain herself, and inquired, Miss Lin, would it be possible for you to prepare an extra bowl of braised pork? We are willing to pay for it. 2 taels of silver for a bowl of braised pork, along with 2 bowls of white rice. Would you care purchase? The lady hesitated momentarily, taken aback. 2 taels of silver seemed exorbitant. Given that pork was priced at 25 won per pound in the market, 10 taels could procure half a pig. However, upon reflection, in this desolate wilderness, indulging in braised pork for the sake of a fleeting craving was not entirely unreasonable. Miss Lin's culinary skills are so extraordinary that if one were to savor such a dish at a grand tavern in the capital, it might very well command a price even higher. Contemplating this, the lady remarked, I shall purchase it. I shall purchase it. May I kindly request Miss Lin to prepare an additional bowl? With her initiating the request, others soon followed suit, coming forth to buy the braised pork. Before long, Lin Zi had sold 20 bowls, amounting to a total of 40 taels of silver. Lin Zi felt a surge of joy. This business was indeed quite lucrative. The carriage curtains were lifted to allow Lin Fu some fresh air. Li Wenqing's gaze once again fell upon Lin Zi, lingering for a moment before retracting. Indeed, Lord Lin had fathered a remarkable daughter. This compliment was music to Lin Fu's ears, who humbly replied, Gigi is merely a bit clever. It is nothing worth mentioning. This was also something Lin Fu had not anticipated. Despite the Lin family's misfortunes, their most cherished daughter had managed to uphold the entire household. Without her, one could only imagine. Chapter 47. Gathering firewood due to the brevity of their stay. Everyone was preoccupied with eating. It was only after they had satisfied their hunger that they could resume their journey. While indulging in a meat pie, Gu Wanyan's complexion suddenly turned pale. She had just begun her menstruation. A wave of panic surged within her. On the road of exile, she had no supplies for such an occurrence. What was she to do? As the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, even in her misfortune, she wished to maintain her dignity and could not allow such a situation to stain her garments. Beside her, Fong Luo inquired, Sister-in-law, what troubles you? Gu Wanyan leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, I've started my period. What shall I do?" Her face was fraught with anxiety. Feng Luo paused, realizing that her own menstruation was also overdue, though she did not know why. However, given the circumstances of their exile, perhaps it was a blessing that it had not arrived. "Sister-in-law, perhaps you should ask our younger sister. She should have what you need." Yes, yes. I shall go find her right away." Gu Wanyan approached Lin Zi, hesitating and blushing, and Lin Zi quickly understood the implication. In ancient times, women were often too embarrassed to discuss such matters openly. "Please wait a moment, sister-in-law." Lin Zi went to the cart and retrieved a bundle. "Let's go." At last, Gu Wanyan breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister was indeed clever. Even when prisoners needed to relieve themselves, a guard was required to supervise, with men watching closely and women allowed a greater distance. Should anyone attempt to escape, they would be executed on the spot. If a prisoner were to flee, the authorities would hold the guard accountable, a burden too great to bear. Indeed, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they heard the guard call out, "Halt." Lin Zi quickly explained, "We are merely taking care of a private matter nearby." The guard scrutinized them before permitting their passage. Just as he intended to follow, he was intercepted by another man. "Allow me to take over," said Zhao Zhan. The guard welcomed the change, grateful for the chance to rest a while longer. "Very well, I'll leave in your hands." The Lin family was familiar with Zhao Zhan, and his presence brought Gu Wanyan a sense of reassurance. However, Zhao Zhan only accompanied them for a short distance before stopping. The two sisters continued walking for quite some time before pausing. Gu Wanyan's face had taken on a slight flush. "Sister, I must confess, I have started my period and wish to know if you have any supplies." Lin Zi shook her head. "I do not." Gu Wanyan's heart sank. "However, I have sanitary pads. Sister-in-law can use these. They are more effective than traditional supplies." "Sanitary pads?" Gu Wanyan looked at Lin Zi in confusion. Lin Zi retrieved a package from her bundle and demonstrated how to use a sanitary pad. Gu Wanyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "How do you possess such items?" Yet, when her sister mentioned placing it on little underwear, Gu Wanyan could not help but inquire, "Sister, what is little underwear?" Lin Zi hesitated for a moment before realizing that in ancient times, people did not wear undergarments, only loose trousers. She recalled her penchant for stockpiling supplies. She had purchased several packs of undergarments, numbering 20 or 30, which she had yet to wear. Given that her sister-in-law's figure was similar to hers, they would surely fit. From the bundle, she extracted a pair of undergarments. "Sister-in-law, this is it." Gu Wanyan's face instantly flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered herself. "Sister, quickly put it away to avoid being seen by others." Lin Zi smiled and said, "Yes, sister-in-law, do change into it. I will keep watch here." Ancient people were indeed modest and reserved. Gu Wanyan complied. After a considerable wait, Gu Wanyan awkwardly approached, her gait evidently altered. "Sister-in-law, this entire package is for you. Use one whenever you need, and simply discard the soiled one." "Discard? What a waste that would be. Items used during menstruation must be washed." "It's not a waste. These are single-use. I have plenty more here. Just make use of them." Lin Zi had tested this. As long as the items originally present in the space were removed, they would revert to their original state the following day. Initially, Gu Wanyan intended to express her gratitude, but she heard Lin Zi continue, "Besides, I still owe sister-in-law a dowry. You're merely using a few sanitary pads." Gu Wanyan paused, contemplating how much her sister-in-law had truly changed. Yet, she found herself appreciating this new version of her sister-in-law more. "We are family. Let not the past be mentioned, for my dowry, even if not taken by you, would eventually be confiscated by the authorities. Do not worry, I shall reclaim that dowry in due time," Lin Zi assured confidently. In truth, the dowry had long been stored within her space. It was merely inconvenient to retrieve it at that moment. The call of the officer announcing the departure prompted Lin Zi to remind, "Hurry along, sister-in-law." The two hastily made their way toward the convoy. Upon reaching the cart, Lin Zi placed the bundle onto Gu Wanyan. "Sister-in-law, use what's inside. Additionally, there are a few packs of pastries that you and second sister-in-law enjoy to stave off hunger during the journey." Gu Wanyan this time did not hesitate. "Very well. Thank you, little sister." As the convoy was about to set off, Lin Zi climbed aboard the cart. Feng Luo leaned closer to Gu Wanyan and asked sister-in-law, "Has anything changed?" Indeed, my sister-in-law has truly transformed. Fang Luo sensed it as well. Gu Wanyin produced a pack of pastries and handed it to Fang Luo. "These are bought by my sister. She said they are for us to eat on the journey." Fang Luo opened the package to find her favorite dragon beard candy. She paused, realizing that her sister-in-law remembered her preferences. Casting a glance at Lin Zi, who was urging the horses, she thought, "My sister is truly thoughtful, even more so than Lin Xiuyan." Yet, the actions of her sister-in-law from the past could not be compensated for by a mere pack of sweets. They would travel 50 miles today, which indeed exhausted the entire group. When the officer called for a halt, they disregarded the dirt beneath them and lay on the ground, unable to rise. Unlike the others, the Lin family, despite their fatigue, engaged in stretching exercises. Lin Zi, accompanied by Chaya, intended to gather firewood. Zhao Zhan approached. "Miss Lin, are you going to collect firewood? I will accompany you." "Very well. I shall prepare braised pork tonight. Brother Zhao, you should join us." "Certainly." Zhao Zhan could not have wished for more. The two conversed merrily. Meanwhile, Li Wenqing, observing from the cart, narrowed his eyes. This woman, could she truly be so naive? Is she genuinely oblivious to Zhao Zhan's intentions? No wonder one could be deceived both in body and in wealth. Li Wenqing alighted from the carriage, limping as he followed Lin Zi. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Zi turned around and nearly collided with the limping Li Wenqing. "Your Highness, why have you descended from the carriage to neglect your injury?" she inquired. "I cannot simply partake of idle sustenance. I too shall gather firewood," Li Wenqing replied earnestly. Observing his limping demeanor, Lin Zi narrowed her eyes, recognizing his pretense. The text had indicated that Li Wenqing's injuries were quite severe, having lain in a cart for an entire month, brought to Fangzhou by his attendant, Zhu Shang. Yet, her intuition suggested that his injuries were not as grave as portrayed. "Very well, then let us go together." Li Wenqing hesitated momentarily. His initial intention was genuine, concerned that Zhao Zhan might have ulterior motives in approaching Lin Zi, fearing that this foolish woman might be deceived once more. However, Lin Zi showed no concern for his well-being, which only served to irritate him further. How heartless she truly was. Did she genuinely fail to notice his injuries? How could she be so callous as to let him gather firewood? Chapter 48. A dispute erupts walking ahead. Lin Zi feigned ignorance of the commotion behind her. It was his own decision to venture forth. Yet he now cast blame upon her. While foraging for firewood, Lin Zi was suddenly enveloped by the fragrant aroma of the Chinese tun tree. Raising her gaze, she indeed beheld the tree, its leaves unfurling in the season's embrace. Joy surged within her. It was the perfect time to savor Chinese tun, her absolute favorite. Earlier that morning, she had encountered an elderly vendor carrying tofu, purchasing 2 generous blocks. The combination of Chinese tun and tofu was simply delectable. With sleeves rolled up, Lin Zi prepared to scale the tree, but Zhao Zhan promptly intervened. "Miss Lin, are you intending to pluck the tender shoots? Allow me to handle it." As he spoke, he propelled himself up the trunk with remarkable agility, demonstrating his skill in lightness techniques. Lin Zi was captivated, having only witnessed such feats on television before. She couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao, you are truly impressive." Zhao Zhan, somewhat bashful from the praise, scratched his head and replied, "Miss Lin, I shall cut down a few branches from above. You should stand back." "All right," she acquiesced, while Li Wenqing behind them scoffed. "How foolish. It's merely lightness skill. Hardly a rare talent to be awed by." Zhao Zhan swiftly drew his sword, severing several branches that fell to the ground. Lin Zi called out, "That's enough. Brother Zhao, this will suffice for several meals." He descended gracefully, earning another round of admiration from Lin Zi. "How splendid is the ancient lightness skill. Unlike my own laborious tree climbing," she mused. With more hands gathering firewood, it wasn't too long before Zhao Zhan and Chaya returned with their bundles, while Lin Zi proudly carried her handful of Chinese tun shoots, leaving Li Wenqing empty-handed. She cast a disapproving glance at him, perplexed by his presence, seemingly intent only on creating mischief. Whenever she conversed with Zhao Zhan, he would intrude with unwelcome comments, much to her annoyance. Madame Song, observing Lin Zi's renewed activity, felt a pang of concern for her daughter's well-being, lamenting her exhaustion. Rising from her own weariness, she said, "Zi, your health is still fragile. Leave the work to me. I shall manage. Mother, you are weary from the journey. It's merely cooking, and with Chaya's help, I won't be overburdened." After much persuasion, Madame Song reluctantly consented, cautioning Lin Zi not to overexert herself before retreating to rest. Braised pork was Lin Zi's specialty. She readied 3 pots, one for stir-frying 2 dishes while the other 2 simmered the braised pork. One dish featured scrambled eggs with chives, while the other combined the Chinese tune with tofu. The shoots had been gathered by her 2 sisters-in-law, Gu Wanyun and Fong Luo, who were eager to contribute rather than merely wait for a meal. As she lifted the lid from the pot, the tantalizing aroma wafted far and wide. Everyone inhaled deeply, yearning for a taste of the succulent meat. Lin Zi had sold 20 portions of braised pork, and Chaya prepared to serve, as Lin Zi ladled out the meat and rice. "Chaya, when you deliver the meals, remember to make a circuit before the guests, especially around Lord Wang," Lin Zi instructed. "Understood. Chaya please." Though she did not comprehend Lin Zi's intentions, she had always been obedient, following Lin Zi's commands without question. As Chaya passed by with a plate of braised pork, everyone's necks craned to peek into the bowl. Lin Xiuqi exclaimed, "Mother, I too desire to taste the braised pork." Mrs. Zhou, the third aunt, scolded, "What are you clamoring for? There is no braised pork to be had." Rui clung to her mother, wailing for the same delicacy. Jiang Shi swallowed hard. She longed for it as well, but it was not something they could simply wish for and obtain. She cast a pitiful glance at her husband, Lin Xiuzhe. Lin Xiuzhe, a considerate husband, inquired, "My dear, do you wish for braised pork?" Jiang Shi nodded in affirmation. "Just wait a moment." He then approached Lin Jingzhu. "Sister, do you still have any money?" Lin Xiuzhe was well aware that if he were to request food from the main household, they would surely refuse. However, by purchasing it, perhaps they would offer a bit more meat out of familial affection. Lin Jingzhu clutched her bundle tightly, responding, "No, I have no money." It was not that she was unwilling. Rather, she had already given generously on several occasions, leaving herself with little. "Then you must relinquish the bundle to me, so that my brother may inspect it." Lin Jingzhu thought she misheard and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, hand over the bundle." "I will not. If you do not give it to your younger brother, do not blame him for being impolite." As Lin Xiuzhe spoke, he reached out to seize it. "Hand it over. I know there is money inside. You need not deceive me." Lin Jingzhu's face flushed with anger. "This is my personal money. Lin Xiuzhe, you ungrateful wretch. Stop this at once. I shall fight you." The two engaged in a struggle. Lin Jingzhu could not match Lin Xiuzhe's strength. Her attempts to scratch and claw were futile. Ultimately, Lin Xiuzhe wrested the bundle from her grasp, albeit with several scratches marring his face. Lin Jingzhu collapsed on the ground, weeping bitterly, unable to fathom that her own brother would betray her in such a manner. Lin Xiuzhe rummaged through the bundle and indeed discovered 7 or 8 taels of silver. He tossed the bundle back at Lin Jingzhu, exclaiming, "Is this all? You are utterly useless. Why, you have been cast aside. Lin Zi possesses silver to buy a carriage." "Return my money! Return my money!" Lin Jingzhu cried, grappling with Lin Xiuzhe for the bundle, attracting the attention of those resting nearby from the second household. Mistress Xiao, who had gone to gather firewood, hurried back upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Lin Jingzhu seated on the ground, she asked, "Jingzhu, what has happened?" Lin Ershu, having carried their elderly mother the entire way, was too fatigued to rise until he heard the outcry, and he too turned to Lin Jingzhu. "Father, mother, will you not intervene? Lin Xiuzhe has stolen my money." Upon hearing of the silver, Mrs. Zhou was about to confront Lin Xiuzhe, but noticed the scratches on his face and asked, "Zer, what happened to your face?" It was scratched by Lin Jingzhu. "What?" Mrs. Zhou glared at Lin Jingzhu. "Jingzhu, how could you treat your brother this way?" Lin Ershu added, "Jingzhu, your behavior is unacceptable. If you do not wish to accompany the exiled party, you had best leave." Lin Jingwei also echoed, "Sister Jingzhu, you truly bring shame upon the Lin family." Lin Jingzhu looked at everyone in disbelief. It was she who had been wronged. Yet how could her parents and sister treat her this way? She felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had concealed most of her silver notes on her person, preventing them from being entirely confiscated by them. As Lin Xiaojia rushed to Madame Jiang, he eagerly declared, "Madam, I have money now. I shall go buy you some braised pork immediately." A hint of scorn flickered across Lin Jingzhu's face. Indeed, this was her dear little brother. It seemed all of this was the scheme of her beloved sister-in-law. She would make sure to hold her accountable. With a heart full of joy, Lin Xiaojia approached Lin Zi to purchase the braised pork, only to hear Lin Zi say, "Today's braised pork is sold out. If you wish to eat, you must wait until tomorrow." "Lin Zi," she exclaimed, "how can you deceive me? There is clearly plenty left in the pot. I have seen it with my own eyes." Chapter 49. Lin Zi must have a secret. What we have in the pot is for our own consumption, not for sale, Lin Zi replied indifferently. Gazing at the vibrant red braised meat, Lin Xiaojia could not suppress a gulp. "Oh dear sister, please sell us just one portion. Even if you disregard us, consider the favor for Rayer. He is your own nephew." "That is quite erroneous. My true nephew is over there." Lin Zi pointed at Lin Zhong. At that moment, Zhao Zhan approached, his hand gripping a dagger. "Step aside. If you continue to pester Miss Lin, do not blame me for being impolite." The cold aura emanating from Zhao Zhan startled Lin Xiaojia, who quickly retreated. I am leaving. I shall take my leave immediately." Lin Zi smiled at Zhao Zhan in gratitude, and he reciprocated with a grin. Their subtle exchange did not escape the watchful eyes of Li Wenqing, who inwardly scolded. Does this foolish woman still not realize how badly she has been deceived? "Zhao Gij, please join us. Today's feast has indeed yielded an abundance of dishes." Zhao Zhan felt a surge of joy and eagerly replied, "Yes, thank you, Miss Lin." Suddenly, a voice nearby praised, "Miss Lin's cooking is truly exquisite. This meat melts in your mouth, rich yet not greasy. I have never tasted such delightful meat before. This 2 taels is indeed worth it." Zhao Zhan grew increasingly admiring of Lin Zi's culinary skills. Meanwhile, Eunuch Wang approached, drawn by the enticing aroma. Feigning ignorance, Lin Zi continued to serve the dishes, having intentionally guided Chaya in front of Eunuch Wang's carriage to draw him closer. Now that her objective was achieved, she saw no need to speak first. Eunuch Wang arrived at the pot, gazing at the freshly cooked red braised meat, glistening with a lustrous, deep red sheen, the fatty bits quivering in the sauce. The meat rich and dripping. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. "Miss Lin, your culinary skills are remarkable." Lin Zi lifted her gaze, pretending to just notice him. "Ah, Eunuch Wang, what brings you here?" She made no mention of the red braised meat. Eunuch Wang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Do you sell this red braised meat?" Lin Zi's expression turned apologetic. "I am sorry, Eunuch Wang. Today, I have prepared a limited amount. If you wish to taste it, perhaps tomorrow." The more she spoke like this, the greater Eunuch Wang's desire to have the red braised meat became. Miss Lin, would it be possible for you to sell me a bowl? I understand that cooking in this desolate wilderness is no easy task. How about this? I will offer 10 taels." Lin Zi feigned difficulty. "Eunuch Wang, it is not that. It is actually 20 taels." Eunuch Wang knew that Lin Zi was not in need of money. When he had gifted her 2 bags of gold, she had not even batted an eye. "Deal," Lin Zi blurted out. She filled a bowl to the brim with red braised meat for Eunuch Wang, who requested only a bowl of plain rice, exchanging the second bowl for half a bowl of tofu mixed with Chinese tune. Lin Zi agreed, cheerfully accepting the silver. "Chaya, please deliver the dishes to Eunuch Wang." She could assure herself that once Eunuch Wang had savored her cooking, he would undoubtedly be yearning for another meal. In the distance, Lin Xiaojia observed Chaya following behind Eunuch Li, carrying dishes, and in a fit of anger, he kicked a nearby stone, wincing in pain as he did so. He could not help but silently curse Lin Zi for her lack of loyalty, especially since they both bore the surname Lin. Today's meal was particularly lively, as Lin Zi had set up a square table with several low stools, which she had retrieved from her spatial storage and placed on the cart, proving quite useful for dining. The fragrant white rice mingled with the rich sauce of braised pork, leaving everyone savoring the meal with grease on their lips. Even Li Wenqing could not help but glance at Lin Zi several times, wondering from whom she had acquired such culinary skills. As the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, How could she be adept at such coarse tasks? During their time on the cart, he had inquired with Lin Fu and learned that Lin Zi had never even set foot in the kitchen, let alone cooked. As night fell, Li Wenqing opened his eyes, donned a black mask, and swiftly made his way a short distance away. Master, everything has been taken care of. A cloaked figure knelt before him. The Qi Wang has embezzled military rations. I have incited a mutiny. This morning, he was impeached in the court and is now under house arrest at the Qi Wang residence. Li Wenqing chuckled coldly, remaining silent. His own carelessness had led to defeat against Li Wenqing, and this would serve as a complimentary gift to the Qi Wang. Yet, despite Li Wenqing's grave error, the emperor had merely placed him under house arrest. He truly was a benevolent father to Li Wenqing. Furthermore, there were also findings regarding Miss Lin. The cloaked figure recounted how Lin Zi had been dismissed by Qin Lang, which led to an uproar at the Jingzhou Yin's office, relaying this information to Li Wenqing. Are you saying that Miss Lin's dowry has vanished? The Qin family is currently living in rented accommodations? Indeed, Li Wenqing fell into contemplation. It seemed Lin Zi harbored secrets. That day, he had clearly seen her reappear mysteriously after her disappearance. After a moment, Li Wenqing spoke again. Go. Find a way to have the emperor bestow a marriage to He Shilong's illegitimate daughter, and let it be with Qin Lang. The cloaked figure was taken aback. When had the master ever concerned himself with such trivial matters? Understood. The figure remained kneeling. Is there anything else? Li Wenqing inquired. Report to the master, Miss Changsun. Li Wenqing frowned. Speak plainly. Miss Changsun has been brought into the Qi Wang's residence as a secondary consort. My investigations confirm that she did so willingly. The cloaked figure bowed his head, suppressing his breath. It was well known in the capital that the master and Miss Changsun had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, their engagement established in their youth. Now, having just faced misfortune, Miss Changsun seemed eager to break off their engagement. Furthermore, she had become a secondary consort to his royal brother, the Qi Wang, which was a true slap in the face to the master. Seeing that, Li Wenqing remained silent for a long while. The cloaked figure was about to offer some words of comfort when Li Wenqing finally spoke. Very well. The figure gazed at Li Wenqing's retreating silhouette, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. He silently sighed, hoping the master would endure. Li Wenqing returned to the exiled group and lay down on the cart, casting one last glance in the direction of Lin Zi. At that moment, Lin Zi was also resting outside, having given the cart to Lin Fu and Lin Mu. The cart was relinquished to Luer and Zheng. Ever since that fateful night when Lin Zi vanished only to reappear, Li Wenqing occasionally cast glances in her direction, yet he never witnessed her sudden disappearance again. This led him to ponder whether he had been mistaken that day. After a couple of days, Lin Fuyong had successfully administered the right medicine, and her injuries had significantly improved. She appeared to have regained her strength. Meanwhile, Li Wenqing spent his days lounging in the cart. Whenever Lin Zi insisted he vacate, he would invoke their agreement, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. This predicament further diminished Mu Yunzhao's opportunities to approach Li Wenqing. Whenever she drew near, Lin Zi would smile sweetly and inquire, Sister Mu, what brings you here? This often left Mu Yunzhao quite vexed, convinced that Lin Zi was doing it on purpose. As evening fell, the exiled group made another stop, fortuitously near a small river, much to everyone's delight, as they could finally cleanse themselves. The weather had gradually warmed over the past few days, and the heat of the day had left them sweaty and uncomfortable, causing considerable distress. Mu Yunzhao's eyes sparkled with an idea. She approached Lin Zi and proposed, Sister Lin, why don't we keep each other company and wash by the river? Chapter 50. Into the water, Lin Zi cast a glance at Mu Yunzhao, who, in turn, smiled sweetly at her, her eyes devoid of any flicker. It was as if they truly shared a deep sisterly bond. Sister Lin, why do you look at me so? It's nothing. Let us be on our way. The original protagonist and Mu Yunzhao were good friends. Once, when the protagonist's second brother, Lin Xiuyin, was to marry Fong Luo, the protagonist vehemently opposed it, wishing for her brother to wed Mu Yunzhao instead. Mu Yunzhao, either intentionally or unintentionally, hinted to the protagonist that her heart belonged to Lin Xiuyin. The protagonist caused quite a stir, and indeed, Lin Xiuyin nearly called off his engagement with the Fong family, but ultimately, it was Lin Fu who intervened. leading to Lin Xiuyi's marriage to Feng Luo. Despite this, the protagonist made a scene on 2 more occasions, attempting to persuade her brother to divorce and marry Mu Yunzhao. Although these actions were not directly instigated by Mu Yunzhao, they were certainly influenced by her subtle insinuations. Mu Yunzhao linked her arm with Lin Zi's and said, "Sister Lin, let us hurry. While I wash, could you keep an eye on things? And when it's your turn, I shall watch for you." "Very well." Lin Zi was curious to see what scheme Mu Yunzhao was concocting. Did she intend to push her into the river? The character of the female lead in the book was always portrayed as virtuous and kind, innocent, benevolent, and beautiful. But Lin Zi could discern a hint of duplicity in the original protagonist's actions. The two walked hand in hand to the riverbank and strolled along its edge for quite some time until they found themselves far from the other offenders, their figures no longer visible. Only then did they halt. The water was crystal clear, and the fine sand stirred by the swaying aquatic plants was distinctly visible. Lin Zi suddenly felt an urge to take a dip. Glancing at Mu Yunzhao, who was smiling as she held Lin Zi's arm, she remarked, "The riverbank is slippery. Do take care, Sister Lin." It seemed she was genuinely concerned for Lin Zi's safety. Lin Zi responded with a smile, "Sister Mu, you must also watch your step." "Indeed, I shall. Should you wash first, or shall I?" Lin Zi had a space of her own, and each night, while everyone else slumbered, she would wash there. Moreover, she had just been traveling by carriage and was not as drenched in sweat as the others. "You go first, Sister Mu. I shall keep watch by the side." "Very well." Lin Zi stepped aside. Mu Yunzhao removed her upper garment and crouched by the river, beginning her washing. "Sister Lin, look, there are fish in the river. If we catch a couple, our dinner tonight will be splendid." Mu Yunzhao called out, "Come quickly, Sister Lin." "All right." Lin Zi strolled over leisurely. "Let me take a look." She had already spotted the fish in the water. Thinking to herself, since Mu Yunzhao wished to put on a show, she would play along. Lin Zi approached Mu Yunzhao and leaned over in the direction she was pointing. Just as Lin Zi was peering into the water for fish, Mu Yunzhao suddenly exerted force with her hands, and it appeared Lin Zi was about to tumble into the river. What Mu Yunzhao did not realize was that as she pushed Lin Zi also tugged at her. With a splash, both figures plunged into the water. This river was not particularly deep. It could hardly be called a river, more like a stream. Lin Zi could swim, as she made it a point to visit the swimming pool once or twice a month. Were it not for this, she would not have dared to approach the riverbank so closely. Unlike Mu Yunzhao, who was the daughter of a wealthy family, she fell into the river and swallowed several mouthfuls of water. She cried for help. Not far away, the bailiff heard the commotion and came to take a look. Being a poor swimmer himself, he hurried back to summon assistance. "This is terrible. This is terrible. Someone has fallen into the water." It was common for exiled prisoners to perish on the road. As long as they weren't attempting to escape, the bailiff bore no responsibility. Hearing of the drowning, the others did not even raise their eyes, muttering, "So what if someone is drowned? Is it not common for 1 or 2 to die?" Upon hearing that someone had fallen into the water, Mu Mu's heart raced as she recalled that her daughter, Zhao Zhao, had mentioned going to the riverbank to wash up. "Kinea, quickly go and see if the person in the water is Zhao Zhao." Mu Qin, weary from his journey, was reluctant. "Mother, Zhao Zhao is always so composed in her actions. How could she possibly drown? You need not worry." Meanwhile, Lin Mu glanced around and, noticing that Lin Zi was absent, felt a wave of panic. She hurriedly called out to the bailiff, who fell into the water. The bailiff pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems it was Miss Lin and Miss Mu." Mrs. Song, in a flurry, urged, "Ranner, Yinner, quickly go save your sister. Gigi has fallen into the water." The two brothers dashed out like arrows released from a bow. However, even faster than them was Li Wenqing. Before they could locate anyone, he had already reached the riverbank, following the sounds to where Lin Zi was struggling in the water. Yet, he only saw Mu Yunzhao and not Lin Zi's figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the river. Mu Yunzhao felt a flicker of joy. If the disgraced prince were to embrace her, ruining her virtue, would he not be obliged to marry her? But Li Wenqing swam past her, continuing forward. "Lin Zi," he called out. At that moment, Lin Zi was underwater, catching fish. She had thought the river was so clear that there were hardly any fish. Only upon diving did she realize there were indeed many fish lurking beneath the surface. Lin Zi excelled at holding her breath, and she could easily stay submerged for a considerable time. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her. Was it Li Wenqing's voice? She thought she must have misheard. How could he be calling for her in the river? Li Wenqing was not a proficient swimmer. Each time he submerged, he would surface after a few breaths. After several attempts, he soon exhausted his strength, still failing to find Lin Zi. Cursing the foolish woman in his heart, he had not intended to intervene. But recalling that he had eaten her food for several days, he decided to save her as a gesture of gratitude. With the mantle of her savior, she would no longer claim to be living off others' charity. Ultimately, however, Li Wenqing could not hold on any longer. After accidentally inhaling water, he lost consciousness. Lin Zi caught 2 large carp and only surfaced upon hearing the voices of her brothers. Eldest brother, second brother, I'm fine. Don't come down. The river is very deep. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed something. Not far away, Li Wenqing flailed for a moment before becoming still. Lin Zi was startled. She quickly threw the fish aside and swam towards Li Wenqing. He is destined to be the future emperor. If her inadvertent entry into this narrative leads to his untimely demise, her transgression would be monumental. Although his life may be short-lived, it is undeniable that during his brief reign of 2 or 3 years, he proved to be an admirable sovereign. Lin Xiuran and Lin Xiuyan stood anxiously by the riverbank, their concerns stemming from their inability to swim. With great effort, Lin Zi managed to pull Li Wenqing ashore, only to find herself exhausted and gasping for breath by the riverside. At that moment, Madame Song arrived, assisting Lin Fu, followed closely by Lin Zi's 2 sisters-in-law, along with Zheng Er and Lu Er, all hastening towards them. Upon seeing Lin Zi unharmed, Madame Song heaved a sigh of relief. She grasped Lin Zi's hand, inspecting her from head to toe. Gigi, are you all right? How did you end up in the water? Mother, I am fine. My lady, what has happened? Please awaken, please awaken. In the distance, the mournful wails of a bamboo flute echoed through the air. Chapter 51. Something peculiar, mother. Let us talk later. Lin Zi rose and approached Li Wenqing to inspect him. Zhu Sheng felt a surge of anger. It was because of Lin Zi that his master had encountered trouble. You must compensate my master. Zhu Sheng clung to Lin Zi, refusing to let go. Lin Zi forcefully shook off Zhu Sheng. Your master is not the one who pushed me into the water. Why should I be concerned? Miss Lin, how can you be so heartless? Do you think my master jumped into the river for no reason? He did it to save you. Zhu Sheng's face flushed with indignation. Lin Zi paused, realizing that Li Wenqing had indeed acted with some semblance of conscience. At that moment, a constable checked the pulse of the deposed prince and exclaimed, "Oh no, could the deposed prince actually drown?" The crowd gathered around them. Zhu Sheng angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. My master will be fine." Lin Zi felt a surge of urgency upon hearing this. There is no time to waste. I'll try performing artificial respiration and CPR. Perhaps there is still a chance. Then, the crowd witnessed an astonishing scene. Lin Zi continuously pressed on the chest of the deposed prince, and then, heavens, what is she doing? They were shocked to see Lin Zi pinching Li Wenqing's nose and kissing him. Such a scandalous act. Even the Lin family members were taken aback and suggested everyone disperse. However, rather than scattering, the crowd only thickened. Miss Lin, what are you doing? My master is in this state, and you dare to be so frivolous. Zhu Sheng trembled with fury, gripping Lin Zi tightly to prevent her from committing such a disrespectful act toward his master. Let go, Lin Zi shouted. Yet Zhu Sheng held on even tighter. I command you to release me. Zhu Sheng remained unmoved, just as he was about to scold Lin Zi for her shamelessness. He heard her say, "Do you wish for your master to live? If so, let go of me now, or I cannot guarantee his survival." Zhu Sheng paused, realizing Lin Zi was indeed attempting to save his master. You mean you were trying to save my master? Zhu Sheng was clever enough to have been chosen as an inner servant by Li Wenqing. Yes, can you now release me? What if I cannot bring him back? Lin Zi was exasperated, thinking his life is intertwined with mine. If he dies, I would gladly give my life for his. But if I delay any longer, I can no longer be responsible for his fate. Zhu Sheng glanced at Lin Zi again, sensing her sincerity, and finally loosened his grip. Miss Lin, I implore you to save my master. Lin Zi ignored him, continuing to perform CPR and artificial respiration on Li Wenqing. Even as her arms trembled, she persisted with those efforts. After a while, Li Wenqing opened his eyes, only to see Lin Zi's enlarged face leaning over him, kissing him. Heavens! His heart nearly stopped beating. Did this woman have no sense of shame? Cough, cough. Li Wenqing kuga fabili. Are you awake? Lin Zi asked with concern. Li Wenqing pushed her away forcefully, his expression filled with anger. Lin Zi instantly realized that Li Wenqing might think she was taking advantage of him. Young Master Li, I just saved your life, and this is how you treat your savior? Savior? Li Wenqing furrowed his brows. Did she even comprehend her own words? He had nearly sacrificed himself in the process of rescuing her. Yet she had the audacity to claim the role of his benefactor. Zhu Sheng interjected, Master, it is indeed Miss Lin who saved you, even at the cost of her own virtue. Zhu Sheng was perplexed. After all, Miss Lin had only kissed him a few times and even blown air into his mouth. So why did he awaken? Reflecting on her culinary skills and her beauty, could she possibly be a celestial being? Zhu Sheng contemplated explaining, but the crowd was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. Disperse, everyone, disperse, Zhu Sheng urged. At that moment, the bailiff arrived, coordinating with the imperial guards to clear the throng. Zhu Sheng assisted Li Wenqing to his feet. Lin Zi locked eyes with Li Wenqing. Her gaze calm. Li Wenqing, whether you believe it or not, I truly came to your rescue. Lin Zi could not help but swallow hard. Although Li Wenqing was undeniably handsome, she had never contemplated pursuing him seriously. Li Wenqing frowned, his tone skeptical. Is that so? His disbelief was palpable. Zhu Sheng, help me return. Hey, Li Wenqing, you lack integrity. You. Madame Song tugged at Lin Zi, urging her to refrain from further comments. Today, with Zi embracing the deposed prince, her reputation was irreparably tarnished. Moreover, with Zi being cast aside by her in-laws, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to find another match. Madame Song wished to spare her daughter from the stigma of being a fierce woman. With a sigh, she advised Zi, quickly change your attire, lest you fall ill. Lin Fu stated simply, I believe my daughter was indeed saving someone. The two brothers echoed, yes, we believe so too. The sisters-in-law exchanged a glance, silently agreeing. They too believed her, yet Zi had indeed acted rather. Lin Xiaoran suddenly recalled something and inquired, Zi, when did you learn to swim? Oh, I learned it while at the Qin residence. Lin Zi hastily shifted the topic. Eldest brother, second brother, there are fish in this river. Why don't we have grilled fish tonight? At this moment, Mu Yunzhao had fallen unconscious. It was Lady Yang's command that her son rescued her. Mu Yunzhao quered tightly, mumbling indistinctly. Lady Yang approached, but could not discern her words. How could Zhao Zhao fall into the water in such a state? Madame Tong scoffed. Who knows what trouble that wretched girl has gotten into, wandering near the riverbank? When Mu Qian pulled her from the water, Mu Yunzhao was clad only in a pink bodice, exposed before the throngs gathered by the riverside. A legitimate daughter was a legitimate daughter. Such disgrace was unbecoming and brought shame upon the Mu family. Although Lady Yang concurred with Madame Tong's sentiments, seeing Mu Yunzhao in such a state, it was uncertain if she would survive. Even reproaching her would be futile. Ultimately, she could only sigh, as long as she awakens. That is all that matters. Tong felt a sense of intrigue regarding the incident of Mu Yunzhao's fall into the water. Mother, why do I sense that this matter is not as simple as it seems? Mu's mother turned to Tong. Are you suggesting that Zhao Zhao was pushed? There indeed exists such a possibility. When rescuing Mu Yunzhao, she observed the bank and found no signs of slipping. This fueled Tong's suspicions. At that moment, the lively sound from a distance revealed the return of the Lin family, who were carrying a wooden bucket, seemingly having caught fish. Although Lin Ji was soaked to the skin, she returned in good spirits. Since Mu Yunzhao and Lin Ji had both fallen into the water, it was likely that only Lin Ji knew how Mu Yunzhao had ended up in the river. Mother, at that time, my sister went to the riverbank together with Miss Lin, yet Miss Lin returned unscathed. I shall inquire with her. Tong, known for her assertiveness, especially after enduring hardships during the recent exile, felt envious of the Lin family's lavish lifestyle reminiscent of their days in the capital where they enjoyed abundant feasts. If it were indeed due to Lin Zi's actions that led to the fall, she would demand compensation from the Lin family. She stepped forward to intercept Lin Zi. "Miss Lin, I implore you to provide an explanation. Why did Zhao Zhao accompany you to the riverbank? And why is she now in a state of unconsciousness while you are unharmed?" Chapter 52. His first kiss was stolen. Did Madame Tong not notice? "I am soaked through," Lin Zi remarked. "As for how Miss Mu fell into the water, simply inquire with her." Lin Zi intended to leave, but Madame Tong, unwilling to relent without achieving her purpose, reached out to obstruct her path, beseeching Lin Zi for an explanation. An explanation? Lin Zi frowned. "Very well, Miss Mu, while scheming against others, did not foresee that she would be ensnared by her own actions. She slipped and fell into the river herself. That is the explanation." Lin Zi expressed her impatience. "Are you implying that Zhao Zhao harmed others?" "Indeed." Madame Tong scrutinized Lin Zi's expression, noting the gravity in her tone. Could it truly be as she asserted? Meanwhile, behind them, Lin Xiran and Lin Xian approached, one carrying a wooden tub while the other bore a bundle of firewood. The tub was filled with lively fish, causing Madame Tong to covet. Observing her blocking Lin Zi, the brothers stepped forward, positioning Lin Zi protectively behind them. "Madame Tong, Miss Mu pushed my sister into the river. We have yet to settle accounts with the Mu family, yet you come seeking us first. My sister has caught a chill. I implore you to provide an explanation." Madame Tong chuckled awkwardly, asserting that it would not suffice to rely solely on Lin Zi's account. They must wait for Zhao Zhao to awaken before drawing conclusions. With that, she turned to depart, fearing that lingering too long might prompt the Lin family to demand compensation. The two brothers scoffed. "This matter cannot be overlooked. The debt owed to Gigi will be repaid in due time." Lin Zi had just changed her clothes when Zhao Zhan arrived, examining her from head to toe. "Miss Lin, are you unhurt?" He had been at the riverbank, washing himself in a secluded spot when he heard of Lin Zi's predicament. "I'm fine, Zhao Dage. Thank you for your concern. We shall have grilled fish tonight. Do join us." "Please wait a moment, Miss Lin." Zhao Zhan hastily departed, soon returning with another wooden tub, which Lin Zi peered in to find a dozen lively fish. Such an abundance? Zhao Dage is truly impressive. Lin Zi couldn't help but praise him. At 24, Zhao Zhan was 5 years her senior, making it fitting for her to address him as Zhao Dage. When Zhao Zhan caught her smile, his heart skipped a beat. Upon hearing her intention to prepare grilled fish, he offered, "I shall assist you, Miss Lin." Not far off, Li Wenqing watched the two engage in cheerful conversation, his irritation mounting. This wretched woman had just kissed him, only to flirt with another man. How infuriating. Earlier, Zhu Sheng had recounted how Lin Zi saved him, revealing that she had kissed him for quite some time, causing his ears to flush and his cheeks to burn with embarrassment. He cursed inwardly, lamenting that his first kiss had been taken by Lin Zi, only for her to so easily turn her affections to another. It was truly vexing. As Lin Zi served grilled fish one after another, Zhao Zhan was among those who enjoyed the feast, while Li Wenqing, having waited in vain for a share, felt a fresh wave of annoyance wash over him. Lin Zi sold over a dozen grilled fish at 2 taels of silver each. In recent days, the meals she prepared were consistently sold in abundance, and she mused that if she ventured to Fangzhou, she could amass a considerable fortune. After the Lin family had finished their meals, she recalled Li Wenqing. When she personally delivered his portion, he responded with a sullen demeanor, ignoring her completely. Lin Zi decided not to extend her warmth further, opting instead to hand the food directly to Zhu Sheng. He accepted it, and with a dismissive huff, she turned away, unable to suppress her indignation. Did he truly believe she was so willing to rescue him? "Master, please eat something," Zhu Sheng urged. "Take it away." He sighed in response. "Are you truly not going to eat, master? This grilled fish is incredibly fragrant. If you refuse, I shall consume it all myself." Before Zhu Sheng could turn around, Li Wenqing stood up and snatched the fish from him. Only then did Zhu Sheng breathe a sigh of relief. That's more like it. The master's upset with Miss Lin, not with the food. Li Wenqing devoured the fish hastily, as if it were Lin Zi herself. However, in his haste, he choked on a fish bone lodged in his throat. "Master, what is the matter?" Seeing Li Wenqing's pallor, Zhu Sheng inquired anxiously. Li Wenqing pointed to his throat, and Zhu Sheng quickly realized that his master had been ensnared by a fishbone. What shall we do? Panic surged within Zhu Sheng. Right, summon Miss Lin. She is always resourceful. She was able to save the master once, and surely she can do so again. With that thought, Zhu Sheng rushed to call for Lin Zi. At that moment, Lin Zi was still grilling fish. The Jinwu guards and the messenger caught the delightful aroma and hurried to the riverbank to catch fish. Asking Lin Zi for assistance in grilling, she agreed, considering that in 10 days, the deposed crown prince would encounter an assassination attempt on his way into exile. And since the Lin family possessed no martial prowess, aiding the Jinwu guards was tantamount to aiding herself and her family. While she agreed to help grill the fish, she insisted they handle the catching, and with the assistance of Chia and others, she found herself unburdened. As she hummed a tune while grilling the fish, she noticed Zhu Sheng running toward her in a flurry. Breathless, he seized Lin Zi's arm. "Miss, please help. My master is choking on a fishbone. Come with me immediately." Lin Zi shrugged him off, but he refused to eat, did he not? "Miss, he was wrong to act as he did. I apologize on his behalf. I implore you, please check on him. He is in distress." Reflecting on future matters that may require Li Wenqing's assistance, Lin Zi's heart softened. Very well. She turned to Chia. "Keep an eye on the fish. Do not let it burn." Chia nodded in agreement. Lin Zi then turned to Zhao Zhan, who was tending the fire. "I'll leave it in your capable hands, Brother Zhao." He smiled in response. "No need for such formalities, sister." As they made their way, Lin Zi could not help but comment to Zhu Sheng, "Brother Zhao is indeed a good man. He is considerate and of decent appearance. Whoever marries him will be truly fortunate." Zhu Sheng refrained from responding, thinking to himself that he was merely a Jinwu guard, and besides, how could he compare to their master-esque striking looks? Miss Lin must be blind, for in comparison to their master, how could she possibly praise the handsomeness of another man? Unable to restrain herself, Zhu Sheng finally inquired whether Miss Lin wished to marry him as a bride. Lin Zi shook her head, insisting that after having experienced one marriage, she would not seek a second. Zhu Sheng scratched his head, sensing that Miss Lin's words always carried an odd tone. Noticing Zhu Sheng's astonishment, Lin Zi quickly clarified. "What I mean is, as a discarded wife, I shall not bring misfortune upon others." "Do not think so, Miss Lin. In Artichian, it is not uncommon for divorced women to remarry. The customs here are quite liberal. It is not rare for women to marry 2, 3, or even 4 times." Though the two conversed, their steps did not falter, and by the time they uttered those last 2 sentences, all were heard by Li Wenqing. At least she possesses some self-awareness. When Lin Zi approached Li Wenqing, she noticed the 2 ladies by his side, each expressing concern for him. "Husband, are you caught by a fishbone? Your Highness, open your mouth. Let me take a look." Lin Zi stood to the side. Li Wenqing truly lacked the tenderness towards women. He likely remained oblivious to the affections his woman had long since bestowed upon the messenger. However, she had no intention of involving herself in such trifles. When Zhu Sheng saw the 2 women again entangling their master, he picked up some firewood to drive them away, allowing the 2 ladies to finally depart. Lin Zi approached Li Wenqing, commanding, "Open your mouth. Let me see." Upon noticing Li Wenqing glaring at her, she assumed he was still upset and turned to Zhu Sheng, saying, "Zhu Sheng, you tell him to open his mouth. I wish to see where the fishbone is lodged." Though Li Wenqing found it undignified, the discomfort in his throat was unbearable, and he ultimately complied by opening his mouth. Lin Zi glanced in the flickering firelight, but the darkness made it difficult to discern clearly. So she said, "Just wait for a moment." Chapter 53. No marriage to Mu Yunjiao. Lin Zi returned to the carriage, carrying a bundle, and shortly thereafter, she reappeared. From the bundle, she extracted a flashlight and a pair of tweezers. "Open your mouth," Lin Zi commanded. When the flashlight illuminated, not only did Li Wenqing stare in astonishment, but even Zhu Sheng was equally mesmerized. "What is this object that shines so brightly? It is as if it were daytime. How can there be light without fire?" Both men were transfixed, their gazes fixed on the flashlight in Lin Zi's hand. "Open your mouth," Lin Zi reiterated. Li Wenqing opened his mouth, but his tongue was in the way. Consequently, Lin Zi retrieved a spoon from the bundle. "Zhu Sheng, Come here and hold the flashlight for me. Zhu Sheng accepted it, curiously inspecting the flashlight. Even Li Wenjing widened his eyes, unable to refrain from looking at Zhu Sheng. Suddenly, he was blinded by the bright light and instinctively closed his eyes, shielding them with his arm. Zhu Sheng, aim it at his mouth, not into your master's eyes. You might blind him. Zhu Sheng gasped, I'm sorry, master, I'm sorry. It's all right, as long as you don't keep it directed at him. Lin Zi reassured him. Using the spoon to press down Li Wenjing's tongue, she utilized the light from the flashlight to examine his throat, discovering a fishbone lodged within. With her other hand, she carefully extracted it with the tweezers. All done. Be cautious next time you eat fish. Do not let it get stuck again. Lin Zi suddenly recalled that Li Wenjing had once been a prince, accustomed to being cared for in all aspects of life. Surely, he was not unaware that fish could contain bones. Li Wenjing, if you're unable to remove fish bones, you can ask Zhu Sheng to assist you. Observing the slight flush on Li Wenjing's face, Lin Zi realized her assumption was correct. Li Wenjing did not respond, but instead inquired, Miss Lin, may I examine the treasure in your hand? Certainly. Li Wenjing took the flashlight, his eyes widening as he scrutinized it. After a considerable time, he could not discern why it emitted light. Suddenly, he pressed something and the light extinguished, startling him. Miss Lin, I apologize. I did not mean to break your treasure. I truly cannot afford to compensate you. As you mentioned, should I return to the capital one day, I shall agree to all the conditions you set forth, and I will also compensate you for this treasure at its worth. Lin Zi, unwilling to deceive him, pressed the switch again. The flashlight was intact, merely turned off. This is the switch, and it can also adjust the brightness. Seeing Li Wenjing's fascination with the flashlight, Lin Zi remarked, forget it. I shall gift this treasure to you. But I have one condition. After all, she still had more in her space. Besides, having taken one out today, her space would return to its original state tomorrow. As she had tested multiple times, Li Wenjing's heart fluttered. Was the treasure truly being given to him? What is the condition? Please, Miss Lin, state it. As long as Jing can fulfill it, I shall certainly comply. No marriage to Mu Yunzhao. Li Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. Having anticipated Lin Zi would impose a more challenging condition. To his surprise, he agreed without hesitation. Very well. What if your words prove false? That won't happen. I harbor no interest in that woman. Lin Zi remained somewhat unconvinced, for she was indeed the protagonist of the tale. I require a written guarantee. Very well. Bring me paper and ink, Zhu Sheng responded. Zhu Sheng promptly fetched the materials, and Li Wenjing, without hesitation, inscribed his promise and handed it to Lin Zi. She carefully dried the ink on the document, scrutinized it thoroughly, and only then did she depart, her spirits evidently elevated. Observing Lin Zi's retreating figure, Li Wenjing fell into contemplation. Zhu Sheng could not help but inquire, why does Miss Lin believe our Lord would marry Miss Mu? Moreover, should he do so, how would it concern Miss Lin? Could it be that Miss Lin harbors feelings for our Lord? Zhu Sheng continued. Indeed, she must have some affection for him. Otherwise, why would she act so today and bestow treasures upon him? Li Wenjing smirked. Zhu Sheng, cease your idle chatter. He did not share this belief. After all, when Wang Liangdi and Su Liangdi had been entangled before him, Lin Zi had not even cast a glance their way. If she were truly concerned about the presence of women around him, she would have first suggested they keep their distance. Zhu Sheng hurriedly fell silent, attending to Li Wenjing's need to remove fish bones, while Li Wenjing continued to examine the flashlight. In his heart, he grew increasingly certain that Lin Zi harbored a secret. By the following dawn, Mu Yunzhao finally stirred from her slumber. Madame Tong scolded, Herr Mu Yunzhao, you are exceedingly bold. You actually pushed Miss Lin into the river. If the Lin family does not pursue this matter, you should consider yourself fortunate. Should they choose to, you may well owe your life to Lin Zi. Upon hearing the words, owe your life, Mu Yunzhao's heart leaped with joy. Sister-in-law, what of Lin Zi? Is she dead? If Lin Zi had perished, even if rumors implicated her, it would be worth it. She could later explain it was merely an accident, that she had stumbled, and besides, she too nearly lost her life in the water. Madame Tong gestured towards Lin Zi. There she stands. Your hopes have been dashed. Mu Yunzhao looked up, and indeed, Lin Zi appeared unharmed. She seethed with frustration. What is happening? How can she be unscathed? I am certain she could not swim. Madame Tong observed Mu Yunjiao's expression and her shock upon realizing Lin Zi was alive, confirming that Lin Zi's account was truthful. It is truly her. The schemes of the inner chambers could not escape her notice. With a swift motion, Madame Tong delivered a sharp slap to Mu Yunjiao's face, scolding, "You are truly malicious. Should you ever dare to harm others again, I shall not spare you." Mu Yunjiao, taken aback by the sudden blow, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, why do you strike me? I did not intend for this to happen. It was merely a slip, and I too nearly lost my life." "Was it truly just a slip?" Madame Tong retorted. "Do not think I am unaware. You have been visiting the former crown prince, frequently these days, harboring ulterior motives." Madame Tong continued. "That has already brought about the exile of the Mu family's 3 clans. If you dare approach him again, I shall have your brother put you to death to prevent you from dragging the Mu family into ruin, lest one day it leads to the annihilation of the entire clan." Chapter 54. Mother Fong pursues the will one day return to the capital, explained Mu Yunjiao. "Silence. Are you defying the emperor's decree?" Lady Tong reprimanded coldly. "The Qi Wang and his mother, Consort One, have already cast Li Wenqing down from grace, condemning him to eternal damnation. How could he possibly return to Chang'an? Father-in-law merely chose the wrong side and is now exiled. If Mu Yunjiao's words were to spread, would there be any hope for our Mu family? If we conduct ourselves well, and perhaps speak favorably to the Qi Wang, we might still have a chance to return to Chang'an. Sister-in-law, believe me, what I say is true." Mu Yunjiao recalled her past life, when a Mu family was exiled to Fangling County for hard labor. However, her father and elder brother sought favor with the Qi Wang, becoming his eyes and ears in Fangling. Eventually, when Li Wenqing regained power, he eradicated the Mu family entirely. At that time, she could hardly endure the suffering and became the concubine of the county magistrate, seeking refuge in a life of degradation. Though married, she survived, yet remained mired in mud for the rest of her life. The old magistrate treated her as mere entertainment, summoning her in joy and tormenting her in displeasure. In this life, she vowed not to endure such a fate again. She aspired to rise above. Slap! Lady Tong struck Mu Yunjiao across the face. "Be quiet. If I find out you continue to stir up trouble and implicate the Mu family, beware that I will end you." Mu Yunjiao covered her face, feeling utterly wronged. This scene did not escape the notice of Lin Zi, who was nearby, astonished by the turn of events. In the novel, the reborn Mu Yunjiao had managed to charm her family into submission, even altering Lady Tong's perceptions. Under Mu Yunjiao's leadership, the Mu family traveled in comfort during their exile to Fangzhou. Yet, in the end, she gained power and brought about the demise of Lady Tong, as well as the deaths of her parents and the mutilation of her elder brother, Mu Qin. Currently, Mu Yunjiao seemed agitated due to her failure to win Li Wenqing's heart, showing no inclination to consider other matters. They continued their journey. In recent days, disquieting rumors circulated among the exiled group. Wang Liangdi had cuckolded Li Wenqing. However, rumors remained mere whispers. They acted as though nothing were amiss, and no one dared to confront him with such news. Nevertheless, the way people regarded Li Wenqing shifted, and they openly derided him as a coward, though they had been ensnared by the resentment brewed within them. Accepting Li Wenqing's defeat to the Qi Wang was one thing, but now even a mere errand boy could flaunt his dominance over Li Wenqing's woman, brazenly mocking him. This coward, who dared not confront the errand boy. Could anyone still hope he would one day reclaim his position in Chang'an? Their respect for Li Wenqing waned, and ulterior motives began to stir. Lin Zi, however, paid little mind to these affairs. Her purpose had been fulfilled. She had learned that Li Wenqing would not marry Mu Yunjiao and had promised her that one day, upon returning to the capital and assuming that position, he would bestow upon the Lin family the coveted documents and imperial edicts. In the days to come, her sole responsibility would be to attend to his dietary needs. However, since that incident by the water, their interactions had grown somewhat awkward. Lin Zi made a concerted effort to keep her distance from him, lest he misunderstand her intentions. Yet, whenever Mu Yunjiao approached Li Wenqing, Lin Zi would still interject to obstruct her. This led Li Wenqing to harbor suspicions that Lin Zi had developed feelings for him, prompting her constant interference with Mu Yunzhao's advances. Simultaneously, when Zhao Zhan and Lin Zi shared laughter, Li Wenqing would also disrupt their camaraderie, leaving Lin Zi with a peculiar impression of him. Today, as they passed through a town, Lin Zi purchased some pork ribs. Once they halted, she set up a pot, while Chaya called out to the crowd, inviting anyone who wished to partake in the ribs to register, priced at 2 taels of silver for a serving, accompanied by 2 bowls of white rice. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately intrigued, though many lamented their lack of funds. Numerous individuals had savored Lin Zi's culinary skills, which were indeed exceptional. The exiled group had departed the capital 10 days prior, covering over 300 miles, and Lin Zi had reaped considerable profits, inciting envy among many. While she had impeded some of the officials' revenue, her protection from Zhao Zhan and the Golden Guard allowed her to evade their ire, even if they held grievances against her. Even the esteemed Wang Gonggong had come to appreciate Lin Zi's cooking, and he dutifully attended every meal she prepared. They recognized that antagonizing Lin Zi would only invite trouble upon themselves. In no time, Chaya had sold over 30 servings of the stewed ribs. Fearing a shortage of bowls, Lin Zi had taken the precaution of purchasing additional sets, ensuring she could serve even 100 portions without concern. Not far off, a cart approached the exiled group. The officials halted it, demanding to know the identity of its occupants and instructing them to depart swiftly. Dalin, who was driving the cart, seized the reins and hastily explained, "Honorable official, we are here to seek refuge with Miss Lin. The Lin family has been exiled to Fangzhou and is among this group. Miss Lin has accompanied them. Please, I implore you to allow us passage. My mother is Miss Lin's wet nurse, and I couldn't bear to leave her unprotected. Hence, I have pursued her here." "Which Miss Lin?" inquired the official. "The daughter of Lin Fu," Dalin replied. The official scrutinized the pair, assessing that they did not appear to be ill-intentioned. He then called out to the distance, "Miss Lin, someone seeks you." While Lin Zi was engrossed in her cooking, she entrusted her tasks to Chaya and approached, pondering who it might be. Lin Xiran and Lin Xiuyan, concerned for their sister, followed closely behind. "Miss, this old servant has finally found you." Lin Zi heard the familiar voice of Mama Fong before she even drew near. It was her wet nurse. Lin Zi turned to her brothers and said, "It is Mama Fong." Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed her wet nurse. "My lord, this is my wet nurse, and the other is her son. I kindly request you to allow them passage," she said to the official, who appeared troubled by the request. The official hesitated, but Lin Zi interjected with a smile, "My lord, have you dined yet? We have prepared an abundance of ribs this evening. Would you care to take a couple of bowls to sample?" The expression on the official's taut face immediately transformed into a smile. "Miss Lin, you are too courteous. Since they are servants of the Lin family, it is only natural that they accompany the family into exile. Let them pass." He had heard from other officials about how delicious the meals prepared by Miss Lin were, to the point that even Lord Wang made it a daily ritual to purchase her culinary creations. Lin Zi used this to entice him. How could he remain unmoved? Mama Fong exchanged a glance with the Lin, both visibly astonished. "When did the young lady learn to cook?" "Nanny, I had mentioned that you should not follow me. You are advanced in years, and this journey is arduous. How can your health withstand it?" Lin Zi remarked. Chapter 55. The second household is at odds again. Mother Fong did not respond. She wiped her tears away. "Why does the girl appear to have lost weight and color? Just a moment ago, I overheard her talking to the servant, saying that you can still cook. The girl has recently suffered a miscarriage and is still in her confinement period. What if this leads to lingering health issues?" Lin Zi waved her hand dismissively, reassuring the wet nurse that she had long since recovered. She had only been pregnant for a little over a month before the child was lost, so there was no need for a period of confinement. Moreover, she drank spiritual spring water daily and could clearly feel her strength returning. Mother Fong's face was filled with concern. She regretted coming too late. Whatever the girl wished to do in the future would be handled by me, this old woman, and Dalin. The girl must not continue to exhaust herself like this. "All right, let it be as the wet nurse says," Lin Zi acquiesced. In truth, she did not undertake much work. The physical labor was performed by her 2 brothers and Chaya, while she focused on cooking. "Now, Even cooking was no longer her responsibility, as Chaya had become adept, and she merely directed from behind. Even Mother and her two sisters-in-law, despite their exhaustion from walking, would contribute in any way they could. With the wet nurse and Lin joining in, Lindsay found herself increasingly sidelined, orchestrating everyone's tasks throughout. The members of the Lin family were all in awe of her capabilities. Even second sister-in-law Fong Luo, who typically kept her distance from Lin Zi, dared not provoke her. Yet she was thoroughly convinced by Lin Zi's arrangements. The reason being, while other families were starving and even quarreling over a single bun, this sister-in-law managed to ensure that the main household of the Lin family had meat to eat every day during their exile. "Mother, I want to eat ribs. I want to eat ribs," cried out Rui from the second household. Jiang was trying to soothe her son, but to no avail. "Husband, what shall we do?" she pleaded. "Just wait. I will make sure you have ribs to eat," Lin Xiuzhe assured confidently. Ever since Lin Xiuzhe had taken money from Lin Jingzhu to buy braised pork, Rui had been clamoring for the delicious dish made by Lin Zi every day. Lin Xiuzhe managed to charm out over a dozen taels of silver from Madame Zhou and old Madame Wang, purchasing meat 3 times. But when he sought more funds from them, he found it utterly impossible to coax any out. It was not that they were unwilling. It was simply that Lin Xiuzhe had overindulged. He bought braised pork and refused to allow anyone else a taste. The 3 of them savored every bite, while even Mother Zhou and Grandmother Wang were left wanting. When Uncle Lin and Uncle Lin San grew weary from carrying Grandmother Wang on the road and requested Lin Xiuzhe to carry her for a bit, he flatly refused, claiming he was too tired and wished to find someone to carry him instead. Infuriated, Uncle Lin kicked Lin Xiuzhe, leaving Grandmother Wang distressed, berating her second son. "It is your own fault for being useless. Why strike at Zaire?" Consequently, Uncle Lin was even less inclined to give Lin Xiuzhe any money. Lin Xiuzhe then turned his attention back to Lin Jingzhu. He approached her, extending his hand. "Sister, lend me some silver." Lin Jingzhu did not even lift her gaze. "Responding quietly, no." "Lin Jingzhu, will you give it or not? If you refuse, beware that I might just hit you," Lin Xiuzhe threatened, balling his fist to intimidate her. He was well aware that Lin Jingzhu still possessed some silver. "Lin Xiuzhe, do you not realize that I am your elder sister? An elder sister is akin to a mother, you know? Yet, you have repeatedly humiliated me for that wretched little girl. Have you lost your humanity?" Lin Jingzhu felt utterly wronged. How did she end up with such a brother? Look at the 2 sons of the eldest uncle, her elder cousin and the second cousin. Lin Zi, they could pluck the stars from the sky if they desired. A resounding slap struck Lin Jingzhu's face. "Who are you calling a wretched little girl? You abandoned woman. Have I offered you too much face?" Lin Xiuzhe bellowed. Lin Jingzhu raised her eyes, incredulous. "How dare you strike me? I will not back down." The 2 engaged in a fierce struggle. The disparity in strength between them led to Lin Jingzhu being overpowered and beaten by Lin Xiuzhe. "Will you give me the money or not? If not, I shall beat you to death today." Both were daughters cast aside. Yet Lin Zi could ensure that the main house dined on meat daily and that the eldest uncle rode in a carriage. "While have you contributed anything to the family?" Lin Xiuzhe cursed vehemently, increasing his force. Lin Jingzhu, beneath him, had no power to retaliate. Ultimately, they were separated by members of the second and third branches of the Lin family. Observing Lin Jingzhu's bruised face, Madame Zhou lamented, "Jingzhu, regardless of how he behaves, Xiuzhe is still your brother. If he demands money, you should simply give it to him. Why cause him displeasure? What if he accidentally harms you? Wouldn't that be detrimental to him?" "Mother, how can you say that? You refuse to hold Lin Xiuzhe accountable." She turned to point at him, but was met with the mocking gaze of Jiang Shi, standing behind her brother. She believed she had treated Jiang Shi well, having only obstructed her entrance when her sister-in-law first arrived, yet her brother insisted on marrying her, and Jiang Shi bore a grudge. Overcome with anger, she sought to confront Jiang Shi, but was met with a kick to her solar plexus from Lin Xiuzhe, rendering her unable to rise for quite some time. No one from the Lin family offered to assist her, not even her biological sister Lin Jingwei, who scolded her for provoking their brother and sister-in-law. They were women and would need to rely on their brother and sister-in-law for their future welfare. If there was blame, It lay with Lin Jingzhu for refusing to relinquish her money, hiding it instead. The members of the third branch mocked her cruelly. Lin Jingzhu's eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to rise from the ground. Feeling utterly wronged, she looked toward her parents, only to see disappointment reflected in their eyes. All of this was Lin Zi's doing. She felt such hatred. Initially, she had always overshadowed Lin Zi, more beautiful, possessing a better temperament, and with a reputation far superior to Lin Zi's, as she was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, thus marrying into a far more prosperous family. When Lin Zi married into the Qin family, she had thought that in this life, Lin Zi could never surpass her. Yet she never anticipated that one day she would be cast aside by her husband. Her children would disown her, and she would find herself in the same plight as Lin Zi. They were originally equals. Yet Lin Zi somehow managed to outshine her during the exile, and their family continued to compare her to Lin Zi. It should not have been this way. All of this is Lin Zi's fault. Were it not for Lin Zi, she would merely need to occasionally produce some silver coins during their exile, and the entire Lin family would be grateful to her. Yet, with Lin Zi as a comparison, Lin Jingzhu rose to her feet and approached Lin Zi, forcefully pushing her. Caught off guard, Lin Zi nearly stumbled to the ground. Lin Zi, you troublemaker, why did you have to learn to cook? Lin Zi, taken aback, thought to herself, of course I learned to cook to satisfy my hunger. Are you a deity who requires no food or water? Lin Jingzhu, her face contorted with anger, pointed at Lin Zi and exclaimed, it is precisely because you can cook that our parents and Zaire blame me for not providing everyone with meat. Do you understand how you have caused me suffering? Chapter 56. Yet to Mary as Lin Jingzhu spoke, her gaze inadvertently strayed toward the pot. In her heart, she mused that if Lin Zi were to acknowledge her fault and remove the stewed ribs from the pot, she would forgive her today. Lin Zi finally comprehended the peculiar thoughts of the original owner. It was evidently a familial inheritance. With a cold expression, she retorted, Uncle and cousin Xioza are not wrong. Since eldest cousin is so useless, unable even to cook, why not hang herself from that tree to spare the Lin family's embarrassment? You! Lin Jingzhu reached out, intending to strike Lin Zi. However, with a resounding slap, she was knocked to the ground by Mama Fong. Lin Jingzhu covered her face, glaring at Mama Fong. You lowly servant! How dare you hit me? What of it? Depart. If you dare to trouble our young lady again, I shall strike you once more. Our young lady is correct. If you cannot cook, you ought to learn. How can you be so foolish as to not even manage a simple meal? Do you wish for everyone in the world who can cook to have their hands severed? Lin Jingzhu was about to retort when she noticed Chayo approaching with a fire poker, causing her to retreat and flee. Mama Fong called out to the crowd from the second household. Even after severing ties, you are still so shameless. I see you from the second household have come to take advantage, hoping to extort a pot of ribs from us. You might as well abandon that thought. Even if we were to discard the ribs, we would never let those unscrupulous scoundrels have a taste. At that moment, Zhao Zhan approached, his dagger in hand. Miss Lin, I heard a commotion over here. What has transpired? It's nothing, Brother Zhao. Someone was causing trouble, but they have already been driven away, Lin Zi replied. Zhao Zhan reassured her, do not fear, Miss Lin. Should such a situation arise again, have Chayi call for me. Lin Zi, not one to be overly sentimental, agreed. All right. Upon hearing Lin Zi refer to this gentleman as Brother Zhao, Mama Fong couldn't help but scrutinize Zhao Zhan, her eyes sparkling with interest. As Zhao Zhan rolled up his sleeves to assist Lin Zi, her admiration for him increased manifold. Miss, you should rest. Allow this old servant to take care of things, Mama Fong urged, gently pushing Lin Zi aside to rest, then moving closer to Zhao Zhan to inquire. Sir Zhao, you seem quite familiar. May I ask your age? Are you married? Zhao Zhan paused momentarily. And you are? Forgive my oversight. I failed to introduce myself. I am Mama Fong, the maidservant by Miss Lin's side. Here today, to pledge my service, she explained. Ah, Mama Fong, I have heard Miss Lin mention you, Zhao Zhan replied, his expression brightening. Mama Fong's eyes sparkled even more. Really? My lady has truly spoken to me? Zhao Zhan nodded affirmatively, and, recalling her earlier question, added, I am Zhao Zhan, 24 years of age, and yet to marry. Upon hearing this, Mama Fong's heart soared with joy. With her experience, she discerned a hint of interest in his gaze towards Lin Zi. She resolved to observe him further. He certainly seemed more suitable than that impoverished scholar Qin Lang. Sir Zhao is indeed well-built and handsome. How many family members do you have? Mama Fong inquired once more. Although Zhao Zhan was puzzled by Mama Fong's numerous inquiries, he patiently replied, "It was just me. During that year of famine, the little food we had left, my parents were reluctant to consume and gave it all to me. They perished from hunger." Zhao Zhan spoke in a detached manner, as if recounting someone else's tale. Mama Fong sighed, recognizing him as a child of misfortune. No wonder he had yet to marry at 24. It appeared there was no one in his family to arrange such matters. However, having no in-laws was indeed preferable. Look at the Qin family. That scoundrel Qin Lang had a mother and brothers, yet they were all leeches, ruthlessly draining the life out of their daughter. Fortunately, she awakened in time. Otherwise, they would have devoured her completely. It was a pity about her dowry, though. What intrigued Mama Fong was that although the Qin family had monopolized the girl's dowry, they were now living in rented accommodations, leading a truly miserable existence. Because Qin Lang had shaved his head, the court became aware and penalized him by docking a year's salary, reducing his official rank to the 8th grade. Initially, deputy minister, he vehemently opposed marrying his daughter. He jiao to Qin Lang, even demanding a dowry. Yet, upon hearing that the emperor had issued a decree granting the marriage, he relented. When Mama Fong passed by Deputy Minister He's residence while leaving Chang'an, she spat in their direction and wished them a century of harmony, hoping they would no longer come to harm their daughters. As Mama Fong conversed with Zhao Zhan, they quickly became familiar with one another, and she increasingly found him to be a commendable individual. 3 large pots of ribs had been stewed, and Lin Zi instructed Chaya to serve them in bowls, delivering them to those who had paid. It was then that Mama Fong realized her daughter was remarkably capable. They had earned a considerable amount of silver simply from selling meals along the way. She quietly marveled at how her daughter had truly changed. Lin Zi approached the carriage, carrying a food box. While passing through the town, she had taken out a bounty of food from her space and loaded it onto the carriage, along with several bowls and pots, making the carriage quite cramped. As a result, Chaya and Lin Zi sat at the front to drive the carriage. Despite this, Lin Fu and Li Wenqing found themselves rather cramped inside. Just then, Mama Fong and Delin arrived with another carriage, prompting Lin Zi to suggest that Lin Fu rest on Mama Fong's carriage. It would be better for the prince to go, Lin Fu proposed. "Father, Li Gongzi's injury is not as severe as yours. You should go instead. This way, Chaya and Mama Fong can take care of you, allowing your daughter to feel at ease." Li Wenqing cast a subtle glance at Lin Zi, a smile lingering on his lips. "Indeed, Lord Lin, Miss Lin is right. You should go. My injury is healing swiftly, and I am already grateful to Miss Lin for allowing me to ride along in her carriage." Lin Zi looked at Li Wenqing and, upon noticing he was gazing back, quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. At least he possessed some perceptiveness. Lin Fu agreed. Lin Zi took hold of the food box and assisted Lin Fu onto Mama Fong's carriage. This carriage, originally from the Qin family, was spacious, almost half again the size of the one Lin Zi had purchased later. Initially, there was a 2-horse carriage, but due to the Lin family's current status as exiles, Mama Fong deliberated several times and ultimately decided to sell the carriage. The proceeds were entirely utilized to procure essentials for the journey ahead. However, Lin Zi had prepared a far more comprehensive array of provisions, rendering her own supplies seemingly unnecessary. After ensuring that Lin Fu was settled, Lin Zi returned to the original carriage, placing ribs, white rice, as well as a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, a stir-fried egg, and 2 bowls of white rice upon the wooden table set in the carriage. Once she had arranged the meal, she contemplated disembarking to minimize her interaction with Li Wenqing. Why not share a meal together? She heard Li Wenqing propose. Chapter 57. Can you not live without a man? Lin Zi. No need, there are others over there. You and Zhu Sheng can enjoy yourselves. Li Wenqing lowered his gaze and said, that day, Hey, Li Wenqing, will you never be finished? How many times must I explain? The events of that day were solely to save you, and I sacrificed my own reputation in the process. Do you know that even now, people are still speaking of me? Lin Zi's face flushed with anger. It wasn't that she feared others. She dreaded the day Li Wenqing ascended the throne and used this incident against her. I truly acted to save you. Li Wenqing gazed at Lin Zi with a calm expression, observing her fury. What exactly do you want, Li Wenqing? Did I say anything? Lin Zi was taken aback. Indeed, he had only mentioned that day and had not spoken further. I merely wished to express my gratitude to Miss Lin for saving me that day. Lin Zi paused, saying, no need. In truth, you were also dragged into it because of me. You jumped into the water thinking I'd fallen, so rescuing you is only right. Indeed, that is true. Li Wenqing remained silent for a moment before adding, however, there are many ways to save someone. It should not have been. If it were someone else, would Miss Lin have acted the same way? He couldn't comprehend why Lin Zi thought merely blowing breath upon someone could save them. It had indeed worked. But if faced with a villain, her method of rescue was unfathomable, such as that Zhao Zhan. Then there's no need for you to worry, young Masterly. Li Wenqing was momentarily speechless. This foolish woman, he regretted diving in after her that day. Young Masterly should perhaps concern himself with his own wife instead of fixating on me, lest you accuse me of having ulterior motives. I shall keep my distance from you. With that, Lin Zi exited the carriage. Li Wenqing's expression darkened. He was utterly infuriated. One ungrateful woman. However, just as Lin Zi stepped down, she spotted Wang Liangdi and Su Liangdi rushing over, directly kneeling before her. Miss Lin, we beseech you to return the prince to us. Without him, we truly cannot survive. The two wept profusely. Lin Zi glanced at them, her eyes narrowing. She was unfamiliar with Su Liangdi, but Wang Liangdi was a bold one indeed. She consorted openly with the officials, showing no decorum even in public. Now, she feigned deep affection, as though she truly cared for the deposed crown prince. At that moment, Lin Zi felt a tinge of sympathy for Li Wenqing. After all, he was a dignified prince. It had fallen to such depths. She called out to the carriage, Li Wenqing, dismount and take your women away. This is my carriage. Li Wenqing poked his head out of the carriage, shouting, get lost. Yet, the two ladies did not leave. Instead, they clung to the carriage, pleading, Your Highness, please do not drive us away. We are truly at our wits' end with hunger. For the sake of our past with you, please allow us to board the carriage. We will serve you well. Lin Zi watched with an indifferent demeanor. If Li Wenqing dared to commit such acts in her carriage, regardless of whether he would become an emperor in the future, she would cast him down from it. Li Wenqing narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether he wished for death or life. Su Liangdi, terrified, dared not utter a word. In contrast, Wang Liangdi, undeterred by fear, approached Lin Zi and remarked, You possess such beguiling beauty. It is no wonder the prince is enamored and neglects us. Miss Lin, could it be that you were discarded by your family due to your entanglements with other men? The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs. Lin Zi frowned. Wang Liangdi, I ask you to retract your words. For the sake of Li Wenqing's dignity, she refrained from exposing Wang Liangdi's slander, yet the latter continued to tarnish her reputation. What? Am I mistaken? Lin Zi, is it that you cannot survive without a man? Your own spouse has cast you aside, yet you seek. Before Wang Liangdi could finish, Li Wenqing kicked her several feet away. As he advanced menacingly, Wang Liangdi disregarded her pain, scrambling to her feet and fleeing. Su Liangdi, equally frightened by Li Wenqing's demeanor, retreated a few steps before hastily escaping. Not far off, Mu Yunzhao observed this scene and inwardly cursed, deeming them utterly useless. Two women could not best a single Lin Zi. Lin Zi remained silent and turned to leave. They still possessed their virtue. She had never favored them, and after her misfortune, she had granted them letters of divorce. Lin Zi paused, halting her steps. The book made no mention of these two. She only recalled that they perished on the road to exile. She had assumed the crown prince would take in those he favored, only to discover that Li Wenqing had never laid a hand on them. She turned her head. Could it be that they belonged to consort one? Lin Zi furrowed her brow, considering whether they were to keep watch over her during her exile. Rest assured, I shall not permit them near the carriage again. After taking a few steps, she halted and ascended into the carriage. Li Wenqing, perplexed, followed her inside. There will be an assassination attempt in 5 days. I urge your highness to be cautious, Lin Zi whispered. How do you know this? Your highness need not concern yourself with that for now. I only ask. Will you trust me this once? Lin Zi recalled that during that assassination, Li Wenqing had sustained grave injuries, leaving him with lingering ailments, which he never adequately treated upon reaching Fangzhou. This was also a reason for his eventual demise upon returning to Chang'an, even after ascending the throne. Among the women in his harem, only Mu Yunzhao bore a child, giving birth to a son who was named Crown Prince. Subsequently, as Li Wenqing's health deteriorated, Mu Yunzhao governed from behind a curtain, supporting her young son's ascension, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Great Qian dynasty. Regrettably, at that time, Lin Zi had skimmed through the text, only retaining a vague understanding of the plot, which she soon forgot. Li Wenqing gazed at Lin Zi. His expression won a solitary trust. I know that even if you leave the capital, you will not remain idle. Thus, prepare yourself well. Lin Zi was unafraid. She possessed her own sanctuary, and in dire circumstances, she would retreat there to conceal her secret. However, she would not resort to that unless absolutely necessary. There are also members of the Lin family. Considering that she still has 3 electric batons in her possession, she resigned herself to her fate. This calamity was unavoidable. The following morning, a piercing scream echoed, sending shockwaves of fear through the hearts of the onlookers, causing even the birds perched in the trees to flee to a distant refuge. Everyone was jolted from their slumber, bewildered by the commotion. What transpired? What calamity had befallen them? Soon, a lady rushed back, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Murder! There has been a murder! Someone has died, and there is blood everywhere." In her haste, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The remnants of sleep dissipated as curiosity surged, prompting the crowd to rise. They noticed a group of constables gathered not far off, and the crowd moved closer to witness the unfolding spectacle. Even Mother Fong could not resist the urge to approach. As servants in the presence of their masters, their foremost duty was to gather intelligence, and such events were certainly within her purview. She pushed through the throng, and there, on the ground, lay 2 lifeless bodies entwined in a macabre embrace, drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to behold. It appeared they had been caught in the throes of an illicit affair and met a tragic end. When the constables turned the faces of the deceased, Mother Fong's heart sank in disbelief. How could it be her? Chapter 58. Keeping a distance from Zhao Zhan the deceased were Wang Liangdi and another man named Xie Chai. Both met their end with a single sword strike. Mama Fong was greatly shaken, trembling even after returning. She clasped Lin Zi's hand tightly, fearing she might join the commotion. "Mama Fong, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite ghastly. Wang Liangdi is dead." Lin Zi paused for a moment. What? Wang Liangdi is dead? Indeed, she was murdered, her body drenched in blood. My dear, let us refrain from indulging in this spectacle. Very well, I shall not. It was evident that Mama Fong was truly terrified. Lin Zi had already surmised who was responsible for Wang Liangdi's demise. Who else but Li Wenqing? Due to the incident and the death of Xie Chai, the exiled group had yet to depart. Lin Zi noticed Su Liangdi trembling not far away and approached her. Su Liangdi sensed the footsteps and curled up even tighter. Why do you not flee while everyone is distracted by the commotion? Upon hearing Lin Zi's voice, Su Liangdi was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her gaze. Wang Liangdi is dead. Do you think the murderer might come for me as well? Not at all. Wang Liangdi once served as a royal daughter-in-law, and her open association with Xie Chai tarnished the royal reputation. Surely, it was the higher-ups who sent someone to eliminate her. Though Lin Zi suspected that Wang Liangdi had indeed been slain by Li Wenqing, she could not voice this thought aloud. Su Zhen'er, upon hearing this, grew even more frightened, trembling violently and curling up tighter. You are unlike Wang Liangdi. You have not sullied the royal name. No one would wish to harm you. Is that truly the case? Wang Liangdi had indeed urged Su Liangdi to accompany Xie Chai in exchange for food, but she had refused. Though her stomach was empty, she could not bring herself to barter her body. She had never imagined that Wang Liangdi would actually sell herself for a meal. Fortunately, she had not. Lin Zi nodded. Since the deposed prince has granted you a letter of divorce, Why persist in this plight? Wang Liangdi neither departed nor relinquished her title as the deposed prince's concubine, openly consorting with officials. It was hardly surprising that Li Wenqing would not spare her. Su Yangdi wept, "The Su family has forsaken me. If I leave, whither shall I go? Shall I not starve to death? Does following the exiled group guarantee you sustenance? The deposed prince is in dire straits. How could he possibly care for you? Very well, let us assist Li Wenqing." It was clear that Li Wenqing had not willingly brought these two into his fold. Upon hearing this, Su Liangdi cried even more sorrowfully, "What can I do? I do not wish to share Wang Liangdi's fate. The Su family insists I accompany the exiled group, and with their eyes fixed on the deposed prince. Should I disobey them, they would surely not let me go." Lin Zi sighed, "You are indeed a pitiable woman. If the Su family truly had your best interests at heart, they would not subject you to the hardships of exile. Even if you were to keep an eye on the deposed prince, why not provide you with some financial support to ensure you do not go hungry? The Su family seems intent on denying you a chance at life." Su Zhen'er lifted her gaze, suddenly grasping the gravity of her situation. Lin Zi sensed that Su Zhen'er was different from Wang Liangdi. She extracted 50 taels of silver notes, placing them into Su Zhen'er's hands. Though the sum was modest, it was a testament to her own limited means, earned from her humble labor. "Remember, go as far as you must, and do not let the Su family find you," she urged. Su Liangdi, moved, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Lin. I will return the silver when I can." After a brief pause, she nodded earnestly. "I assure you, Zhen'er will repay this kindness in the future." With everyone distracted by the commotion and the officials absent, Lin Zi encouraged her to leave quickly, promising to keep watch. Resolute, Su Liangdi stood. "All right." After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted, recalling something. She retrieved a small booklet from her person and handed it to Lin Zi. "Miss Lin, take this." With that, Su Zhen'er dashed away. Lin Zi picked up the booklet, noticing that Su Liangdi had already fled with her belongings. Upon opening it, she was astonished to discover it was an account ledger. It detailed the governmental aid during last year's devastating floods in Jiangnan, revealing the collusion between the Su and Wang families in embezzlement. Lin Zi was taken aback that such a ledger had been in Su Zhen'er's possession, and now it was entrusted to her. Pondering her next move, she gravitated toward the direction of the carriage. Not far off, Mu Yinzhao emerged from behind a tree, narrowing her eyes as she observed Lin Zi's retreating figure before turning away. Upon reaching the carriage, Lin Zi climbed aboard and lowered her voice. "Su Zhen'er has left." "Indeed," Li Wenqing replied, his expression inscrutable. "The two deceased outside were your doing, were they not?" Lin Zi inquired, and Li Wenqing lifted his gaze to meet hers, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Sometimes being overly clever can be perilous. Everyone knew that Li Wenqing lacked martial prowess, yet the two outside had met their end by a skilled hand. No one suspected Li Wenqing, not even Mu Yinzhao, who had returned from a rebirth. Moreover, Li Wenqing's injuries had yet to heal. Lin Zi smiled lightly. "Li Wenqing, you must understand that the Lin family and you are intertwined." She tossed the ledger to him. He caught it, flipping through a few pages in disbelief. "Where did this come from?" "When Su Zhen'er left, I gave her 500 taels, and she entrusted this to me." Lin Zi added with a teasing smile. "So, if young Master Li is not in need of silver, it would be wise to return the 500 taels to me." Li Wenqing hesitated. "When I return to the imperial city, I will certainly repay you." "I do not trust you," she replied. "What do you propose?" "A promissory note," he suggested, lifting the carriage curtain and calling, "Zhu Sheng, bring me paper and ink." "That is unnecessary. I have what we need." Lin Zi produced paper and ink from her bundle, laying them before Li Wenqing to draft the note and affix his seal. As he prepared to prick his finger for ink, she revealed a box of sealing wax. "Use this." After Li Wenqing pressed his handprint, Lin Zi blew the ink dry and stored away. Just as she was about to disembark from the carriage, Li Wenqing said, "You should keep this for now." He tossed the ledger to Lin Zi. That was indeed sensible. Given her spatial capabilities, it was more fitting for her to hold on to it. Under the orders of Lord Wang, the officials hastily buried the bodies of the two, instructing everyone to continue their journey. As Lin Zi fed her horse with spring water, Zhao Zhan hurried over, asking, "Miss Lin, are you all right?" Lin Zi paused, momentarily dazed, and replied, I'm fine, Zhao Ge. She had thought. In an instant, Lin Zi understood. He had assumed she was frightened by today's events, hadn't he? Not all, Zhao Ge. Such trivial matters cannot intimidate me. Zhao Zhan smiled, relieved. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. He secretly wished for Lin Zi to exhibit a touch of fragility akin to other women, providing him with an opportunity to care for her. The exiled convoy was ready to set off. Zhao Zhan returned to the rear of the line, while Lin Zi took her place in the carriage. Only Li Wenqing occupied the space inside, as Lin Fu had moved to the larger carriage. Keep your distance from Zhao Zhan, Li Wenqing remarked as soon as Lin Zi entered the carriage. Chapter 59. The frightened horse Lin Zi lifted the curtain of the carriage, pondering the reasons behind such actions. Her thoughts were tinged with suspicion. How could it be? Zhao, her elder brother, was a kind-hearted man. She lowered the curtain, effectively isolating Li Wenqing within. She silently resolved to keep her distance, as there was no need to distance herself from Zhao. Li Wenqing, too, scoffed, oblivious to the impending consequences. There would come a time when she would regret her choices. Panic ensued as a convict had escaped. Quickly, apprehend the fugitive. The officer cried out. The exile caravan was set to depart, and all convicts were to be accounted for. However, 3 were found to be missing, causing the caravan to come to a halt. In her heart, Lin Zi fervently hoped for Su Liandi's successful escape, wishing her to evade capture by the authorities. Meanwhile, Mu Yunzhao cast a cold glance in Lin Zi's direction. Approaching the officer, she reported, Sir, has Su Zhen'er gone missing from the ranks? This morning, I overheard Lin Zi and Su Zhen'er conspiring to flee. Lin Zi even provided Su Zhen'er with money, after which she vanished. Is that so? Mu Yunzhao continued hesitantly. As a humble citizen, I would not dare to lie. My intentions are solely to assist you in your investigation. However, I implore you not to disclose that it was I who revealed this information to Miss Lin, for fear of retribution. Very well, you may return now. As she watched the officer depart, a smile crept upon Mu Yunzhao's lips. Lin Zi, your fate is sealed. By inciting a convict to escape, you too shall bear the same guilt. The officer approached Lin Zi's carriage directly. Miss Lin, I kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. The officer had long harbored a disdain for Lin Zi. Her culinary skills had won the favor of even the esteemed Wang Gonggong, thereby undermining their business and causing them to lose considerable profits during this journey. Sir, you don't truly believe that the 3 escapees are linked to me, do you? Lin Zi inquired, perplexed. This morning, someone witnessed you conspiring with Su Zhen'er to flee. Is that true? According to the laws of Deqian, inciting a criminal to escape was tantamount to complicity, punishable by immediate execution upon capture. Indeed, I exchanged a few words with Su Zhen'er this morning. But as for her escape, I am unaware. Her legs are her own. We are not related, and furthermore, she had a quarrel with me yesterday. Why would I conspire with someone who insulted me? Lin Zi expressed her grievances, feeling unjustly accused. Nevertheless, I did see someone who was quite close to Su Zhen'er. She added, recalling her observation of Mu Yunzhao's conversation with the officer moments prior. It was evident that Mu Yunzhao had betrayed her. Who was it? The officer inquired, following Lin Zi's gaze towards Mu Yunzhao. Never mind, she thought. Without substantial evidence, it would be unwise to accuse a lady unjustly. The officer, noticing her direction, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After issuing a brief warning, he turned and departed. Lin Zi called out to her, Officer, there is something I do not comprehend and wish to inquire. The officer's expression darkened slightly. What is it? Our Dacian laws state that if a man divorces his wife, she is no longer subject to the family's repercussions. Is that correct? Indeed, that is true. Lin Zi's eyes widened in realization. I have heard that Su Zhen'er was already divorced by the deposed crown prince. By rights, she should not be on the exile list. Why then have you apprehended her? How do you know this? During the conflict yesterday, I overheard a eunuch beside the deposed crown prince mention that those 2 had already been divorced and yet continued to entangle themselves with their master. Li Wenqing Linding, confirming the truth of her words. Very well, I am now informed and shall report this to the inspectorate for accurate documentation. With that, the officer departed. Li Wenqing cast a glance at Lin Zi before lowering the carriage curtain. Mu Yunjiao, witnessing the officer's retreating figure, was filled with indignation. Once again, Lin Zi had evaded peril. She truly possesses remarkable abilities. In her memories, Lin Zi had always seemed rather foolish. Perhaps luck had simply favored her this time. However, engrossed in watching Lin Zi, Mu Yunjiao failed to notice the officer had approached her, striking her down to the ground. "Wretched girl, how dare you slander?" Followed by a couple of kicks. "If there's a next time, I will not spare you." Mu Yunjiao felt utterly wronged. The Mu family, observing her being beaten, dared not intervene. Only after the officer had left did her mother, Lady Yang, approach her. "Zhao Zhao, what transpired?" "Mother, I am fine. It was all a misunderstanding." Mu Yunjiao managed to rise from the ground. Mrs. Tong scoffed. "A misunderstanding? It certainly does not appear so. Mu Yunjiao, you had better not play any tricks. If I learn that you have brought trouble upon the Mu family, your elder brother will not hesitate to deal with you." The officer had recaptured 2 fleeing convicts and executed them on the spot to instill fear in the others. This act terrified the onlookers, with some even bursting into tears. Xu Xin successfully escaped. The officer reported to the jailer in Eunuch Wang, and upon learning that Su Jin'er had long been abandoned by the deposed crown prince, they chose not to pursue her further. Meanwhile, Daling's carriage horses caught the scent of blood, startling them, and they bolted forward. This not only frightened Daling, but also the passengers within the carriage, which included Lin Fu. Regardless of how hard Daling pulled the reins, it proved futile. The officer raced after them. Lin Zi, in a moment of panic, leaped down from the carriage, grabbed a half bucket of water, and approached Zhao Zhan. "Brother Zhao, could you help me catch that carriage?" She was aware of Zhao Zhan's agility. Though puzzled by her actions, Zhao Zhan understood her urgency and had no reason to refuse. "Forgive me, Miss Lin." He took the wooden bucket with one hand and lifted Lin Zi with the other, protecting her as he pursued. The officer had caught up to the horses, but no one could calm them. Anyone who approached was met with a kick. Just as the officer prepared to slay the horse, Zhao Zhan arrived and shouted, "Stop! Zhao Zhan, I kindly request that you refrain from obstructing official duties." With a cold snort, Zhao Zhan retorted, "If you, the constables, are unable to tame the horse, there are indeed others who can." He commanded them to step aside. The constables, incensed, shot back. "So you claim you can subdue this horse?" "It is not I, but Miss Lin," Zhao Zhan replied. The constables cast a disdainful glance at Lin Zi, their eyes filled with contempt. They were certain that the horse had gone mad, and even they, as officers of the law, dare not approach it. It was not that they held Lin Zi in low regard. She was competent enough in the kitchen, but now she audaciously proclaimed that she could tame a startled steed? What if she failed to rein in the horse? Chapter 60. Finding a mother for 2 children, it was not that the officials looked down upon Lin Zi. Rather, she, as a lady of the boudoir, was perceived as lacking the knowledge to tame horses. Lin Zi replied calmly, "If I am unable to subdue this steed, you may slaughter it, and I shall prepare a hearty stew for you gentlemen this evening." Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, the officials eagerly anticipated tasting Miss Lin's culinary skills, which they had long desired. By this time, the official had managed to surround the horse, while Lin firmly held onto the reins. As it appeared, the creature might erupt in fury at any moment. Lin Zi first cupped a handful of water from a wooden bucket and tossed it towards the horse. The once frantic animal, upon sensing the refreshing water, perked up and began to lick the droplets from its coat. Seizing the moment, Lin Zi placed the bucket before the horse, which promptly bent down to drink. Once quenched, the horse seemed to desire more, nudging Lin Zi with its muzzle and whinnying softly. She caressed its coat and gently coaxed, "Good boy, come back with me, and I shall provide you with more water." The horse appeared to comprehend her words, turning its head in acquiescence. "Darling, let us return," she urged. Lin quickly complied, his heart filled with astonishment at Miss Lin's prowess. He had heard no mention of her ability to train horses. Could it be that the steed recognized her as its master? The officials gazed in wide-eyed wonder. Was it truly that simple? Under the watchful eyes of the astonished officials, Lin guided the carriage back to the exiled group. Lin Zi fetched another bucket of water from a different cart and offered it to the horse, which finally seemed satisfied. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhan observed her with a glint of admiration. his eyes reflecting the brilliance of Lin Zi. It was only when she turned to engage him in conversation that he concealed his gaze. One of the officials remarked, "So it was merely a matter of the horse being thirsty. Had we known, we could have spared ourselves the trouble and simply offered it some water at the outset." Zhao Zhan glanced upwards, but remained silent. The procession of exiles continued onward, though only Lin Zi and Li Wenqing occupied the carriage. The two exchanged no words throughout the journey. Mu Yunzhao remained fixated on Lin Zi, inwardly cursing Wang Liangdi and Su Liangdi for their ineptitude. After informing them the previous day of Lin Zi's alleged entanglement with their husbands, she had anticipated they would confront her and deliver a sound thrashing. To her dismay, they had allowed Lin Zi to escape unscathed. Early that morning, she had discovered the lifeless body of Wang Liangdi. Mu Yunzhao contemplated how she might distance Lin Zi from Li Wenqing. An idea struck her. She recalled that within the group of exiles was a family by the surname Liang. Liang's mother was acquainted with Mu's mother, and during her childhood, she had even visited the Liang household with her. The Liang family had a son named Liang Shi, whose mother had passed away prematurely, leaving behind a pair of young children. The Liang family had not been implicated in the downfall of the former crown prince. Rather, Liang Shi's father had been imprisoned for corruption. Fortunately, the amount was not excessively large. Thus, the family had merely been sentenced to exile in Fangzhou. Those exiled to Fangzhou were typically from prominent families in the capital. Coincidentally, every 3 to 6 months, Liang's mother and Mu's mother, both erstwhile companions in the boudoir, would reunite. Lin Zi, being a divorced woman and thus suitable for a second marriage, would be a fitting match for Liang Shi, who was also among the exiles. Why not seize this opportunity to bring about a fortuitous union for them both? If Liang Shi were to marry Lin Zi, she would no longer dare to brazenly consort with the. With this thought in mind, Mu Yunzhao quickened her pace to catch up with Liang's mother. "Aunt Liang," she called out as she approached. Liang's mother turned, and upon seeing Mu Yunzhao, smiled warmly. "Ah, it's you, Zhao Zhao. How are you? Are you tired?" With a sigh, Liang's mother admitted, "To say I am not weary would be a lie, having been accustomed to a life of luxury and ease. Traveling such a long distance has been quite exhausting. I can only grit my teeth and press on. This is our fate. I can endure, but I feel sorry for Ner and Yuer." Her gaze fell upon her 2 grandsons, and her eyes glistened with tears. What will become of them? They have spent 4 months in prison, and the poor children are starving and shivering, nearly withering away. Liang Un and Liang Yu, Liang Shi's 2 sons, were 6 and 3 years old, respectively. "We must express our gratitude to your mother. She's been very considerate of our Liang family throughout this journey. You needn't be so polite, Aunt Liang. However, my mother has very little money. Several times, she has instructed my elder brother to send food to you, all while going hungry herself. Her health is deteriorating." Mu Yuntao sighed. "So that is how it is." Hearing this, Liang's mother felt a pang of guilt. "Zhao Zhao, please tell your mother not to send us any more food in the future. She must take care of herself." She had not realized that Mu's mother had been sharing her own rations with her family. Mu Yunzhao linked her arm through Liang's mother's and lowered her voice. "Aunt Liang, how about I find someone to provide meals for you?" "Zhao Zhao, do not tease your Aunt Liang. We are exiles. Who could possibly feed us? Even the officials only provide us with hard, stale buns. Not to mention an and Yuer. I myself can hardly bear it. I would never jest with you, Aunt Liang. If you help find a bride for brother Liang Shi, the children will have a mother. Surely, their mother would not stand idly by while they go hungry?" Mu Yunzhao replied with a smile. "You still insist you're not jesting. We are exiles. What good family would marry into the Liang family to become a stepmother to 2 children?" Liang's mother looked troubled. "While there may be no good families, it would suffice to find a suitable match for brother Liang Shi. There are indeed families among our fellow exiles." Among the exiles? Liang's mother expressed a hint of displeasure. If she were to find someone from among the exiles, they would be just as unfortunate. She did not wish for her grandsons to have a mother of such a background. Lin Zi, Mu Yunzhao's lips parted slightly. "Aunt Liang, what do you think of her?" Liang's mother shook her head in disapproval. "Not at all. She spends her days flirting with men and even dared to kiss thee in front of so many people. Truly, she lacks propriety. The Lin family treats her like a treasure, but if she were my daughter, I would have long since dealt with her to avoid bringing shame upon the family. Mu Yinzhao was quite pleased with Liang's mother's response. Lin Zi may not be ideal, but she was certainly a fitting match for Liang Shi. Indeed, given the unfortunate circumstances of both our families, let us allow Liang Shiga to endure a little hardship as long as it ensures that Ner and Yuer are well fed. Wouldn't you agree, Aunt Liang? Certainly. Aunt Liang found merit in Mu Yunzhao's reasoning. Although Lin Zi may not be particularly distinguished and is a divorced woman, she possesses the means to procure sustenance. It seems she holds a considerable amount of silver, for otherwise, she would not indulge in daily meat purchases and even acquire a carriage. Moreover, she is a free woman, untainted by any criminal record. But would Lin Zi be willing? Rest assured, Aunt Liang, you are aware of my acquaintance with Sister Lin. To be candid, it was Sister Lin who entrusted me with this matter. She has also met Liang Shiga and was immediately taken with him. Upon hearing this, Aunt Liang displayed a hint of disdain. Her son is indeed an exceptional talent. If Lin Zi has set her sights on Sierra, it is a testament to her discernment. This predicament has befallen the Liang family. Had it not been for their misfortunes, would they ever have considered a discarded woman like Lin Zi? Nevertheless, let us allow Sierra to endure this for now. Once the Liang family regains its footing in the capital, a woman of Lin Zi's standing shall not be suitable for them. With this thought in mind, she declared, "Let it be understood, should she wish to marry my son, all her silver, the carriage, and the provisions therein shall belong to the Liang family. The Lin family shall not lay claim to them." Chapter 61. In order to meet him alone, Mu Yunzhao gently smiled, acknowledging the truth that a woman, once married, naturally leans towards her husband's family. I trust that Sister Lin possesses the discernment to navigate this. Mother Liang, she continued, since you have consented to this union, let Liang Shiga take the initiative. After all, women tend to be more reserved. Although Liang's mother agreed verbally, her heart brimmed with disdain. Lin Zi has openly courted men in the streets. How can she still be considered reserved? However, for the sake of her two grandsons' futures, she felt compelled to make a concession for Sierra. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the exile procession quickened its pace, delayed by the morning's tragic incident. The oppressive heat at noon made it unbearable. Not just the convicts, but even the officers yearned for a respite from the sweltering sun. Lin Zi retrieved her sunscreen and began applying it, determined not to return from this month-long journey as dark as a coal miner. While being tanned was of little concern, developing blemishes would indeed mar the beauty of the original owneress skin. After finishing, she called out softly, "Sister-in-law." The carriage moved sluggishly, trailing behind Lin's exiled entourage. At the sound of her voice, Gu Wanyun, who had lagged a few steps behind, turned to her. "Sister, did you call for me?" "This is for you and second sister-in-law," Lin Zi said, handing over the sunscreen. Gu Wanyun, at the tender age of 25 or 26, was in the prime of her beauty and accepted it gratefully, increasingly admiring Lin Zi for her ability to procure such fine items. The exile group continued to advance slowly, ultimately covering 15 miles before they came to a halt. "Everyone, find a spot to rest. We shall depart in an hour," the officer announced. Exhausted from the journey, the crowd swiftly sought refuge beneath the trees. Lin Zi surveyed her surroundings and noticed a patch of vegetable fields nearby, where several farmers toiled diligently. Fresh produce could indeed be procured. Dismounting from the carriage, she approached and inquired, "Elder, do you sell the vegetables from your field?" The farmer glanced up at Lin Zi, then looked at the others. Seeing their ochre garb, he assumed they were notorious criminals and instinctively took a few steps back. "Elder, we are not bad people. Please rest assured, if you sell your vegetables, I shall pay you the market price." Noticing the decent attire of Lin Zi and her amiable demeanor, the farmer began to reconsider. "What vegetables do you wish to purchase? We will buy whatever is available in your field. Selling to us will save you the trouble of taking them to town," she responded. After a moment's contemplation, the farmer hesitantly asked, "Will you truly pay?" "Rest assured." "Good sir," Lin Zi replied, producing 201, which she had exchanged in town beforehand. "I will take the vegetables that you can spare in exchange for this amount." Lin Zi understood that seasonal vegetables were quite inexpensive, and she could acquire a substantial quantity with 200 won. However, the farmer hesitated. "Miss, this amount seems excessive. In this heat, any unsold vegetables will spoil." Lin Zi smiled, appreciating the farmer's kindness. "No need to worry, elder. I'm accompanying my family to Fangzhou. Our family is quite large, and we can certainly consume it all." The vegetable farmer then realized that this young lady was exiled with her family. No wonder she appeared dressed like a young lady from a wealthy household, yet mingled with these exiles. The farmer accepted the payment and called his family over, immediately starting to harvest the vegetables from the field. Leeks, scallions, garlic, amaranth, cucumbers, pea shoots, water bamboo, and small radishes, all freshly picked. Lin Zi instructed them to load everything onto the cart. She couldn't help but think that the 200 when spent was truly worth it. It was much cheaper than buying in town. At noon, Lin Zi prepared boiled pork, using the meat she had purchased earlier in town, which had been marinated and cooked in advance, making the process swift. She instructed Chaya to reboil it, and when she poked the meat with chopsticks, a hole instantly formed. "Miss, the meat is thoroughly cooked," Chaya remarked. She placed the chunk of meat on the cutting board, which trembled slightly. Unable to resist, Chaya swallowed and said, "Miss, how should I prepare this meat? Just tell me, and I will do it. We should make boiled pork." Lin Zi instructed Chaya to slice the meat while she prepared the sauce. Meanwhile, Aunt Fong stir-fried a couple of dishes with the newly purchased vegetables, simmered soup, and steamed white rice. Gradually, people approached, hoping to buy the boiled pork. However, as the quantity of pork dwindled, Lin Zi decided to sell only 10 portions before ceasing sales. Just as she intended to take the food box to Li Wenxing, a man in his late 20s approached. "Are you here to buy boiled pork? I'm sorry, but we have run out. Perhaps next time." Liang Shi smiled at Lin Zi, saying, "No, I am Liang Shi, here to find Miss Lin." Lin Zi, puzzled, asked, "Do you need something from me?" Liang Shi hesitated for a moment, pondering Lin Zi's pretense. After all, hadn't she sent Mu Mei to act as a matchmaker? Noticing the gazes of those around, he thought it understandable for her to inquire this way to preserve her reputation. He had been the one to overstep. Moreover, this Miss Lin was indeed quite attractive. Should she genuinely wish to marry him, he would not mind her being a second wife. "Miss Lin, I came to see if there is any work I can assist you with." Lin Zi frowned at Liang Shi and replied, "I'm sorry, but we are not acquainted. Even if there were tasks available, they would not be suited for you, young Master Liang." Without further ado, she turned and walked away. Liang Shi scoffed and strode off as well. Upon returning to the large tree where the Liang family was staying, he couldn't help but complain to his mother. "Mother, you insisted I approach her, yet she completely disregarded me. When had Liang Shi ever been treated this way?" It was not long ago that many sought to cross his family's threshold. Even as a second husband, he could marry a respectable woman, a woman of her status. He would not have even glanced at before. She was beneath his notice. "What happened, Shia?" his mother inquired. Liang Shi recounted his earlier conversation with Lin Zi. Liang's mother was momentarily upset, but then, noticing her 2 grandsons clamoring for food, advised, "Sure, for the sake of honor and you bear with it." Liang Shi let out a sigh, feeling utterly humiliated. Why had he ever endured such indignity? Nevertheless, he resolved to heed his mother's words, enduring for the sake of providing sustenance for the 2 children. By evening, the exile group was still camped in the wilderness. Lin Zi, as eager as ever, intended to enter the forest under the pretense of hunting wild chickens, hoping to extract 3 from her space to stew for a meal. She chose to go alone. Liang Shi kept a watchful eye on Lin Zi and felt a surge of joy when he saw her venture into the woods alone. The opportunity had presented itself. Wasn't Lin Zi seeking to cultivate a respectable image in front of others? Now that she had entered the forest by herself, it was surely for the purpose of a private meeting with him. With this thought, Liang Shi followed Lin Zi into the woods. Chapter 62. Embracing affection, Li Wenxing lifted the curtain of the carriage, intending to inquire about what Lin Zi planned to have for dinner that evening, only to find her absent from the front of the carriage. Turning his gaze, he spotted Lin Zi venturing alone into the nearby woods. Initially, he felt a surge of irritation at her foolishness. How daring to enter the thicket alone. Yet, in an instant, his restlessness took hold. He noticed a man stealthily following Lin Zi into the woods. Without hesitation, he dismounted from the carriage. Zhu Sheng hurried over, "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Assist me in reaching that grove," Li Wenqing commanded. Zhu Sheng complied swiftly. Upon entering the woods, Li Wenqing instructed Zhu Sheng to search for Lin Zi separately. Once Zhu Sheng departed, Li Wenqing concealed the frail demeanor he had previously displayed. Meanwhile, Lin Zi sought mushrooms within the forest, but after an extensive search, she found none. "Never mind. I shall return and stew some radishes instead. They are equally delicious. Moreover, radishes can clear heat, which is beneficial for the health of the Lin family." She retrieved 3 chickens from her space, and, as she turned, she encountered the man named Liang Shi who had previously engaged her in conversation. Uninterested, she attempted to walk away with her chickens. Liang Shi, noticing the plump chickens in her grasp, brightened. "Miss Lin, are you weary? Allow me to carry them for you." Lin Zi frowned, sensing something amiss in his demeanor. They hardly knew each other. "No need, please step aside." She attempted to bypass him, but Liang Shi called after her. "Miss Lin, entering these woods alone merely suggests that I should follow you." Taken aback, Lin Zi turned. "Suggest? Pray tell, do we know each other?" Anger flickered across Liang Shi's face. There were no others around to witness this exchange, and he was perplexed by her pretense. "Ah, I understand now. This is our first encounter, and you are merely shy. Miss Lin, I am aware of your sentiments. Fear not, I do not mind that you are a second wife. As long as you promise to care for my 2 children, I shall accept this union." Lin Zi was utterly baffled. Was this man not in his right mind? It was best she fled swiftly. Resolving this, she quickened her pace. As Lin Zi hastened away, Liang Shi also increased his speed, closely tailing her. "Miss Lin, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Hand over those chickens. You, a lone woman, should not carry 3. Terrified, Lin Zi broke into a run, contemplating that if he dared to be forceful, she would retrieve her electric baton from her space and incapacitate him. She dashed ahead, pursued by Liang Shi, who called out, "Miss Lin, why do you run? We have a rare opportunity. Do say something." Hearing his incessant chatter in the eerie woods only heightened her unease. Suddenly, she spotted Li Wenqing ahead and sprinted towards him, wrapping her arms around him. "Li Wenqing, there's a madman behind me. I'm terrified. Please save me." Li Wenqing stood momentarily stunned. It was indeed a rarity for Lin Zi to exhibit fear. Just as he intended to offer her comfort, he noticed the chickens she was holding, their feathers sticking to him, while the chickens pecked at him incessantly. He abruptly pushed Lin Zi aside, exclaiming that it stank and to remove it. In an instant, Lin Zi comprehended that Li Wenqing was referring to the chicken in her hand. She huffed. "You find it foul? Once it is stewed, you better not partake." With that, Lin Zi made a face at him. Li Wenqing shot her a glare. Meanwhile, Liang Shi stood 5 paces away, observing Lin Zi's flirtation with Li Wenqing, his face wrought with anger. Were it not for the provisions she brought, he would never consider marrying such a woman who disregarded propriety. Li Wenqing turned to Liang Shi, his brows slightly furrowed. "Who are you? What business do you have following Miss Lin?" The prince's question implied that this matter was between him and Lin, and did not concern Liang Shi. He no longer feared him. "Miss Lin asked me to come. Ask her if you doubt me." Li Wenqing cast a glance at Lin Zi, his expression darkening. Lin Zi quickly clarified, "I don't know him at all. He stopped me during the day, spouting nonsense. I merely entered the woods to see if I could hunt as I did last time, and unexpectedly, he followed me." Li Wenqing glanced at the 3 chickens in Lin Zi's grasp and believed her. He seized Lin Zi's hand, stating firmly, "Come back with me. You're not permitted to wander about recklessly. Even if you seek food, do not venture out alone, understand?" "Understood," Lin Zi replied obediently. "Let us leave this place for now to avoid further trouble from that madman." Liang Shi, witnessing their intertwined hands, felt his anger surging. Indeed, as rumored, she was unprincipled. Such a woman was unworthy to be the mother of his children. He turned and departed. Li Wenqing held Lin Zi's hand until they nearly exited the forest before releasing it. "Do not misunderstand. I only acted to assist you," he said, looking somewhat uneasy. "I know. Thank you for your rescue today. I shall go prepare dinner. You should return to the carriage and rest." "Yes, but be wary of that man. He seems to harbor ulterior motives toward you." "Understood." The 2 exited the woods, one after the other. As they emerged, the guards surrounded them, visibly relieved upon seeing Li Wenqing. Following the execution of a fleeing prisoner, the remaining exiles were deterred from attempting escape, allowing the guards to relax their vigilance. However, the former prince's status was different. Meanwhile, Liang Shi coldly huffed as he left the woods, arriving at the Liang family residence, and complained, "Mother, I oppose this marriage." Liang's mother, weary from the journey and tending to her two hungry and tired grandchildren, inquired, why? After a day of travel, she felt every bone in her body ache. She envied Lin Fu, who could ride in a carriage. She had just been contemplating that if this marriage succeeded, she and her grandchildren could also ride in a carriage, relegating Lin Fu to walking. Fortune should not be enjoyed by him alone. The Liang family's carriage should be decided by the Liang family. In an instant, her son declared his refusal of the marriage, which she could hardly accept. No way. This marriage must come to fruition, regardless of any obstacles. Liang Shi, suppressing his anger, recounted, just now, that discarded woman entered the woods. I thought she would refrain from speaking to me in front of others to preserve her reputation. So I followed her, believing that a private conversation would be beneficial. To my astonishment, she openly embraced that useless prince in my presence. As Liang Shi spoke, his brow furrowed in frustration. Liang Mu, equally incensed, questioned the audacity of such behavior. Mother, it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Just as Liang Mu was about to express her ire, she heard her grandson Liang Yu, nestled in her arms, plead, "Grandmother, I am hungry. Wearer wishes to eat meat." Liang gazed longingly at Liang Mu, his eyes filled with desire. It was evident that both grandsons were famished. Those with money could still procure some meat and vegetables from the Lin family, but after 4 months in prison, their funds had long been depleted by the guards. She looked up at Liang Shi and said, "Shir, mother understands your grievances. For the sake of the 2 children, please endure a little longer. Once she becomes your wife, you can teach her properly. For now, let her care for the children. With them clinging to her, she will have no time to seek out another man." Chapter 63. You are our mother, Liang. She cast a glance at his 2 sons and took a deep breath. Very well, I shall heed my mother's words. This statement bore the weight of a profound grievance. Liang Mu's heart swelled with compassion for her son. As she contemplated the day when Lin Zi would be brought into their family, she would ensure the young woman was well guided. In the esteemed tradition of Dacian, filial piety reigned supreme. Surely Lin Zi would heed her mother-in-law's counsel. Noticing that the Lin family was once again preparing a meat dish in the distance, she inquired of her grandsons, "Shall your grandmother treat you to some meat shortly?" Liang Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. "Grandmother, is there truly meat to eat? You mustn't deceive us." "Your grandmother would never lie," she replied, gesturing towards Lin Zi. "Would it not be delightful for her to be your mother?" Liang Yu and Liang turned their gaze toward her, recalling the woman they had heard so much about. She was indeed a skilled cook. As the other children had often shared tales of her delectable braised pork, they had previously pestered their grandmother for meat, though they understood the family lacked the funds. If she were to become their mother, would they not enjoy meat daily? Liang inquired, "Grandmother, does she truly wish to be our mother?" "Of course. Our Iner and Yuer are such well-behaved boys. How could she possibly refuse? Besides, it is Lin Zi who seeks this." Reassured by their grandmother's words, the boys felt at ease. Today, Lin Zi had prepared 3 chickens, simmered with white radish, alongside several other dishes, with a balanced offering of meat and vegetables. Each bowl fetched 2 taels of silver. Before long, over a dozen servings had been sold, and Lin Zi decided to cease sales, reserving the remainder for her own family. She first delivered a meal to Li Wenqing and, upon returning to her seat, was startled to see the 2 young boys rushing towards her, calling out for mother. Bewildered, she asked, "Children, which family do you belong to? One mustn't make such claims carelessly. We have not erred. You are indeed our mother." "Mother, Yuer is hungry and wants to eat meat," they explained, reaching out their small hands toward Lin Zi's bowl. "Grandmother said we could simply call you mother. She would not be so cruel as to neglect us," they insisted. Lin Zi quickly lifted her bowl, trying to evade their grasp. "Whose little rascals are you? Be off with you. There is no mother for you here, scolded Fong Mama, clearly irritated. What gives you the right to send us away? We are here for our mother, not for you, the boys retorted. Fong Mama fumed, recognizing the potential damage to their young lady's reputation. Casting a glance around, she noted the absence of Zhao Zhan, which relieved her somewhat. Thank goodness the esteemed official was not present. Lin Zi furrowed her brow. Fan Mama, let me inquire of them. She picked up a piece of meat and extended it towards Liang Yu. Just as he reached for it, she retracted her hand. I can provide you with meat, but you must tell me who you are and why you call me mother. I cannot possibly have children your age. I am but 19, and the eldest appears to be 6 or 7, while the younger one is 4 or 5. I certainly do not wish to assume the role of a surrogate mother. Being children, her tactic proved effective. We are from the Liang family. My father is Liang Shi. Grandmother says you wish to be our mother, and as our mother, you must provide us with meat, or else we shall not recognize you as our mother. Liang Yu pouted her small lips. Liang Yu nodded in agreement, stating that if they were to have a mother, she ought to provide for them with meat. Otherwise, she would not deserve the title. Lin Zi chuckled softly, placing the meat she had been holding in her own bowl and continuing to eat, completely disregarding the 2 children. If I do not share my meat with you, then I am unworthy of being your mother. So, you should seek a mother elsewhere. Liang En and Liang Yu swallowed hard, feeling it was unjust. Wasn't it said that calling for a mother would guarantee meat? Their grandmother had deceived them. Seeing Lin Zi focused solely on her meal and ignoring them entirely, the 2 children reached out to snatch food from her bowl. But Lin Zi deftly evaded their grasp once more. Mama Fong was thoroughly enraged. She rose to her feet, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "You little rascals! Dare you resort to thievery? Chaya, throw them out." Chaya set down her chopsticks, seized the 2 children, and called out to the crowd, "Whose children are these?" The Liang family had been closely monitoring the situation, and, upon witnessing their 2 grandsons being hoisted by Chaya, their hearts ached. Liang Mu hurried over, followed closely by Liang Shi. Snatching the children from Chaya's grip, she demanded, "What are you doing?" Lacking Chaya's strength, although she managed to take the 2 children, she could not hold them firmly, and all 3 tumbled to the ground. "How dare you bully children?" Liang Mu's voice rose sharply, her eyes ablaze with fury, immediately attracting the attention of many onlookers. This commotion also caught the attention of the Lin family's main household, who had been dining not far away. Except for Lin Mu, Song, and Lin Fu, who were eating in their carriage, the rest came over. Chayati Tortith, since these are your children, you ought to teach them properly. How can they come to someone else's home to snatch food? Liang Mu countered, aren't they just hungry? How much meat can 2 little children eat? Those nearby, eager to witness the drama, chimed in, indeed, they are just children. Yes. What harm would it do to give them a bite? Your Lin family eats meat daily. Who wouldn't crave it? They too longed to provide their own children with a taste of meat. Watching others feast, they felt the pangs of desire. Lin Zi cast a glance at those who had spoken. Among the accusers aligned with the Liang family were individuals who had never purchased a meal from the Lin family before. She memorized their faces. Members from the Lin family's 2nd and 3rd households, drawn by the commotion, could not resist joining in. Madame Zhou approached, saying, "This certainly seems like something the main household would do. Our 2nd household hasn't had meat in ages." Madame Zhou added, "Indeed, neither has our 3rd household." Lin Zi inquired nonchalantly, "Why haven't you in the 2nd and 3rd households had meat? Is it that you do not enjoy it?" Madame Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words. How could they not enjoy it? It was simply that they had no money in hand. All their funds were tightly controlled by their mother-in-law, leaving them helpless. Finally, the 2 older brothers grasped the situation. "So you are aware that this meat was purchased with our silver?" "No, today's chicken was caught by our sister in the woods. It cost us nothing." "You individuals, both weary and gluttonous, do we, the Lin family, owe you anything?" 2nd brother Lin Xiuyin showed no mercy, ruthlessly tearing apart the facade of these people. Eldest brother Lin Shiran added, "Since you all believe that it is trivial for children to pilfer, perhaps you should first safeguard your own purses. Should the children of the Liang family borrow your belongings, do not be surprised when you find yourselves lamenting afterwards." Chapter 64. One should not seize the fortunate union of Sister Mu. It is often the case that individuals only recognize the gravity of a situation when it pertains to their own vested interests. Initially, their exile was fraught with challenges, and possessing a modest sum of silver was a rare fortune. Without it, they would scarcely reach Fangzhou. Throughout history, it has been remarkable if even half of the exiles managed to survive the journey to their place of banishment. Fortunately, Fangzhou lies not far from the imperial city, offering them a considerable chance of survival. Typically, exiles reside wherever they find themselves, and even at the post stations, they are often confined together. The thought that the meager silver they possess could easily be pilfered by the offspring of the Liang family unsettled them. Liang Shi, take care of your children. How can you permit them to steal from others? Indeed, it is true that one can observe a child as character from a young age. How alarming it is that such brazen thievery emerges at such a tender age. What will become of them as they mature? It has been said that Lord Liang was imprisoned due to a scandal of embezzlement, and thus, it is no surprise that the apple does not fall far from the tree. In an instant, the crowd directed their ire towards the Liang family. Liang Shi's face shifted between pallor and rage as he glared at Lin Zi. He resolved that regardless of how Lin Zi might later plead with Miss Mu on his behalf, he would never consent to marry Lin Zi, a woman of dubious reputation. Liang's mother wore a grim expression as she addressed Lin Zi. You have sent someone to propose marriage, desiring to join our Liang family as a daughter-in-law. If you wish for our children to call you mother, is it not reasonable for them to partake in the fruits of your labor? As her words settled, the crowd suddenly grasped the underlying implications. So it was true. Lin Zi had set her sights on Liang Shi, wishing to wed him. Indeed, as Liang's mother suggested, it appeared so, observing the two frail children of the Liang family. It seemed Lin Zi ought to possess at least a modicum of compassion if she aspired to become a member of their household. Yet, a voice of dissent arose. What are you all thinking? Miss Lin is not blind. How could she possibly fancy Liang Shi? Another chimed in. There may be some truth to that. If she were not blind, how could she have previously married into the Qin family? The crowd nodded in agreement, finding merit in this reasoning. Lin Zi stood in bewilderment, and even her two brothers furrowed their brows in concern for her. They feared she had once again fallen into a foolish predicament. If this were the case, they would do everything in their power to prevent their sister from making another grave mistake. Having narrowly escaped one pitfall, they could not bear to watch her plunge into another. Recalling the man named Liang, she who had accosted her in the forest with a lecherous demeanor and intentions to lay hands upon her, she felt a surge of indignation. Are you implying that I am weeping and wailing to marry into your Liang family? Have you lost your senses? Rest assured, even if every man in the world were to perish, I would never wed into your family. Upon hearing this, her brothers exhaled in relief. Lin Xiran, with a composed countenance, declared, Did you hear that? My sister would never deign to consider your Liang family. He continued, Liang Shi, do you think the unfortunate fate of your late wife, Zhao, at the hands of your family can remain concealed from the Zhao family, or from the entire capital? How dare you harbor thoughts of tarnishing my sister's reputation? Lin Xiaoyan's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Indeed, it is because our Lin family possesses food and drink on the road to exile, and my father has a carriage to travel in. Sister, do not fall for his deceit. At this moment, Liang Shi's expression was exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that matters would devolve into this state. It was clearly Lin Ji who had sent someone to propose a match for him, yet the blame was unfairly directed towards the Liang family. Lin Zi, can you assert that you did not send someone to speak to my mother about marriage? Never. Lin Ji replied with unwavering certainty. At that moment, she felt a wave of nausea. Would she really seek someone to propose to him? Did he think her lacking in discernment? With his two burdens, it was not merely Liang Shi's unsightly appearance that deterred her. Even the most handsome man in Qian would not warrant a second glance from her. Moreover, the Liang family had been exiled for corruption, and they would never rise again in this lifetime. May I inquire, Mr. Liang, whom did I ask to act as a matchmaker? Liang, she turned to his mother. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, Isn't it you who asked Zhao to propose to our Liang family? The crowd turned their gaze toward Lin Ji once more. It was well known among the noble ladies of the capital that she and Mu Yun Zhao were close friends, If Mu Yun Zhao had spoken, it must be true. Lin Ji was suddenly enlightened. So it was the heroine from the book. A cold smile crept onto her lips. Surely this was intentional. Perhaps due to Li Wenqing. I am unsure why Miss Mu would choose to act thus, but I have never expressed a desire to remarry. Beside her, Mama Fong was infuriated and shouted toward the Mu family. Miss Mu, what grievance has my young lady caused you that you would go to such lengths to harm her? Unable to bear it any longer, Mu Yun Zhao approached Lin, speaking softly. Sister Lin, I only wish for your well-being. Ever since you were forced out by the Qin family, I have been deeply concerned for you. You are still so young. What will become of your future? Just so happens that Brother Liang is quite a good man. Marrying him would surely not bring you any distress. Mu Yun Zhao's demeanor appeared genuinely sincere. To an outsider, it would seem she truly had Lin Ji's best interests at heart. Lin Ji scoffed inwardly. It was no surprise that she was the heroine of the story. Since your brother Liang is so exceptionally good, then you should marry him. After all, Aunt Mu and Lady Liang are on friendly terms, and you have been infatuated with him since childhood, often lamenting in my presence. Unfortunately, your brother Liang was already married before you came of age. Now that he is widowed, does it not fulfill your wishes? As an elder sister, I would never dare to usurp my younger sister's good fortune in marriage. Miss Mu, you should not use my name to test your brother Liang. Lin Ji secretly chuckled. Casting aspersions is a skill anyone can acquire. Observing the crowd, the glances directed at Mu Yun Zhao changed dramatically. Mu Yun Zhao was seething with rage, wishing she could eliminate Lin Ji. She glanced around, relieved to not see Li Wenqing present. Sister Lin, would I ever say such a thing? I have never been married. How could I propose to him as a second wife? I am only looking out for you. Dear sister. Lin Ji's lips curled into a slight smile, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. The manner in which people in ancient times referred to one another as sisters was indeed hypocritical. Mu Yun Zhao bit her lip, appearing as though she had suffered a tremendous injustice. However, only a sister who has been married before would truly be suitable for Brother Liang. Lin Zi counted. Has Miss Zhao forgotten? A few days prior, when you were rescued from the water, you were without outer garments, leaving you exposed to the gaze of onlookers. Who would be willing to marry you now? Since you share mutual affections with your Liang brother, why not seize this opportunity to strengthen the ties between our families? Lest you find yourself unable to wed in the future. Liang Wenqing, seated in the carriage, perked up his ears, absorbing the entirety of the quarrel. A smirk graced his lips. To his surprise, Lin Fu's daughter proved to be quite articulate. How could she have allowed the Qin family to deceive her so thoroughly? Before such a multitude, Lin Zi's scathing remarks rendered Mu Yun Zhao's face crimson. Despite having been reborn, she remained a woman of the inner chambers, and the peculiar gazes of those around her made her wish to vanish into the ground. As she contemplated retorting, she noticed Tong approaching, who seized her arm and reprimanded. Why are you not returning? You're truly bringing shame upon yourself. Mu Yun Zhao refused to budge, only to be met with a stinging slap from Tong. Go back. Feeling aggrieved, Mu Yun Zhao covered her face and fled. Tong took a step forward and addressed Miss Lin. What transpired today was indeed a fault of Zhao, and I offer my apologies on her behalf. Lin Zi remained silent, casting not even a glance in her direction. Tong, feeling the weight of embarrassment under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, had no choice but to retreat. Lin Zi then turned to the Liang family, her tone measured. Madame Liang, since we have clarified matters, I shall overlook this incident today, considering your two grandsons are still young. However, should there be a next time where they dare to falsely claim kinship and tarnish my reputation, do not expect the Lin family to be so forgiving. Chapter 65. You cunning little wretch, dare you fool me? Upon seeing the meat in the pot, Mother Liang hesitated to relinquish it. Miss Lin, look at my son. Mother Fong brandished a firewood stick, declaring, Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out? Witnessing Mother Fong's readiness to strike, Mother Liang swiftly pulled her two grandsons aside. Eventually, realizing all hope was lost, she scoffed, an abandoned woman. The Liang family has no need for her. This remark infuriated Mother Fong, who hurled the firewood stick towards Mother Liang, spitting, a nest of black-hearted, rotten souls. just blood-sucking parasites, deserving of thunderous wrath and 1,000 cuts. Chased by Mother Fong, Mother Liang cried out in pain, fleeing in all directions, while the two children sobbed in fright. Liang Shi attempted to intervene and chastise Mother Fong, but was halted by Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoan. Ultimately, it was Liang Shi who apologized, and thus the matter came to a close. The two children, unwilling to depart, clamored for meat, but Mother Liang, battered and weary from the altercation, lost her patience and forcefully dragged her grandsons away. Sister-in-law Gu Wanyin stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Sister, be careful moving forward. Keep your distance from such vile people." Fong Luo added, "Sister, the way Liang Shi looked at you in the end, I believe he won tea, let this matter rest." Lin Zi nodded, assuring her sisters-in-law, "Do not worry. I am well aware of my own affairs. You two should take the children to eat. The food will grow cold." Lin Zheng declared, "If that wicked man dares to bully my aunt again, when I grow up, I shall make him pay." Lin Lu, pouting in agreement, chimed in, and I too. With a smile, Lin Zi responded, "Very well then, we must ensure that Zheng, and Lu eat well, so they can grow strong and protect their aunt." The two children nodded eagerly yes. As she watched her brother and sisters-in-law depart, a subtle smile graced Lin Zi's lips. After her diligent efforts over the past few days, her relationship with her sisters-in-law had significantly improved. The Liang family returned to their own quarters, where Mother Liang could not help but curse. "That wretched servant from the Lin family is truly heartless. Look at the beating I received. It pains me so." Liang Shi's expression darkened. Today, Lin Zi had humiliated him before everyone, and this matter could not be left unresolved. "Mother, do not worry. I will certainly seek retribution for you." It dawned on him that all of this was orchestrated by Mu Yunzhao. Lin Zi had never set her sights on him. Her affections were solely for the useless crown prince, that pretty face. Being a man of experience, he could discern this. Remembering her gaze when she encountered the crown prince in the woods, and her unhesitating embrace, he realized the prince had also ventured into the woods in search of Lin Zi. How dare they play him for a fool? Anger surged within him. If he were to tarnish Lin Zi's reputation, would the crown prince still want her? Mother Liang, pondering the close ties between the Lin family and the Golden Guard, advised perhaps it would be best to let this go. Though reluctant, she acknowledged that pursuing the matter further would yield no benefit for the Liang family. It was merely a pity for the silver and the carriage belonging to Lin Zi. She suddenly recalled Lin Zi's words from earlier that day. Mu Yunzhao had harbored feelings for Shi since childhood. Why not marry Mu Yunzhao instead? After all, Zhao Zhao was still an unmarried young lady, far superior to Lin Zi in countless ways. Furthermore, as her son was a stepchild, marrying Zhao Zhao would also enhance their family's reputation. "Sierra, I believe Zhao Zhao is quite admirable. Since she harbors feelings for you, would you consider marrying her?" Liang Shi hesitated slightly. "Mother, does Mu Mei really wish to marry me?" He had just overheard the conversation between Lin Zi and Mu Yunzhao. No wonder Zhao Zhao was so concerned about his lifelong affairs. It turned out she had been infatuated with him since childhood. What Navi girl? Why hadn't she told him sooner? Did she need to test him like this? Thinking of Mu Yunzhao as an innocent maiden with a sweet appearance, who always greeted him with a smile and called him Brother Liang Shi, stirred a flutter in his heart. Liang's mother encouraged him. "Speak your mind. If you wish, I shall discuss this with Aunt Mu. I have confidence in this." Liang Shi confidently replied, "Mother, with a girl as wonderful as Zhao Zhao, how could I possibly refuse?" Liang's mother was overjoyed and stood up, declaring, "Then I shall seek out the Mu family to discuss this. You keep an eye on the two children." In that instant, his wounds felt less painful. What? Liang Shi wishes to marry Zhao Zhao? Aunt Mu's face bore a hint of displeasure. "Indeed, you witnessed what transpired earlier. Although Zhao Zhao is a concubine's daughter, our Liang family has fallen on hard times and cannot be overly concerned with such distinctions." Aunt Mu glared in anger. How dare he? Zhao Zhao, despite being a concubine's daughter, had been raised under her care. To say she was akin to a legitimate daughter would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, Liang Shi was significantly older and had two dependents. How could he disdain Zhao Zhao for her status? What had she been doing all this time? The more Aunt Mu thought about it, the angrier she became, prompting her to command, "Chiner, call your sister over. Mu Yunjiao, having just received a slap from Tong, sat nearby, appearing sulky, yet her mind was racing with calculations. She inwardly cursed Liang Shi for his ineptitude. She had clearly seen him follow Lin Zi into the woods, yet he failed to appreciate the beauty offered to him. What a useless fool. As she contemplated her next move, Mu Qin approached to inform her that their mother summoned her. Only then did Mu Yunjiao notice Liang's mother was also present. As she pondered how to explain herself to Liang's mother, she saw her smiling and waving. She returned the smile, relieved that Aunt Liang bore no ill will towards her. Perhaps she would devise a plan later. Just as Mu Yunjiao approached, Aunt Mu spoke with displeasure. Zhao Zhao, your Aunt Liang says you have liked Liang Gongzi since childhood and plans to betroth you too, marrying you once you reach Fangzhou. What are your thoughts on this? Mu Yunjiao's expression shifted abruptly. What? To marry that repugnant, lecherous old widower? I would rather die. Liang's mother's face darkened as she stood, glaring at Mu Yunjiao. How can you speak like that? Who is repugnant and lecherous? Before Liang's family fell on hard times, she had been the mistress of the household. In piecing together the events of the day, she suddenly realized she had been made a fool of. She never anticipated that the Liang family would be so closely allied with the Mu family. In her scheme against Lin Zi, Mu Yunjiao had deftly manipulated them, leaving them in a state of confusion. She had foolishly believed Mu Yunjiao to be a virtuous person. Reflecting on the humiliation of being chased and struck by Mama Fong today, Liang's mother could no longer contain her fury. She slapped Mu Yunjiao across the face and exclaimed, "You wretched girl, how dare you betray me?" Chapter 66. A falling out wasn't at all for the sake of introducing a bride to Liangxi. Little did I know that Sister Lin was unwilling. Mu Yunjiao's face was a portrait of grievance. That old woman struck her again. Slap, another blow. Liang's mother glared at her and demanded, "Do you dare to speak? Are you truly concerned for Liangxi, or is it your own selfish desires that drive you? I suspect you know the answer well. With your sordid past, your virtue is questionable at best. Our Liang family does not take and refuse, nor will we welcome any filthy goods through our doors." During those months in prison, Mrs. Liang had long shed the grace of a matriarch. "Mrs. Liang, why do you strike again?" Mu Yunjiao felt utterly wronged, unwilling even to address her as aunt. Tong's lips curled into a smile, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Upon witnessing her daughter being struck, Mu's mother immediately grew displeased. After all, Mu Yunjiao represented her family's dignity. How could she allow an outsider to strike her so casually? Moreover, over the past days, she had shared her rations with the Liang family. And for the sake of her own honor, violence was unacceptable. She stepped protectively in front of Mu Yunjiao, her expression darkening. "Mrs. Liang, Zhao Zhao is a member of the Mu family. How dare you strike her without cause? Besides, she spoke no falsehood. Your son Liang, she's indeed somewhat. In short, he was unworthy of Zhao Zhao, and I oppose this match." Mrs. Liang, incredulous, turned to Mrs. Yang. "Are you two defending her?" She had never expected Mrs. Yang to disregard their bond for the sake of a concubine's daughter, nor to so brazenly belittle her son. Mrs. Mu's face hardened. "Indeed, you shall not bully our Mu child. I can discern friend from foe." With a cold snort, Mrs. Liang departed, and the two parted on unfriendly terms. After Mrs. Liang's exit, Tong informed Mu's mother, "Mother, the events of today were entirely instigated by my sister." Mu's mother gazed at Mu Yunjiao in astonishment. However, she could not take her daughter-in-law's word alone as truth. "Zhao Zhao, what is the matter here?" Deep down, she still wished to believe in Mu Yunjiao. Noticing Mu Yunjiao's silence, she urged, "Zhao Zhao, do speak." Tong shot a glare at Mu Yunjiao. "It was my sister who informed Aunt Liang that Miss Lin had taken a liking to Liangxi. I cannot fathom her motives. Mother, consider. What merit does Liangxi possess that Miss Lin would find him appealing?" Mu's mother nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yet, Aunt Liang believed it, and soon related to Liangxi. "I just inquired with the Lin family. Liangxi intercepted Miss Lin in the woods." Tong lowered her voice. "Mother, is it true?" Mu's mother's expression darkened. "Could such a thing be possible?" "Yes, mother. If anything were to happen to Miss Lin, given the concern her elder brothers have for her, would they let the Mu family off the hook so easily? Moreover, that Zhao Jinwu has close ties with the Lin family. Is my sister not endangering the Mu family? As Tong finished, Mu's mother's countenance shifted dramatically. Before she could reprimand Mu Yunzhao had already knelt down, saying, "Mother, the daughter acknowledges her mistakes. I acted with good intentions, but ended up causing harm. I thought Sister Lin, having lost her husband, would be pitiful. Please punish Zhao." Looking at Mu Yunzhao, who was kneeling with her head bowed low and tears streaming down her face, Mother Mu found it hard to continue her scolding. With a sigh, she admitted, "Indeed, this matter was poorly considered on your part." Feeling weary, Mother Mu waved her hand. "Well, this is a matter between the younger generation. Regardless, you are a child of the Mu family, and you must never harbor ill intentions. Go, and remember to apologize to Miss Lin and explain everything clearly." As night deepened, everyone fell asleep. Only Li Wenqing, who was resting in the carriage, played with the flashlight in his hand. He had pondered its mechanism for several days, but remained perplexed as to how it emitted light. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside. He lifted the curtain and saw a shadow crouching near the sleeping Miss Lin. Instantly, he realized that the scoundrel was likely plotting to steal from her. He turned on the flashlight, illuminating the person's face, and to his astonishment, it was Liang Shi. Startled by the sudden brightness, Liang Shi, guilty of misdeeds, stumbled back with a cry. The Lin family was awakened, prompting Li Wenqing to quickly turn off the flashlight, secretly marveling at its effectiveness. Chai Ya, who was sleeping beside Lin Ji, sprang up and struck Liang Shi across the face. With a hearty appetite and considerable strength, Chai Ya delivered a powerful blow that sent Liang Shi sprawling to the ground, her ears ringing. Chai Ya mounted Liang Shi and began to pummel her, demanding, "Who are you? What were you searching for just now? Did you steal my family's money?" When Liang Shi remained silent, Chai Ya continued, "If you refuse to answer, I shall beat you to death." Hearing the commotion, the brothers and sisters-in-law approached, illuminated by moonlight, asking Lin Ji, "Sister, are you unharmed?" Lin Ji shook her head. It was not until Liang Shi could bear it no longer that she cried out, "Miss, spare me, please." Only then did they recognize her. Lin Xiao Yin exclaimed, "The Liang family is truly brazen. Fortunately, we discovered this early. Otherwise, my sister's reputation might have been tarnished." The two brothers unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Liang Shi. Eventually, the commotion attracted the attention of the constables, who, after learning the circumstances, realized Liang Shi harbored ill intentions to steal Lin Ji's wealth. Whether her aim was theft or to ruin Miss Lin's reputation remained a matter of speculation among the onlookers. Conversations erupted around them, revealing that Liang Shi's children had indeed followed in her footsteps. They decided it best to safeguard their wealth and keep their distance from the Liang family, lest they fall victim to their thievery. "Return to your rest," commanded one of the officers, prompting the crowd to disperse. Liang Shi was taken away by the constables, and everyone knew she would undoubtedly face punishment. That night, Zhao Zhan, who was off duty and resting at a distance, also rushed over, asking, "Miss Lin, are you all right?" As she gazed at everyone surrounding her with concern, Lin Zi felt her eyes grow warm. "I am fine. You all should return to your rest." Having lost her mother at a young age, she had never experienced such care from her father. Lin Xiran, unable to ease his worries, suggested, "Zi, why not sleep in the carriage? There is the deposed prince inside, and the Jinwu guards are stationed nearby, taking turns to protect him. They cannot afford any mishaps during his exile. It can be said that the carriage is the safest place within the entire entourage. Elder brother, I am quite comfortable here. Liang Shi has already been taken away by the officials. There is no longer any cause for concern." Her second brother, Lin Xiaoyin, also urged, "Sister, please return to the carriage for your rest. That way, we can all feel at ease." He understood that his sister had accumulated a considerable amount of silver in recent days, drawing envious glances from those around her, who regarded her with a predatory gaze. Currently, some of the belongings from the carriage had been transferred to another, and they had nearly finished the remaining food. The carriage had become much more spacious. Even if Lin Zi were to sleep in the carriage, there would be sufficient room. However, she felt an innate aversion towards the deposed prince, Li Wenqing. Were it not for the Lin family's impending fate, she would have preferred to keep her distance from him. Ultimately, under the persuasion of her brothers and sisters-in-law, Lin Zi decided to board the carriage. Reflecting on how Li Wenqing had assisted her once more that day, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your help today." Chapter 67. Deceiving Li Wenqing, Lin Zi climbed into the carriage and found a thin quilt lying down on the opposite couch. Only then did Li Wenqing realize that Lin Zi intended to sleep there. However, it was her carriage, and it was entirely reasonable for her to do so. "Miss Lin, there is no need for gratitude. This treasure was given to me by you." Yet, he pondered, how could this treasure emit light without fire? Where did Miss Lin acquire such a marvel? Finally, Li Wenqing voiced his curiosity, having been troubled by the matter. Lin Zi glanced at him and suddenly hatched a plan. Why not play a trick on this ancient gentleman? This is crafted from the fallen iron of Kunlun Mountain, containing the essence of thunder and fire. A gift from an immortal, Lin Zi declared solemnly. Li Wenqing was astounded. Miss Lin had encountered an immortal? Observing his naive expression, Lin Zi nodded gravely. Indeed, how could I possibly deceive him? She gestured for Li Wenqing to hand her the flashlight and pointed at its switch, explaining, "This is a mechanism. When the mechanism is activated, it harmonizes the universe, allowing the essence to flow freely, thus revealing the treasure. When the mechanism is disengaged, it is as if the hexagram is obstructed and the brilliance is contained within." "Ah, I see," exclaimed Li Wenqing, overwhelmed with gratitude for Miss Lin's willingness to bestow such a treasure upon him. Noticing the change in his gaze towards her, Lin Zi felt a surge of joy within her heart. She beckoned Li Wenqing closer and lowered her voice. "That old immortal insisted on taking me as his disciple due to my exceptional bone structure. However, I could not bear to leave my parents and brothers, so I declined." Li Wenqing's expression turned slightly regretful. "What a pity. Not at all. While I did not leave with the immortal, he imparted some knowledge to me. Thanks to his guidance, I have gained a glimpse of the heavenly mysteries and can occasionally foresee fortunes and misfortunes," Lin Zi replied, shrouded in mystery. "Do you know why I do not permit you to marry Mu Yinzhao? It is because she is a harbinger of misfortune for you, with her by your side. You shall not live past 30. Li Wenqing regarded her with skepticism, scrutinizing Lin Zi. "Do you not believe me? If you can indeed glimpse the heavenly mysteries, why not first peer into your own fate?" She had been deceived by the Qin family, and if she could truly foresee the future, how could she have ended up marrying into the Qin family? He was no naive child. One cannot heal oneself, nor predict one's own fortune. It is easier to discern the fates of others than to glimpse one's own. Lin Zi pondered before continuing. "You are right. I cannot simply ask you to believe my words without proof. Allow me to divine a little." Closing her eyes, she waved her hands in a seemingly chaotic manner, reciting incantations with conviction. After a considerable time, she proclaimed, "Tomorrow afternoon, it shall rain, and this rain will last for 3 days." Lin Zi recalled reading that on the 13th day of exile, rain fell upon the road. Though not heavy, it would suffice to hinder the journey of the exiled. However, the court had its regulations. Even in rain, one must travel as usual. Following the rain, the weather would grow cold, and some female exiles, already frail, would succumb to illness. It was during this time that an assassination occurred, resulting in numerous casualties, with Li Wenqing sustaining grave injuries. On the 5th day, another assassination attempt is anticipated, involving 30 to 40 skilled assailants clad in black, far surpassing the capabilities of the Jinwu guards. Young Master Li should prepare himself early. Having expressed this, he grew weary and decided to rest, urging the other to sleep as well. Soon, the sound of deep slumber emanated from the couch. Yet Li Wenqing found himself unable to drift into sleep. Lin Fu, being his trusted confidant, naturally warranted trust in his daughter. However, an unsettling feeling lingered regarding Lin Zi, as if she harbored secrets. Could it truly be, as she claimed, that she had encountered an immortal? If that were the case, it would elucidate the Qin family's subsequent misfortune, as well as her sudden disappearance and reappearance that night. Ultimately, he resolved to place his trust in her for this instance. Unbeknownst to Lin Zi, her offhand fabrication had effectively dispelled Li Wenqing's suspicions about her abrupt vanishing. That night, the Lin family slept soundly. While young, she endured a grim fate. Under Zhao Zhan's directive, he was subjected to 30 lashes before being released. The previous night, darkness had concealed the extent of his injuries, but upon seeing him today, Liang's mother was horrified to discover the severity of her son's wounds. The officials had employed excessive force during his punishment. A surge of fury ignited within her, prompting her to seek out the Lin family for confrontation. Yet she hesitated after a few steps. If she were to suffer the same fate as Liang Shi at the hands of the officials, who would care for her 2 grandchildren? My son, you must not provoke the Lin family again. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon Mu Yunzhao. She is the architect of this turmoil, Liang's mother lamented. Liang Shi opened his eyes, filled with resentment toward his mother. Mother, this is all your fault. Had you been more discerning, I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament. The lashes had jolted him to awareness, revealing that even Mu Yunzhao had exploited him. The humiliation and the beating he suffered were all orchestrated by the machinations of these 2 women. They should brace themselves. This reckoning was far from over. Prepare yourselves. It is time to depart, shouted the official, prompting everyone to rise and gather their belongings. The Yin family had also finished their meal and were readying themselves for departure. Meanwhile, Lin Zi led a stretching session, attracting numerous participants. Witnessing the Lin family traverse such distance daily without complaints of fatigue, they approached Lin's mother, Gu Qingwan, and Feng Luo to inquire about their effective morning exercises. Learning of the benefits, they eagerly joined in. As Lin Zi drove the cart, her mind was preoccupied with the events of the past few days. While others faced deprivation during their exile, the Lin family thrived financially, inevitably drawing envy and potential conflict. It was plausible that trouble would arise from time to time as outsiders sought to provoke the Lin family. Perhaps it would be prudent to redirect the silver earned from the suffering of the people for the welfare of the populace, garnering a reputation for benevolence. More importantly, among this group of exiles, some would eventually return to the imperial city alongside the deposed prince. Why not seize this opportunity to forge alliances? Should the narratives within books ring true, should the Lin family reach such a pivotal moment, these individuals might feel indebted to the Lin family for their prior assistance. Aligning with them, even if they did not ally, they would not become adversaries. The weather today was stifling, devoid of wind, with leaves remaining utterly still, as if affixed to their branches. The exiles could not refrain from cursing, lamenting the oppressive heat that beset them long before noon. Pondering how they would endure the days to come, they had scarcely traversed half the distance. Accustomed to lives of luxury and ease, they had never before endured such hardship. Some among them even grumbled internally, attributing all their woes to the deposed prince, questioning why he had resorted to witchcraft, thereby implicating them all. At noon, the group of exiles passed by a relay station in a county. Lin Ji intended to take to Lin to procure supplies. Today, they needed to acquire a stock of raincoats, bamboo hats, and tents, as well as ample provisions and medicine for treating colds. Just as she was about to step outside, Mu Yunzhao approached her, inquiring, "Sister Lin, are you heading out?" Chapter 68. A lesson from Mu Yunzhao. Lin Zi lifted her gaze to Mu Yunzhao and inquired, "What is it? Speak." "Lin's sister, I must confess my fault. I should not have introduced you to a suitor without consulting you first. I sincerely apologize." Lin Zi waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Her intuition told her that Mu Yunzhao was harboring some ulterior motive or perhaps seeking a favor. "Lin's sister, we are good friends. Please do not ignore me," Mu Yunzhao implored, her expression rife with grievance, as though Lin Zi had wronged her. The onlookers turned their attention toward them. Lin Zi chuckled. "Are we going through this charade again? Miss Mu, do enlighten me. What brings you here? I trust it is not merely to apologize. Why would you doubt me, Lin's sister? You must believe that I acted with good intentions, albeit poorly executed. With no intention of causing you harm," Mu Yunzhao asserted, her gaze ostensibly fixed on Lin Zi while subtly glancing at Li Wenqing. Upon noticing Li Wenqing's gaze directed toward them, her fa-ade of grievance deepened. Lin Zi sneered inwardly. This was the classic behavior of a protagonist from a novel. If she failed to forgive Mu Yunzhao, it would reflect poorly on her character. However, Lin Zi had always been straightforward. In situations advantageous to her, she would retaliate without hesitation. For instance, in the Qin household, She had refrained from striking back in the presence of the servants and family members due to the unfavorable circumstances. With a resounding slap, Lin Zi struck Mu Yunzhao across the face. Mu Yunzhao, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Why did you hit me?" In an effort to ensure symmetry, Lin Zi delivered another slap to the opposite side, smirking. "Did you not request that I do so? What did I ever ask you to hit me?" Mu Yunzhao glared furiously at Lin Zi. Lin Zi took a step back, feigning fear. "Oh, dear. Miss Mu, you are quite fearsome. You nearly frightened me to death. Since it was you who brought Liangxi here, if you truly wish to apologize, your demeanor ought to reflect sincerity. If your intentions are disingenuous, perhaps it would be best for you to leave." "You." Mu Yunzhao was about to retort but paused, recalling the purpose of her visit. She then donned a smile. "It is all my fault. Lin's sister, your reaction is entirely justified. I truly deserve that. Who could have known Liangxi was such a person? If it would ease your grievances, please feel free to strike me again." Mu Yunzhao's expression was one of utmost sincerity, her demeanor humble. Should Lin Zi strike her again, it would only serve to paint her as unreasonable. Lin Zi chuckled. "Very well, then. It seems I momentarily lost my temper and struck you too hard, dear Mu. It is indeed my fault for being so incensed. Consider my reputation was nearly tarnished because of this." She feigned wiping away tears. Li Wenqing, observing Lin Zi's theatrical display, couldn't help but smile. "Now that we understand that Miss Mu did not act with malice and that I am not so petty, let us put this matter behind us. Miss Mu, please do not dwell on it. I have other matters to attend to, so you should rest as well." With that, Lin Zi attempted to walk past Mu Yunzhao. "Lin's sister." Mu Yunzhao called out to Lin Zi. "Is there something else you need, Sister Mu?" Lin Zi turned and inquired. "Sister Lin, are you heading out to gather supplies? Might you also bring something back for Zhao Zhao?" Mu Yunzhao handed Lin Zi a note detailing her required items, which included a raincoat and a bamboo hat. Lin Zi secretly marveled at the protagonist's resourcefulness in acquiring paper and pen. Many convicts lacked the freedom to procure supplies, and upon hearing Mu Yunzhao's request, they too began to contemplate the possibility of asking Lin Zi for assistance in obtaining their own items. "Apologies, Sister Mu, but I have an overwhelming list of items to purchase, requiring me to visit numerous locations, including medicine for my father. You know the exiled convoy only halts at the station for an hour, and I truly cannot spare the time," Lin Zi replied before turning to leave. With the conversation reaching this point, Mu Yunzhao felt it inappropriate to press further and acquiesced, while the others subdued their desires as well. Lin Zi instructed Lin to split their tasks, sending him to the city to seek out raincoats, bamboo hats, and oilcloth, while she handled the rest. Upon hearing Lin Zi's request for such a large quantity of raincoats and hats, Lin quickly deduced that Miss Lin was likely preparing for the other exiles as well. However, given that spring rarely brought rain, he looked up at the sky, noting the clear weather, devoid of clouds. Miss Lin's preparations seemed superfluous. Nevertheless, he decided to comply with her request, reasoning that the expense was not his concern. The two parted ways, departing the station with their carts. Lin Zi had ample supplies in her space, so she needed only to procure a few essentials, primarily the medicine for treating colds and fevers. Just as Lin Zi and Lin returned, the exiled convoy set off. Li Wenqing was astonished to see the mountain of raincoats and bamboo hats piled on the cart. After their conversation the previous night, he had dismissed Lin Zi's words as fanciful upon waking the next morning, wondering how he had been so gullible. Yet now, witnessing the abundance of supplies, he realized that Lin Zi was likely not deceiving him. These items certainly came at cost, which was no small matter for the current state of the Lin family. Given this, with the assassination attempt looming in 4 days, it seemed prudent for him to prepare adequately, grateful for the time still available. Before an hour had passed, the sky darkened unexpectedly. Initially, the group had been sweating profusely, but as the wind picked up, their spirits lifted at the prospect of relief from the scorching sun. However, their joy was short-lived as raindrops began to fall, particularly distressing for the female convicts, who had never experienced rain before and clamored for shelter. The guards cracked their whips against the ground, urging everyone to continue moving. Those who lagged were struck by the whip, frightened into compliance, and hastening to keep pace with the convoy. Li Wenqing, observing from the cart, was taken aback. Was this all mere coincidence, or could it be true, as Lin Zi claimed, that she possessed the ability to foresee the future? Through the curtain of the cart, he gazed at Lin Zi driving ahead. He found himself more inclined to believe the latter. At that moment, Mu Yunzhao approached. Lin Zi noticed the set of raincoat and bamboo hat in her hand and instantly understood. The raincoat and hat were items she herself could not bear to wear, and it seemed they were intended for Li Wenqing. Is there something you need, Sister Mu? Lin's sister, the weather has suddenly turned rainy. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao managed to procure a raincoat and hat at the station around noon and wishes to present them to His Highness. Surely, Lin's sister would not hinder Zhao Zhao from offering them to His Highness? The implication in her words was clear. If Lin Zi were to refuse, it would reflect poorly on her relationship with the deposed prince. Lin Zi turned to call towards the carriage. Young Master Li, someone is seeking you. Chapter 69. Accusing her of enticing men, Li Wenqing lifted the carriage curtain and peered out, spotting Mu Yunzhao. Recalling Lin Zi's words from the previous night, a frown creased his brow. What brings you here? His tone was laden with detachment. Your Highness, this is a gift from Zhao Zhao. I hope you will accept it. Mu Yunzhao gazed at Li Wenqing with warmth. Thank you for your kind gesture, but I believe you should keep it for yourself, Li Wenqing replied, unceremoniously dropping the curtain back down. Mu Yunzhao's face flushed crimson in an instant, remembering how Lin Zi had previously interfered whenever she approached the... She surmised that Lin Zi must have said something to him, as he was now ignoring her. She glared at Lin Zi. Sister Lin, why must you act this way? Lin Zi, taken aback, asked what? With a fierce look, Mu Yunzhao shot back. Sister Mu, why do you persist in opposing me at every turn? Do you comprehend the implications of your words? It was Master Li who rejected you. What does that have to do with me? Furthermore, although it has started to rain, do you truly believe Master Li would require this raincoat while seated in his carriage? Lin Zi mocked, casting a derisive glance at Mu Yunzhao. Momentarily stunned, Mu Yunzhao quickly regained her composure. In her previous life, that had caught a chill from the rain, she had devised a scheme, purchasing a raincoat and bamboo hat, intending to offer her only raincoat to Li Wenqing, hoping to win his favor even if it meant she herself fell ill. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that Lin Zi was present this time, and that it was comfortably sheltered in his carriage, rendering the raincoat unnecessary. Sister Mu, you ought to have offered a carriage instead of a raincoat, Lin Zi remarked, causing Mu Yunzhao's face to flush with embarrassment. Noticing the gazes of those around them, she hurriedly clutched the raincoat and fled. Meanwhile, Lin Zi halted her carriage. With the rain now falling, she intended to distribute the raincoats and bamboo hats among everyone, though not everyone would receive one. As the carriage carrying the came to a stop, a few officials rushed over, inquiring about the sudden halt. I have prepared raincoats and bamboo hats for everyone, including you officials. Please allow me to distribute them, Lin Zi responded. The official, momentarily taken aback, observed as Lin Zi opened the rear door of the carriage, revealing a pile of raincoats. His demeanor instantly brightened. Good. Who could have predicted this weather would turn so foul? It seems Lin has been quite thoughtful. With that thought, he hurried off to make arrangements, and soon, the convoy came to a standstill. There was a small door at the back of the carriage. Without disturbing Li Wenqing, Lin Zi retrieved the raincoats. She first distributed one to each member of the Lin family, ensuring that even the servants and Lin Zheng and Lin Lu received their child-sized versions. Once the Lin family was taken care of, she instructed the servant to summon Zhao Zhan, intending to give a raincoat to each member of the Golden Guard as well. She earnestly hoped that during the assassination attempt 4 days hence, the Golden Guard would be able to protect the Lin family. The official who had previously run off soon returned with 3 other officials. Each official received a raincoat, totaling over 30 garments distributed. Zhao Zhan, accompanied by 2 members of the Golden Guard, approached Lin Zi. Lin, how much do these raincoats and bamboo hats cost? I will have my brothers gather the funds to compensate you. Brother Zhao, please do not stand on ceremony with me. The safety of our journey depends on your vigilance. Lin Zi remarked courteously. Although her words were polite, The members of the Jinwu Guard understood that their sole responsibility lay in safeguarding the exiled crown princely wenching. The fates of other exiles, even if they perished before their eyes, were of no concern to them. Since Miss Lin had expressed herself thus, it was clear that the Lin family would henceforth be under the protection of the Jinwu Guard. The Jinwu Guard took possession of 40 sets of raincoats and bamboo hats. Lin Shui, a member of the Lin family, approached Lin Zi and began, "Cousin Gigi." Before she could finish, Lin Zi interjected, "Sister Shui, I was just about to send for you. Please take what you need from the carriage." Lin Shui paused, her eyes growing misty. With her mother's frail health, the onset of rain weighed heavily on her heart. At that moment, she saw Lin Zi distributing raincoats to the main branch of the Lin family. Concerned for her mother, she felt compelled to approach, yet when she stood before Lin Zi, words eluded her. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Zi who spoke first. "Thank you, cousin," Lin Shui said, taking a set of raincoat and bamboo hat. As she turned to leave, Lin Zi called out, "Sister Shui, why have you only taken one? Are you and cousin Xiuhai not in need?" "No need, cousin, as long as mother stays dry. That is enough," Lin Shui replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Lin Zi retrieved 2 additional sets from the carriage, stating, "These are tailored for you and cousin Xiuhai. You must take them and wear them." As she spoke, she pressed the raincoats and hats into Lin Shui's arms. "Thank you," Lin Shui replied, her voice choked with emotion, casting a grateful glance at Lin Zi before hurriedly departing. This kindness would not be forgotten, regardless of their past interactions within the Lin household. Lin Zi's daily care for them during their exile had established her as a benefactor in Lin Shui's heart. In that brief moment, the rain intensified further. Observing that the main branch of the Lin family had received raincoats, and with the Jinwu Guard having taken so many, the members of the Fan family began to ponder their own needs. After much hesitation, Fan Darren approached, tentatively inquiring, "Miss Lin, regarding the raincoats." "My wife is unwell and I." Fan Darren's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to articulate his request. He had intended to purchase a raincoat from Lin Zi, but found himself lacking the funds. However, with his wife falling ill recently, he mustered his courage to approach her. Without hesitation, Lin Zi counted out 8 raincoats and handed them down from the carriage, saying, "Fan Darren, please take these." Fan Chung quickly waved his hands. "No, Miss Lin, that is too much. I cannot afford it." Lin Zi smiled. "There is no need for payment. You and my father are colleagues. It is only right that I assist you." Fan Chung was momentarily taken aback. "Then thank you, Miss Lin, if there is ever an opportunity." His voice trailed off, and a shadow crossed his eyes. What opportunities could possibly arise? He was exiled alongside the Crown Prince, and it was clear that the Chi Prince would not permit the Crown Prince's return to the capital anytime soon. "Master Fan, have faith in yourself and in young Master Li. That day will surely come," Lin Zi whispered. "One can only hope, if that day truly arrives. I shall repay Miss Lin." Fan Chung was skeptical of Lin Zi's words, secretly pondering that the child was merely trying to console him. Upon noticing that the Fan family members had donned their raincoats and bamboo hats, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Gradually, people approached Lin Zi, requesting raincoats. However, Lin Zi was discerning in her generosity. Those who had previously purchased meals from her would receive complimentary raincoats without payment. It was her way of rewarding loyal customers. Moreover, she would consider the character of those asking. For instance, individuals with connections to Lin Fu, those burdened by the fallen crown prince, and those guilty of negligence. All deserving of her kindness were given raincoats. Conversely, she would certainly refuse those who were corrupt or oppressive, lacking moral integrity. Just then, a member of the Bai family stepped forward, saying, "Miss Lin, there are 12 of us in our household. Could you kindly provide 15 sets?" Lin Zi immediately recognized this woman as one of those who had vocally criticized her during her confrontation with the Liang family the previous day. With a smile, she replied, "Certainly, 1 tael of silver per set. Please, Mrs. Bai, kindly provide the payment first." Mrs. Bai's expression darkened abruptly. "What? 1 tael of silver? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Chapter 70. Confrontation with Lin Zi. It is noteworthy that an ordinary raincoat and bamboo hat on the market merely cost 30 or 40 coins for a set. Yet their waterproof quality is subpar, leaving one utterly unprotected in the rain. Even superior quality sets are only priced at 1 or 200 coins. The better quality ones prepared by Lin Zi are priced at approximately 70 or 80 coins for a set, requesting 1 or 2 silver coins. Madame Bai glared furiously at Lin Zi. Lin Zi merely smiled sweetly. If Madame Bai finds it too expensive, you may seek alternatives elsewhere. Madame Bai was momentarily speechless. In this desolate wilderness, where could she possibly go to make such a purchase? Even if she could find another vendor, the escorting officials would not permit her to leave. Frustration bubbled within her, yet she was reluctant to part with a silver coin for a raincoat. Miss Lin, would it be possible to reduce the price a little? Perhaps 2 sets for 1 silver coin? Not possible, Lin Zi replied without hesitation. As the rain threatened to intensify, Madame Bai, with tears in her eyes, begrudgingly produced the coins, her heart aching at the loss. As she returned with a raincoat and bamboo hat, passing by the Fan and Shui households, she overheard them praising Lin Zi's kindness for gifting them rain gear without charge. Enraged, she flung the raincoat and bamboo hat to the ground and confronted Lin Zi. Lin Zi, your heart is so black. You give them rain gear for free and charge me such an exorbitant price? Lin Zi's expression turned cold. If Madame Bai does not wish to purchase them, I can return your coins. You, Madame Bai stammered. When you and second aunt conspired against me yesterday, did you consider leaving a thread of goodwill for future encounters? Now you expect to give me your items for free. On what grounds? Lin Zi's words immediately flushed Madame Bai's face with embarrassment. After all, she hailed from a prestigious family and was not without her pride. Hearing the whispers of those around her, she lost her composure and left, head bowed in shame. She regretted trusting Madame Zhou's words and joining in her mischief in recent days. Now, it seemed she had incurred a significant loss. She had hoped to use that money to weather the storm in Fangzhou, but now she had squandered 12 coins. Madame Liang had initially come to collect rain gear for free. As her son Liang, she was ill, forcing her to muster her courage. However, upon learning that the Bai family had spent a silver coin, she found herself without any coins of her own. She approached Lin Zi to inquire if she might receive a few items as a gift. Before she could speak, Lin Zi interjected. The Liang family wouldn't receive a single item even for an exorbitant price. Madame Liang was incensed. Lin Zi, do not overstep your bounds. Am I overstepping? Or are you? Lin Zi retorted. Madame Liang, allow me to inform you that today, Ms. Zhao also arranged for rain gear to be purchased. She just sent some to young Master Li, who graciously declined them. Given your close relationship, why not ask her for assistance? Ms. Zhao is so kind-hearted. She would surely not demand payment from you. Upon hearing that Mu Yun Zhao had also procured rain gear, Madame Liang scoffed and departed. As Madame Bai, clutching the raincoat, passed by the second branch of the Lin family, she shot a cold glance at Madame Zhou. Were it not for the Zhou family, she would not have had to pay such an exorbitant price for the rain gear today. Madame Zhou, perplexed, noticed the raincoat and bamboo hat in Madame Bai's arms and inquired, Madame Bai, where did you acquire that rain gear? Madame Bai paid her no heed and walked straight past. Filled with confusion, Madame Zhou glanced towards the source of her curiosity and finally noticed Lin Zi distributing raincoats to the crowd. Her heart leaped with joy as she called for Madame Zhou from the third household to join her by Lin Zi's carriage. Gigi, I see they have all received raincoats and bamboo hats. My aunt and I have come to collect ours as well. Lin Zi smiled brightly. Of course, second aunt. It's 1 tael of silver for a set. How many sets would you like? Both Madame Zhou and Madame Zhou exclaimed in unison. What? 1 tael of silver for a set? Gigi, we are family. Please don't do this. Lin Zi let out a cold laugh. Second aunt. Have you forgotten that your son forced our family to sign the severance agreement? She glanced at the others, noting the dwindling supply of raincoats. If you wish to have one, it is 1 tael of silver per set, and those who act quickly shall claim them. Seeing the situation unfold, those who had not acquired raincoats disregarded the price and began to scramble for them. Though costly, it was certainly better than facing the rain unprotected. Lin Zi, however, did not charge everyone. Those who had spoken up for her received theirs free of charge. Meanwhile, those who had insulted her were filled with regret. But if they did not purchase, they would be left to endure the rain. Some believed the rain was light and would soon cease. secretly cursing those who had paid exorbitant prices for raincoats. As the last raincoats were about to be sold, Madame Zhou and Madame Zhou felt a surge of urgency and rushed back to gather their funds. They inwardly cursed Lin Zi for being as heartless as her parents. Approaching the matriarch, old Madame Wang, they spoke of their desire to purchase raincoats. With 12 mouths to feed, 7 from the second household, 4 from the third, plus old Madame Wang, the need was pressing. Upon hearing about the silver requirement, old Madame Wang flatly refused to part with any. "Mother, please give me the silver. If we delay, the raincoats will be gone, and we will be left to get drenched," Madame Zhou insisted. "I just heard them say the raincoats were to be given out for free. Why do we need to pay here?" Old Madame Wang frowned, recalling how, since the family division incident, Lin Xiaozhe had attempted to coax money from her, making her wary of them as if they were thieves. She was convinced that Madame Zhou and Madame Zhou had conspired to swindle her. "Mother, this is all true. If you do not believe me, let your daughter-in-law accompany you to see. I am not deceiving you." Seeing old Madame Wang's indifference, Madame Zhou grew anxious. "Mother, please say something. If you doubt me, just ask my sister-in-law. She is most obedient to you and certainly would not deceive you." Madame Zhou nodded in agreement. "Mother, what second sister-in-law says is true." After much effort, they finally managed to extract some silver from old Madame Wang and hurried off to buy the raincoats, only to find that only 3 remained. Anxiously, they inquired, "Where are the raincoats?" Lin Zi shrugged. "They're all sold out. If second aunt does not want these 3, they will be gone shortly." Madame Zhou's face turned a deep shade of anger as she grit her teeth. "I want them," she said, begrudgingly pulling out 3 taels of silver to hand to Lin Zi. Inwardly, she berated old Madame Wang. With so many people in the second and third households, how could there possibly be only 3 raincoats? Had the matriarch been willing to part with her silver from the start, they would not have faced the prospect of going without protection from the rain. As the last 3 raincoats were sold, Lin Zi closed the small door at the back of the cart, donned her raincoat, and placed a bamboo hat upon her head before climbing onto the carriage. Li Bunking, peering through the curtain, regarded Lin Zi with a quiet admiration. The heavens had bestowed a rain, enabling Miss Lin to gather a multitude of patrons and amass a considerable fortune. Meanwhile, Mu Yunjiao cast her gaze towards Lin Zi on the nearby cart, her eyes shadowed with inscrutability. No wonder the deposed prince had refused her raincoat. It appeared Lin Zi had prepared a substantial stock of raincoats and bamboo hats. Yet, how had she foreseen the rain today? The weather had been splendid upon their arrival at the post station around noon. Could it be that she... Before Mu Yunjiao could ponder further, Liang Mu approached her, delivering a sharp slap to her face. "You wretched little girl, it is entirely because of you that our Liang family lacks raincoats." Chapter 71. The good daughter of the Mu family. At this moment, Mu Yunjiao was seething with anger. Having just endured humiliation from Lin Zi, and now this old woman had come to trouble her once more. Overwhelmed by rage, she impulsively lashed out at Lady Liang's face. Lady Liang, taken aback by Mu Yunjiao's retaliation, was caught off guard and felt a sharp sting of claws upon her cheek, leaving a crimson mark. With a sharp intake of breath, she instinctively reached for her face. How could Lady Liang bear such indignity? Grasping Mu Yunjiao's hair, she retaliated with forceful strikes aimed at her face. Although the Liang family was not of the highest social standing, they lived comfortably with dozens of servants in their household. However, after their downfall and the confiscation of their estate, the servants were sold off, and Lord Liang perished in prison, leaving only the widow and her 2 young grandsons to fend for themselves. Now, with Liang Shi injured, their misfortunes seemed to compound, all due to Mu Yunjiao's actions. The more Lady Liang pondered, the angrier she became, her strikes growing more forceful. "You little wretch, you possess a raincoat while we, the Liang family, are left to suffer in the downpour. Hand it over," she exclaimed, attempting to strip the coat from Mu Yunjiao's shoulders. Mu Yunjiao, desperate to resist, found herself overpowered by Lady Liang's strength. Fearful that her cries would attract Li Wenqing, she could only grit her teeth and shed silent tears. Witnessing the distressing scene, Mu's mother hurriedly intervened, urging Lady Liang to reconsider, to talk it over calmly. Yet, Lady Liang remained obstinate. prompting Mu Qin to step in and separate the two women. "Why did you strike Zhao Zhao?" Mu's mother demanded, her face flushed with anger. She was thoroughly incensed by Lady Liang's behavior. Regardless of any fault on Mu Yunzhao's part, there was a hierarchy in their family. As her stepmother, Lady Liang had no right to intervene so brazenly. "How dare you even ask? Do you not understand the wrong she has committed?" Lady Liang retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Mu Yunzhao. "Liang, she is now covered in injuries. And while the Lin family distributed raincoats freely, she was subjected to humiliation here. Miss Lin even claimed she would not part with her coat for a king's ransom. Is this not all due to her?" Lady Liang spoke with righteous indignation, fully aware that from this day forward, her relationship with the Mu family would be irrevocably severed. During daylight, she had waited long for the Mu family to send provisions, but to no avail. Sending her grandson Liang and to inquire, he returned in tears, revealing that Lady Mu would no longer provide aid, as her own family was struggling to make ends meet. Lady Liang quickly realized that the excuse of not helping them was merely a fade. The true reason was likely her altercation with Mu Yunzhao and Lady Yang's protective tendencies towards her. When she confronted Lady Yang, the latter reiterated the same excuse, leading to a fierce argument that ended on a sour note. Without the Mu family's support, they were left to subsist on the government-issued coarse bread. With Lady Yang cutting off their aid, Lady Liang felt no need for civility. Perhaps if she threw a fit, Mu Yunzhao would relent and relinquish her raincoat. Mu's mother was well aware of the raincoat's delivery by Lin Zi. She instructed Tong to fetch it, yet Tong returned empty-handed. It was then that she realized Lin Zi's ire towards Mu Yunzhao was ignited by matters concerning the Liang family. Mu's mother urged Tong to spend money to procure a raincoat, leading to the purchase of an exorbitantly priced one. However, she did not concur with Madame Liang's statements. The refusal of Miss Lin to sell to them stemmed from Liang Shi's offense against her. What concern did that hold for Zhao Zhao? Had he not harbored ill intentions, he would not have offended Miss Lin nor faced the wrath of the officials. Madame Liang paused, her teeth clenched in fury. Were it not for that wretched woman deceiving them initially, claiming that Miss Lin had taken a liking to Liang Shi, none of this would have transpired. That vile woman had ensnared them in a dreadful predicament. If the Mu family continued to impede the Liang family's peace, they could expect no respite in return. Months of imprisonment, compounded by the days of exile, had driven Madame Liang to the brink of madness. Observing the bloodshot eyes of Madame Liang, Mu's mother was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "What do I intend to do? Surely, your Mu family has procured raincoats as well? Hand over your raincoats." After a moment of contemplation, Mu's mother furrowed her brow, asking, "How many do you require?" "2 for adults, and I demand the ones for the 2 children as well." Upon hearing this, Tong immediately bristled. "On what grounds?" "I specifically purchased those for my children. If I give them to you, what will my 2 children wear?" "I care not. If you do not hand them over, should anything befall my 2 grandsons, I shall hold your Mu family accountable for their lives." Faced with Madame Liang's unreasonable demands, Tong was infuriated. Just then, the previously silent Lord Mu spoke. "Give them to her." "Father," Tong protested. "I said give them to her." With her father's stern countenance, Tong dared not speak further and reluctantly removed the raincoats from the children. The 2 children resisted, and, after much coaxing, Tong finally succeeded in stripping the raincoats from them. The adults, in turn, removed their raincoats and handed them to Madame Liang. Cradling the 4 raincoats, Madame Liang coolly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." After taking a few steps, she turned back to add, "I must remind you of one thing. Your illegitimate daughter was aware that rain was imminent early this morning and even arranged for a raincoat to be purchased. Had she thought of you, you need not have gone to Miss Lin to procure one." Mu's mother, in disbelief, glanced at the aggrieved Mu Yunzhao standing nearby. How could that be? The raincoat Zhao Zhao wears was purchased by her sister-in-law. At that moment, Mu Yunzhao, with her hair disheveled and her face swollen, appeared utterly pitiable, eliciting more sympathy from Mu's mother. "Do I have any need to deceive you? If you doubt my words, you may inspect her bundle." She just offered a raincoat but he refused to accept it. With her objective achieved and thoughts of her 2 grandsons still exposed to the rain, Madame Liang chose not to linger and departed. Mu's mother turned to Mu Yunzhao. Zhao Zhao. Is what Madame Yang said true? Mu Yunzhao shook her head in distress. Relieved, Mu's mother sighed. I knew it. Zhao Zhao would not engage in such behavior. At that moment, the rain intensified. Mu Qin removed his raincoat and offered it to his father. However, the two children of the Tong family were without their raincoats. Heartbroken for her children, Tong had no choice but to remove her own raincoat and drape it over them first. Consequently, both Mu and Mu Qin, along with Tong, were drenched in the rain. While Lady Liang's previous remarks were met with skepticism by her mother-in-law, Tong chose to believe them. It was then that Tong rushed before Mu Yunzhao, snatched the bundle from her back, and upon unveiling it, discovered it was indeed a raincoat. Mu Yunzhao, you are quite something. You possess a raincoat, yet said not a word about it. Truly, you are a commendable daughter of the Mu family. Chapter 72. Where are you looking? Tong reflected on her decision to purchase a raincoat at a high price from Lin Zi, while Mu Yunzhao, who already possessed one, had said nothing about it. No, elder sister-in-law, allow me to explain. Mu Yunzhao felt utterly wronged. Wasn't she considering the interests of the Mu family? In 5 years, Li Wenqing would return to the capital as emperor. If she could secure Li Wenqing's favor, it would essentially pave a prosperous path for the Mu family. You dare to quibble? Tong rebuked angrily. Mu's mother was equally incredulous, realizing that Zhao Zhao had a raincoat but chose to hide it away, even gifting it to the deposed prince instead of providing it for her father and stepmother. A chill of disappointment washed over her. Mu's father cast a glance at Mu Yunzhao, his disappointment evident in his eyes. He instructed Mu Qin to quickly inquire with the Lin family before the group set off and to purchase a few more raincoats. Mu Qin complied and hurried off. However, he soon returned, reporting that the raincoats were all sold out, leaving the Mu family to face the rain unprotected. He himself was untroubled, but his heart ached for the two children. With a heavy sigh, Mu's father looked up at the sky and murmured, "May the rain not be too heavy." At present, the Mu family possessed only 4 raincoats, 2 for men and 2 for women. The one purchased by Mu Yunzhao was male-sized, while she donned a female-sized coat. Given the tender age of the two children, it was decided that Mu's mother, who was unwell, would wear one, and Mu's father would wear another. The couple of Mu Qin would each wear one, sheltering the two children beneath their protection. Thus, Mu Yunzhao was left to brave the rain. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, yet dared not reveal a trace of her frustration. Meanwhile, the second and third branches of the Lin family had also erupted in quarrels. Zhou and Zhou, armed with silver, had managed to purchase only 3 raincoats from Lin Zi. The elder matriarch donned the first one. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin's second and third uncles claimed the remaining 2 for themselves. Zhou's heart ached for her grandson Ru, wishing to dress him in one, while Zhou felt the same for her young son Lin Xiuqi. In no time, the entire family was embroiled in a brawl over the coveted raincoats. Standing quietly to the side, Lin Jingzhu dared not utter a word. Each time discord arose within the household, she invariably became the target of their ire, serving as a convenient outlet for the frustrations of the second and third branches. As anticipated, after just a few exchanges, Zhou approached her. Jingzhu, I heard that during your midday visit to the post station, you went out and brought a raincoat for Miss Mu? Lin Jingzhu, unable to conceal the truth from Zhou, nodded slightly. Mother, I had no inkling that it would rain. Had I known, I would have purchased one for myself as well. Indeed, the raincoat and hat that Mu Yunzhao possessed were brought back by her. At the time, when Mu Yunzhao was turned away by Lin Zi, she sought out Lin Jingzhu, promising a reward for her assistance in carrying back items. However, Lin Jingzhu declined, having observed that Miss Mu also held disdain for Lin Zi. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. Furthermore, Miss Mu had previously been a close friend of Lin Zi. Fostering a friendship with her might provoke Lin Zi's ire. At that moment, she casually inquired, given this splendid weather, why does Miss Mu need to purchase a raincoat and bamboo hat? Surely it would be wiser to save the money for food. Mu Yunzhao offered a brief explanation, mentioning that her father was concerned about the sun, hence the purchase of the hat. Lin Jingzhu thought little of it at the time. Who would have guessed that rain would indeed begin to fall? Had she known, she would have joined in the purchase as well. What are we to do now? Can you bear to let such a young child as Rui be caught in the rain? Complained Mistress Zhao. What troubled Mrs. Zhou most was that, ever since Lin Jingzhu and Lin Zi had been dismissed together, she found herself constantly outshone by Lin Zi. What does mother mean? Lin Jingzhu felt a twinge of unease. Return to the previous town, follow the official road. The exile party moves slowly. Purchase a raincoat and then return. Mother, but what if the rain stops soon? Wouldn't it be redundant for me to make another trip? Will you go or not? If not, then cease your following. Lin Jingzhu felt a sense of injustice. Mother, this is intentionally making things difficult. Ever since she had been forced to leave her home, she sought warmth from her maternal family, only to find that they were the ones who bullied her the most. She understood that if she did not comply with her mother's orders, she would only incur further complaints. Very well, I shall go. She immediately rose and retraced her steps along the official road. Lin Jingzhu was not on the list of exiles, and after a few inquiries, the official allowed her to pass. Meanwhile, the exile party began to move. The rain seemed to conspire against them, falling with a relentless clatter, growing heavier by the moment. Fortunately, most were clad in raincoats, while only a few were left to endure the downpour. Yet, as long as the officials did not call for a halt, they dare not stop. Coming from noble families, they initially resisted the escorting officials, but the officials had their methods for dealing with exiles. When the escort executed 2 fleeing exiles before their eyes, they learned to fear the officials. They came to realize that their very lives were now in the hands of the escort, should they offend them. Even if they were to be killed along the way, the officials had the means to cover it up. As long as they reported to the court that the exiles had been executed for attempting to flee, it would suffice. Ahead, a female exile stumbled, her knee plunging into the mud with a splash. The escort cracked his whip and shouted, "Are you trying to die? Get up!" Startled, the woman scrambled to her feet and continued onward. Lin Zi sighed inwardly. The rain could not have come at a worse time. Although she sat in the carriage, she was positioned on the front crossbeam to hasten the journey, and her circumstances were hardly better than those of the others. Her raincoat had become thoroughly soaked, weighing heavily upon her. Water dripped from the brim of her hat, forming a curtain that blurred her vision. While she had a raincoat at her disposal, it was from a different era and thus inconvenient to produce, especially considering her 2 brothers were still wearing light shackles. With Lin Zi's arrangements, Lin Zheng and Lin Lu boarded the carriage belonging to Lin Fu, allowing her to rest easy concerning their welfare. Only Madame Song, the mother, along with her 2 elder brothers and their respective wives, had to rely on their own 2 legs to traverse the arduous journey, clad in heavy raincoats, which made their endeavor even more challenging. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, akin to a famished beast sharpening its teeth amidst the clouds. The rain intensified, and having already covered over 30 miles, the escort decided to halt their journey early to seek refuge from the downpour. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the escort could find no shelter and instructed the exiled group to stop, allowing everyone to find their own resting place. Fortunately, the heavens showed mercy as the rain gradually subsided and the thunder ceased. The group noticed a few large trees nearby, and the ground beneath them was dry, which brought them joy, prompting everyone to rush towards the trees for shelter. The Lin family also climbed aboard the spacious carriage where Lin Fu was located. It was a bit cramped, yet they managed to squeeze in. Lin Ji, too, removed her raincoat and slipped into the carriage. She caught a glimpse of Li Wenqing, whose phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, resembling a cat that had just stolen a treat. Following his gaze, Lin Ji looked down to find her clothes thoroughly soaked. The rain had clung to her form, revealing her delicate curves for all to see. "Hey, Li Wenqing, where are you looking? Turn your head this instant." Chapter 73. What does it matter if she has been married? Before Li Wenqing suddenly realized that he had lost his composure. It was indeed inappropriate to gaze at the young lady for such an extended period. He turned his head away. "Li Wenqing, I wish to change my attire." "You must not turn around, or I shall have you thrown from the carriage," Lin Zi warned. Li Wenqing's expression darkened instantly. "Miss Lin, rest assured, I have no interest in your person." Lin Zi was momentarily taken aback. "You," just as she was about to retort, she reconsidered. It was unnecessary. She retrieved a set of garments from her bundle and swiftly changed, only informing Li Wenqing when she was done. "Thank you for your trouble. Lin Zi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She thought she had misheard, for it was rare to hear such words from Li Wenqing. Allowing a lady to drive the carriage, while I, a mere man, remain seated inside, is quite the arrangement. However, Miss Lin, do not fret. I have taken note of all your actions. Should the need arise, I shall repay you in kind. Seeing the sincerity in Li Wenqing's words, Lin Zi waved her hand. There is no need, just remember our prior agreement. She did not press the matter further, only wishing to preserve the lives of her family. As for whether her father would accompany Li Wenqing back to the capital in 5 years, from her recent observations, she believed he would. If she could persuade Lin Fu to keep the family away from the capital, it would provide her with greater peace of mind. The rain had caused considerable discomfort, especially for those without ponchos. Their ochre garments clung uncomfortably to their skin, and the chill of the wind only exacerbated their shivering. Even those clad in ponchos eventually removed them, finding the garments underneath equally damp. When the rain ceased, they intended to start a fire to dry themselves, but were thwarted by the lack of dry kindling. Upon seeing Lin Zi dismount from the carriage, everyone gazed at her expectantly. Lin Zi was puzzled until a woman asked if she could start a fire, leading her to understand why they were looking at her. She had been regarded as their savior. I shall give it a try, she replied. Surveying the area, she noted that all the firewood was wet. She gathered some and made her way to a large tree, which remained unoccupied, the ground beneath it dry. This shall do, she thought. Next, she sought out Zhao Zhan and asked him to use his knife to split some dry wood, revealing its inner layers, which were indeed dry. Zhao Zhan, being astute, understood Lin Zi's intention to kindle a fire and scraped the wood shavings with the tip of his knife, soon forming a fluffy bundle. We have enough tinder now. Brother Zhao. Lin Zi ignited the shavings first, then gradually coaxed the wet wood into flame, watching as white smoke began to rise. Although it took considerable effort, the fire finally blazed to life. Upon witnessing Lin Zi successfully starting a fire, the others felt a deep admiration for her. One by one, they gathered around, and soon multiple fires were crackling. After days without the savory braised pork Lin Zi used to prepare, someone inquired if she could cook it again. Having purchased pork in the town earlier that day, she readily agreed to their request. The task of cooking was entrusted to Chai Ye and Mama Fong, while Lin Zi directed from the sidelines. The members of the Lin family had changed into fresh garments and came down to lend their assistance. As the fragrant braised pork was taken off the stove, the esteemed gentleman Fan and Shui approached, drawn by the enticing aroma. Miss Lin, we find ourselves without silver. Might we request a line of credit? They inquired, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had long desired to sample the delectable braised pork crafted by Lin Zi, yet their financial means were woefully inadequate. Ultimately, they could no longer resist the temptation and approached her, hopeful that she would extend credit, promising to repay once their fortunes improved. Of course, Lin Zi replied with a warm smile. In 5 years, both gentlemen would return to the capital, where they would continue to serve as esteemed advisors to Li Wenqing after his ascension to the throne. There was little concern that they would default on the debt. Rest assured, we shall draft an IOU and affix our seals, ensuring repayment in due course, they assured her. Upon hearing that credit was available, many others began to express their interest in securing similar arrangements. However, Lin Zi made it clear that not everyone would be granted credit. Only those with a genuine chance of returning to the capital would be considered. She was no philanthropist, nor did she seek to cultivate a reputation for benevolence. Furthermore, in this world, good deeds did not always lead to good fortune. Nevertheless, she decided to reduce the price, rather than the customary 5 taels of silver for a bowl. Today, due to her recent purchase of meat, she would offer 2 bowls of braised pork and 4 bowls of rice for the same amount. After the meal, those who had dined with her would also receive a bowl of herbal medicine to ward off colds. This medicine was derived from cold prevention granules she had extracted from her storage, and she had prepared an ample supply of 50 packets. Although the quantity was limited, she intended to replenish her stock soon. Today's batch would be consumed, but she would have 3 large bags remaining for future use. Naturally, Lin Zi also prepared 2 bowls for Li Wenqing and Zhu Sheng, placing them on the table inside the carriage. Li Wenqing raised an eyebrow at the dark-hued concoction in the bowl. Upon finishing, I shall take the bowl down to be washed, he remarked. yet did not move to taste it, feeling quite robust and in no need of preventive measures. Zhu Sheng interjected, "Miss Lin, do not force our master to drink this bitter brew. He has a lifelong aversion to medicine, a fear so profound that even the empress could not persuade him otherwise. This medicine is not bitter. If you choose not to partake, I shall simply offer it to someone else," Lin Zi replied. Li Wenqing exchanged a glance with her, and without further ado, he lifted the bowl and drank it down. To his surprise, it was indeed not bitter. He finished it in one go and set the bowl down, leaving Zhu Sheng astonished. Could it truly be that the medicine was palatable? Zhu Sheng cautiously took a sip and was pleasantly surprised to find it not only non-bitter, but even slightly sweet. After dismounting from the carriage, he could not help but exclaim, "Miss Lin is truly remarkable. She is the daughter of Lord Lin, and had she not been married, she would be a fitting match for our master." Noticing Li Wenqing's piercing gaze, he quickly corrected himself. "I spoke foolishly. Forgive me. I shall take my leave now and stand watch outside the carriage. Should you require anything, please call for me." "Very well. You may go," Li Wenqing replied coolly. The carriage was soon left in silence, occupied solely by him. He retrieved the flashlight he always carried, playing with it momentarily, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, if it were not for Miss Lin's marriage." Recalling that instance when he awoke to find Lin Zi leaning over him, their lips nearly touching, Li Wenqing felt a flush of warmth spread across his face. His initial reaction that day had been anger at himself for allowing Lin Zi to treat him so lightly. Despite his current misfortunes, he believed he should not be subjected to such indignities. However, upon discovering that her actions were meant to save him, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. He found himself wishing that Lin Zi had merely been teasing him. What did it matter that she had been married? At the very least, her capacity to love someone unconditionally was commendable. The example of Qin Lang was telling. Despite being impoverished and lacking in merit, Lin Zi had resolutely chosen to wed him. Unlike the women surrounding him, who all had ulterior motives, he could not help but envy Qin Lang. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him and turned to see Lin Zi and Zhao Zhan opening the carriage door. "Brother Zhao, it seems there might be rain tonight. I have prepared an oilcloth, and perhaps your Jinwu Gar brothers could set up a few more tents. We shouldn't sleep outdoors tonight." Indeed, Miss Lin's foresight is remarkable. Li Wenqing furrowed his brow and stepped down from the carriage, moving to the back. "Miss Lin, allow me to assist you as well." Chapter 74. Have you grown heartfelt? Young Master Li, it would be wise for you to return. You are still injured. Lin Zi was fully aware that Li Wenqing's wounds had healed. Nonetheless, his prolonged pretense of illness should not be in vain. "It matters not. I shall be cautious. And I am unharmed," Li Wenqing insisted, joining in without further resistance from Lin Zi. Allowing him to train was not a bad idea. Zhao Zhan had always held Lin Zi's words in high regard, and he, along with the brothers of the Golden Guard, began to erect tents. The officer in charge displayed a hint of disdain, doubting that it would rain that evening. The Golden Guard offered no explanation, and soon 6 large tents were raised beneath 4 grand trees. The Lin family set up 2 tents, one for the ladies and one for the gentlemen. The Golden Guard accommodated 10 men in each of their 4 tents. Observing the Lin family's tents, many felt envious, yet lacking waterproof tarpaulins, they approached Lin Zi, inquiring if she had any surplus. Lin Zi had prepared only a limited amount of tarpaulin, as the carriage could not accommodate more. Some were gifts, while others had been purchased, but most were reluctant to part with their coins, believing that rain was unlikely that night. Before long, the tarpaulin was entirely distributed. Lin Zi then instructed Chai Yi to summon Lin Shui, urging them to sleep in the tents as well. Lin Shui, worried about her mother's condition, was overwhelmed with gratitude upon seeing her cousin, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she expressed her thanks. She sent her brother Lin Xiaohui to the gentleman's tent, while she carried Madame Lu into the ladies' tent. Madame Lu, frail and weak, repeatedly murmured, "Schwerer, do not mind me. Quickly put me down. I cannot let my illness trouble the family." The sight of the two entering the tent startled everyone. Madame Lu's pallor revealed the severity of her ailment. For the past few days, Madame Song had been sleeping in the carriage, leaving Lin Zi, her 2 sisters-in-law, Mama Fong, and Chaya in the tent, who could easily squeeze together to rest. What has happened to fourth aunt? Gu Wanyan inquired. Lin Shui gently set her mother down and knelt before Lin Zi, pleading, "Cousin, I implore you to save my mother. Is fourth aunt ill?" Lin Shui's tears flowed freely. "My mother is not long for this world. Today's rain has caused her fragile health to falter." Lin Zi helped Lin Shui to her feet, saying, "Do not panic. We shall devise a solution together." After asking a few questions, Lin Zi deduced that Madame Lu's symptoms were indicative of what was historically referred to as wind cold, accompanied by a high fever. She had prepared remedies for wind cold beforehand and instructed Chaya to brew the medicine. She also retrieved an ibuprofen from Madame Lu to take. After consuming the medicine, Madame Lu fell into a deep slumber. "Do not grieve too much, dear cousin. I believe fourth aunt will pull through." Lin Shui nodded, her eyes still glistening with tears. In this desolate wilderness, finding a physician was impossible, so they must proceed as best they could under the circumstances. Lin Shui refused to sleep, intent on keeping vigil by her mother's side. The others understood the bond between mother and child and did not press her to rest. In the dead of night, Lin Zi was startled awake by the sounds of commotion outside, mingled with the patter of rain. It seemed as if the voices of the second and third branches of the Lin family could be heard. The rain had returned, falling even heavier than during the day, and it was evident that the shelter of the grand trees was insufficient to shield those outside from a downpour. Lin Zi felt fortunate that there was no strong wind at that moment. Otherwise, their tent would have been swept away. The next day, the rain persisted, yet they were summoned by the officials early in the morning to resume their journey. Regardless of the downpour, even if it were raining knives, they had to adhere to the laws of the court. After packing their belongings, Lin Zi suggested, "Sister Shui, Aunt C is still unwell. I shall go and negotiate with the officials to see if we can arrange for her to ride in the cart." Lin Shui was somewhat tempted, but was promptly refused by Madame Lu. "No need, Gigi. My illness is not severe. I have already recovered. Besides, the rain isn't too heavy now, and with a raincoat and bamboo hat, I shall remain dry." As she spoke, she took Lin Shui by the hand and walked into the exile group. She was already a burden to the main family and did not wish to add to their troubles. Lin Zi did not press the matter. After all, one must know when to help others to avoid it becoming an expectation. At noon, the procession halted for half an hour. Traveling in the rain was inherently slow, and they had to avoid significant delays to reach Fangzhou by the designated date. The Lin family took out the white flour cakes that Lin Zi had purchased in town, pairing them with pickled vegetables to fill their stomachs. Li Wenqing noticed Lin Zi boarding the cart and offered her a piece of the white flour cake from the table. Lin Zi paused for a moment, but accepted it. Observing Li Wenqing devouring the cakes, she was surprised at his ability to endure hardship. He seemed to relish the food. The two ate in silence, with Li Wenqing stopping after 2 cakes, while Lin Zi consumed 3. This prompted Li Wenqing to glance at her again, astonished by her frail appearance, yet her substantial appetite. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught her attention. It sounded like Lin Shui's voice. Lin Zi quickly stuffed the last bite of the white flour cake in her mouth, declaring, "I will go take a look." With that, she jumped down from the cart. "Hey, be careful," Li Wenqing exclaimed, but Lin Zi had already dashed away, rendering his concern seemingly superfluous. Peering through the curtain of the cart, he watched her blend into the crowd and could not help but mutter under his breath about her meddlesome nature. Upon reaching the scene, Lin Zi indeed found Lin Shui. The second and third families were attempting to snatch the raincoats from the fourth family. Lin Jingzhu had gone to purchase the raincoats, but by the time she reached town, it was already late. As a frail woman traveling at night could be fearful, she decided to stay in town, planning to continue her journey the next day. At that moment, she had yet to catch up with the exile group. When Lin Zi arrived, she witnessed Lin Shui thrusting a wooden hairpin towards Lin Xiozhi's throat, causing blood to gush from his neck. In pain, Lin Xiozhi cried out, "Return the raincoats belonging to my mother and brother, or I shall make him pay with his life." Lin Zi regarded her with admiration. Lin Shui was indeed fierce. Madame Xiao, terrified, hastily handed the raincoat in her possession to Madame Lu. "Shui, do not act rashly. I have already returned the raincoat to your mother. Please release your cousin." Only then did Lin Shui relent. However, Lin Xiaojia seized the hairpin and aimed it at Lin Shui's face. Madame Yu screamed in fright. Xue! Quick dodge! Lin Shui realized it was too late to snatch it back, resigning herself to the thought that if her face were to be ruined, so be it. What use is beauty? She pondered, as she sensed several individuals casting their scrutinizing gazes upon her throughout this journey. If her visage were to be marred, she would ironically find herself safer. Lin Zi stood by, suddenly shoving Lin Xiaojia, thereby thwarting his intentions. Only then did Madame Lu breathe a sigh of relief. She embraced Lin Shui tightly, gazing at her daughter, who was unscathed, and wept uncontrollably. Lin Zi could not restrain her fury, exclaiming, Lin Xiaojia, you have gone too far. Lin Shui is your sister. Do you truly wish to ruin her beauty? Have you no conscience? Chapter 75. Scolding her for turning a blind eye to deaf Lin Zi. This matter pertains to our second, third, and fourth branches. You are no longer a member of the Lin family, so refrain from meddling. Lin Xiaojia glared at Lin Zi. I tell you, Lin Xiaojia, the raincoats worn by the fourth aunt and others were gift for me. Did you seek my consent before deciding to wear them? Lin Zi harbored a profound disdain for Lin Xiaojia, a coward who preyed upon the weak and vulnerable. Lin Xiaojia, in a petulant tone, retorted, since they were given to our Lin family, they belong to us. They belong to the fourth branch as well as to the second and third branches. Why should we seek your approval? Before Lin Zi could respond, the typically gentle lady Lu stepped forward and forcefully pushed Lin Xiaojia aside. As long as I draw breath. You shall not bully my child. It was evident that Lady Lu exerted all her strength. Lin Xiaojia stumbled and fell to the ground. Lady Zhou advanced, attempting to shove Lady Lu, but was intercepted by Lin Shui. Lin Zi instructed Chaya to summon the officials, as trouble was brewing. Only after the officials arrived did the second and third branches relent. With a sigh, Lin Zi quietly remarked, Sister Shui, this cannot continue indefinitely. You ought to consider a way to separate from the second and third branches. She held a fondness for her sister Lin Shui, whose tenacity mirrored her own. Yet there were matters beyond her aid, and Lin Shui would have to stand firm on her own. When the officials reminded them it was time to depart, Lin Zi finally returned to the carriage. 2 days later, the rain ceased, but the temperature plummeted. The last 2 days had been truly arduous. The relentless rain had left the exiled prisoners half ill. By evening, as they made camp, some lay down on the ground and could not rise again, causing great distress among their relatives, who wept and lamented. They pleaded with the officials to summon a doctor for their loved ones. But the slow progress over the past 3 days meant they were still far from the next relay station. The officials were unlikely to delay the entire journey for an inconsequential prisoner. One woman even thought of Lin Zi and approached her for assistance. I am sorry, but I am not a doctor and cannot tend to your loved one. Lin Zi flatly refused. It was not that she lacked compassion. According to human nature, should the patient recover, all would be well, but if the patient were to perish, she would be the first target of their ire. The woman bowed deeply, pleading with Lin Zi to save her husband's life, promising to serve as a beast of burden in the next life. Lin Zi's expression hardened. Madam, do you not comprehend what I said? I am not a physician. I cannot treat illnesses. You are placing undue pressure upon me. Lin Zi could easily summon a doctor with her carriage. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Some jeered, saying, indeed, one cannot be so heartless as to stand by while others perish. Lin Jingzhu chimed in, yes, how could she bear to witness such suffering without intervening? She should fear nightmares for her callousness. If I had a carriage, I would have rushed to their aid by now. Lin Jingzhu had only joined the exiled procession the following afternoon. Having hired a carriage to bring raincoats she purchased for the second and third branches to wear. Lin Zi was left speechless. Why should I feel guilty? Their deaths are not my doing. Why should I bear the weight of guilt? Moreover, regarding the individual seated in the carriage, I trust you are aware that he too has succumbed to illness. Would you have me dismiss him, disregarding his life or death, solely to save your loved ones? I cannot bear such a burden. Lin Zi turned to Lin Jingshu, saying, since you, dear cousin, are so benevolent, why not offer your silver to this lady, allowing her to procure assistance from the authorities? Surely, once the funds are provided, the officers will show some leniency. Lin Jingshu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the winds of fate would blow her way. I have no money. No wonder then. It appears that my esteemed cousin can only perform good deeds through mere words. Lin Jingshu was momentarily speechless. Attempting to retort, she saw the gazes of those around her and hurriedly retreated in shame. Coughing violently emerged from the carriage. Lin Zi thought to herself that Li Wenqing was quite cooperative. Well, you have heard it. My father has repeatedly instructed me to care for Master Li. I must now attend to the patient, madam. Please. Recognizing the futility of her efforts here, the lady departed with reddened eyes. The surrounding crowd, eager for resolution, had no choice but to disperse as well. Lin Zi entered the carriage, scrutinizing Li Wenqing, uncertain whether his ailment was genuine or feigned. After all, they shared a mutual interest. A few expressions of concern could secure protection for the Lin family once Li Wenqing ascended the throne. Such a transaction would be worthwhile. Noticing his pallor, she inquired, "Are you unwell? The weather has been rather chilly these past few days. You ought to dress warmly." She herself had layered her outer garment with an additional coat. Cough, 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 there's no need. Was he without warm clothing? Lin Zi speculated. As a prince, he undoubtedly had personnel to manage such matters, having likely overlooked them in his haste. He had left without his thick cloak. Suddenly recalling that she possessed some warm garments in her spatial inventory, she offered, "I happen to have a few pieces here. If Master Li does not mind, I could lend them to you." Li Wenqing frowned. "But they are all new, rest assured, Master Li." Upon hearing this, his expression softened once more. Lin Zi rummaged through the carriage for a considerable time, retrieving 4 fine-quality coats from her space. "Choose one." Li Wenqing casually pointed to a deep crimson piece. "That color suits you well. The other 3 I shall take for my father and 2 brothers." With 3 coats in hand, she also gathered a few women's garments into a large bundle as she descended from the carriage. She had forgotten to prepare warm clothing for the children, Zheng and Lu and would have to settle for the feminine attire. After ensuring that each member of the Lin family's main household received a coat, Lin Zi felt relieved. Upon her return, she found Zhu Sheng shivering beside the carriage. Realizing that he had not only failed to prepare warm clothing for Li Wenqing, but had neglected his own as well. She climbed into the carriage, feigning a search for garments while secretly retrieving one from her space to offer to Zhu Sheng. Turning her head, she noticed the coat still lying on the carriage. "Why aren't you wearing it? You come and put it on me." Lin Zi was taken aback for a moment. "Me? Li Wenqing Nudda. Do you not have hands of your own?" Li Wenqing raised his gaze and said, "Miss Lin has indicated that in 2 days, an assassination will take place. Do you wish to safeguard the lives of your Lin family members and ensure their complete safety?" Lin Zi blurted out, "Of course I do." She genuinely wished to preserve the lives of all her family members. However, she had read that her second sister-in-law, Feng Luo, had sacrificed herself for her brother, losing the child she carried. Moreover, her elder sister-in-law, Gu Wanyun, and Zheng had also suffered grave injuries and perished. Yet with her presence, she might be able to save her family, though ensuring their absolute safety was beyond her capabilities. Even though she had traversed into the book and was aware of their fates, some events remained immutable, such as the exiled route decreed by the court. Fortunately, she still possessed 3 electric batons in her space, which might prove useful. "Serve me well, and I shall take care of these matters," he declared. Lin Zi glared at him. "What? Is Miss Lin unwilling?" She gritted her teeth and replied, "What does Master Li intend by serving?" "Intimate service." Lin Zi inhaled sharply, allowing herself a moment to compose before responding. "Very well, we have a deal. Please wait a moment." She dismounted from the carriage, handed her cloak to Zhu Sheng, and returned to the carriage. Due to his height, Li Wenqing could not stand fully within the carriage, so Lin Zi sat beside him to assist with dressing. She first removed his outer garment, expecting him to be unkempt and odorous from not having bathed for over 10 days due to his injuries. She was pleasantly surprised to detect a faint scent of ambergris instead. It seemed that, despite his dire circumstances, Li Wenqing had not forsaken the use of fragrance, a common preference among men of antiquity. It was indeed remarkable that even in his destitution, he still remembered to adorn himself with scent. She took the crimson cloak to dress him, but it turned out to be slightly snug on him. This was because the clothing belonged to Qin Lang, and Lin Zi still had the garments he had worn stored away in her space, intending to give them away upon her arrival in Fangzhou. After all, she would need to manage her affairs there as well. The sleeves of this cloak are a bit short, but make do with it. If you truly manage to protect the Lin family without a scratch, I shall procure 2 more outfits for you upon our arrival in Fangzhou. Chapter 76. A task for her own hands. Loneliness requires you to sew it with your own hands. Lin Zi paused as she dressed Li Wenqing. Her teeth clenched in disbelief. What? She truly wished to slap herself. How foolish she had been to speak so thoughtlessly to Li Wenqing, even going so far as to prepare for him in Fangzhou. Observing the flush on Lin Zi's face, Li Wenqing curved his lips. Miss Lin, are you unwilling? In just 2 days. Lin Zi smiled sweetly. Of course I am willing. Most definitely. She bore it. After all, he was the future emperor, and she had needs of him. Let it be said that she had usurped the original owneress body. She would repay the Lin family in kind. Just as Lin Zi alighted from the carriage, a cacophony of wails reached her ears. Upon inquiry, she learned that 2 individuals among the exiles had perished, and the officials intended to drag the bodies away for burial. But the families of the deceased were in vehement disagreement, leading to a heated argument. The officials, seasoned in their grim duties, were indifferent to the grief of those who had lost loved ones. These criminals had been raised in comfort, especially the women, who had rarely stepped beyond their doorways, akin to delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Thus, it was not surprising that they could easily be broken by life's tempests. Lin Zi sighed, lacking any desire to revel in the misfortunes of others. Her sole concern was to care for her family. Thankfully, due to her foresight and the daily consumption of the revitalizing spring water, none of the Lin family's main branch had fallen ill. Moreover, Lin Fu's health had nearly recovered. Even if he were not permitted to ride in a carriage now, he could still walk to Fangzhou. She felt profound pity for these unfortunate souls, especially the elderly, the weak, and the children, whose fates rested entirely in the hands of the men in their households. Should a man commit a crime, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined with his. Truly, one must marry a chicken to follow a chicken, and a dog to follow a dog. Dalin gatted firevord. While Mama Fong and the maid were already preparing the meal, Lin Zi approached her 2 elder brothers and said, Eldest brother, second brother, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. The 3 of them moved behind a large tree. What is it, sister? Speak freely, Lin Xiran encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zi replied, Last night, I had a troubling dream. I dreamed of 30 or 40 men in black, each wielding swords, fierce and threatening. Many prisoners were injured or killed, including both sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. In the book, this assassination was orchestrated by Prince Qi, targeting not only the deposed crown prince, but also Lin Fu and the supporters of the crown prince, including Mr. Fan and Mr. Cui. The 2 brothers, Lin Xiran and Lin Xiuyan, were solely focused on protecting their parents, neglecting their wives and children, which left Gu Wanyan to safeguard her 2 children alone, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 severe injury. When an assassin lunged at Lin Xiuyan, he found it too late to evade. Fong Luo unhesitatingly took the blow for her husband. Yet, none of the Mu family members suffered harm that time. Lin Zi furrowed her brow. Could it be that Mr. Mu had already pledged allegiance to Prince Qi? She recounted the events from the book to her brothers. Lin Xiran advised, Sister, it must be that you are overly fatigued, leading to such chaotic dreams. With your brother here, there is no need for concern. Lin Xiuyan added, Indeed, especially with the officials and the Jinwei present. Lin Zi, there is no such thing as the best. If such a situation were to arise, my sister would rather hope that both brothers take good care of our elder and second sisters-in-law, as well as the 2 children. I shall look after our parents. Can we rely on the guards in such matters? They are already overwhelmed, and some of them are so frightened that they have hidden away. The Jinwei are somewhat more capable than the guards, but they are only responsible for the safety of the deposed prince. Upon hearing this, both brothers immediately objected. Lin Xiuyan said, That is unacceptable. If we neglect our parents, will we not be worse than beasts? Lin Xiran nodded in agreement, affirming that as sons, filial piety must come first, and one must strive to serve their parents diligently. Eldest brother, second brother, I've said it before, our parents have me. You're not just sons, you're also husbands and fathers, and you must first care for your own families before considering the larger family. Moreover, do you not trust your sister? I can protect our parents. Lin Zi spoke softly. Second brother, you may soon become a father. Do you not wish to see your child safely brought into the world? Lin Shuyan was taken aback, teasingly questioning how she knew of such matters, especially when even his second sister-in-law was unaware. Perhaps she already knew, and why did she not share it with him? Should he not reflect on the reasons himself? The three were unaware that Feng Luo and Gu Wanyun stood not far away, having overheard their conversation clearly. They had intended to help with the cooking, but had approached upon seeing the three discussing something behind the large tree. Feng Luo's eyes glistened with emotion. Gu Wanyun, astonished, asked, "Sister-in-law, are you truly with child? I had no inkling whatsoever. I remember when I was with child, I was utterly unwell." Feng Luo forced a smile. "It seems I am. Perhaps the child understands its mother-esque condition and is being unusually calm." In truth, her heart was in turmoil. Was she truly pregnant? Her monthly cycle had not appeared for nearly 2 months, and she had thought this was a blessing. At least she did not have to endure the shameful plight of other women, where their monthly flow would stain their garments. If that were the case, she would have lost all courage to live. Lin Zi had also learned from books that after an assassination attempt, there were too many injured, and the steward had sought a physician for Li Wenqing at his request, who also examined the others. One among them was Feng Luo, who had lost her child and almost lost her own life. Though she managed to survive, she had been left unable to conceive again. How wonderful it would be! Zheng and Lu would finally have company. Gu Wanyun felt happy for Feng Luo. However, Feng Luo's eyes darkened. The timing of this child was truly unfortunate. If she were to suffer alone, that would be one thing, but to let the child endure alongside her was something she could not bear. "Sister-in-law, let me help you over there to rest." Just as the two were about to leave, they heard Lin Zi's voice again. "And you, elder brother, before marrying you, our sister-in-law was such a gentle and understanding woman. Now, only a few years into your marriage, you always claim she is unreasonable. A woman who becomes strong from gentle often lacks support behind her. Have you considered whether you have disappointed her too many times?" Chapter 77. The gold that was sent out has been reclaimed. Lin Shiran. Sister. Enough, elder brother. Do not let sister-in-law down again. If anything were to happen to sister-in-law and the children, I would no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Seeing Lin Zi about to get angry, Lin Shiran finally acquiesced. "All right, I shall heed my sister's words and ensure their safety. Yes, that is the brother I cherish." She continued, "And you, second brother, must remember your promise to me." Gu Wanyun paused in her steps. Was this little ant still the same as before? In recent days, Lin Zi's transformation had not gone unnoticed by Gu Wanyun. Even Zheng and Lu adored her, addressing her with affectionate titles. The little ant treated her with great respect and concern. How could one person change so drastically? It felt as though her little ant had been completely transformed. Yet, she found herself quite fond of this new version of her aunt. Regardless of who resided within, she would always recognize her as her aunt. Lin Zi retrieved 2 electric batons from her space, distributing them to her brothers while instructing them on their usage. She urged them to protect their wives and children. The 2 brothers nodded in agreement, yet in their hearts, they contemplated that they would need to balance their responsibilities towards their wives, parents, and sister as the situation unfolded. However, they were most astonished by the incredible weapons their sister possessed. Lin Zi insisted they securely stow the batons. She mused that if she retrieved 3 tomorrow, perhaps she could also provide 1 to Chaya and to Lin, contingent upon whether her space returned to its original state. It was only when Lu called them to dinner that they finally set aside the batons. As Lin Zi approached the dining table, Wang Gonggong came over. "Miss Lin, what delicacies have you prepared today?" As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily darted toward the table. He had not savored Lin Zi's cooking in several days, and the longing was unbearable. Due to the rain over the past 3 days, she had refrained from selling her meals, and the Lin family's main residence had merely subsisted on meager rations. "My apologies, Wang Gonggong. My parents have not been well, so I shall not earn this income." Wang Gonggong quickly replied, I can offer more money. Lin Zi cast a knowing glance at Wang Gonggong. After all, he had yet to recoup the gold he had taken from her. I am Lin Zi coughed lightly. You could see Wang Gonggong. It is not that I refuse to cook, but my health truly limits me. If there were a condition, Miss Lin has but to name it. If you return my golden beans and allow my mother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and the 2 children to ride in the carriage during our journey tomorrow, I will take full responsibility for the meals for the following days until we reach Fangzhou. Lin Zi patted her chest, declaring, even if I were to fall ill, I would rise to prepare meals for you, Wang Gonggong. Wang Gonggong, being astute, could easily discern that Lin Zi was merely feigning weakness. Pa, how could Miss Lin ever fall ill? Do not speak such ominous words. If you were to perish, who would prepare my meals then? Just you wait. The esteemed Wang Gonggong hurriedly departed, only to return shortly with 3 money pouches, restoring the items to their rightful owner, which Miss Lin received with gratitude. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Zi's heart as she eagerly anticipated taking possession of them. However, Wang Gonggong's hand abruptly retracted, pondering the cost of the meal, his heart aching as if blood were seeping from it. From the very first moment, he savored the dishes crafted by Lin Zi. He realized that this silver would not last long. Her culinary skills rivaled those of the imperial chefs. Nay, they surpassed them. Wang Gonggong had grown up in poverty, often going hungry, which led to his being sold to the palace for a mere 10 taels of silver to serve as a eunuch. His avarice was nurtured from that moment, as was his penchant for fine food. Fear not, I shall take care of all the meals along the way, Lin Zi assured him with a smile. Only then did Wang Gonggong relinquish the pouches to her. Upon counting, Lin Zi realized she had amassed a considerable sum from Wang Gonggong over the past few days. Even if he covered the meals to Fangzhou, it was still a worthwhile arrangement. What dish would you like to have, esteemed elder? Do not hesitate to mention it. I shall prepare it for you. Wang Gonggong pondered for a moment before responding, sliced white meat. Very well, esteemed elder, please have a seat. Enjoy the dishes on the table while I prepare the sliced white meat, Lin Zi replied, as Chaya moved a chair for Wang Gonggong to sit down. The Lin family typically set up 2 tables, one for Lin Fu and his wife, along with Lin Zi's brothers and sisters-in-law, conveniently located near the carriage for shared meals, and the other for Lin Zi, where Mama Lin, De Lin, and Chaya dined together. Occasionally, Zhao Zhan and several members of the Jinwu Guard would come to partake in their meals. Since Lin Zi never charged them for their food, they felt somewhat embarrassed to always dine at the Lin residence. However, Lin Zi was indifferent, as she was often elsewhere for her meals. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's 4th house, Lin Shui would come to collect food for their private meals. The pork had already been boiled and seasoned, requiring only a brief reheating and a sauce to be ready. Before long, a plate of exquisite sliced white meat was presented, its skin glistening and the meat a delicate pink interspersed with white, resembling fine mutton fat jade. Wang Gonggong could not resist picking up a slice. The steam mingled with the savory aroma, and before he even tasted it, he was half intoxicated by its scent. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "How delightful!" Lin Zi smiled. "If you enjoy it, please indulge yourself. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach." With her culinary prowess at play, she had no fear of Wang Gonggong's reluctance. Once Wang Gonggong was comfortably settled, Lin Zi took the meal to Li Wenqing. Each day, she reserved a portion for herself, bringing along the freshly prepared, sliced white meat as she boarded the carriage. Li Wenqing glanced at the arranged dishes, 4 courses, 1 soup, and 2 bowls of white rice, and suggested, "Let us eat together. I shall dine outside. This bowl of rice is for Zhu Sheng," he replied, lifting the carriage curtain. "Zhu Sheng, you may join the Lin family for your meal." Zhu Sheng had been waiting outside the carriage, reclining on the cart. Upon hearing his master's command, he had no choice but to comply, responding affirmatively before dashing off. Li Wenqing lowered the curtain and turned to Lin Zi, saying, "He has left." "Very well," she replied. The dishes were identical. For Lin Zi, it mattered little where she dined. However, Lin Zi was quite taken aback to find that Li Wenqing did not criticize her, but instead quietly enjoyed his meal, occasionally serving her food. "Do you care for him?" Lin Zi asked in surprise, lifting her gaze. "Who?" she inquired, furrowing her brow, and suddenly realizing that Li Wenjing was likely referring to Qin Lang. At that time, she was young and had merely been deceived for a moment. After a brief silence, Lin Zi replied, "I have answered. Now it is your turn about your fiancée." Li Wenjing's eyes darkened. "Let's not speak of her. She is unworthy." "Very well." Recognizing his reluctance, Lin Zi wisely refrained from further inquiries. In truth, prior to my incident, the Changsun family had already colluded with the Prince of Qi. Li Wenjing did not continue. "She has long been involved with your brother, hasn't she?" Lin Zi understood without his confirmation. "How do you know?" She glanced at him. "I guessed." She certainly could not disclose to Li Wenjing that her knowledge stemmed from a book. In terms of appearance and physique, Li Wenjing possessed both. And when it came to talent, he was equally endowed. Furthermore, his martial prowess was commendable, even though he had not revealed any of it in her presence. Yet, the author of the book portrayed Li Wenjing as a lonely figure. Chapter 78. Once again, due to my aunt after dinner, Lin Xuyan summoned Fong Luo aside, suggesting that they share the cart for the night, assuring her of his protection. He took her hand gently. Fong Luo understood the reason behind her husband's sudden change of heart. It was all due to her aunt. Tears welled up in her eyes. Since their marriage, they had quarreled numerous times due to her aunt's provocations, and there were occasions when Lin Xuyan had contemplated divorcing her. Yet, once again, it was her aunt's influence that drew her husband's concern. She felt an overwhelming sense of rejection. Even though he loved and protected her, it was because she was Fong Luo, not anyone else. Seeing Fong Luo in tears, Lin Xuyan was puzzled. "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. I can sleep with my sister-in-law," she replied. "My sister mentioned that there are dangers in the coming days and insisted that I be protected." Sister. It's always about the sister. Was it not your sister who urged you to speak to me today? If it weren't for your sister's reminders, would you have even thought of me?" Fong Luo exclaimed. Lin Xuyan was momentarily taken aback. "Fong Luo, do not create unnecessary turmoil." "Unnecessary turmoil?" Fong Luo glared at him. "Lin Xuyan, do you even possess a heart?" Having said that, she tried to walk away. Lin Xuyan was startled. His sister had just informed him of Fong Luo's pregnancy, and he had refrained from asking in front of family. Fearing for Fong Luo's safety, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, commanding her to stay still. Fong Luo struggled, but was utterly unable to break free. "Let me go, release me." After a while, when Fong Luo finally calmed down, Lin Xuyan gazed into her eyes and spoke softly. "These past days have caused you much suffering. I know that many things have been unfair to you, including your dowry, which I gave to my sister. She has scolded me these past few days, but rest assured, I shall earn your dowry back and restore it to you one day." Fong Luo wept in Lin Xuyan's embrace. He held her tightly and added, "If you are still angry with me, then strike me, as long as it brings you solace." To his surprise, Fong Luo did indeed hit him a few times. Lin Xuyan chuckled. "Has Luo found relief? If so, can you tell me, am I truly to become a father?" Fong Luo, somewhat annoyed, cautioned, "Do not shout. It's not yet confirmed." Ignoring her, Lin Xuyan kissed her several times, exclaiming, "I am truly to become a father. How wonderful, how wonderful. Tonight, I shall hold you as we sleep." "Stop shouting, it's mortifying." Fong Luo protested, pushing him away. "I'm going to sleep with my sister-in-law." As she took a few steps, Lin Xuyan noticed her limping and hurriedly called out, "What is wrong with your foot?" "It's nothing. Let me see." Without further ado, Lin Xuyan lifted Fong Luo and carried her away. "Put me down, my foot is fine," she protested. But Lin Xuyan paid her no heed, continuing to carry her until they reached the cart. Removing her shoes and socks, he found her shoes still soaked, with a hole worn in the sole, revealing her foot, which was swollen and red from being soaked. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, concerned. Women in the inner chambers spend all their time in the courtyard. Their footwear is not as sturdy as men's. What difference would it have made if I had told you? Everyone possesses but a single pair of shoes. Who could possibly remove theirs to lend to me? Fong Luo spoke softly. Lin Xuyan felt a pang of guilt and compassion. It seemed his sister was correct. He was her husband, yet she harbored no desire to rely on him, a reflection of his own shortcomings. "Please bear with it for a moment. I will inquire if my sister has a spare pair of shoes." After taking a few steps, he added, Sit patiently. I shall return shortly." With that, Lin Xiuyan hurried away. Fong Luo watched his retreating figure, realizing this was the first time he sought out his aunt for his own benefit. Had it not been for the changes in her, she might have waited her entire life for this day. A tumult of emotions stirred within her, leaving her uncertain whether to feel grateful or resentful towards this aunt. Before long, Lin Xiuyan returned, bearing new shoes and socks, along with a basin he had requested from Lin Zi. He intended to soak Fong Luo's swollen and chafed feet. When Lin Zi realized he was asking for shoes, she suddenly remembered she had completely overlooked that matter. Before her exile, she had meticulously prepared shoes and socks for the Lin family's main household, all tucked away in her space. Even if clothing was not arranged for the journey, shoes and socks were essential, as the long trek would render them the most worn out. However, since her own shoes and socks were intact, she had forgotten to provide for everyone else. "Quickly try on these shoes that your sister bought for you," Lin Xiuyan urged, placing the pristine footwear on the ground. Fong Luo slipped them on, finding they fit perfectly. "My sister truly went to great lengths," she remarked, astonished that her aunt had also prepared shoes for her. "The housekeeper is boiling water. Once it is ready, I will help you soak your feet. There is no need for such trouble. I can manage myself. As your husband, it is my duty to care for you." His words brought tears to Fong Luo's eyes. She nodded very well. It was indeed a rare moment to hear him express such sentiment. The housekeeper soon brought the water, and to ensure Fong Luo's comfort, Lin Xiuyan moved a low stool for her to sit upon, facilitating the foot washing. Lin Xiuyan personally washed Fong Luo's feet. "Is the water temperature to your liking?" Fong Luo smiled, just right. It felt as though they had returned to the early days of their marriage. Yet even then, while Lin Xiuyan treated her kindly, he had never washed her feet. Seeing Fong Luo smile brought joy to Lin Xiuyan as well. As they shared laughter, Lin Zi approached, holding 2 strange bottles. "Elder brother, is it done? I shall tend to sister-in-law's wounds." Witnessing their affection made Lin Zi happy for them. "This will do nicely." Lin Xiuyan took a cloth and carefully dried Fong Luo's feet, then lifted her onto a cart. In front of Lin Zi, Fong Luo felt a wave of embarrassment as Lin Xiuyan carried her about. "I can manage," she insisted. Lin Zi chuckled. "Sister-in-law, let elder brother take care of you. It is his responsibility as your husband." Fong Luo then remained still. Her aunt's words always caught her by surprise. In the past, if her husband had carried her in such a manner, her aunt would have mocked him mercilessly and reported her to their in-laws. With the flickering light from the nearby fire, Lin Zi noticed the severe swelling of her sister-in-law's feet, a large patch of skin completely worn away. She thought to herself, "Sister-in-law is indeed a resilient one. Dear sister-in-law, please bear with it for a moment. Let me apply some medicine for you, and by tomorrow, your foot shall not suffer so much." She retrieved a saline solution, poised to cleanse the wound, when Fong Luo suddenly recoiled. "How can I allow my sister to touch my filthy foot?" Although she was unaware of the nature of the medicine in Lin Ji's hand, she trusted that her sister-in-law would not wish her harm. Yet this foot had endured 2 weeks of travel without a wash. Only today had it been soaked. It was one thing for her husband, Lin Xiuyan, to touch it, but her sister-in-law, that was a step too far. Chapter 79. She must survive. Second sister-in-law. Lin Zi called softly. "Earlier, it was my younger sister who was thoughtless. Could you kindly allow her to treat you well this once? Consider it an apology from her." Lin Zi gently pressed down on Fong Luo's foot. "Second sister-in-law, please remain still. If this wound goes untreated, you may find it impossible to walk on it come tomorrow." Fong Luo felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. It was a profound shock to realize that her aunt was willing to tend to her battered foot. She complied and remained still, allowing Lin Zi to assist her. First, Lin Zi rinsed the wound with saline solution, then applied iodine to cleanse the injury and the surrounding skin, followed by a simple bandaging. "Second sister-in-law, I have taken care of everything. Tomorrow, you, mother, and the eldest sister-in-law shall ride in the carriage together." Fong Luo beamed at this news. "Sister, is that truly possible?" Lin Xiuyan added, "That is splendid news. I was considering hauling you in a car tomorrow, but since you can ride in the carriage now, it will spare you some suffering." Lin Zi nodded in affirmation. She and Lin Xiu Yin exchanged a glance, both recognizing their mutual joy. Today, Fang Luo would share the cart with Lin Xiaoyin. My aunt has changed. Lin Xiaoyin, puzzled, inquired, has she? I thought she has always been like this. What has changed? She has improved, always considering others, Fang Luo replied. I admit that some of my sister's past actions were unfair to you and the eldest sister-in-law. But she was still very young then. You should not hold it against her. Now that she has matured, she no longer acts impulsively. After the Lin family fell into hardship, we depended entirely on her for sustenance and warmth. Without her, it is uncertain whether we could have survived the journey to Fangzhou. Lin Xiaoyin sighed. As the legitimate son of the Lin family, he had grown up with every privilege, never once contemplating the prospect of hunger. He had never imagined that in their family's downfall, it would be his younger sister who upheld the Lin household. Fang Luo chose not to respond. She acknowledged his words. Indeed, it was her aunt who had been their lifeline throughout this ordeal. As an elder brother, Lin Xiaoyin could not perceive the changes in his younger sister as she could. Lin Zi returned to the carriage to rest. Although it was a single-horse carriage, it was far superior to the ordinary carts. Considering the amount of supplies they carried and the need for rest during their journey, Lin Zi had procured a spacious carriage, equipped with 2 beds for sleeping and a small table for tea. With Li Wenqing's expertise, she felt secure in her slumber. However, not everyone shared her peace of mind, particularly Mu Yunzhao. After enduring 3 days of relentless rain, she had fallen ill. Yet, her parents no longer trusted her as they once did, leaving her to fend for herself. Shivering from the cold, she recalled how she had lived in her previous life. Death was not imminent, but this life was somewhat improved by her memories, allowing the Mu family to prepare some provisions, clothing, food, and blankets in advance. Unfortunately, the incessant rain had soaked the blankets thoroughly, rendering them too heavy to carry, and she had discarded them midway through her journey. Now, the cotton garment wrapped around her body had finally dried after being warmed by the fire, making it somewhat wearable. Yet, she could not remain in a state of idleness. Her will to survive compelled her to rise once more from the bed. With determination, Mu Yunzhao retrieved a medical book from her bundle. Upon her rebirth, having learned of the Mu family's impending exile, she had concealed her silver coins and taken with her a medical tome, containing various herbs and their properties. By the flickering firelight, she located the page detailing remedies for wind cold and meticulously committed the listed herbs to memory. That night proved to be a harrowing one for Mu Yunzhao. The following morning, she was taken aback to see Lin Zi descend from the carriage. Wasn't he the deposed prince resting within? Why had the discarded woman, Lin Zi, emerged as well? Instantly shedding her feeble demeanor, Mu Yunzhao sprang up. She could not allow Lin Zi to usurp the deposed prince's favor. She must regain her strength. After a hasty bite of a biscuit, the officials announced it was time to set out. The journey progressed at a sluggish pace, the officials urging the procession forward as though driving cattle, moving step by step. If they paused for even a moment, the exile group would come to a standstill. Only Mu Yunzhao, spotting nearby herbs, seized the opportunity to gather several that were effective against wind cold. Despite the slow march of the procession, she managed to collect an ample supply of herbs without delaying their journey, contemplating the moment they would halt when she could borrow a pot to brew her remedies. By midday, the caravan finally stopped and a multitude collapsed to the ground. Many could not rise again. Their relatives wailed in despair, yet was of no avail. Some had already been weakened during their imprisonment and compounded by their meager rations and the rigors of travel. The rain and cold now proved too much. Mu Yunzhao found herself troubled. Whom could she ask for a pot? It seemed few carried one, and would Lin Zi lend hers? Regardless, she decided it was worth a try. Approaching Lin Zi, she was met with a mere glance as Lin Zi replied, "Apologies, Sister Mu, but I need the pot to brew medicine for my father." Casting a glance toward the carriage of Li Wenqing, she turned away, resolved to seek assistance elsewhere. Ultimately, she did manage to borrow a pot, agreeing to share a bowl of the prepared medicine in return, and her benefactor consented. The official, witnessing the many fallen, feared that they would not be able to proceed in the afternoon, which would inevitably delay their journey. If this continued, they would not reach Fangzhou within the stipulated month. In a state of urgency, the head officer, Lord Zhang, sought counsel from Eunuch Wang, who had no viable solution either. Eventually, Eunuch Wang suggested, "You might inquire with Miss Lin. She possesses medicine for wind cold. I was unwell last night, and the concoction she brewed greatly alleviated my condition today." Thus, the head officer approached Lin Zi once more. Naturally, she was unwilling to assist without compensation. "To be candid, I do have a considerable supply of wind cold medicine, and I can provide it to you, but I do not wish to labor without reward. Should someone consume the medicine and fail to recover, resulting in death, I cannot bear the blame." The officer, understanding Lin Zi's concerns, assured her, "Do not worry, Miss Lin. I will take full responsibility. No one can hold you accountable." With their reassurance, Lin Zi felt considerably relieved. She instructed Mama Fong and Chaya to begin preparing the medicine. Anyone suffering from wind cold could come to receive it. Those with silver could offer a modest fee, while those without could still obtain the medicine. However, they were informed that only wind cold remedies were available, and if one was not afflicted by wind cold, they should refrain from coming for medicine. Concurrently, Lin Zi presented her conditions to Lord Zhang to release the light shackles on the male members of the Lin family's main branch, allowing them to ride in a carriage for the next 10 days until reaching Fangzhou. The officer consented. Once the medicine was prepared, individuals began to collect it from Lin Zi. Only a few households were sufficiently stocked and had not contracted wind cold. Mu Yinzhao never anticipated that Lin Zi had prepared such an ample supply of wind cold medicine. Everyone praised Lin Zi, commending her kindness and beauty, with some even expressing indignation on her behalf, denouncing the Qin family's ingratitude. Nearby, Mu's mother also received Lin Zi's medicine and could not help but remark, "That Miss Lin is truly remarkable. I hear she has prepared ample medicine for everyone." Chapter 80. It must be her doing. Mu Yunzhao clenched her fists. To her astonishment, in this rebirth, she had succumbed to Lin Zi. At this moment, there were also those cursing the Lin family's main branch, including members from the second and third branches of the Lin family and the Liang family. The second and third branches had only managed to procure 3 raincoats, and only Lin Ershu and Lin Sanshu remained unscathed, while the others fell ill after being drenched in rain all day. Even after Lin Jingshu provided them with raincoats, almost everyone else succumbed to illness, particularly old Madame Wang. Although she received a raincoat, perhaps due to her advanced age or perhaps due to her numerous misdeeds, also fell ill. She sat on the ground, incessantly cursing the Lin family's main branch, Lin Fu and Lin Zi, her words laced with venom. She believed her illness was entirely the fault of the Lin family's main branch. Lin Fu could ride in a carriage while she had to rely on her own 2 legs. Fully aware that the medicine was provided by Lin Zi, she felt it was her granddaughter's duty to care for her as a grandmother. The fact that they did not come to tend to her while she was ill was a sin of the Lin family's main branch. Unable to vent her frustrations on Lin Zi, she turned her ire toward Lin Jingshu, exclaiming, "I see my illness is all because of you and that little wretch from the main branch." Lin Jingshu muttered to herself, "How can this be my fault? I am also unwell. Who is to blame for that?" You dare to retort? Second, do not hold back. The Lin family had never had a daughter-in-law who returned home after being divorced. She and Lin Zi were the first, and it must be her doing. However, Lin Jingshu was the biological daughter of Lin Ershu, his firstborn child. Even if he disliked her for feeling she was a burden on the second branch, he would not strike or scold her lightly. "Mother, how can you blame Jingshu for this?" "Then who shall I blame?" Lin Ershu replied, "If blame is to be assigned, let it be to Zi." Zosher interjected, "Indeed, Zi bought a carriage but did not allow you, esteemed grandmother, to ride. They feast daily while denying you even a morsel, choosing to give raincoats freely to outsiders, while neither the second nor third branches received a single coat. Even the ill-fated fourth branch got theirs. Just yesterday, my daughter-in-law saw her delivering 3 coats to the fourth branch. Had you worn one, grandmother, you would not have fallen ill." Zosher shivered from the cold. No one expected that as summer approached, the weather would suddenly shift from summer to deep autumn. Reflecting on the Lin family's main branch's resolute behavior, it was chilling. The weather was cold, and human hearts were even colder. Previously, while at the Lin residence, the eldest sister-in-law, Song Ruolin, hoarded her dowry, unwilling to let the second branch have a single penny, ultimately giving everything to Lin Zi. Now, the main branch feasted and drank without concern for the lives of the second and third branches. Zhou Shi fanned the flames. While old Madame Wang was so furious her heart ached, nearly choking on her indignation. "Bring Lin Fu to me. I must confront that unfilial son." Lin Xiuza replied, "Grandmother, I shall summon him." Lin Fu was indeed called by Lin Xiuza. His health had improved considerably. He had taken the right medicine, and his wounds were healing swiftly. Now, he appeared much healthier and had gained weight. Old Madame, Lin Fu greeted with a bow. Seeing Lin Fu pay his respects, old Madame Wang felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. It appears that Lin Fu still harbors feelings for her elderly mother. She turned her gaze and inquired, "How is your health faring?" "Thank you for your concern, my lady. I am no longer in grave danger," replied the old lady Wang, wiping her tears. "It is a relief to hear. I was genuinely afraid that you might succumb to illness, which would have pained me greatly." Lin Fu observed her theatrics. "I have caused you worry, my lady. Lin Fu, your second and third brothers acted rashly in a moment of folly. As the elder brother, you should not hold their actions against them. That will not be necessary. Since we have severed ties, we are now but two separate families. There is nothing to hold against them." A pang of apprehension struck old Lady Wang's heart. It seemed Lin Fu remained resentful about this matter. At that time, when Lin Fu was gravely ill, she had thought he would never recover, and thus had consented to the severance of their ties. However, later, witnessing the Lin family's continued prosperity while she languished in regret, she was consumed by remorse over her decision. "You seem unwilling to forgive your two brothers. Please speak candidly." "Aunt." Upon hearing the term aunt, old Lady Wang paused momentarily. "Lin Fu, I am your mother." "Do not jest, my lady. You are not my mother. You are merely a concubine of the Wang family, my father's second wife." Old Lady Wang huffed in indignation. "As your elder, I shall speak plainly. I have heard that Gigi possesses cotton garments. Even the fourth household has received some, while the second and third household have fallen ill from the cold. Please inform Gigi to distribute one to each of them. Those garments belong to Gigi. You should inquire directly with her. It is her decision whom to give them to, and my father has no say in the matter." Having served in official capacities for many years, Lin Fu had become adept at navigating the intricacies of court life, which had fostered a certain pragmatism within him. Faced with old Lady Wang's unreasonable demands, he had no desire to engage in futile arguments. He understood well that Gigi would never part with her cotton garments for the second and third households. How can you claim to have no authority over your own daughter? A married daughter is like spilled water. Gigi is merely a relative to the Lin family, especially since we have severed ties. Old Lady Wang found her words caught in her throat. Lin Fu removed his coat and, in memory of his deceased father, offered it to his aunt. "Take this coat, and do not seek me out again. I, Lin Fu, have shown all the kindness I can." He thrust the coat into old Lady Wang's hands and strode away. Fuming, old Lady Wang clenched her teeth. She had initially believed Lin Fu to possess a tender heart, having been considerate of her during their time at the Lin residence. But to her dismay, his heart had hardened over these days. How foolish she had been to sign the severance documents. Had she refrained, she might have leveraged her status as mother against Lin Fu. Meanwhile, Lin Ji learned of her father Lin Fu's act of giving the coat to old Lady Wang and resolved to retrieve another from her space. She felt a sense of gratitude towards the original owner, for even in spring, the original owner had prepared winter garments for the entire household and the Qin family, though they had not yet been delivered when the Lin family encountered their misfortunes. Ji, without waiting for Lin Fu to explain, Lin Ji interjected, "Father, there is no need for an explanation. I have faith in you." Lin Fu nodded, feeling a profound sense of comfort. His cherished daughter had grown up and exhibited remarkable thoughtfulness. Recalling the turmoil that had befallen the Lin family when he found himself imprisoned, Gigi had compelled him to sign a severance document, leaving his heart utterly desolate. This blow was more devastating than his own incarceration and the confiscation of his assets. During his time in prison, he was consumed by sorrow, losing his appetite, and even entertaining thoughts of ending his own life. Little did he anticipate that, on the eve of departure from the 10-mile-long pavilion, Gigi would rush after him. It is only now that he comprehends that nothing brings him greater joy than having his family united in its entirety. Unbeknownst to Lin Fu, after his departure, the second and third branches of the Lin family had erupted into chaos over the matter of that cotton coat. Old Madame Wang summoned both Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Zhou to assist her in donning the garment, but neither moved. Mrs. Zhou remarked, "Mother, you are of advanced age and need protection from the cold. Let this cotton coat be given to Ruier." Chapter 81. Internal conflict. The youngest grandson of the second branch, was merely 4 years old. It seemed entirely reasonable for the smallest child to don the cotton-padded coat. The old matriarch, Madame Wang, cherished Lin Xiuzhe, and naturally, she held affection for his son, However, her affection did not extend to the extent of relinquishing the coat, enduring the cold herself. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou from the third branch immediately objected. How could they give the cotton-padded coat to the second branch? Wouldn't that leave the third branch at a loss? No way. Archier is also the matriarch's grandson. He too feels the chill. Such is the nature of human beings. When the second and third branches sought to gain from the first, they presented a united front, feigning brotherly love and affection. Yet, when their own interests were at stake, conflict arose instantly, each unwilling to yield. Aunt Zhou's face darkened. Your Chier is already 12. How can an uncle compete for a coat with his nephew? Madame Zhou refused to relent. So what if he's 12? He is still a child, and moreover, Chier's health has always been poor. If anything were to happen to him, our third branch would be left with no heirs. I cannot bear to live. You say his health is poor? I see him fit enough to fell a bull. Enchao retorted angrily. The two women exchanged sharp words, neither willing to concede. Madame Wang felt a chill in her heart. Here she was, an elderly mother on the brink of illness, and her daughters-in-law were squabbling over her coat. Enough. Madame Wang's voice rang with authority. Even so, while they ceased their verbal sparring, their glares remained fierce. My dear daughters-in-law, boys have robust energy. As an old woman, I am most susceptible to the cold. Please allow me to wear this coat. Come now, help me put on. Seeing her daughters-in-law, still unmoving, her heart grew colder. Second, third, assist me. Uncle Lin Air and Uncle Lin San understood well that it mattered not who wore the coat. It simply would not be for themselves. They watched helplessly as Madame Wang donned the coat. Standing beside them, tugged at his mother's clothing, wailing, "Mother, I'm cold." Jiang, feeling distressed, comforted him. "Come to your mother's embrace. You shall not feel cold." "No, I won't wear the coat." "Forget about the coat. Who told you to have such a heartless great-grandmother, who only thinks of her own comfort and disregards the well-being of her only great-grandson?" Zhang's anger flared as she cast a glance at Madame Wang. "Mother, the great-grandmother does not love me, so I shall never call her great-grandmother again. She is unworthy." Huiya pouted defiantly. "Ruier, do not speak nonsense." Jiang feigned reproach, her tone lacking any real reprimand. Lin Xiuzhe chimed in. "Ruier speaks the truth. Grandmother is indeed too selfish. Let's not let the younger generation's hearts turn cold." The second branch of the Lin family grumbled against Madame Wang, and so did the third branch. Lin Xiuqing clung to Uncle Lin San and Madame Zhou, pleading for a cotton-padded coat, only to receive a beating from Madame Zhou. While she scolded Lin Xiuqing, her words were laced with grievances against Madame Wang. Why couldn't you reincarnate into a better family, blessed with a grandmother who cares for her grandchildren? Uncle Lin San stood silently, not uttering a word. Madame Wang closed her eyes briefly. She could not comprehend why her son and daughter-in-law, who had always held her in esteem, along with the younger generation beneath them, had turned against her over a mere cotton coat. Yet, she resolved that she would not relinquish this coat. Why should she feel sympathy for these young ones who disregard her well-being? With this thought, she found herself feeling more justified in her resolve. As evening fell, Lin Zi took Chaya for a leisurely stroll nearby, gathering some wild vegetables to prepare soup. They made sweet and sour pork, while Mama Fong and Chaya prepared the vegetarian dishes. Just as the meal was ready, a multitude of people arrived, eager to purchase the sweet and sour pork. Some, lacking silver coins, such as Lord Shui and Lord Fan, were trusted enough to run a tab. Notably, Lord Wang dined with great enjoyment. Curious about how Lin Ziyi could create such delectable dishes, he mused that if she were to open a restaurant, He would be her first patron. Unbeknownst to him, the seasonings Lin Zi used were not available in this era. After the meal, at the behest of the officials, Mama Fong and Chaya prepared 2 large pots of cold medicine. Indeed, it was brewed in large pots, as the smaller medicine jars were insufficient to contain the quantity required. The water was drawn from a nearby river, though Lin Zi had infused it with spring water. Before the medicine was ready, a crowd gathered, fearing they might miss out, nearly toppling the pots. Lin Zi shouted, form a line to receive the medicine. Those who do not queue, please help yourselves." Upon hearing her, the crowd hurriedly formed an orderly line, anxious that Lin Zi might refuse them if she were displeased. With not enough bowls to go around, those at the front were instructed to finish their portion and wash the bowls for those behind. When it came to the last serving, Lin Zi handed the bowl over, and upon raising her gaze, she unexpectedly encountered Mu Yinzhao. In the book, she had not caught a cold and had gathered many herbs, saving numerous lives, earning the gratitude of many. Yet, after her arrival here, Mu Yinzhao had not only caught a cold, but had also failed to heal her own ailments. Perhaps she lacked the spirit to peruse medical texts. "Miss Mu, here you go," Lin Zi said as she passed the bowl of medicine. Mu Yinzhao accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Sister Lin." However, in that fleeting moment, she felt a surge of resentment, believing Lin Zi was mocking her. She was acutely aware of her disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that she would endure hardship and eventually reap the rewards. Once the medicine was dispensed, Lin Zi felt exhaustion wash over her. Just as she settled down to rest, Zhu Sheng approached, saying, "Miss Lin, the master requests your presence." "For what purpose?" The master did not specify, "but you will understand upon your arrival." "Very well." Reluctantly, Lin Zi rose to her feet. Upon boarding the carriage, she discovered that Li Wenqing wished to have his hair washed. He claimed it had been days since his last wash, and his scalp was itchy, asking Lin Zi to assist him. At this, Lin Zi was immediately displeased, her temper flaring. "Hey, Li Wenqing, I am not your maid. Do not take liberties." Li Wenqing regarded her coolly, replying, "Is the life of a Lin family member not worth you washing my hair?" Lin Zi was momentarily taken aback. Very well, it seemed Li Wenqing had grown wise, frequently using the lives of her family to coerce her in recent days. No, he was inherently cunning. Lin Zi instructed Zhu Sheng to fetch water, while she asked Mama Fong and the others to prepare it. Her sole responsibility was to wash Li Wenqing's hair. This division of labor allowed her a moment of respite. After Zhu Sheng hurried away, she awaited his return for the duration of a tea break before he reappeared, carrying the water. Lin Zi carefully removed the jade crown from Li Wenqing's head, revealing a cascade of thick, lustrous black hair that left her momentarily entranced. He was undeniably more handsome than any male lead from a television drama. Indeed, there was no comparison. He was both scholarly and martial, exuding an aura of a true king. She suddenly realized that even the act of styling his hair felt like a delightful indulgence. Though he had not washed his hair for several days, it remained surprisingly fresh. With no suitable place for Li Wenqing to recline, she had no choice but to have him lean forward for the wash. Once his hair was thoroughly soaked, Lin Zi discreetly retrieved shampoo from her space, lathered it, and began to wash his hair. "What did you use? It smells wonderful." Li Wenqing's sudden question startled Lin Zi. "Don't ask. Since you've requested my assistance in washing your hair, I shall do as I please. If you continue to chatter, I might just refuse to help you." Chapter 82. Does it hurt? "Let me blow on it." Li Wenqing obediently refrained from asking any further questions. After washing up, Lin Zi tossed a cloth to him, instructing him to dry himself and then warm up by the fire. Li Wenqing accepted it without uttering another word and began to dry his hair. In a short span of time, Lin Zi found herself quite hungry, yearning for her favorite roasted sweet potatoes. In the memories of the original owner, she had not encountered such a delicacy, and she wondered if bringing it out would arouse suspicion among others. Regardless, she decided to concoct an excuse later. With this thought in mind, Lin Zi climbed onto the carriage, feigning an intention to retrieve something, but instead, she discreetly took out several pieces of roasted sweet potatoes from her spatial storage and descended from the carriage. The sweet potatoes were ones she had purchased prior to her transmigration, which she often roasted herself as a snack when hunger struck. Approaching the fire, she placed the sweet potatoes into the flames under Li Wenqing's watchful gaze. In her childhood, while living in the countryside with her grandmother, her village peers would roast sweet potatoes in this manner, producing a fragrant and sweet result. Both sat by the fire, one roasting sweet potatoes for warmth, the other drying his hair. The flickering flames accentuated Li Wenqing's features, and his long, dark hair cascading over his shoulders only heightened his striking appearance. Lin Zi stole glances at him, thinking that having such a handsome man accompany her on this exile did not seem so bad after all. Before Li Wenqing's hair could dry completely, Lin Zi's sweet potatoes were ready. She used a stick to extract them from the fire, but upon grasping one, she quickly dropped it, exclaiming, "Ouch! That hurts!" It was not that she was delicate. Rather, the original body was excessively fragile. Before the sharp pain could fully register in her fingers, Li Wenqing was already at her side, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" He grasped her hand to inspect it, noticing it had turned red. "Does it hurt? Allow me to blow on it." A cool sensation soon enveloped her fingers. Lin Zi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this gentle side of Li Wenqing. With a smile, she replied, "Thank you, young Master Li, I am fine." It seemed her efforts in preparing meals over the past few days had not gone unnoticed. Li Wenqing, momentarily stunned, hastily released her hand. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely worried. If your hand were injured, I would not be able to enjoy the dishes you prepare." He had not expected Lin Zi to gaze at him so openly with a smile. Did she possess no sense of shame? While it was acceptable for her to smile at him, given her beauty, she ought to be wary of smiling at other men. She could be inviting danger. Contemplating this, Li Wenqing furrowed his brow. Lin Zi, misinterpreting his frown as disdain, also cooled her expression. With self-deprecation, she remarked, "Do not worry. I will not misunderstand. As a discarded woman, your highness is not blind and would have no intentions toward me. Furthermore, I have no thoughts of pursuing anything with you. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation." Upon hearing this, Li Wenqing's frown deepened further. Merely a cooperative relationship? She had kissed him, yet she bore no desire for responsibility? The sweet potatoes had cooled sufficiently, and Lin Zi broke one in half, offering it to Li Wenqing. "Would you like to have some?" Li Wenqing observed that the food had just fallen to the ground, not to mention it had been pulled out from the fire. And yet Lin Zi insisted on him eating it. How could he? It was utterly filthy. Lin Zi, unfazed by his reluctance, remarked, "If you won't eat it, I shall." With a delighted exclamation, she began to indulge in the food. As she peeled and savored the roasted sweet potato with evident pleasure, Li Wenqing found himself entranced by the sight. Was this food truly so delectable? It appeared to be Lin's favorite delicacy. In the blink of an eye, she devoured a piece of sweet potato, exclaiming in delight. She retrieved the remaining 7 roasted sweet potatoes from the fire and placed them in a bamboo basket, intending to share them with her parents and elder brother. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Wenqing inquired, "May I have a taste of this food?" He gazed at Lin Zi with eager anticipation. She extracted a piece from the bamboo basket and handed it to him, saying, "You refused to eat earlier, yet now you desire it. Here, try it. I assure you will crave more after finishing." Holding the sweet potato, Li Wenqing watched Lin Zi's retreating figure, feeling a tinge of envy for her carefree spirit. Despite being dismissed, she never exhibited sorrow upon her face. Accompanying her family into exile, she never complained of hardship. And now, she found joy and satisfaction in this modest morsel. Meanwhile, he had wept alone countless times due to his father's favoritism. This journey into exile was, in essence, a silent rebellion against his father. He broke open the sweet potato, mimicking Lin Zi's actions, peeled the skin, and tasted it. His eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The remaining 6 sweet potatoes were distributed among his family, one for father and mother, one for his eldest brother and sister-in-law to share, one for his second brother and sister-in-law, one for Luer and Jing'er, and one share between Mama Fong and Lin, leaving the largest piece for Chaya. When Lin Zi presented the sweet potatoes to them, the family initially recoiled at their charred appearance, but Luer exclaimed, "I want to eat it. Whatever my aunt gives me is bound to be delicious." She urged Lin Zheng to break the sweet potato apart, and the two eagerly divided it. She could hardly contain her excitement. Watching her brother split the sweet potato, she took her half, peeled off the skin as instructed by her aunt, and took a bite. Joyfully, she declared, "Indeed, it is sweet and fragrant. It's so delicious. Why aren't you all eating?" Curiosity piqued. The others wondered what this food could be that even the notoriously picky Luer found so delightful, and they all eagerly took a piece. After tasting, they confirmed Luer's honest appraisal. Chai inquired, "Miss, what is this food? I've never seen it before." "It is called sweet potato, which I purchased from a foreign merchant during my time in Chang'an," she explained. The realization dawned on them. No wonder they had never encountered it before. It was sold by a foreign trader. "Father, Mother, I wonder if my brothers have informed you. I had a dream in which I encountered dark-clad assassins in the coming days. Counting the days, we shall face them tomorrow," Lin Zi cautioned. Lin Fu waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense, you are overthinking it. After all, he is the son of the emperor." "But father, you are well aware that it is precisely because he is the emperor's son that so many wish to see him dead, and you, too, are among their targets." Lin Fu's expression darkened slightly. Could the king of Qi truly be so ruthless as to strike down even his own elder brother? The crown prince has already been demoted to commoner status and dispatched to Fangzhou, posing no threat to him. Lady Lin, Song Rulin, advised, "It is better to take extra precautions than to let our guard down for a moment. My lord, heed Zhi's counsel. We must indeed make ample preparations." Lin Fu pondered deeply. After a long silence, he sighed. "If the king of Qi seeks to annihilate us entirely, what recourse do we have?" Chapter 83. The unusual on Lin Zi's shoulders among this group of exiles. The majority are civil officials, with few possessing martial skills. Having fallen to such depths, should the Prince of Qi pursue a ruthless extermination, they would inevitably become lambs for the slaughter. Lin Xiran remarked, "Father, my sister has bestowed upon me a formidable weapon, and I find it quite satisfactory." He then produced an electric baton. Lin Fu took it, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, yet discerned no hidden intricacies. With skepticism, he inquired, "Is this truly as powerful as you claim?" "My sister said it is, therefore it must be," Lin Xiran replied. "Gigi, did you purchase this from the merchants?" Lin Fu asked Lin Zi. "Indeed, father," Lin Zi lied effortlessly, her composure unwavering. Lin Fu examined it further before returning it to Lin Xiran. The true efficacy of this weapon can only be revealed through trial. Moreover, perhaps the assassins will not come, and they need not fret unduly. It is always prudent to prepare. Since it was given to you by Gigi, you must keep it safe. "Father, I have more," Lin Zi stated, unveiling a bundle containing 3 additional batons. She had tested them and discovered that anything retrieved from the original space would revert to its former state. However, items placed within subsequently diminished in number. She handed one to Lin Fu, saying, "Father, take this and keep mother safe." The other 2 were given to Dalin and Chaya. "Brother Dalin, you must protect Mother Fong." Dalin responde afirmatively. Chaya, brimming with excitement, noted that even without several ladies present, the young mistress casually entrusted her with such a weapon. "Do not worry, I shall safeguard you well." "That is unnecessary. Focus instead on protecting Zheng'er and Luer, for they are still young." "Yes, rest assured, I shall ensure the safety of the young master and young miss." Yet Lin Fu's greatest concern remained with Li Wenqing. The prince, his loyalty was evident. "Father, do not worry. Li Wenqing will not perish," Lin Zi reassured him. She reiterated the operational methods to several individuals before returning to the carriage. Li Wenqing had also dried his hair and had his bamboo flute styled by Zhu Shang, and was now inside the carriage. Upon seeing Lin Zi enter, he could not help but ask, "Miss Lin, what was that food called earlier?" "That was roasted sweet potato. It is quite delicious, is it not?" "Sweet potato," Li Wenqing murmured, seemingly intent on committing it to memory. "Where did you acquire it? How is it that I have never seen it before?" Lin Zi casually replied, "I obtained it from the merchants." Chang'an, the very heart of the prosperous Dacian dynasty, teems with merchants from all directions, Sogdian traders, Persian nobles, Turkic warriors, and envoys from the great food, all bustling about in great numbers. In the markets, exotic delicacies and foreign culinary delights abound, and the citizens of Chang'an have long since grown accustomed to such abundance, finding joy only in novelty. Li Wenqing, having established the prince's residence outside the palace and moved out upon reaching adulthood, was well aware of the splendor beyond the palace walls. He believed Lin Zi's words, yet was curious about how this food was cultivated and its yield. Lin Zi, taken aback, asked, "You wish to cultivate it? I am inclined to try. It would be even better if it is drought-resistant." Lin Zi explained to him that sweet potatoes indeed possess a drought resistance superior to that of staple crops, such as wheat and rice. In years of insufficient rainfall, they may still yield a reasonable harvest. Their tubers can penetrate deep into the soil to absorb moisture, and their leaves curl in response to drought, thereby reducing evaporation. They also have low soil requirements, thriving in barren, sandy, and hilly terrains, making them suitable for lands that have deteriorated after disasters. What about the yield? Li Wenqing inquired further. The yield is also higher than that of wheat, reaching up to 2,000 caddies or even more. Upon hearing this, Li Wenqing was overjoyed. This is wonderful. If we can cultivate them, the people of Deqian will no longer suffer from hunger during famine years. It is worth noting that wheat yields only 200 to 300 caddies. His words made Lin Zi regard him with renewed interest, realizing that he was genuinely concerned for the people of Deqian. Suddenly, Li Wenqing remembered that Lin Zi was merely a woman of the inner chambers. How could she possibly know such things? How do you know so much? Of course, it was that merchant who informed me. He explained the cultivation methods, and I memorized them all. Li Wenqing's face lit up with joy, and he suddenly embraced Lin Zi. "Miss Lin, you truly are my lucky star." Thinking of how his father had deemed him guilty of witchcraft, he felt a deep disappointment. He understood that regardless of his denial, his father would still condemn him. The emperor had demoted Li Wenqing to a commoner, and as he left the palace, the emperor had remarked, "Since you are so obstinate, go to Fangling and farm. When you have increased the grain yield, I shall consider bringing you back." Reflecting on these thoughts, Li Wenqing's eyes darkened. Even if his father were to reinstate him, he was uncertain whether he would return. As for Li Wenqing, he would not fare any better. Lin Zi pushed Li Wenqing away. "You may express your gratitude, but kindly refrain from inappropriate gestures." Li Wenqing narrowed his eyes. "Do you disdain me?" Lin Zi sighed. "It is not disdain. Do you not worry about what others might say? If Miss Lin truly believes so, why not marry me, Li Wenqing?" His words startled Lin Zi. "Li Wenqing, do not jest so recklessly. I have no interest in competing with a throng of women for a single man." Li Wenqing opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and finally said, "Let us rest." "Very well, good night." Lin Zi was indeed fatigued, lying down on one side of the couch and closing her eyes. Before long, her breathing became even and steady. However, Li Wenqing found himself unable to sleep. He glanced at Lin Zi, took out a black veil to cover his face, and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Not far away, in an open area, Li Wenqing stood with his hands clasped behind him. "Have you found anything?" 3 men in black knelt beside him. "Rest assured, we have discovered that they were sent by the Qi Wang and have dealt with the matter. Continue to monitor them." "Yes." The following day, as everyone awoke, 3 more individuals had perished in the group of exiles. Aside from those 3 who were gravely ill, most had improved after taking the medicine provided by Lin Zi. The grieving family could not come to terms with the loss of their loved one. They sought an outlet for their anguish, eager to shift the weight of their neglect onto others. In doing so, they hoped to alleviate their own suffering. That outlet became Lin Zi. The rationale was that the medicine provided by Lin Zi had failed to heal their kin, ultimately leading to their demise. Lin Zi was in the midst of preparing a meal with her mother and sisters-in-law when the bereaved relatives surged in, appending their pot. The scalding contents nearly splashed onto Madame Song, but fortunately, Lin Zi reacted swiftly and pulled her safety. "You Lin family members are truly heartless. Lin Zi, your hands are stained with my family's blood. How can you sit here and dine with a clear conscience?" Lin Zi had anticipated such an event, a primary reason for her reluctance to distribute the medicine freely. She instructed, "Chaya, please summon Lord Zhang." Lord Zhang was the head of the officials, summoned to confer with Lin Zi regarding the provision of cold remedies for these distressed individuals. Chapter 84. reckless words, seeking death. Chaya responded affirmatively and hurried away. What difference would it make to summon the officials? Lin Zi, a blood debt must be repaid with blood. I demand your life in exchange for another. As he spoke, he attempted to advance, but was restrained by Lin Xiran and Lin Xiuyan, his two elder brothers. The tragedy involved not one life, but three. Upon witnessing the commotion within the Lin family, the other two families also joined the fray. The journey of exile was fraught with hardship, even if Lin Zi were spared. Some form of reparation must be made to the Lin family. They could not simply let the matter rest. Dozens of people arrived, all denouncing Lin Zi. Even if the main branch of the Lin family wished to protect him, they were powerless against the throng. Meanwhile, the second and third branches of the Lin family stood at a distance, relishing the spectacle, eager for the crowd to tear Lin Zi apart to vent their own frustrations. Mu Yinzhao observed the unfolding events from afar, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Lin Zi, your good days have come to an end. Madame Song pulled Lin Zi behind her, her expression grim. You willingly accepted the medicine. Did we not inform you that it was merely a remedy for wind cold? If you did not take the correct dosage, how can you blame anyone for the resulting death? We will not take responsibility. The medicine was provided by your Lin family. Had we known it could be fatal, we would never have accepted it. Indeed, you have caused the deaths of our family members. The Lin family cannot shirk responsibility. Let us unite and capture Lin Zi, demanding her life in recompense. As 3 or 4 dozen people surged forward, the main branch of the Lin family found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Not only were Lin Xiran and Lin Xiuyan restrained, but even Madame Song and Nurse Fong were shoved to the ground. Lin Fu's face darkened with rage. Fortunately, Lin Zi was shielded by Lin, who stood like a guardian, impervious to their attempts to drag him away, even toppling several assailants in the process. Eldest sister-in-law Gu Wanyun and second sister-in-law Fong Luo also stepped forward to protect Lin Zi, but she forcefully pushed them aside. Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, please take the children back to the carriage. I can handle this. Sister, return to the carriage. Lin Zi's fury startled her two sisters-in-law. It was as if the fierce little ant had returned. Understanding that Lin Zi was acting to protect them, they dared not linger. Taking the two children back to the carriage, Luer protested. I won't go. I want to protect my aunt. Zhongnier added, Mother, don't pull me away. I am a son of the Lin family. I must protect my aunt. However, due to their small strength, they were ultimately led away by their mother and second aunt. Lin Zi had underestimated the human heart. Had she known, regardless of what Lord Zhang said, she would never have handed over the medicine. The primary issue was that these people had received the medicine too easily. Had they toiled for it, perhaps they would have harbored different sentiments. Just as Lin Zi was about to retrieve her electric baton, she saw Li Wenqing striding towards her, followed closely by Zhu Shang. Stop! Li Wenqing's presence commanded immediate silence. Even in his fallen state, the inherent dignity he possessed still loomed like a mountain. And after a brief moment of stillness, those around instinctively held their breath, bowing their heads. However, after a brief moment of silence, everyone quickly reacted. One person remarked, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. I still regard you as a prince. Li Wenqing narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, slicing through the man's throat. Yet, the man remained unafraid of Li Wenqing. His family was neither part of the deposed prince's faction, nor had they been implicated by Li Wenqing's actions, as they were merely prisoners subjected to biannual exile. Li Wenqing, are you so protective of Lin Zi because you have taken a liking to this discarded woman, who has been played with by others? Before he could finish his taunt, Li Wenqing's grip tightened around his neck, causing him to choke. Go. Of me. You speak without thinking, courting death. Li Wenqing's eyes were chillingly cold. Just as he was on the verge of choking the man to death, the man's family reacted, attempting to pry him free from Li Wenqing's grasp, only to be sent flying by Zhu Shang's swift kick. To be disrespectful to our master is to deserve death. I dare anyone to step forward, for I shall end them today. Lin Zi was taken aback. The once gentle Zhu Shang had demonstrated the strength to kick a person several paces away. Had he not practiced martial arts, how could he possess such power? As the man neared death, Lin Fu stepped forward. Your Highness, please release him. Let's avoid taking a life. Li Wenqing understood that Lin Fu was considering the greater good. Yet, he desired to kill. Even in his fall from grace to a commoner, no one could stop him. At that moment, Mr. Fan and Mr. Chui approached, saying, "Your Highness, please let him go. We can vouch for Miss Lin. We, too, have taken the medicine from the Fan family, and the cold has nearly subsided." Mr. Chui added, "Indeed, this medicine is effective against colds. My elderly mother was gravely ill, yet after consuming just 2 doses, she has improved significantly." Those who wished to avoid trouble and had benefited from Lin Zi's kindness also spoke up in agreement. "Yes, we can all attest that Miss Lin's medicine is of good quality. She has been our savior." Clearly, Miss Lin had stated that she only possessed medicine for treating colds. Those who failed to recover did, so due to their own circumstances. How could they blame Miss Lin? Moreover, Miss Lin did not charge a single coin for her medicine. She invested both money and effort. Some truly did not deserve to be saved. Their demise was well-deserved. Lin Xiuyin shot a glare at these individuals, finding them to be opportunistic. Had it not been for Mr. Chui and Mr. Fan stepping forward, they would have remained silent, fully aware of his sister's unjust plight. It was utterly despicable. The man remained in Li Wenqing's grip, though the pressure had somewhat lessened, until Lin Zi urged, "Your Highness, let it be. Please release him, and I shall refrain from such benevolence in the future." Only then did Li Wenqing relinquish his hold, casting the man aside as if he were a discarded rag doll, sending him sprawling several paces away. The man immediately spat blood and collapsed. At that moment, the officials surrounded them. "What has transpired?" inquired the leading officer, Zhang. Upon seeing the officials, the others quickly began to voice their grievances, claiming that Lin Zi's medicine had caused the death, and that the Lin family had assaulted the man, conveniently omitting any mention of Li Wenqing, only because they understood that even mentioning Li Wenqing would be of no avail, as the official would not deliver justice on their behalf, and it might even provoke Li Wenqing's wrath. "Are you suggesting that Miss Lin's medicine caused someone's death?" Lord Zhang inquired, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, our family perished after consuming her medicine. It must undoubtedly contain poison." Observing Lord Zhang's increasingly grim expression, they believed there was hope. The official would surely advocate for them. They were willing to offer silver in exchange for justice for the murder, and they demanded the Lin family surrender the carriage. It was rumored that the carriage contained many valuable items, and there were those who contemplated stealing from it. However, one carriage was occupied by the deposed prince, while another was perpetually attended by Lin Fu, leaving them with no opportunity. Furthermore, they suggested that Lin Zi should prepare meals for them all the way to Fangzhou, as they had heard her braised pork was quite delectable. Lord Zhang cast a glance at these individuals, recognizing them as the unfortunate remnants of an official who had met a grim fate, their connections severed and relegated to exile, while these commoners were unjustly implicated. It was no wonder their words lacked thoughtfulness. Lord Zhang commanded, "Seize all these troublemakers and administer 20 lashes to each." Chapter 85. How can solitude be the same? Upon hearing the term disturbance makers, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Subsequently, a large number of officers sprang into action, apprehending everyone involved. Chaos ensued as they questioned, "Sir, have you captured the wrong individuals?" The officers paid no heed and continued to restrain the people. Lord Zhang approached Lin Zi and reassured her, "Miss Lin, rest assured, I shall resolve this matter." Lin Zi nodded in response. Just as the officers escorted the individuals away, Zhao Zhan hurried over, scrutinizing Lin Zi from head to toe. "Miss Lin, are you unharmed?" 3 individuals had perished earlier in the morning, and he had been occupied with the aftermath, only to return and hear the assault on Lin Zi by the families of the deceased. Lin Zi shook her head. "I am fine, Brother Zhao. Should such a situation arise again, do send for me." She smiled gently and added, "Very well." Zhao Zhan unsheathed his dagger and struck a tree with a seemingly effortless blow, causing it to crash to the ground. Miss Lin has done a good deed. Yet those heartless wretches dare to bully her. Anyone who dares to cross Miss Lin shall find themselves at odds with me, Zhao Zhan. Those who continue to harass her will meet the same fate as this tree. Zhao Zhan's gaze turned fierce, aiming to intimidate the onlookers. However, most of these individuals were officials of the court and their families, and Zhao Zhan's words hardly intimidated them. Their respect for the officers and the imperial guards was merely circumstantial. Their disdain was evident in their silent expressions. Li Wenqing regarded Zhao Zhan with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhao Zhan felt the weight of his stare, but maintained his composure, returning a respectful smile. Li Wenqing smirked. Is Zhao Jinwu attempting to shoulder the burdens of the world? Zhao Zhan hesitated slightly before replying with a gentle smile. No, the affairs of others do not concern me. However, Miss Lin is a person of great loyalty, and since we, the Imperial Guards, have benefited from her kindness, it is only right that we do not turn a blind eye to her troubles. Li Wenqing scuffed, noting that he had not seen other Imperial Guards so eager to intervene. Is your Highness any different? Zhao Zhan interjected. How could I be? She is the daughter of Lin Qing. The Lin family suffers because of me. If I were to stand idly by, would it not be callous? Furthermore, if not for Miss Lin's diligent care along this journey, how could my wounds have healed so swiftly? Upon finishing, Li Wenqing cast a triumphant glance at Zhao Zhan, as if to imply he would soon disclose how he had been personally attended to by Lin Zi. Zhao Zhan maintained a smile, acknowledging Lin Zi's benevolence. Indeed, she had aided many throughout the journey, and even the ironclad men of the Imperial Guard admired her noble spirit. Lin Zi quickly interjected, Brother Zhao, you flatter me. I truly do not deserve such praise. Li Wenqing seethed with frustration. Zhao Zhan had a knack for flattery. Observing Lin Zi's admiration for Zhao Zhan only intensified his ire. After being so thoroughly deceived by the Qin family last time, one would expect him to learn a lesson. Such ignorance was truly unprecedented. He shot Lin Zi a glare before striding away. Seeing Li Wenqing leave, Zhu Sheng hurried to follow. Lin Zi sensed Li Wenqing's animosity toward Zhao Zhan, but did not attribute it to herself. She assumed they had unresolved grievances and that she was merely a target in their conflict. She paid little mind to the quarrel between the two, but Mama Fong had taken a liking to it. With her experience, she sensed that Zhao Jinwu must have feelings for her daughter. He appeared to be a worthy companion. Her heart brimmed with delight. In the days to come, she intended to inquire of her daughter whether she harbored any thoughts regarding the esteemed Zhao. If so, it would indeed make for a splendid match. However, due to this incident, the exile group experienced further delays. Lin Fu glanced at everyone and declared from now on, You shall have to fend for yourselves regarding the medicine. Our Lin family will no longer provide it. The crowd felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. If the Lin family ceased to supply the cold medicine, what then would become of their ailments? Lord Lin, this cannot be. Without medicine, how are we to manage our illnesses? We might as well await our demise. Indeed, Lord Lin, please calm your anger. Lin Xiaoran's expression darkened, his tone tinged with irritation. We dare not risk that, should anyone perish, it would fall upon our Lin family to bear the consequences. Lin Xiaoyan added, On our journey here, my sister kindly spent her own silver to procure additional cold medicine, just in case of emergencies. Yet, instead of gratitude, you express such suspicion towards her. How can our Lin family continue to provide for you? We had no such intention. Yes, it is those three families that are ungrateful. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a chorus of voices, fearing Lin Zi would cease their provisions. Miss Lin, you must speak up. It was clear that only Miss Lin's words held weight. Her benevolence would surely prevent her from abandoning them. Mama Fong, anger etched on her face, retorted, You ought to blame those families for obstructing your path, forcing our girl into this position. Lin Zi was left amused and exasperated. She never imagined they would resort to moral coercion at such a moment. Alas, she possessed no such morals. Clearing her throat, she addressed the assembly, Ladies and gentlemen, I shall no longer provide the medicine. Should you require it, you must procure it on your own. Rest assured, you may purchase it from me at the same price I acquired it from the physician. However, you must prepare the medicine yourselves and ensure it is properly checked before boiling, as I shall bear no responsibility for any mishaps. Lin Xiaoyan began to usher the crowd away. All right, everyone, disperse. Do not linger here. Once the crowd had cleared, Lin Zi turned with concern, Mother, Mama Fong. You both fell earlier. Are you unharmed? They shook their heads. Lin Zi felt a weight lift from her heart. Thankfully, Madame Song and Mama Fong had merely been pushed and had not sustained any injuries. Otherwise, she would have truly lost her temper. Yet, The meal they had prepared had been overturned, necessitating a complete redo. Mama Fong and Chai set about cooking a simple meal anew. Meanwhile, when Lin Zi went to deliver food to Li Wenqing, she found him oddly aloof, ignoring her completely. Fine, ignore me then. It's not like I care about your attention, she thought. Lin Zi alighted from the carriage and proceeded to dine with her family. Not far off, Mu Yunzhao watched Lin Zi intently. She initially intended to utilize those individuals to teach Lin Zi a lesson. Yet unexpectedly, she managed to evade the consequences. Those people truly exhibited a lack of intelligence. She merely uttered a few words, perhaps due to the influence of the potion, and they took her words to heart. Seeking retribution from Lin Zi. To her astonishment, Lin Zi proved to be quite capable, garnering the support of so many. Even stood up for her. This situation was untenable. She could no longer afford to wait. Resolutely, she turned and made her way towards the carriage of Li Wenqing. Chapter 86. Do you wish to indulge and abandon? At this moment, Li Wenqing was dining in the carriage. He felt a slight jolt of the vehicle, followed by a maiden's voice. Your Highness, Zhao Zhao has something of great importance to report to you. Li Wenqing furrowed his brow. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the daughter of the Mu family. Initially, he had no recollection of Mu Yunzhao, but Lin Zi had often alluded to her, warning that Mu Yunzhao would bring him misfortune, which made him take note. Indeed, this daughter of the Mu family was intentionally drawing closer to him. What is it? Li Wenqing inquired coolly. Can we speak in a carriage? Li Wenqing's gaze darkened slightly. After a while, he descended from the carriage and said, Let us speak here. Mu Yunzhao glanced around before stating, Your Highness, today there will be assassins in black attempting to take your life. You must prepare yourself. Li Wenqing turned sharply to Mu Yunzhao, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. How do you know this? He had already arranged for an investigation into the matter of the black-clad assassins dispatched by Prince Qi. Mu Yunzhao was aware that this raised his suspicions. Where had she gleaned such information? Your Highness, would you believe me if I said I dreamt it? Li Wenqing narrowed his cold eyes. Such coincidences do not exist in this world. Did you hear it from Miss Lin, and now seek to take credit? Fine, I understand. You may return now. Seeing Li Wenqing about to re-enter the carriage, Mu Yunzhao hurriedly said, Your Highness, is there anything else? Mu Yunzhao produced 2 boiled eggs from her satchel and offered them to Li Wenqing. These are from the officer. I present them to you for your health. There's no need. Miss Mu should keep them for herself. Li Wenqing reboarded the carriage, leaving Mu Yunzhao standing beside it. Though her expression remained inscrutable, her heart seethed with anger. She had witnessed how Li Wenqing had protected Lin Zi today, which filled her with envy. How could she compete with Lin Zi? She was more beautiful, in the prime of youth, and still unmarried. Yet, why did Li Wenqing not spare her a glance? Casting one last look at the carriage, she resolved not to give up. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zi had observed everything from a distance. Noticing Mu Yunzhao lingering by the carriage, she hastily took a few bites of her food and approached. By the time she reached the carriage, Mu Yunzhao had already departed. Lin Zi climbed into the carriage, exclaiming, Oh, Li Gongzi, truly, you do not cherish the fair maidens. That girl went out of her way to bring you eggs she couldn't bear to eat. Why did you refuse them? Her words dripped with sarcasm, a sentiment she herself failed to recognize. Li Wenqing lifted his gaze, a mocking smile playing on his lips. And yet, your own Zhao Ji seems quite attentive. Lin Zi paused momentarily. What? Am I mistaken? Li Wenqing's eyes gleamed with subtle derision, seemingly mocking her for not adhering to the proprieties expected of a woman. My relationship with Zhao Ji is one of mutual support. Moreover, even if something were to develop between us, he is unmarried, and I'm also single. What is improper about that? How is it deemed unvirtuous? Truly, such archaic and stubborn notions. Mutual support? A single man and an unmarried woman? Li Wenqing drew closer, a powerful aura emanating from his gaze. As he seized Lin Zi's arm with great intensity. Lin Zi, what do you take me for? Lin Zi was taken aback. She had never witnessed such a demeanor from him before. She had often seen him as a wronged little puppy, despite him being 2 years her senior. Li Wenqing, what nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend a single word. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. It was Miss Lin who first initiated the kiss. Do you not feel any responsibility towards me? Do you wish to abandon me after having indulged? Lin Zi was astounded. Was Li Wenqing intoxicated? He seemed unlike himself. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him made her want to flee. Suddenly, she realized that this was the true essence of the male protagonist in the story she had read. She recalled the text stating that Li Wenqing was adept at masquerading his true self. The panic in Lin Zi's expression only served to intensify his possessiveness. Noticing her crimson lips, alluring and tempting, stirred something primal within him, causing him to ponder whether a mere taste would reveal their sweetness. He abruptly leaned in, startling Lin Zi, who dared not cry out for fear of alarming others. She pushed Li Wenqing away forcefully and whispered, "Li Wenqing, do you even realize what you are doing? I'm not your plaything to be trifled with." Li Wenqing suddenly came to his senses, his gaze darkening as he gently traced Lin Zi's lips with his fingertip before withdrawing and retreating to the opposite side of the couch. "I apologize for my abruptness. However, I wish to convey that you are not a mere amusement to me." In the open culture of the Great Qian dynasty, it was not uncommon for women to be wed multiple times. The founding emperor of the Great Qian took a widow as his wife and cherished her throughout his life. After her demise, he was deeply affected, falling ill and unable to recover. Not only the emperor, but also several ancestors of the Li family had married women who had been previously wed. As for him, Li Wenqing, he placed no importance on such matters. He wished to express this to Lin Zi, but hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Lin Zi, however, did not believe his words and reminded him, "Your Highness, do not forget our cooperative relationship." Li Wenqing's expression darkened. Perhaps it was too soon. They had known each other for too brief a time, and he did not wish to frighten her. Moreover, he was reluctant to involve her in his precarious situation. One day, he would return to Chang'an and, at that time, he would reveal his true feelings to her. Upon hearing Li Wenqing's agreement, Lin Zi finally exhaled in relief. "Rest assured, I will not allow that woman to approach you." Lin Zi paused, taken aback by his assurance, as if he were vowing not to take another wife. After a moment, she responded, "Thank you, Your Highness, for helping me out today. No need for thanks. As you stated, we are in a cooperative relationship." Silence enveloped the carriage. "I shall go tend to the horses." Feeling the carriage was stifling, Lin Zi seized the opportunity to exit. Lin Zi approached the grazing horse, carrying a basin of water. Upon seeing her, the horse exhibited extreme excitement, nuzzling her affectionately as if to convey its fondness, before eagerly drinking the water. Over the past fortnight, Lin Zi had been nourishing the horse with spring water, and it seemed to have gained a semblance of intelligence, no longer requiring her to guide the cart, as it instinctively followed the procession. Gently stroking the horse's head, she remarked, "Good boy, you have endured much on this journey." The horse appeared to comprehend her words, letting out a joyous neigh in response. Li Wenqing observed Lin Zi in front of the cart, deep in contemplation. After an hour had passed, the exiled caravan resumed its journey. Remarkably, the road had been devoid of danger, and even as night fell, no shadowy assassins appeared. Lin Zi speculated that perhaps Li Wenqing had dealt with any threats. This revelation astonished Mu Yunzhao. How was it that this time, unlike in her previous life, no assassins had emerged? A thought struck her. Had she inadvertently informed the deposed prince, prompting him to prepare in advance? Yet, that could not be the case. After notifying Li Wenqing, she had kept a vigilant watch over the cart, and the deposed prince had not descended from it at any point. Chapter 87. Seeking help from uncle to save my mother. Lin Zi was engrossed in reading. Although she skimmed through the pages, often forgetting what she had just read, the impression of the male protagonist remained vivid in her mind. She understood that Li Wenqing was not a passive individual, nor was he merely the disheartened, discarded prince he appeared to be. His capabilities were far more profound than they seemed on the surface. Though Mu Yunzhao had been reborn, her previous life had afforded her limited interaction with Li Wenqing. She only knew that 5 years later, the Prince of Qi had passed away, and it was only then that the old emperor had summoned the discarded prince back to the capital, Chang'an. She remained unaware of Li Wenqing's true strength and did not believe that a prince deemed useless could possess such significant power to rival the Prince of Qi. Had it not been for the incident involving the Prince of Qi, he would not have had the opportunity to ascend the throne. Perhaps in this life, the assassins had simply arrived a few days late. Yet, as 2 more days passed without the arrival of any assassins, Mu Yunjiao began to feel that they were unlikely to come at all. In her rebirth, certain events had indeed diverged from her previous life. For instance, Lin Zi, along with the Lin family, had also been exiled, as had the mother and son of Aunt Fong and Chaya, who remained by her side. Lin Zi, too, had prepared herself for the worst, but with the absence of any assassins, she found solace in the fact that the events of the book would not unfold, which was a source of happiness. Her 2 elder brothers joked, "I told you dreams should not be taken seriously. Yet, dear sister, you wouldn't believe me." Lin Zi smiled softly, offering no further explanation. On this day, they finally reached the relay station. Since Lin Zi's medicine had proven effective, many of the exiled individuals with means had begun purchasing remedies from her, brewing their own concoctions, and most had found relief. A few without money approached Lin Zi to request credit, to which she readily agreed, accumulating a significant number of IOUs. However, she refrained from extending credit to 3 particular families, as well as the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Lin family and the Liang family. Following the demise of 2 relatives from the 3 families, they ceased to provoke Lin Zi, attributing their misfortune to Mu Yunjiao instead. They pressured Mu Yunjiao to provide them with medicine, which in turn angered her parents, who urged her to resolve the matter independently. Thus, Mu Yunjiao, despite her illness, tirelessly foraged for herbs, nearly exhausting herself in the process. She regretted having entangled herself with those 3 families, for in the end, Lin Zi suffered no losses, while she bore the burdens of fatigue. After enduring the arduous journey, they finally arrived at the relay station, allowing Mu Yunjiao to exhale in relief. "We have reached the relay station. With so many in the exiled group falling ill, the officials will not neglect their duty. They will surely summon a doctor to attend to your ailments." Only then did the 3 families relent with a disdainful snort. During their travels over the past 2 days, the members of the main branch of the Lin family had their light shackles removed and boarded the carriage, though it was exceedingly cramped. The male relatives occupied the same carriage as the discarded prince. Conversely, Madame Lu and her son from the 4th branch of the Lin family refused to board the carriage, opting instead for a cart provided to them. Eldest brother Lin Xiaoran and 2nd brother Lin Xiaoyan willingly took on the responsibility of driving the carriage. In an effort to avoid misunderstandings from Li Wenqing, Lin Zi chose to sit in a different carriage, spending the night with the female members of the Lin family. It was only during mealtimes that she would deliver food to Li Wenqing. She sensed a hint of grievance in his gaze whenever he spotted her, yet she feigned ignorance. Upon arriving at the relay station, the Lin family found themselves once again confined in the same quarters as Li Wenqing. This prompted Li Wenqing to occasionally cast glances in the direction of Lin Zi, while he toyed with the flashlight that Lin Zi had given him. Having arrived at the relay station just as dusk fell, the officials decided that they would be staying the night. The large room featured a brick-built communal bunk that could accommodate over a dozen individuals. It was evident that this arrangement was specifically designed for prisoners, indicating that they would be sleeping on the communal bunk tonight. The Lin family, along with the matron and the servant girls, set to work to prepare the bunk, laying out their bedding atop it, thus making it somewhat habitable for sleep. The officials summoned a doctor to attend to the needs of the exiled prisoners, though the consultation and medicine would have to be paid for out of their own pockets. Lin Xiaoran also reported to the official that the Lin family had needs of their own, wishing to have their elderly father examined for his injuries. When the doctor arrived, he attended to Lin Fu, whose wounds were found to be no longer serious. The Lin family finally felt some relief, particularly Lin Zi, who was grateful that her father Lin Fu's life was spared, as well as her mother Song Rulin's and that of her sister-in-law and nephew. Moreover, she remembered the child in her 2nd sister-in-law, Fong Luo's womb, and felt compelled to remind her 2nd brother to check on it. Thinking this, Lin Zi tugged at her 2nd brother Lin Xiaoyan and pointed to Fong Luo's belly. Understanding immediately, Lin Xiaoyan requested the doctor to examine his wife. The doctor nodded, asking the lady to extend her arm. Fong Luo, curious to know if she was indeed pregnant as her sister-in-law suggested, wondered why she felt no signs of it herself. As she extended her arm, Lin Zi, recalling the strict gender norms of their time, hurriedly placed a cloth over her sister-in-law's arm. After taking her pulse, the doctor smiled and announced, "Congratulations, madam, you are 2 months pregnant. It is vital to take precautions in early pregnancy. I will prescribe some medicine to support the pregnancy." The Lin family rejoiced at the news. Lin Xiuyan tightly grasped his wife's hand, his body trembling slightly, clearly overjoyed. Lin Zi felt a deep sense of comfort. The books had recounted how Fong Luo had once taken a blade meant for her brother, resulting in a miscarriage that nearly cost her life. It was only then that Lin Xiuyan truly comprehended the significance of his wife in his life. He had lived in guilt, and even when they remained childless. Fong Luo had suggested he take a concubine, but he had steadfastly refused. Lin Zi compensated the doctor for his services, planning to send the servant to fetch the prescribed medicine shortly. After Fong Luo's examination, she called out to the doctor, "Is there anyone else in need of medical attention?" Lin Zi, concerned for Madame Song, interjected, "Could you please examine my mother as well?" Initially reluctant, Madame Song felt considerably better after the arduous journey of the past several days. Yet, seeing her daughter's anxiety, she acquiesced to the examination. The doctor confirmed, "This lady is in excellent health and requires no medication." "Thank you, Doctor," Lin Zi thought to herself, attributing it to the efficacy of the spiritual spring water. As it became clear that no one else required examination in the room, the official prepared to escort the doctor to another room. Before leaving, he approached Li Wenqing, inquiring whether the young master required an examination. Li Wenqing did not respond. Instead, his bamboo flute replied, "Our master does not need one." Lin Zi cast a glance at him. Li Wenqing's meals and water were identical to those of the Lin family, both enriched by the addition of spiritual spring water. She was certain that his injuries had long since healed. When he grasped his own arm, the strength he exerted was such that even with her utmost effort, she could not break free from his hold. Before the physician could leave the room, the doors suddenly swung open, and a constable entered, accompanied by a youth adorned with light shackles, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. Upon entering, the boy extricated himself from the constable's grasp and knelt directly before Lin Fu, exclaiming, "Uncle, I implore you to save my mother. She is on the brink of death. If only you would spare her life, I would be willing to toil like an ox or a horse." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed, and soon, marks of blood began to appear on his forehead from the incessant kowtowing. Chapter 88. He is the treacherous eunuch of the chaotic regime depicted in the book. Upon hearing the term uncle, Lin Fu was momentarily bewildered. "Child, who are you? Why do you refer to me as uncle?" He had never encountered this individual before. Lin Luchun ceased his kowtowing, lowered his head, and replied, "Uncle, I am the child of the third branch. My name is Lin Luchun." Suddenly, Lin Mu recalled something and exclaimed, "Master, he is that child." After Lin Mu's explanation, everyone realized that he was indeed the illegitimate son of Lin Sanshu. Lin Luchun's biological mother was originally Lin Sanshu's concubine, a woman he had forcibly taken. This woman was already betrothed, yet just days before her wedding, Lin Sanshu caught sight of her and snatched her away, deflowering her on the same day. The woman, distraught and contemplating suicide, was threatened by Lin Sanshu, who warned her that if she took her life, he would annihilate her entire family. Later, when her family learned of this, they filed a complaint with the authorities. Ultimately, it was Lin Fu who intervened, compensating her family with 50 taels of silver, which led them to withdraw their case. Tragically, the unfortunate woman became pregnant, and Lin Fu decided to bring her into the Lin household as a concubine for Lin Sanshu. However, at that time, Madame Zhou had just given birth and could not bear the thought of her husband taking another woman. She sought to divorce Lin Sanshu, taking their newborn daughter Lin Jingchu with her. Lin Sanshu, unwilling to part with her, had only been married to Madame Zhou for a little over a year, and their relationship was still sweet and tender. It was precisely because Madame Zhou had just delivered a child that Lin Sanshu, unable to restrain himself, sought companionship elsewhere. Under the pressure from Madame Zhou, he was compelled to banish the concubine, Shui, to the most secluded part of the estate ensuring she would never be seen by others. After Shui gave birth, even Lin Luchen's name was chosen arbitrarily, lacking the customary character of the Lin family's sons. When the Lin family faced confiscation, the officials mistakenly believed that Shui and Lin Luchun were mere servants of the Lin household. It was only upon verifying their identities that they discovered Lin Luchun was, in fact, a young master of the Lin family. They secretly remarked on Lin Sanshu's inhumanity, noting how frail and weak Lin Luchun appeared, resembling a mere servant more than a young master. As they were being transported for exile, they had already reached the 10-mile-long pavilion. Upon seeing them, Lin Sanshu warned them to keep their distance to avoid offending Madame Zhou. Lin Fu sighed, reflecting on how this child was still of the Lin lineage, yet had fallen into such a state. He recalled that it was he who had initially insisted on keeping Shui in the Lin household. With a heavy sigh, he said, "Child, rise." It seemed he had heard the child mention that his mother was in trouble. "What has happened to your mother?" Lin Fu assisted Lin Luchun to his feet. Lin Luchun bowed his head and replied, "Uncle, my mother is gravely ill, and I lack the means to pay for her treatment. I beseech you to assist us." Lin Fu hesitated momentarily. However, he too was without funds, glancing toward his daughter. Lin Ji furrowed her brow slightly. The book had previously mentioned Lin Luchun. His mother perished during their exile, and he had turned dark, ultimately entering the palace as a eunuch to exact revenge on the Lin family upon their return to the capital. Ultimately, he pledged allegiance to the female protagonist, Mu Yunzhao, committing numerous heinous acts on her behalf and causing harm to many loyal ministers of the Great Qian dynasty, becoming a treacherous eunuch that instilled fear throughout the realm. A notorious figure in the annals of history, the Lin family ultimately faced execution, a consequence of his machinations. Why, in these past days, had she not encountered this cousin? In order to eliminate a formidable adversary for the Lin family in the future, she seemingly had no choice but to rescue him. Yet, to forsake him entirely would be simpler than to kill Lin Luchen right now. Yet her heart would not allow such cruelty. Since she could not bear to strike him down, she could only guide him back to the righteous path before he became irreversibly twisted. Lin Luchen watched Lin Zi anxiously, fearing her refusal. In their youth, he had crossed paths with his cousin once, merely calling her cousin, and she had ordered her servants to punish him severely. He was acutely aware of her disdain for him. "Come, I will accompany you to see your mother," she said. Lin Luchen's heart soared with delight as he nodded fervently, expressing his gratitude with a humble demeanor. Lin Zi furrowed her brow, urging, "Hurry, do not delay the treatment." She then turned to the doctor. "I beg you to attend to her." Lin Luchen finally felt reassured. They arrived at the room where concubine Shui was confined. The woman was gravely ill, emaciated with sunken cheeks, yet flushed, resembling a mere skeleton. Upon seeing Lin Zi, she became slightly flustered. "Luchen, how could you trouble a young lady?" Lin Luchen reassured her. "Mother, the master and the young lady are kind-hearted. Upon hearing of your illness, they readily agreed to provide treatment without hesitation." Concubine Shui appeared startled by this revelation, hastily dragging her weary body to bow to Lin Zi. "Young lady, it is Luchen's fault for being so thoughtless. He should not have troubled you. I will scold him." Lin Zi assisted her, saying, "Annie, please rise." Despite her being in her 30s, she looked as if she were a woman of 50, bearing the marks of suffering. Once a woman of humble origins, she had been mistreated by Lin Sanshu, resulting in her current plight. Her family only recognized monetary value, having sold her for 50 taels of silver, a clear indication of the worthlessness of a poor family's child. The third branch of the Lin family received a monthly allowance from the public treasury, which included a share for her and her son. It was likely embezzled by third aunt. When Lin Zi attempted to assist her, concubine Shui recoiled slightly, saying, "Young lady, I am unclean. I will rise on my own." However, as she attempted to stand, her illness caused her to stagger, nearly falling, but was caught by Lin Zi and Luchen. "Thank you, young lady, thank you," she expressed, her demeanor exceedingly humble. One could easily imagine the life this mother and son endured in the Lin household, where they were treated as less than human. "Doctor, please examine her and determine her ailment," Lin Zi implored. After examining concubine Shui, the doctor remarked, It is merely a cold, but Lin Zi, puzzled, turned to Lu Ken. A few days ago, I offered medicine for free. Why did you not come to collect it? Lu Ken lowered his gaze. Concubine Shui weakly interjected. Do not blame others. Blame me. For I forbade Lu Ken from going. It is not so. It is Lin Jingxu. She came to threaten my mother, claiming that if we dared to appear before the Lin family, she would have someone kill me. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Aunt Shui was seized by a fit of coughing, hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief, which became stained red with blood. Lin Zi's brows furrowed even more tightly. Doctor, I implore you to prescribe the finest medicine. She must be saved. I shall bear the cost of the consultation. She sensed that Aunt Shui's ailment was far more complex than merely a cold. After all, who coughs blood from a mere chill? Very well, Miss Lin, please step aside with me for a moment while I prepare the prescription. Thank you, doctor. Lin Zi called Lu Ken aside and said, Cousin, in the future, when it comes time for meals, you shall go to the main house to receive your portion. As long as there is food in the main house, you and your mother shall not go hungry. The term cousin astonished Lu Ken, causing him to look up in disbelief. You acknowledge me? Lin Zi discerned the glimmer of tears in his eyes. What you say is true. You are the Lin lineage. Why would I not recognize you? Lu Ken appeared conflicted.